It is said that when a soul first awakens from its most lost and chaotic state, it will instinctively voice three fundamental questions that point straight toward the very origin of the universe. I am Chang Chuang, and I am also Tom White. Wasn't I supposed to be dead? Did I seize another body to live again? As his soul slowly awakened, memories of his former days resurfaced one after another. Chang Chuang, born in the new century beneath the red flag, a supposed successor to his homeland's future, was now in precisely such a dazed and uncertain state. Chang Chuang, his name though it sounded somewhat odd. Yet according to Chang Chuang's father, the reason his grandfather named him, so was the hope that he would grow up healthy and strong, then just like his name, travel the world and roam far and wide. Unfortunately, heaven rarely grants what people wish for. At the mere age of 5, Chang Chuang was diagnosed with a congenital intracranial tumor. Fortunately and blessedly, he had a family that loved him and was willing to give everything for him. Though his battle against illness lasted only 20 years, at the moment of his passing, Chang Chuang felt nothing but gratitude and contentment. So heaven took pity on me and granted me another life. In this lifetime am I called Tom White. What an embarrassingly lame name, even more ridiculous than my previous one. Tom. If I remember correctly, that was the name of a cat in an old cartoon from my past life, wasn't it? But what was going on with this world that felt so strangely familiar? Playboy Tony Stark, the world's idol captain of the state's mutants, branded as humanity's public enemies. This world seems very similar to a certain series of movies I watched in my previous life. So-called rebirth through another's corpse meant that a soul borrowed a dead body to gain new life. Naturally, this soul would inherit everything from that dead body's former life, including its memories. From the memories he absorbed from this unfamiliar body, that of a man named Tom White, Chang Chuang realized that this world greatly resembled the Marvel movies he had watched from his hospital bed in his previous life. There was Tony Stark, not yet the Iron Man, the captain of the states, still frozen like a popsicle. Most crucially, there existed mutants who were utterly at odds with the official human authorities. And according to the memories of Tom White, the former owner of this body, Chang Chuang's identity in this life as Tom White was that of a mutant. Compared to Chang Chuang's previous life, where he was terminally ill yet still lived with great happiness and contentment, the life of Tom White, whose body he now occupied and whose soul had utterly perished, was the complete opposite. Little Tom was born in the late 80s into a family of mutants. His grandparents and his parents were all pure-blooded mutants. Because they were mutants, the whole family lived like rats hiding in the sewers, moving through each day with extreme caution and constant dread. Yet even such a difficult existence was utterly shattered 4 years ago, in the year 2000 of this world, by one of the two great mutant leaders, Magneto. In that year, Magneto, obsessed with saving his mutant brethren, led his Brotherhood of Mutants in yet another grand operation. This time, Magneto not only lost himself in the attempt, but also pushed the relationship between human nations and mutants into even greater hostility. For example, Ghana, once the nation with the most tolerant attitude toward mutants, directly banned foreign mutants from entering its borders because of Magneto's actions. It also abandoned its previously friendly stance and began to monitor and investigate mutants already within the country. As for nations that had never been friendly, things became even worse. Take the United States, for instance. The government simply issued orders to arrest and imprison mutants, making it clear they intended to eradicate every mutant within their borders. Under such circumstances, little Tom's already incomplete life was utterly broken by the U.S. military's hunts. With the entire world as their enemy, their mutant identities were repeatedly exposed by ordinary people around them. Each time, relentless pursuit from the U.S. military followed immediately. Tom's grandparents and parents, in order to cover his escape from capture, one after another fell victim to the U.S. military, some arrested, others killed. But whether arrested or killed, the 12-year-old Tom knew deep down that he would likely never see them again. After all, in a human nation that already regarded mutants as mortal enemies, anyone with half a brain knew that once a mutant was captured, the only fate awaiting them was death, followed by their cells being sent to the laboratory. Without the protection of his parents and elders, how could little Tom possibly survive in such a perilous society? Thus, the young boy could only survive by begging, drifting, and hiding every day in Hell's Kitchen, the most chaotic district of New York. Fortunately, neither the U.S. military hunters nor the thugs and gangs of Hell's Kitchen had the slightest interest in a starving little beggar like Tom. It was precisely under the cover of his identity as a beggar that Tom managed to scrape by, half hungry, half full, for another 4 years. Until February 2004, the coldest winter in nearly 30 years, when Tom finally could not endure any longer and froze to death on an unknown street in Hell's Kitchen, leaving his body to the now-arrived soul of Chang Chuang. Are mutants really this miserable? Had he not, personally, experienced it relying only on the movie plots from his previous life. Chang Chuang would never have imagined that in the United States mutants lived under conditions this harsh. In the films of his past life, among all the mutants who appeared, few were ever as wretched as Tom and his family. Compared to those mutants in the movies, Chang Chuang felt that Tom's entire life was like a tea table, covered all over with nothing but tragedies. Yet upon closer thought, it also seemed inevitable. After all, those who could enter Xavier's school for gifted youngsters were either powerful level 1 or level 2 mutants, the X-Men, or children who had barely touched society. How could such people represent all mutants? In reality, for the vast majority of mutants in this world, it was the fate of families like Tom's that truly embodied their collective experience. Compared with the powerful X-Men, most mutants possessed little real strength. Many were level 3, level 4, or level 5 mutants whose abilities were weaker than those of ordinary humans. It was these mutants who formed the bulk of their species. The films of his previous life could not, and would not, show the audience what life was truly like for ordinary mutants in such a society. After all, no matter how great Professor X was, how many people could he protect? Then little Tom. No, I mean me. What exactly is my ability? With that thought, Chang Chuang's curiosity turned toward his own powers. The nature of Tom's mutant ability in life was the key to whether Chang Chuang could gain a foothold in this world. If Tom had been a level 4 or level 5 mutant whose ability was not only weak, but also came with severe physical defects, then even as a transmigrated, Chang Chuang would likely still follow Tom's footsteps, dying before he ever truly began. After all, even a skillful cook cannot prepare a meal without rice. Without a powerful mutant ability, he would not only be unable to evade the U.S. military, but even finding his next meal would become a daunting challenge. This ability seems, it should be quite powerful, right? After combing through Tom's memories several times, Chang Chuang finally found the fragments concerning his mutant power. Because they feared his mutant identity would be exposed, Tom's parents had forbidden him from using or even mentioning his powers when he was very young. Therefore, all memories related to his ability were buried deep, deep within Tom's mind, turning things imagined into reality. In otaku terms, isn't that manifestation? And why does this ability feel so similar to the reality stone? Manifestation. Yes, this was Tom's power in life and the mutant ability now in Chang Chuang's hands. It seemed terrifically strong at first glance. Wanting a blade would create a blade, wanting a gun would conjure a gun, wanting a beauty, cough, and so on. On my head. Reality, however, proved that even daydreaming had its limits. When Chang Chuang suddenly had a bright idea and tried to manifest a stack of big, beautiful dollars in this world, his head felt as if it had exploded, an excruciating pain that drove him to slam his forehead against the ground, hoping in vain for relief. Tisk tisk, poor little guy. Hey, take this and buy yourself something to eat. Boss, why the sudden charity? And you're giving him a full $100. My wife just got pregnant with our 4th kid yesterday. I've been thinking I should do some good for once. Besides, look, this beggar really is pitiful. He's bashed his forehead open. Chang Chuang fell silent. Staring at the brand new Franklin lying in the cracked bowl before him, he felt that this suddenly benevolent gang boss had thoroughly misunderstood the situation. If that won't work, then, will this? Ignoring the gang boss, whose sudden kindness was already receding into the distance, Tom's pain-blurred vision gradually focused again. His gaze fixed blankly on the Franklin in the chipped bowl as he poured all his mental strength into imagining what he wished to manifest. Yes, it works. He quickly stretched out a hand and snatched up not only the Franklin the gang boss had tossed him, but also another freshly printed $100 bill that had appeared out of thin air, its serial number different by only a few digits. Stuffing both the original and the newly manifested bills into the pocket of his tattered leather jacket, Tom hurriedly slipped away under the stunned, envious gazes of several nearby beggars. A promotion, a fortune, and the death of a rival. 3 great joys of life. Old man Gangsteel didn't lie. In any trade, colleagues are natural enemies, and the same held true in the begging world. Chang Chuang absolutely refused to believe that when Tom froze to death last night, not a single nearby beggar noticed. Now, little Tom had not only come back from the dead, he was also carrying a fortune. If that suddenly charitable gang boss were not still within sight, the nearby colleagues would probably already have swarmed over to ask Chang Chuang for an explanation. He hid in a secluded corner and secretly manifested more Franklins. Under the clerk's disdainful gaze in the clothing store, he bought a set of clothes, then went to a nearby fast food joint and ordered a large pile of food. After hastily filling his stomach and satisfying his basic need for warmth and food, Chang Chuang found a public bathhouse. Immersed in the hot water, he quietly began to contemplate the path his future should take. First of all, my mutant identity absolutely cannot be exposed. Otherwise, let alone the catastrophes that will soon befall this world, I wouldn't even be able to get past the hurdle of the American military, as I am now. Acting like a supervillain or stirring up trouble everywhere like Magneto was absolutely out of the question for Chang Chuang. Although his manifestation ability appeared powerful, it was still far from enough to guarantee his own safety. He knew that when using a manifestation ability like his, he could not afford to be disturbed during the process, and even once something had been manifested, it did not mean he could necessarily wield it well. For instance, even if he manifested a gun, Chang Chuang would not necessarily be able to shoot accurately. If he manifested a tank, he would be even less capable of driving it. Therefore, rather than exposing his identity and running around causing trouble, Chang Chuang would unquestionably choose to conceal who he was and find a place to lie low in secret. It's a pity Professor X can read other people's memories. If he were not a transmigrated, Chang Chuang's best option would have been to seek refuge with Professor X and cling to the X-Men for support. Unfortunately, Professor X could read memories. If the professor accidentally discovered Chang Chuang's true identity, what would he do then? So the most pressing task is to quickly find a place to hide. Ideally, it would be somewhere with minimal contact with people. The seaside might be a good choice. If his identity were exposed, it would be easy to escape. Yes, he would buy a yacht and live by the sea. He would settle this matter first as best he could, and then with the time he gained, carefully consider what exactly he should manifest to gain the power to protect himself in this chaotic world. Once his mind was made up, Chang Chuang immediately stepped out of the bath, put on his newly bought clothes, and took a taxi toward the western shoreline of Manhattan Island. People say money isn't everything, but without money nothing is possible. Chang Chuang had always agreed with this saying, but after proving that the Franklins he manifested possessed the same purchasing power as real money, he believed it even more firmly. With handfuls of Franklins flung out, the agency not only swiftly secured the exact yacht berth he wanted, but also eagerly helped him contact a seller. At the junction of West Side Highway and West 14th Street along the Hudson River shoreline, beside a fireboat station, there was a small pier where a luxurious yacht, over 10 meters long and 4 to 5 meters wide, was moored. This would be Tom's future home. "Mr. White, this is my yacht and berth. I bought this yacht less than a year ago, and I can count on my fingers how many times I've used it. You could say it's 90% new. It has 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower, with 11 rooms of various types, including bedrooms, a kitchen, bathrooms, a gym, and a terrace. You've just seen them all with your own eyes. If you're satisfied, we can complete the deal right now." The Mediterranean for-headed uncle, laptop in one hand and transfer contract in the other, was smiling at him with obsequious enthusiasm. He was Chang Chuang's counterpart in this transaction, Duart Disiak, said to be a stock market tycoon from Wall Street. Yet it was obvious that his life was in a slump, much like this year's stock market. Yes, we can proceed with the deal now." Chang Chuang, however, was a little absent-minded. He was still dazed by how his life had undergone an earth-shaking change in just a few days. A yacht and berth worth over $1 million. Such a thing was unimaginable, not only for Tom White, the beggar he was in this life, but even for Chang Chuang in his previous life. "Excellent. As long as you sign these contracts and transfer the money into my account, the yacht and this berth will both be yours." The Mediterranean uncle took off his backpack, pulled out the property documents one by one for Chang Chuang to inspect, then, full of expectation, handed him the laptop already displaying the bank's transfer page. Chang Chuang nodded, and after the Mediterranean uncle turned his back, he entered his own bank account number. This account had been opened for Tom by his parents 4 years ago when their family fled together. They had deposited a sum of money into it in case they were separated along the way. However, that sum had long since been exhausted by the Tom who lived afterward. As for the current 8-digit balance, it was the result of the morning's hard work by Chang Chuang. He had racked his brains over this. After all, daydreaming too much strains the mind, and prolonged daydreaming also wears on the spirit. "So, this is my foothold in this world." After turning down the Mediterranean uncle's attempt to upsell him a house, Chang Chuang stood on the pier, gazing at the yacht bobbing up and down with the ebbing tide just within arm's reach, and felt an inexplicable sense of unreality. To build a family and establish a career, that desire was carved into the bones of every man from Zhonghua. All the more so for someone like Chang Chuang, who had understood in his previous life that he would never be able to achieve it. To yearn for something and never obtain it is the most painful thing of all. And now had all of this been achieved with ease. From this moment on, I am Tom White. Chang Chuang is already in the past. A person must look forward. Now that he had a home, the next step was naturally to establish his career. Clenching his fists tightly, feeling the unprecedented strength surging within them, and using it to dispel the unreality in his mind, the newly awakened Chang, no, he should now be Tom White, took a step and leaped onto what would be his first home in this world. Next, I need to seriously consider how I am going to gain a foothold in this world. Thanks to this world's more advanced food delivery system, after a good sleep and a hearty feast, Tom went up to the yacht's top terrace, settled into a deck chair, and began to ponder his future. First, the Infinity Stones can be ruled out. Those are said to be the incarnations of a goddess. Leaving aside the fact that my current spiritual strength is nowhere near enough to manifest them, even if it were, it's likely they simply couldn't be manifested at all. After all, they are the embodiment of a god. Tom, who had seen the movies, had certainly not forgotten that a certain so-called overlord of the universe, a purple sweet potato, was traversing the cosmos to collect the Infinity Stones. Even if he did manage to manifest them, Tom probably wouldn't dare to use them even if they were placed right in front of him. At present, he certainly did not possess the strength of Kamartaj. Thus, of all the things Tom knew in the Marvel world, the most powerful, the 6 Infinity Stones, were the first to be excluded. What then? Mjolnir. That should be excluded as well. The second thing Tom thought of was Thor's hammer Mjolnir. Yet shortly afterward, that option too was discarded. Since Tom had transmigrated into this world, a week had already passed. During this week, aside from buying a few necessities for his new home, what he had done most was study his mutant ability. According to Tom's conjecture, his manifestation worked by copying an identical version of a given object through imagination. This was evidenced by the swords, guns, and household appliances he had previously manifested just from looking at pictures. Then there were the ability's weaknesses. After repeated trials, Tom concluded that he could not manifest living beings. It had been the same the first time he used his power, when he had attempted to manifest a beautiful American woman. Moreover, he could not manifest cooked food or any kind of meal to fill his stomach. Tom had no idea what kind of strange rule that was. Perhaps it was because all meals had once been alive. Finally, Tom accidentally discovered that aside from these flaws, successfully manifesting an object depended only on how familiar he was with its appearance and on the strength of his spirit. What its interior was like or what hidden tricks lay within had nothing to do with success. Thus, Tom felt that even if his spiritual strength were sufficient and he manifested another Mjolnir identical to the original, he still would not be able to wield it. After all, a perfect replica would also contain the restrictions Odin had placed upon the hammer. Tom did not believe that someone like himself with a head full of random thoughts could lift Mjolnir the way Captain America did. In that case, the only powerful magical artifact I know of in this world that remains is the casket of ancient winters, the treasured heirloom of the frost giants. My understanding of the Marvel world is still far too shallow. With the Infinity Stones and Mjolnir excluded, Tom was left with only the casket of ancient winters, which had appeared in the Thor films as a candidate. Though Tom knew very well that the Marvel world contained countless powerful magical items. Leaving aside everything else, Odin's treasury alone housed more treasures than he could ever dream of. Many of them would surely meet his needs. The problem was that he had never actually seen them himself. You can't manifest what you haven't even imagined. And even with this one remaining option, the Frost Giant's casket of ancient winters, Tom wouldn't dare use it too frequently after manifesting it. He had not forgotten Heimdall, Asgard's obsessive watcher. If he were unfortunate enough to be noticed, no explanation Tom could offer would clear him. If only I'd spent more time learning about foreign mythologies while lying in bed before I transmigrated. If Asgardian artifacts won't do, couldn't I just use Olympian artifacts instead? At this thought, Tom suddenly felt that even if he managed to manifest the casket of ancient winters, his future prospects would still be bleak. If Olympian artifacts can be manifested, there's no reason I can't manifest our own immortal treasures and magical tools from Chinese mythology. Lowering his head in frustration, Tom suddenly had a flash of insight. If he manifested the magical treasures and immortal artifacts from the myths of his previous life, the issue of ownership would no longer exist. Because this was the Marvel world, a realm of magic and gods, Tom had never previously thought of the immortal artifacts from his past life's mythology, which were entirely unrelated to this world's magic. Aren't the legendary immortal artifacts from the past able to automatically attack enemies and protect their masters? Such intelligent weapons are precisely what Tom urgently needs at the moment. Suddenly enlightened, Tom leaped up from the lounge chair and dashed a few steps into the yacht's lower hold. Here Tom had long since prepared a room specifically for materializing objects. Dinghai Pearl. Dinghai Pearl. 24 Dinghai Pearls, as the treasured artifact of Zhao Gongming, were something Tom had seen countless times on television and in pictures while lying on a hospital bed in his past life. Therefore, he felt a certain confidence in materializing this artifact. Kneeling on the cushion on the floor, Tom's head was fixed on the ground as if searching for ants. His eyes shone like two projectors, each casting a radiant glow. At the intersection of the two beams, a smooth, round light gradually materialized. Tom knew this was the Dinghai Pearl he desired, and it was about to arrive. However, the next moment, ouch, my head hurts. The light emitted from his eyes vanished, and Tom's head violently slammed against the floor like a drum, causing a loud thud. Clearly, Tom had overlooked another issue. Although he had firmly memorized what the Dinghai Pearl should look like through the images on television in his past life, his current spiritual power was evidently far from sufficient to materialize an immortal artifact. A day later, sporting dark circles under his eyes and looking utterly exhausted, Tom slouched unattractively in a lounge chair on the yacht's deck. With one hand holding a pen and the other a piece of paper, Tom scribbled and muttered, "Immortal artifacts are not working. What about the Nezha? That certainly won't work. What about the blood transformation blade? Does it count as an immortal artifact? As for the Fantian seal of Guangqingzi, that definitely won't work. Is it a postnatal or innate treasure?" Thus, for the next month, Tom began conducting experiments according to the list he had compiled. As for the experimentation process, it was simply a cycle of exhausting spiritual power, banging his head against the ground, resting for a few days, then experimenting again, exhausting spiritual power, once more banging his head again, and resting again. This repetitive cycle continued for over a month, during which Tom always looked as if he had been completely drained, wearing large dark circles under his eyes. Even the delivery guys noticed Tom's unusual state. Their envious and jealous gazes only added to Tom's bewilderment. However, after more than a month of experimentation, the immortal artifacts listed on Tom's sheet gradually fell into 5 categories. First, there were those that he couldn't even imagine without his head exploding, known in his past life as chaotic treasures. For example, Pangus Banner and the Chaotic Bell. Second, those that could be somewhat imagined, but the beams of projection from his eyes couldn't converge at all, known as innate spiritual treasures in his past life, such as the Dinghai Pearl and the River Map and Luo Book. Third, those that could be materialized, but had no visible chance of success, known as postnatal spiritual treasures from his past life, like the Nezha and the Blood Transformation Blade. Fourth, those that Tom could currently materialize more than half of, and were very likely to succeed. Artifacts used by practitioners below the immortal level according to legends. For instance, the Haotian Mirror of By Mei from the Legend of Mount Shu and the Twin Thunder Swords. Fifth, those that could also be materialized, but strangely this category caused pain all over his body when materialized instead of just headaches, known in his past life as treasures of merit. For example, the Linglong Pagoda of Heaven and Earth and the Golden Cudgel. Tom considered this category to be the most unusual since failure did not cause head pain, implying that materializing these treasures did not require exhausting spiritual power. Thinking back to the name from his past life, Treasures of Merit, it was not hard to guess that the elements needed to materialize these treasures should be related to doing good deeds. The problem is to materialize such treasures of merit, it seems a monumental good deed is required, which Tom certainly lacks the capability for at present. Thus, this category is ironically the least likely in the present and for a long time to come. Therefore, in conclusion, among the 5 categories of treasures, the artifacts that Tom is currently most hopeful of materializing are those used by practitioners who have yet to become immortals. Moreover, during his previous experiments, this category of artifacts mostly resulted in partial success before failure, which gave Tom great confidence. Seeing the hope of success naturally provided him with motivation to act. Thus, after carefully selecting from the list, Tom ultimately picked the Sun Golden Wheel and the Moon Golden Wheel from the 4th category, which had the highest chance of success. Please note, Tom is selecting the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel, not the Sun and Moon Essence Wheel. Do not mistake them, because according to legend, Dong Huang Tai also has a similarly named, similarly shaped innate treasure. Clearly, the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel Tom selected is probably a counterfeit of Dong Huang Tai's Sun and Moon Essence Wheel. The Sun and Moon Golden Wheel originates from the film Legend of Mount Shu by Su Lao Guai. In his past life, when Tom watched this film, he was utterly amazed, unable to believe it was a movie from the 90s, to the point that he rewatched it several times when bored. Naturally, he remembered most of the various artifacts shown in it, although according to the plot, the Twin Thunder Swords should be the strongest artifact in this story. However, in Tom's view, the most outstanding artifact in this story should indeed be the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. With Zheng Yijian wielding this pair of artifacts, he looked incredibly cool. Moreover, when the Twin Thunder Swords made their appearance, they were mostly shrouded in a dazzling radiance, so Tom barely remembered what the actual swords looked like. Additionally, the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel being one offensive and one defensive, one yin and one yang, perfectly suited Tom's needs. Thus, another month passed. In the same room at the bottom of the hold, Tom's eyes emitted a cold glow, and beneath the 2 beams of light, an artifact shaped like a crescent moon, with a cool ethereal glow on its blade, was gradually taking shape. It's almost there, it's about to succeed. Although Tom's head felt like it was splitting, his brows knitted tightly like a small mountain, he persevered with great effort. The reason for this was that this time was not only the closest he had come to success in a month, but also because he realized that after each time he failed and experienced a splitting headache due to the exhaustion of spiritual power, the next time he materialized, he could hold on longer than the previous attempt, indicating an increase in his spiritual power. What does this imply? It means that Tom's spiritual power could grow through this kind of overexertion. With such a method to enhance his spiritual power, Tom could also slightly covet the other 3 categories of immortal artifacts on his previous list aside from the Treasures of Merit. The Moon Golden Wheel finally succeeded. After a few breaths, the brilliance released from Tom's 24K electronic eyes swept over the now complete moon golden wheel a few times before finally fading away. However, this time, the fully materialized moon golden wheel did not disappear as it usually did after a failure. Instead, it radiated a cold, fierce glow lying quietly on the floor. Moon golden wheel go. Feeling a mysterious connection with the moon golden wheel now complete on the floor, Tom excitedly pointed toward the open window. He could feel that the moon golden wheel on the floor was like an extension of his own body responding to his will. Whoosh! Under Tom's mental command, the moon golden wheel soared into the air at an almost imperceptible speed, then flew out of the window like a full moon. Suddenly, the annoying feeling of being drained returned. At the same time, Tom felt that the mysterious connection he had just established with the moon golden wheel seemed to have been severed. Moon golden wheel, come back, moon golden wheel, hurry back, don't go. He howled as he rushed onto the deck, then leaped into the sea in the direction the moon golden wheel had just flown out. If the moon golden wheel was lost like this, Tom would truly feel like he was finished. After all, he had only just managed to materialize it successfully after a month of being alive again. I said, you over there on the neighboring boat, are you trying to kill yourself at night? Fortunately, Tom's boat was anchored in place, and after the moon golden wheel fell into the water, its sharp blade pierced directly into the rocks at the bottom. Thus, aside from Tom's miserable cries disturbing the newly settled painter on the yacht at the neighboring dock, Tom quickly retrieved the out-of-control moon golden wheel. However, Gene Lewin, say something, can you hear me? The moon golden wheel was retrieved, but now Tom could not control it to fly and fight like before. If it weren't for the previous events and that mysterious feeling still lingering, Tom would have doubted that what he held in his hand was merely a piece of ordinary iron. Moreover, Tom even began to question his earlier thought that he could gain formidable combat power through materializing powerful immortal artifacts. That doesn't make sense. Didn't they say that divine artifacts have spirits? And it was perfectly fine when it was just materialized. The next day, not having rested well, Tom held the unresponsive moon golden wheel, carefully examining it while his mind raced, pondering where the problem might lie. That feeling, it's back. Suddenly, for a brief moment, Tom felt that sense of control he had experienced last night return. But it lasted only a few breaths. He had just managed to move the moon golden wheel in his hand, and then that feeling quickly vanished. That noon, after resting for half the day, that feeling is back again. In the evening, after another half day of rest, in half a day's time, is there some pattern to this? In the morning, noon, and evening, 3 times a day. It seems the pattern contained within this is telling me that using the moon golden wheel requires consuming a certain type of energy from within me. And this 3 times a day pattern is actually the time it takes for my energy to recover after being exhausted. Realizing that using the moon gold wheel requires energy consumption, Tom couldn't help but recall the myths and legends from his past life, where the term magical power naturally came to mind. In the legends of his past life, the battles between deities were not only influenced by the strength of magical artifacts, but also significantly determined by the power of one's magical abilities. The question is, how can one acquire powerful magical abilities? Tom pondered, akin to having a firearm, yet being unable to produce bullets. He stared blankly at the moon gold wheel, which exhibited its peculiar behavior every day, feeling momentarily stuck. Legend has it that consuming innate spiritual roots, such as the peaches of immortality and ginseng fruits, can grant one magical power. Furthermore, ascending to the heavens or achieving immortality is not out of the question. The problem lies in the fact that when it comes to consumables, this is beyond my capabilities. Aside from external means, the other way to attain magical power is naturally through cultivation. For instance, the celestial techniques of the 3 doctrines of Taoism, Yuqing, Taiqing, and Shangqing, as well as the Buddhist method of the golden body. Buddhism. Speaking of Buddhism, it seemed Tom recalled something, yet he couldn't immediately find the answer. It felt as if there was a thin veil separating him from clarity. It felt so close, yet so elusive. Patience is key, patience. While repeatedly reminding himself to remain calm, Tom began to trace the thread of Buddhism. Naturally, thinking of Buddhism leads to the Buddha, and thinking of the Buddha brings to mind the Dharma and parinirvana. Parinirvana. I understand now, the relics. In the mythologies of his past life, many had consumed relics left by certain Buddhas and subsequently acquired supreme magical powers, even achieving Buddhahood or immortality. Moreover, in Buddhism itself, there are beliefs that relics can facilitate reincarnation. Most importantly, relics are not considered food. They don't fall within Tom's capability blind spots. Relics, they are what the Buddha left behind after his passing. Realizing this, Tom suddenly sensed something was amiss. So if I want to acquire magical power through relics, does that mean I have to consume human remains? And not just any remains. There is no doubt that bones and gallstones are part of the human body, making consuming relics equivalent to cannibalism. This notion was difficult for Tom to accept. Why Why do I suddenly feel nauseous? Thinking about the potential putrid taste of relics made Tom's stomach churn. No, this method of consuming relics is simply inhumane. I must find another way. Tom absolutely cannot eat humans, especially the deceased. Even if I were to die trying, I would never resort to consuming relics. Consuming relics is akin to eating corpses. Tom felt that if he ever did such a thing, he would no longer be able to face humanity or dogs. Hey, at this point, is there really no other option? However, 2 days later in the manifestation chamber of the lower deck, Tom, sitting cross-legged on the meditation mat, with a face alternately pale and flushed, stared at a piece of jade the size of a fingernail that emitted a radiant glow on the floor before him. This is the relic that Tom had just manifested using his abilities. Clearly, with his current mental strength, he could not manifest a complete relic, so it was only this thin and small piece. Judging by its appearance, it was probably not something left by a Buddha or Bodhisattva. At most, it could only be from a monk. This shape, it shouldn't be bone, right? What bone looks like this? Gallstones shouldn't count as consuming human flesh. As he desperately reassured himself in his heart, Tom gritted his teeth and shoved the relic on the floor into his mouth. I am Tom White, and my oath has nothing to do with me. As for the consequences of not being able to face others or dogs afterward, I must first ensure that I survive, right? Once a person dies, they lose everything, don't you think? Moreover, the relics are what the Buddha left behind. How can one judge an immortal's affairs by common standards? After a fierce internal struggle, Tom finally closed his eyes, stomped his foot, and swallowed the relic in his mouth. It seems the taste is not bad. Ha ha ha, I knew it, I am a genius. 3 days later, after continuously consuming 3 fingernail-sized relics, Tom could finally control the moon gold wheel at will. Now Tom could manipulate the moon gold wheel to fly within a 10-meter radius for 20 minutes. After that, the magical power acquired from consuming the relics would be depleted. But no need to worry. After these 3 days of experience, Tom discovered that the 3 relics entering his body seemed to have been absorbed. His magical power had received a permanent boost through this method of consuming relics, and the expended magical power would naturally recover after some time, just like the mental energy consumed during manifestation. Thus, now that the idea of using manifested artifacts to enhance his combat power had been validated, Tom's daily routine consisted solely of manifesting relics to consume, attempting to manifest the sun gold wheel, and practicing controlling the moon gold wheel. Under this organized regimen, over a month rapidly passed. The time had arrived in June 2004 in the world of Marvel. In the manifestation chamber of the lower deck, a golden sphere resembling a large walnut gradually manifested under the light emitted from Tom's eyes. Suddenly drenched in sweat, Tom's mental strength faltered, and he slumped down on the meditation mat. With the loss of the maintaining light of manifestation, the nearly completed sun gold wheel also vanished. Behind Tom was the moon gold wheel flitting about like a mischievous child. After a month of practice, Tom's magical power recovery speed had now fully matched the consumption rate of the moon gold wheel in its normal state, even without engaging in intense combat. Therefore, considering this as a world where danger could arise at any moment, Tom, when alone, did not cease channeling magical power into the moon gold wheel or deactivate its state. It's always just a bit short. Even though the sun gold wheel and moon gold wheel are of the same level and type, the sun gold wheel is indeed somewhat stronger than the moon gold wheel. Having watched movies in his past life, Tom understood very well that the sun gold wheel, which could project a protective barrier and potentially carry people aloft, was functionally superior to the moon gold wheel, which could only flit about and kill using its sharp form. Moreover, this point is evident from the fact that Tom has successfully manifested the moon gold wheel, but still cannot manifest the sun gold wheel. Ding dong. Capture her this time. We must not let her escape. Yes. While resting with a splitting headache, Tom suddenly felt the floor shake, followed by the sounds of clattering footsteps and weapon clashes. Mixed in were the low voices of certain individuals. Damn it, is that bastard on my ship? If it were any other time, Tom would not have cared about these people as long as they didn't damage anything in his yacht. This could be inferred from the 2 characters hanging on the wall behind him. However, this time was different. Tom was currently suffering from the aftereffects of mental exhaustion, and his head felt like it was being stabbed repeatedly. Adding to this, having recently failed in manifesting the sun gold wheel, Tom couldn't hold back his frustration any longer. He stood up from the mat, waved his hand to signal the moon gold wheel floating in the air to follow, and pushed open the door, heading towards the source of the sound on the deck. You should surrender. You have nowhere to run now. As Tom emerged onto the deck from the side of the ship, the first thing he saw was 8 or 9 muscular men fully armed in tactical combat gear, standing at the bow with guns in hand. Very muscular, well-nourished, 26 times that of beef. Looking at the bulging muscles of these men, a strange thought inexplicably popped into Tom's mind. What nonsense am I thinking? Shaking his head to clear the bizarre thoughts, Tom turned his attention back to the wary muscular men on the ship's rooftop terrace. Perhaps it is you who have nowhere to run. If I kill a few of you, the following pursuers won't be able to ascertain my exact location. When that time comes, I'll be free to go wherever I please. At first glance, a pair of long white legs clad in black high-heeled boots caught Tom's attention. Observing the slender muscles on those legs, his mind inexplicably wandered. The proportions are just right, muscular, yet tone the taste. Looking up further, he saw a black triangular combat suit. A pair of gloved hands, one wielding a katana reflecting the cold moonlight, and the other holding a blue energy blade radiating a shimmering glow. Mutant. With that question in mind, Tom's gaze continued to move upwards. Then he was met with the sight that made him dizzy. What a fierce woman. A hometown person. Looking further up, Tom was surprised to see a beautiful face with black hair and dark eyes characteristic of Asians. It's worth noting that in the Marvel universe, the treatment of mutants is relatively lenient in Asian countries, so not many Asian mutants wish to leave their homeland. Seeing an Asian mutant in a country notoriously referred to as the hell for mutants took Tom by surprise. I admit you are the most formidable mutant we have encountered so far. But so what? Even if you can kill 500 of us, can you kill 50,000 of us? There are countless individuals like us within the military of the media country. Currently, with your myriad wounds from numerous battles, I acknowledge that the 9 of us may not be your match, but killing a few of us will be no easy feat for you. And as for us, as long as we send out your location, more pursuers will arrive promptly. The stronger you are, the more interested our colonel will become. Your genes are destined to be sent to our laboratory. Tom found himself in complete agreement with the words of the pursuer from the Media Nation military. Burying one's head in the sand. Before the pursuer could finish, the female mutant hurled her katana like lightning, shattering the satellite phone in the hands of another person hiding behind the speaker. I wondered why these pursuers from the Media Nation were so wishy-washy, completely different from the ruthless pursuers in little Tom's memory. It turned out they were stalling for time, intending to make a call for reinforcements. Tom nodded in realization, having previously been puzzled by why these pursuers talked so much. Who's there? The Media Nation military is pursuing mutants. If you don't want to die, get lost. Hey, let me go, this is my home. Isn't it said that in the Media Nation private territory is sacred and inviolable? Seeing that the pursuers had spotted him and told him to leave, Tom immediately wanted to retort. Be careful, this guy is also a mutant. However, before Tom could speak, a pursuer wearing glasses resembling cameras suddenly exclaimed in a hushed tone. Swish. In an instant, the barrels of 5 submachine guns were aimed at Tom. What a great opportunity, let's go together, brothers. Who wants to go with you? I'm not your brother. Clearly, the female mutant standing on the railing misinterpreted Tom's intention. With a leap, she performed a 360-degree flip and landed on the deck. However, her slight stumble upon landing indicated that the previous pursuer was indeed correct about her being injured. You 4 deal with the target, the rest quickly take care of that new mutant. Rolling his eyes, Tom had no intention of acknowledging that presumptuous long-legged woman, but the 9 pursuers at the bow of the ship clearly thought otherwise. Tat tat tat. In an instant, 4 out of the 5 guns aimed at Tom opened fire. Fortunately, the painter next door had gone to Queens to sell paintings a few days ago. Otherwise, the huge commotion would have surely angered the insomniac star people who can't sleep until 11. Seeking death. Tom's gaze sharpened, and the moon gold wheel which had been hidden behind him shot out like lightning, spinning and blocking all the bullets fired by the pursuers. What is that? The 4 pursuers attacking Tom were stunned by the suddenly emerging moon gold wheel that flew around and blocked all their bullets. Under the onslaught of bullets from their submachine guns, they instinctively released their triggers in a moment of panic. Die! After the gunfire ceased, Tom waved his hand, and the rotating moon gold wheel transformed again into a cool, radiant light, shooting towards the 4 pursuers who were trying to reload their submachine guns. Oh shit! Seeing this scene, the 4 pursuers immediately dropped their empty guns and reached for their holstered handguns for self-defense. Unfortunately, how long is Tom's cruise ship? Only about 12 to 13 meters. Tom stood in the middle of the ship, and those 4 pursuers were at the bow. How far could that be? Just 4 to 5 meters away. For the moon gold wheel, which is a magical artifact for cultivators, that distance was nothing more than an instant. The 4 of them were pierced through the chest in succession. If it weren't for the significant enhancement of his physical abilities from recently consuming a relic, Tom wouldn't have even been able to hear the intervals between their moans. Killing without bloodshed, that's something. In truth, Tom was not particularly satisfied with the moon gold wheel's method of killing through chest penetration. It felt too messy and disgusting. Only after the moon gold wheel returned, having eliminated all enemies and seeing its pristine surface still glowing with a bluish hue under the moonlight, did Tom nod in satisfaction. From now on, please call me Tom Bloodless White. Having dealt with the 4 pursuers who attacked him, Tom strolled over to the bow deck, where a chaotic battle among 6 people was taking place. From the current situation, it was evident that the earlier pursuers' words had been overly confident. Now, with only 5 pursuers, they were merely at a stalemate with the long-legged female mutant. However, upon closer thought, Tom found this to be inevitable. If there weren't absolute strength to defeat this female mutant, how could these pursuers even consider capturing her? While Tom was lost in thought, the battle on the bow deck continued. It was quite obvious that the pursuers' weaponry was specially designed to counter the long-legged female mutant. The pursuers were tightly fitted combat suits, which the female mutant's psychic blade couldn't cut through. And the katana in the long-legged female mutant's left hand, capable of slicing through the specialized combat suits, was countered by the magnetic shields held by the pursuers. As soon as the female mutant's katana got within a certain distance of those magnetic shields, it would definitely be pulled away. Coupled with the earlier mentioned injuries, the female mutant's movements were inevitably sluggish. Thus, in just 5 or 6 minutes, the female mutant had already fallen to the disadvantage against the 5 pursuers. "Come help me, brother." Facing the female mutant's plea for help, Tom initially had no intention of intervening. After all, his previous plan was to sit back and watch the 2 sides fight until one was eliminated, then reap the benefits. Fine. However, after glancing at the several areas of the deck and mast that had been damaged in just a few minutes, Tom suddenly changed his mind. We're all mutants. How could I not help? With a single hand gesture, the moon gold wheel that circled around Tom shot out, instantly piercing through the chests of the 5 unsuspecting pursuers like a laser. "Hello, I am Elizabeth Braddock, nicknamed Psylocke, a psychic mutant. Thank you for your help, my mutant brother." Ignoring the 5 pursuers who lay groaning on the ground, Elizabeth Braddock, known as Psylocke, sheathed her katana and psychic blade while catching her breath to introduce herself to Tom. Since when did mutants have different departments? Also, do mutants introduce themselves in such detail to outsiders? Do they even introduce their abilities? Although Tom had a head full of questions, he still adhered to etiquette and introduced himself in the female mutant's format. "Hello, Ms. Braddock, I am Tom White, also a psychic mutant. As for a nickname, I currently do not have one." Seeing your confused expression, I smiled slightly. "I introduced my abilities because you saved my life. I am expressing my gratitude, while also proving that I mean you no harm. As for you, my savior, you really don't need to do that. Judging by your appearance, you seem quite young. In the future, you should accumulate more experience in this regard. Go out more to see the world. Merely hiding won't solve any problems." Who is small? Get that out. At this point, Tom glanced at the humiliation on the other side and decisively changed the subject. Sister is 22 this year. Looking at your height, you seem not to have surpassed 20 yet. How old are you? 1918. The female mutant leaned comfortably against the window of the cockpit, stretching her long legs while casually chatting. "You're the one who's small. Your whole family is small. I may not be taller than you, but I've just developed late," Tom thought darkly. In terms of height, this had become another psychological burden for Tom since he crossed into this world. One can imagine how little nutrition the homeless little Tom who begged for survival and ate only occasionally received to grow. Thus, even though Tom's body was already 19 this year, he stood at under 1.70 m, which made him shorter than not only boys his age in America, but also this long-legged female mutant in front of him. "This is my home. If possible, please leave quickly. I don't want to be found by the media nation military." Having been exposed multiple times, Tom decided to drop any pretense and directly urged her to leave. The long-legged woman was unconcerned. "Don't worry, this group of pursuers couldn't report my location back to their headquarters, so their companions won't know our whereabouts. By the way, do you have any bandages or potions?" As she spoke, the long-legged woman began to loosen the bindings around her waist and neck, removing the minimal material combat suit and taking off her black long-arm leather gloves. Above her thighs, she was left with only a pair of black panties and a sexy black bra. "Hey, we can talk properly. Don't remove your clothes." Then, while Tom gazed in astonishment, she took the silk ribbon that had been used to bind her clothes and began to wipe her back, shoulders, and arm wounds. All right, but after you bandage your wounds, you need to leave immediately." Although he had lived 2 lives, one of which was spent lying in a hospital bed for over 20 years, and the other evading and begging since he could remember, Tom was completely a novice when it came to matters of the heart. After stammering for a while and throwing out a line of polite words, he went to get the first aid kit. "She's injured all over and is a weak woman. If I just kick her out, that would be too inhumane." Shy little boy. Seeing Tom turn and walk into the cabin, the long-legged woman couldn't help but smile. Of course, her earlier display was intentional. What the long-legged woman didn't mention was that although this group of pursuers had died, they had not sent her precise information out. However, once the media nation military confirmed that this group had lost contact, it would essentially mean they had a rough idea of her location. If the owner of this yacht were an ordinary person, Ling Dai would have already threatened the captain to set sail. However, she had just witnessed Tom's earlier move and did not believe her long legs could block Tom's elusive moongold wheel. Fortunately, after some probing, she discovered that although Tom was powerful, his social and emotional experiences were woefully lacking. A powerful yet inexperienced mutant is just the support she needs while she recuperates, isn't it? And what about long legs? As she herself stated, although she is only 22 this year, she has already drifted through society for countless years, rich in both emotional and social experiences. Thus, she firmly decided that Tom would be her short-term support. Well, in no time, Tom brought over the full set of medical equipment he had specially prepared for her. "I didn't expect you." "Huh?" Looking at the complete surgical instruments and medical supplies, long legs unexpectedly gazed at Tom. She intended to praise Tom, but instead she noticed that he was pretending to be serious while occasionally sneaking glances at her. Tom also noticed that she seemed to have caught on to his little actions, wishing he could find a crack in the deck to hide. "Aren't you going to set sail? At the very least, you need to move the bodies on board to a distant location. And with all this blood on deck, do you want to attract the attention of the nearby police?" Just as Longlegs said, she was someone rich in emotional and social experiences. Thus, she understood how to navigate interpersonal interactions. Seeing Tom somewhat at a loss, she naturally threw him a lifeline. Tom let out a subtle sigh of relief. "Yes, let's move the boat to deeper waters. While disposing of those pursuers' bodies, we should also clean the bloodstains on the deck." Woo. In no time, the yacht had left its dock under Tom's control. In Tom's view, sailing was not overly difficult, not much harder than driving a car. Though the previous Tom had never learned to drive, this life's young Tom had already become proficient under his father's guidance by the age of 8 or 9. Gulp. As he controlled the steering wheel, Tom suddenly swallowed hard. A Longlegs was sitting directly in front of the cockpit. At this moment, Longlegs was using one arm to brace herself, turned sideways to Tom through the window, wrapping a bandage around the wound on her back. The bandage slowly slid over her chest and then covered the already treated wound on Longlegs' back. Tom naturally watched every detail. Ahead, turbulent waves. Oh, what a pity. Watching the muscular corpses sink into the sea, a strange thought popped into Tom's mind. That night, Tom only sailed the boat a few thousand meters from the coastline to dispose of the bodies before dropping anchor and going back to sleep. As for the blood on the boat, due to the dim moonlight and the searchlights not reaching every corner, it would have to wait until the next day to be wiped clean. "Good morning. You have injuries, let me handle these matters. You saved me, so of course I must find a way to repay you. Moreover, it's because of me that your boat ended up like this, and I must take responsibility for my actions." As a result, the next morning, when Tom sleepily emerged from the cabin, he saw Longlegs scrubbing and repairing the deck in the morning light. In this scenario, Longlegs looked truly beautiful. Because her armor was stained with blood and needed washing, she was wearing Tom's shorts and t-shirt. Due to the size difference, the slightly tight clothing wrapped around Longlegs' voluptuous figure, making her appear so tender, delectable, oh no, irresistible under the soft morning light. "All right, thank you then." After lingering a few more glances, Tom turned and returned to the cabin. According to his daily schedule, it was time for him to materialize and consume the spirit pearls. Although there was an extra Longlegs on the boat with Tom's speed, he was confident he wouldn't be discovered. "Is there anything to eat on the boat? What are we having for breakfast?" As expected, after Tom materialized and consumed the spirit pearls, and then took his meditation mat to the boat's top deck to absorb the magical energy from the pearls, Longlegs had finished cleaning the blood and repairing the deck. Tom, who was meditating, opened his eyes at the sound. There are some vegetables on the boat, all in the kitchen, but I'm not good at cooking. There are some instant noodles in the cupboard. If you're hungry, you can eat some first. After I finish my training, I'll take the boat back." Just as he had prepared the medical equipment beforehand, Tom had also stockpiled quite a bit of rice flour and vegetables on the boat for sufficient food in case he needed to escape. Unfortunately, the food Tom cooked, having never cooked before, was utterly dark cuisine and not edible at all. "All right, I understand." Soon Longlegs' voice came from the cabin. "To capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach." Looking at the various ingredients in the refrigerator, Longlegs recalled the teachings of her mother from long ago. "Are you coming down to eat something?" About half an hour later, Longlegs' crisp voice came again from the cabin. "All right." With a nervous heart, Tom walked down from the deck. Although he didn't know how well Longlegs could cook, Tom was truly tired of the taste of instant noodles. In young Tom's memories, he had spent 3 months eating instant noodles every day. Accepting that memory, Tom developed a phobia of instant noodles. If it weren't for a lack of options, he would never choose to eat them. While scrambled eggs and stir-fried pickled vegetables. If the main dish of rice could be replaced with deep-fried dough sticks and porridge, that would be perfect. Looking at Longlegs bustling in the kitchen, Tom suddenly recalled his mother's breakfast from his past life. "Sit down and try the taste." Although it's not particularly delicious overall, it's acceptable. With a cautious heart, Tom picked up a chopstick full of eggs and stuffed it into his mouth. After a slight chew, he found the taste surprisingly good. It wasn't the kind of delicious that made one bite their tongue, but it was certainly much better than instant noodles and his own dark cuisine. This wasn't too surprising after all. Longlegs herself mentioned that she had been wandering alone for several years. Naturally, she had to cook for herself. Unlike Tom, who recently lived in New York and ordered takeout every day. You seem quite skilled with chopsticks. Longlegs sat opposite Tom, also picking up a pair of chopsticks to eat. I have a very good friend who is a loyal citizen. I learned to use chopsticks while eating at her house. Accidentally revealing his true identity, Tom hurriedly tried to make amends. Although Longlegs looked at Tom with suspicion, she didn't inquire further. You just said you were cultivating your mental abilities. How is that possible? Even Professor X and Magneto wouldn't be able to find a method that could enhance all mutants' abilities. Are you sure? You're a psychic mutant, not a magnetic mutant like Magneto who can control magnetic fields and steel. Saying this, Longlegs cautiously glanced at the moon gold wheel that was still floating behind Tom's head, turning around from time to time. Although they had coexisted peacefully for a night, Tom did not let down his guard against this suddenly intruding mutant. If it weren't for the significant enhancement of Tom's body from the spirit pearls he had consumed recently, he probably wouldn't even eat the breakfast Longlegs made, for fear that she might have put something strange in the food. Of course, I am a psychic mutant. As for the other aspects, I cannot say much. As for the cultivation, Tom did not lie to Longlegs. He indeed felt that after consuming the spirit pearls, meditating was beneficial for his magical energy growth. Of course, this was merely Tom's personal feeling. Really, if I have the chance, I want to try it too. Surprisingly glancing at Tom, Longlegs initially thought that Tom had eaten her breakfast without guard due to her spirited performance outside the cockpit yesterday, which had disarmed this naive young man. It now seemed that he was still somewhat wary. I heard you say you want to dock the boat soon. After casually chatting about other matters, Longlegs, with ulterior motives, finally turned the topic to the main issue. Tom nodded and then looked at the smiling Longlegs. Yes, we met by chance, each with our own secrets. It would be better to part ways early. Moreover, I'm not used to drifting at sea like this. Longlegs' smile hesitated slightly, then she implored, but I have injuries. Can you let me stay on your boat for a few more days? As mutants, shouldn't we help each other? If you are so cold-blooded, your fellow mutants will certainly look down on you. Furthermore, the pursuers who chased me last night all died on your boat. Although they did not report our location to the military of May country. Once the military finds out that this group of pursuers has lost contact, they will undoubtedly trace back along the route the pursuers took to hunt me down. Even though they can't be sure that you killed those pursuers, what if they investigate you and end up revealing clues? Compared to these unnecessary troubles, wouldn't it be better for us to stay quietly at sea for a few days until the military sends someone to investigate? By then my injuries will be healed, and we can return together. The words of the tall woman indeed swayed Tom. If the media's military happened to discover him, Tom, who had no experience in dealing with officials, would inevitably reveal his true identity. Moreover, as a mutant, he was already unwelcome among ordinary humans. If he was also unwelcome among his own kind, the mutants, then Tom would truly have nowhere to go. What a hassle, all because of this meddlesome woman. Seeing the annoyance in Tom's eyes, the tall woman quickly added, now that we are at this point, thinking about anything else is unnecessary. It's just 4 days, we will dock again in 4 days. Isn't your social experience lacking? During these 4 days I can share with you everything I've seen and experienced around the world. That being said, it's not impossible. Having 4 days with the tall woman on the ship also meant that Tom couldn't try to manifest the sun golden wheel, otherwise he would definitely expose himself. However, during this time, he could indeed gain a detailed understanding of this world from the tall woman. For instance, about Professor X and Magneto, or S. H. I. E. L. D. Oh, and also the matters concerning superheroes and supervillains. Then it's settled. I'll try the method you mentioned for cultivating mental strength. Dinner is finished. I'll just leave the bowl here, and I'll come wash it later. Seeing that Tom had finally agreed, the tall woman, fearing he might change his mind, quickly fled the cabin like the wind. To be honest, when Tom looked at her with annoyance moments ago, the tall woman even suspected that he had already sensed her intentions and might turn against her. Damn it, when did even such an inexperienced young man become so hard to deceive? Has the world changed, or has my skill deteriorated? Sitting on the deck at the bow of the ship, the tall woman thought in frustration. It should be noted that when her abilities were not as strong as they were now, she had relied on such tactics to help her navigate life and death challenges. The tall woman still remembered how her mother, also a mutant, once taught her as a mutant, as long as she did not let herself suffer losses, beauty could also become a means of survival. Thus, over the next period, Tom's daily routine underwent a brief change. Every morning, he practiced his magical powers by manifesting and consuming the relics, and in the afternoons, he would learn about the specifics of this world from the tall woman. In the evenings, he would browse the internet, watch TV, and see if any major events had occurred recently. Soon time moved to the evening of the 4th day. It's already been 4 days. Is your injury healed? With such a long time, the media's military pursuit should have ended. Tomorrow morning, I will take the ship back to the dock. In the ship's kitchen, Tom, who was eating the dinner made by the tall woman, spoke. The implication was clear: tomorrow you should leave. Most of my injuries have healed. Don't worry, after we dock tomorrow I will leave. I appreciate your hospitality these days. As someone with a wealth of social experience, the tall woman certainly understood what Tom meant. Although her goal had been achieved, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. These days the tall woman had been unable to stop herself from asking Tom, "Hey, can't you see my charm? You eat the food I make so happily every day, you bastard." Unfortunately, the socially inexperienced Tom had no idea about the tall woman's resentment. Seeing him agree to leave tomorrow morning, she couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Then, woo-woo. Quite satisfied, Tom was just about to say a few words of gratitude like the tall woman when he was abruptly interrupted by the sound of a ship's horn from outside the cabin. At this time, how could there be a ship passing by nearby? As a hiding place for disposing of bodies, the spot Tom chose to anchor was certainly not a frequented shipping area. In fact, during their 4 days in this sea area, they had hardly encountered any passing ships. What the hell is this? Upon coming to the deck from the cabin, Tom saw a gigantic cruise ship dozens of meters long with multiple levels on the deck. This cruise ship was brightly lit, and every few meters within the railing stood a burly man in a black suit with dark sunglasses. One could tell at a glance that those aboard the ship were certainly not good people. As the massive cruise ship slowly passed in front of Tom's yacht, its honking was simply a reminder for Tom not to obstruct their navigation. "Someone has boarded the ship. He killed my Rose. Jack, there's a stranger at your 7 o'clock position." Strangely, just a dozen meters after the massive cruise ship passed Tom's yacht, alarms and screams suddenly erupted from onboard. Then Tom heard someone shout, "It must have been the yacht that just crossed paths with us. Someone took the opportunity to board our cruise ship from that vessel." Next, someone loudly ordered, "Send a team over, capture everyone on the ship. Ooh, I want to drain their blood." This time it was the tall woman who arrived late. Soon a speedboat was lowered from the cruise ship into the sea. The dozen or so burly men on the cruise ship quickly sped toward Tom's yacht in the speedboat. What a day of bad luck. Tom glanced at the crescent moon that flickered behind the dark clouds in the night sky, sighed helplessly, and then looked at the equally puzzled tall woman. "Are you planning to take action?" The tall woman tugged at the shirt wrapped around her voluptuous body. "Wearing this, you want me to fight others? Take action. You're joking. She needs to leave tomorrow morning." The tall woman, filled with resentment, was eager for Tom to make a fool of himself. "All right, but you have to make sure to take care of my boat while I'm gone." Having anticipated this, Tom nodded, and then stepped toward the spot where the other party was approaching from the stern. In his perception, the tall woman was the type of person who avoids danger and only acts when there's benefit. As for leaving the boat for the tall woman to watch, Tom was not worried at all. He had already tested it. The tall woman couldn't operate a boat. "Bastard, you dare to be our enemy. I will drain all your blood and turn you into a blood slave, torturing you for thousands of years." So they are vampires. No wonder they have such a strong stench of blood and a chilling aura. But Tom didn't care about what they said. So what if they were vampires? If it were in another world, Tom might have had some concerns, but these are vampires in the Marvel Universe. The vampires in the Marvel Universe couldn't even transform into bats, let alone wield advanced black magic. In Tom's view, the vampires in this world were nothing more than a group of weaklings who could gain longevity through blood consumption, slightly stronger than ordinary people. Go to hell. A burly man threw a grappling hook that caught the railing at the back of Tom's yacht, while several others jumped from the bow of the speedboat toward Tom's yacht. Tom pointed a finger, and the moon golden wheel which had been hidden behind him shot out like lightning. "You better not come over, it would just dirty my boat." Splash. Splash. Not just the grappling hook that caught Tom's yacht, but the few vampire men jumping through the air were instantly sliced in half by the sharp moon golden wheel, their lifeless bodies plummeting into the dark waters. "Jack, you seek death." Being split in half, not to mention the idiotic vampires of the Marvel Universe, even vampires from other worlds would not survive. "Stop wasting breath, you all go with them." Tom impatiently interrupted the furious vampires, pointing at the remaining men on the speedboat, and the rotating moon golden wheel shot out once again. In an instant, the vampires who were about to draw their guns quickly met the same fate as their kin as the moon golden wheel sliced through their necks one by one. The headless corpses fell into the speedboat, while most, along with the heads severed by the moon golden wheel, plunged into the sea. Sigh, what a hassle. Tom pulled out the Monkey King mask from his waist and put it on his face, then leaped from the yacht onto the speedboat. Then he sped toward the cruise ship a dozen meters away. Although the vampires in this world had weak combat abilities, their numbers were overwhelmingly large. Tom did not want a bunch of mad dogs chasing him endlessly. Therefore, every vampire on that cruise ship must be eradicated. As for the Monkey King mask on Tom's face, he had prepared it specifically for occasions where he needed to remain inconspicuous. When he walked out of the cabin earlier, Tom had put it on just in case, and now it seemed like a stroke of foresight. Someone killed Jack and the others. He's approaching our ship. While steering the speedboat, Tom controlled the Moon Golden, will harvesting those who had seen him arrive, and were now notifying others, as well as the vampires on the deck. Here I go. From 3 or 4 meters away, Tom leaped from the speedboat and climbed onto the side of the cruise ship. Then his body quickly moved like a gecko toward the deck. Tom's agility was all thanks to the relics he had consumed in recent days, including the fact that he could sense the stench of blood and the chilling aura from the group of vampires from a distance, which was also due to this. Someone's coming up. Oh, everyone prepare to shoot. Clang, clang, clang. Upon jumping onto the deck, he was met with a barrage of gunfire that had long been prepared. However, Tom had anticipated this as well. After using the Moon Golden Wheel to block a few shots, he quickly hid behind a satellite receiver on the deck. Then a massacre controlled by Tom and the Moon Gold Wheel ensued. After slaying about 20 or 30 vampires, the deck was cleared of all vampires. Kicking open the cabin door and peering inside, Tom saw more vampires equally prepared. Surrender, kid, because I've already sent half the crew to capture that woman on your ship. If you don't want anything to happen to your woman, it's best to surrender and make clear your intentions and those of your companions. Seeing Tom hiding outside the cabin door, the vampire leader inside appeared confident of victory. Outside the cabin, Tom thought he was simply enjoying the show on his yacht, only to find himself surrounded by countless vampire brutes. Suddenly, Tom sensed a dozen presences approaching. Then Tom saw a pair of snow-white teeth suspended in the air appearing in his line of sight. What the hell? Why does this look like a horror movie now? Following that, in the light of the ship's illumination, a tall black man appeared dressed in a black, wet trench coat, black shoes, and black sunglasses. Tom nodded in realization. So it's a guy all in black. No wonder I only saw a pair of teeth earlier. This matter has nothing to do with the people on that yacht, Snoopy. Tell me where Deacon Phase is, and I will let you go. The black man with the dazzling smile walked slowly toward the cabin door. The vampire leader inside, however, seemed incredulous and exclaimed, "Blade, how could it be you?" Hearing that name, Tom curiously looked at the man with the dazzling teeth. If there is any debate over who is the strongest in the Marvel Universe, Tom firmly believed that the title of the #1 badass undoubtedly belonged to this Blade. In his past life, this guy had managed to turn a movie with no plot and no logic into a trilogy. Can you believe it? The key was that each of his films was a massive success. Seeing it in person now, Tom couldn't help but praise the saying that seeing is believing. Just the earlier appearance where he could only see a pair of teeth was enough to shock not only others, but even Tom himself. Can you believe it? Come out, Snoopy. Tell me where Deacon Phase is hiding, and he'll make it quick for you. Blade walked slowly to the cabin door, completely unafraid of the dozens of guns aimed at him from inside. He slowly drew the long sword from his back, pointing its tip to the sky and striking a very cool pose. Tom said, Didn't you just say you would spare Snoopy's life? You think you can get away with this, Blade? Open fire. Everyone shoot this reckless guy dead." Indeed, Blade's sudden change of heart enraged the vampire leader inside the cabin. At his command, the bullets from the vampire's guns poured out as if they were free. Anticipating this, Blade rolled stylishly to the side of the cabin door, smiled at Tom, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "Sorry for dragging you into our feud. But with your strength, you shouldn't mind, right?" Saying this, Blade glanced at the Moon Gold Wheel flying above Tom's head. Of course not. The sight of the legendary badass making an appearance was worth Tom taking action. Besides, with the badass around, he probably wouldn't need to act himself. However, on Tom's yacht, a tall woman in awkward clothing wielding only a psychic sword was fighting countless vampire brutes. Brothers attack. As time passed, the gunfire from the vampires inside the cabin began to dwindle. Blade raised his long sword, striking a pose reminiscent of Joan of Arc leading her people into battle. Rat-a-tat. Boom. Then the other dozen or so presences Tom had sensed earlier emerged from the darkness. Taking advantage of the vampires' ammunition change, they unleashed a devastating attack on the unprepared vampires inside the cabin with machine guns and rocket launchers. Chicken-flavored crispy. Smelling the faint scent of barbecue wafting from the cabin, Tom's mind started to wander again. Charge. Blade swung his long sword, rolling and leaping into the cabin filled with flames and smoke. Charge. Then the dozen or so people who came with Blade followed suit, charging into the cabin with their weapons. Tisk, tisk, look at you, and then look at them. Even walking, they use their feet. No wonder they are the badasses while you are the extras. Watching the vampire hunters drenched, and some with seaweed tangled in their hair, shivering in the fierce sea breeze as they marched past him, Tom couldn't help but show a contemptuous expression. We've already taken care of everything inside. This cruise ship has no living souls left aside from us. This time I'm really sorry. We had been following these vampires underwater, and just as we passed by your yacht it slowed down, so we took the opportunity to board the ship. About 10 minutes later, Blade, completely unscathed, and without a single scratch walked out of the cabin. The most amazing part was that not only was his black trench coat dry, but even the black shirt and pants he wore underneath were dry. Can you believe it? It's fine as long as all the vampires on this ship are dead. The others won't know I was involved in this, right? Tom smiled and shook his head. Although he didn't know how Blade got his clothes dry in less than 10 minutes, it didn't diminish his admiration for the badass, did it? Blade nodded with a smile, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. That's good. Leave the next matters to us. We vampire hunters will handle this matter without anyone noticing. Good, then I'll take my leave first. Though Tom had limited life experience, he could clearly sense the obvious hint of dismissal from the badass. Following the rope previously tied to the deck, Tom returned to the fast boat he had arrived in, turning the boat's head towards his yacht, which was already hundreds of meters away under the moonlight. Why are there so many speedboats tied around my yacht? Woo. When Tom, looking bewildered, boarded his yacht, the distant cruise ship under the control of Blade and his group set sail again. What happened here? After walking a few steps, Tom caught a whiff of a nauseating smell of blood. Rushing forward, he found the ground littered with dismembered corpses of well-dressed men. At the center of the pool of blood was a tall woman slumped on the deck, covered in blood, unsure if it was her own or someone else's. What do you mean, what happened? I should be asking you what happened. Didn't we agree that I would keep an eye on the ship? How could suddenly 30 or 40 people try to kill me? And they were all vampires. Who did I provoke? To be honest, the tall woman was panicking, especially when she saw Tom returning unscathed and at ease. When had her notorious spirit butterfly ever been in such a dire situation? It should be noted that when those brutes had just surrounded her, she had shown no fear at all. What's the big deal about 30 or 40 people? They weren't the military pursuers who had previously chased her, who had no weapons to restrain her. But as soon as she engaged them upon discovering their identities, the tall woman even felt like crying. Vampires, those beings who could only be killed by severing their heads or splitting them in half without silver weapons. These bastards were even harder to deal with than the military pursuers, okay? Especially since she wasn't wearing armor, but was just in tight clothing. In her hands, she only had a temporarily manifested psychic sword. Therefore, the unfortunate tall woman faced a tragedy. After a fierce battle, though she killed all the vampires on the ship, she herself had sustained more than a dozen wounds. You should know that the wounds she had received previously had just scabbed over yesterday. Facing Tom's questioning, the tall woman with a serious expression took a long time before finally retorting, "No, you aren't planning to have me stay on your ship for several days, are you? I'll fight you." Hearing Tom's question, the tall woman, who had just been on the brink of death, instantly exploded with rage. She no longer cared about Tom's moongold wheel, nor did she worry about whether she could defeat Tom. Leaning on her flickering, nearly disappearing psychic sword, she scrambled to get up and charged towards Tom like a madwoman. However, having just gone through a fierce battle, and with numerous injuries, the tall woman clearly overestimated her current stamina. After just a few steps, she tripped over a corpse on the ground, and with the deck covered in blood, it was slippery. With a thud, she beautifully fell face first. Whoa, what bad luck am I having? Lying in the pool of blood covering her face, the utterly hopeless tall woman began to cry. Hey woman. First surprised, then resigned. In that moment, the image of the tall woman that had taken so long to establish in Tom's mind as a wise, cunning, and seasoned woman crumbled. As the tall woman lay in the pool of blood and heard Tom's approaching footsteps, she looked up just in time to see Tom extending a hand towards her. Previously unable to contain herself, now feeling somewhat embarrassed, the tall woman was about to use this opportunity to escape. Unexpectedly, she heard Tom sigh. "Hurry up and get up to bandage yourself, otherwise the blood you're losing will dirty more of my deck." Jerk. She swatted away Tom's outstretched hand and again covered her face, sobbing, "Mommy." This time the tall woman was genuinely heartbroken and desperate. As Tom pondered, he realized that with his limited social experience, he had no way of guessing what the long-legged woman was thinking. Bending down, he picked her up amidst her sobbing gasps of surprise, then carried her back to the room where she had been staying on the ship for the past few days. There was no choice. If Tom continued to watch like this, the blood on the bow of the ship would likely flow to the waist and cabin, making the cleanup even more troublesome. Boom. Suddenly, as Tom was cleaning the bloodstains on the bow and disposing of the bodies, a loud explosion echoed from the sea several kilometers away. A massive fireball illuminated the nearby sky and sea. Is this what it means to handle things discreetly? Blade Warrior, what a pretentious guy. Staring dumbfounded at the distant flames and smoke, Tom shook his head helplessly. There was nothing else to do but to quickly clean up and repair the deck. With such discreet handling, it wouldn't be long before the Maritime Patrol and the New York police arrived, and Tom had to leave quickly. 2 days later, having finally completed the deck repairs, Tom eagerly steered his yacht to the shore, returning to his own dock and boat. There was no choice when he asked the long-legged woman if she could cook. She loudly questioned his gender. Sigh, who knows what got into her, maybe it was her period or menopause. On the third morning, Tom sat cross-legged on the deck, as usual absorbing the magical energy from the relic. Not far away, the long-legged woman lay on a lounge chair, her body appearing drained, claiming she wanted to sunbathe. It must be said that mutants have great physical resilience. Her wounds had already begun to scab over. At least on her arms and legs they were. Just as Tom concentrated and fully absorbed the magical energy within him, he suddenly heard 2 footsteps, followed by a familiar voice. "Hey brother, I heard you went out to sea the other day. What a pity you missed 2 big events that might happen here in a year." "Hi beautiful, I am Luther Picasso." This guy was the painter that Tom had mentioned before, the one who would die if he didn't sleep until 11 at night. His name was Luther da Vinci, claiming to be a descendant of Leonardo da Vinci. Listening to his name Luther Loser, do you think someone like him could become a famous painter in the future? Besides, isn't da Vinci one of the Ninja Turtles? What does that have to do with painting? Moreover, the yacht next door doesn't belong to this Luther. It's said to be borrowed from one of his admirers. Even a loser has admirers. Indeed, this world is hopeless. "Hi, I'm Elizabeth Braddock." The long-legged woman clearly saw through Luther's loser essence at a glance and could not be bothered to engage with him. However, Luther, after unexpectedly glancing at the drained long-legged woman, looked over at the robust Tom. Due to the long-legged woman's presence, Tom had recently been unable to manifest the sun wheel, so the dark circles under his eyes, due to mental exhaustion, had naturally disappeared. With a lewd expression, he pulled Tom down from the terrace to the bow of the ship. "Hey brother, I didn't expect you to finally be assertive this time. In the past, I always thought you were fast and short." "What are you talking about?" Tom shrugged off Luther's hand, his head filled with question marks. "What do you mean by fast and short?" Hey, no need to pretend, we are all men, we understand." Luther snickered again, then winked and said, "I just didn't expect you to like that kind of vibe." Tom was even more bewildered. What's wrong with being a man? And by the way, I don't like singing. Luther's lewd smile faltered, and with a pained expression he said, "Brother, that's not funny." Tom seriously shook his head. "I really don't know what you're talking about." Luther chuckled lewdly. "Don't worry, I understand. One should not deceive a friend's wife. No wonder you are pretending to be foolish with me. That Elizabeth is truly beautiful, especially her legs." After that, another round of lewd laughter ensued. "Hey, didn't you just say something big happened recently? What exactly happened?" Tom was confused by Luther's ramblings with his clouded words and lewd strange smiles. So he decisively changed the subject. Luther still had that animated expression and continued. "On the first day you went out to sea, I had just returned from selling paintings in Queens when the New York police conducted a surprise inspection nearby. Guess what?" Tom nodded, guessing this should be related to the military chasing those who had died on his ship. However, he still followed Luther's lead. "What happened?" Luther's eyes lit up and his smile became even lewder. "Those useless cops actually stumbled upon a dead mouse by accident. In our dock area, a total of 36 boats are docked, among which 13 had problems. 2 were smuggling arms, 3 were smuggling drugs, and the remaining 7 were drug boats for group drug use." "Wait, that's one less boat. Aren't there supposed to be 13? Under Luther's vivid description, Tom's curiosity was piqued. It seems there are quite a few smart people here, just like Tom, who realize this place is safe. Luther's eyes gleamed even more, his cheekbones nearly reaching for the sky. The most outrageous thing was that when the police boarded the boat, a few Hollywood stars were having a group activity with a bunch of models. Most of these people were taken away by the police, mostly wrapped in nothing but a piece of cloth. That day, everyone had quite the visual feast, I tell you. Those girls' figures tisk truly worthy of being models. Oh, upon realizing it was about Hollywood stars, Tom suddenly lost interest. Can a model's figure be better than the long-legged woman who is facing great waves? Tom was someone who had seen the world. What about the second incident? Luther's expression instantly shifted to one of schadenfreude. The second incident, I heard that a gambling ship exploded in the nearby waters a few days ago, and it said there were billions on board. That night, not only did the New York police and the Maritime Patrol arrive, but even the military came. It was quite the scene, I tell you. Burning billions, even the experts and professors on Wall Street and in the universities predicted that our country's financial market would inevitably face some significant turmoil in the future. Don't you think that's exciting? Exciting. Tom was just going along with Luther, but inside, he was actually pondering how the military got involved in this. The Blade Warrior blew up the Vampire's cruise ship. It's understandable for the New York Police and Maritime Patrol to show up, but does the military's appearance mean they have ties with one of the two parties? Or is it because of that group of pursuers who died on his ship? After discussing the two most explosive incidents in Luther's eyes, he recounted some amusing anecdotes from when he sold paintings in Queens, and then Luther went back. That's how the Americans are. As long as you don't involve their interests or safety, they are warm to anyone. But once you entangle with their interests or safety, they will unhesitatingly push you into hell. Hey, what's wrong with your dark circles? You look like you've overexerted your mental strength. The next day, feeling greatly impacted and temporarily in a state of depression, the long-legged woman planned to continue lying on the deck as she did yesterday, letting the wind blow and sunbathe to ease her depressed mood. As a result, she encountered Tom, who was also drained and sporting heavy dark circles. It's fine, I'm just cultivating. Stumbling to sit on the cushion, Tom began to absorb the magical energy released from the relic. Yes, you guessed right. After Luther left yesterday, Tom resumed, trying to manifest the sun wheel in the afternoon. The reason for this was twofold. One, the long-legged woman was injured and clearly in a depressed state, making it unlikely for her to notice his actions. On the other hand, through Luther's words, Tom began to feel that this place was becoming unsafe as well. Hey, I'm telling you, don't practice recklessly. When it comes to enhancing our abilities, not even Professor X or Magneto have any good solutions. Noticing Tom's movements, the long-legged woman who had been lounging in the chair couldn't help but sit up and speak. I know I have my limits. Tom waved his hand and then frowned. It wasn't impatience, that was genuine headache. After getting used to mental exhaustion before, it hadn't hurt this much. After resting for a while, suddenly experiencing this again was truly uncomfortable. TCH, good intentions wasted on a jerk like you. The long-legged woman, with her extensive life experience, immediately saw that Tom was hiding something extremely important from her. After secretly cursing inwardly, the long-legged woman returned to lie on the lounge chair, continuing to lounge around. Days quickly passed, and before long, it was July 2004 in this world. The long-legged woman had sustained a serious injury last time, and this time she had to recuperate for a full half-month. Thank you. After recovering, the long-legged woman held a travel bag in her hand, having inevitably bought some changes of clothes and daily necessities after staying on Tom's ship for almost a month. Moreover, she definitely couldn't wander around among ordinary people in her battle armor, which had very little material. You? Behind the long-legged woman stood Tom, who looked as if he wanted to say something, but was clearly distressed. Understood, I won't disclose your identity to the outside world, not even to our mutant compatriots. Also, I won't be coming back here. Do you really think this is some kind of golden or silver nest? Indeed, after receiving the assurance from the long legs, Tom immediately donned a radiant smile. Pa, what's there to be proud of? I will never return to your broken boat, even if I end up desperate and die outside. With that, she turned on her heel and disappeared into the bustling crowd. Ha, finally gone. Truly blessed by the Buddha. Now he could finally manifest the sun golden wheel without worry. The socially seasoned Longlegs had not misjudged her departure and promised not to return, genuinely pleased Tom. After all, having the Longlegs around was incredibly inconvenient. For the past week, Tom had been on the verge of successfully manifesting the sun golden wheel. It was all because of the Longlegs that he could never devote his full energy, leading to his failures at the last moment, which was truly vexing. Moreover, Tom believed that the Longlegs had been cursed with bad luck, as if a deity of misfortune had possessed her. Before she arrived, everything was fine for Tom. But once the Longlegs showed up, the military pursuers from the Media Nation arrived as well. To make matters worse, he encountered vampire hunters and a vampire war over the vast sea, which was just too unfortunate. Therefore, Tom concluded that it was best to keep his distance from someone like the Longlegs, lest he inadvertently be dragged down with her. Hey Thunderbird, where are you now? What? You and your brother are hiding from military pursuers. All right then. Meanwhile, while Tom was exuberantly rushing to manifest the sun golden wheel, the Longlegs, having healed from her injuries and left Tom's boat, casually found a fast food restaurant to contact her old mutant friends. After being silent for nearly a month, she had to announce her return to her friends, didn't she? Hey Polaris, are you sure you haven't been spotted by the military? After making a round of calls, aside from a young Polaris who was only 11 or 12, the rest of the Longlegs' mutant friends were either on the run or had just found a place where no one recognized them and were hiding. This was the normal life of mutants in Media Nation. They were either being hunted like the Longlegs or hiding in inconspicuous places like Tom. Otherwise, how could it be called a mutant hell? Before long, an 11 or 12-year-old girl walked into the fast food restaurant, glanced around, and directly sat down across from the Longlegs. Sister Lindy, didn't you say you just had a minor injury? Needless to say, this little girl was the Polaris the Longlegs had contacted earlier. Facing Polaris' inquiry, the Longlegs smiled awkwardly. Some things happened afterward, which is why it's taken so long. How about you? When I contacted you before, you said you were being chased by a group of pursuers. At the time the Longlegs contacted Polaris, she had just settled on Tom's yacht. Back then, Polaris was indeed being chased by a group of pursuers. Due to her attempts to distract Polaris and the Longlegs suffering a more serious injury shortly thereafter, the two hadn't been in contact since. Recalling the previous chase, Polaris' small face carried a puzzled expression. I don't know what happened. While fleeing, I met a pair of mutant siblings around my age who helped me, but I still couldn't escape the pursuers. What? How is that possible? The Longlegs gaped in astonishment. The Media Nation military's desire for Polaris far exceeded her own. the long legs who had once evaded capture with Polaris was well aware of this. After all, Polaris' abilities were remarkably similar to those of Magneto, one of the two leaders of the mutants. The military scientists were eager for Polaris cells to study weapons that could counter Magneto. Although Magneto had been imprisoned after his last incident, the White House was concerned that handing him over to the Media Nation military would incite a total rebellion from the mutants, so they personally detained him and did not allow the military to have too much contact with Magneto. So what could be the reason that the Media Nation military, which is desperate to capture Polaris, has given up their pursuit of her? Sensing something was amiss, the socially experienced Longlegs began to think rapidly. Could it be that some forces intervened in this matter? Did they stop the military's pursuit of Polaris? However, the Longlegs quickly dismissed this notion. No, that's impossible. As a wandering mutant, Polaris had very few friends, let alone a major power. So what exactly is the Media Nation military planning? Could it be that they want to use Polaris to lure out more mutants and then capture us all? Suddenly, the Longlegs remembered that Polaris had mentioned before that she received help from a pair of mutant siblings while fleeing. Then a terrifying suspicion uncontrollably formed in her mind. At the same time, outside the fast food restaurant, a group of pursuers disguised as ordinary people were quietly dispersing the nearby crowd. In a jewelry store across the street, a burly man in pursuit gear was talking on a satellite phone with someone. Colonel, we have discovered Lingdi, who had previously gone missing. She is currently in contact with the target inside a fast food restaurant. Should we proceed with the capture or continue with the plan? Soon a cold voice from a middle-aged man came through the phone. Capture her. We initially planned to use Polaris to lure out more mutants, but unexpectedly only found a pair of mutant siblings and Lingdi. The higher-ups are very eager for Polaris' cells. It's been delayed for so long, and they are already quite displeased with us. By the way, have you found the mutant siblings who helped Polaris? Not yet. It seems someone has noticed our investigation and has concealed their whereabouts. The middle-aged man fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, he finally said, "All right, I will assign someone else to handle this matter. You don't need to worry about it. As for Polaris and Lingdi, be ready to act. I have already contacted the New York Police Department to block off several streets nearby. This time we cannot let them escape." Understood. We will do our utmost to capture Polaris and Lingdi. Oh no, it seems we have fallen into the military's trap. At that moment, the Longlegs sensed something was wrong and began to discreetly observe her surroundings and the environment outside the window. This glance startled her, because the Longlegs discovered that not only had the previous customers, owners, and waiters in the fast food restaurant disappeared, but so had the pedestrians and vehicles outside on the street. Still eating? Hurry up and follow me. You could get us killed, you little thing. Standing up, she quickly grabbed Polaris, who was furiously attacking a hamburger and stuffing her mouth full of food, and dashed towards the kitchen at the back of the fast food restaurant. What? What happened? Still in a daze with her mouth full of food, Polaris mumbled. What's the matter? This place is surrounded by pursuers. Didn't you notice that the owner and customers are all gone? Those pursuers previously gave up on chasing you, not to let you go, but to use you to lure out more mutants. Clearly I'm the unlucky one here. As she quickly took off her clothes and donned the armor from her bag, the Longlegs hurriedly explained their current dangerous situation to Polaris. Huh, they're too wicked, aren't they? The young Polaris was hearing about such schemes for the first time. If they weren't wicked, how could they have killed so many of our mutant brethren? At this moment, the Longlegs had finished putting on her armor. When we charge out later, remember to stick close to me and help me block and defend against attacks I might not notice. All right. I understand. Polaris nodded heavily, knowing that she had dragged the Longlegs into this. That serious look was truly both adorable and endearing. Let's go. However, at this moment, the Longlegs had no time to pay attention to that. With a katana in her left hand and a psychic sword in her right, she pushed open the back door of the kitchen and charged out first. Everyone opened fire. Sure enough, as soon as the Longlegs and Polaris burst through the door, they were met with a barrage of gunfire. The Longlegs wielded her dual blades faster than Tom's Moon Golden, will blocking all the ceramic bullets shot at them. These ceramic handguns and bullets were specially made to deal with Magneto. Later, when the Media Nation military learned that Polaris had abilities similar to Magneto, they specifically sent a batch over to capture her. The green light in the little hand of Bei Jixing flickered again. It can be. The long-legged figure's expression brightened. Good, control those trash bins, find any direction, and throw them at those pursuers. Then we will break through from that direction. During the breakout, I will be responsible for defending the left side, and you will handle the right side, understood? Bei Jixing nodded, understood. Then now let's go. With a command from the long-legged figure, the green light in Bei Jixing's little hand shone even brighter. In an instant, several large trash bins at the street corner flew into the air and smashed towards the pursuers on the left side. Oh my God! The pursuers in that direction never expected Bei Jixing to use the trash bins at the street corner as weapons. As the large iron boxes filled with garbage crashed down, they were caught completely off guard, leading to chaos. Now is the time, charge with me. The long-legged figure, and Bei Jixing fully utilized this opportunity, immediately rushing to the left. Crack crack. Clang clang. The long-legged figure wielded her dual blades, shattering all the ceramic bullets flying towards their left. The green light in Bei Jixing's little hand flickered, absorbing all the nearby metal to form a shield blocking the bullets coming from the right. The two of them rushed out of the encirclement set by the pursuers from the left side, where the people had been thrown into disarray. Boss Bei Jixing and Ling Dai have broken out of our encirclement. I know, tell our people to follow them. The pedestrians on the nearby streets have already cleared out. This time, they won't get away. As soon as the long-legged figure and Ling Dai broke out of the encirclement, the pursuer leader, who had been in contact with a middle-aged man, received the report. However, all of this was within his expectations. If Bei Jixing and Ling Dai were that easy to capture, they wouldn't have failed so many times and lost hundreds of brothers. What now? There's not a single person on the nearby streets. We are too obvious on this deserted street. No matter where we hide, the pursuers will see us. Hiding in a residential building, Bei Jixing nervously asked after seeing Ling Dai kick the grenades thrown in by the pursuers out. She was only 11 or 12 years old, still a child. I don't know. The long-legged figure, leaning on her dual blades and vigilantly observing the enemy's movements through the window, also felt a bit disheartened. Like Tom suspected, she was cursed with bad luck. The long-legged figure also felt that the real unlucky one was her. Otherwise, how could she have been pulled into the pursuer's trap after leaving Tom? Given the current situation with pursuers outside and no hiding places inside, this was undoubtedly the worst situation the long-legged figure had encountered since her debut. Boss, we have surrounded Bei Jixing and Ling Dai in a residential building. Should we launch an attack immediately? No, just keep them surrounded. I happen to have a batch of heavy ceramic weapons still in the vehicle. Oh, I will have someone deliver them to you. This time we must ensure success in capturing them. After hesitating for a moment, the pursuer leader still decided to play it safe. After all, Bei Jixing and Ling Dai were already surrounded by them and couldn't possibly fly away. At this time, it was best to be cautious. We have brought heavy weapons. Soon after, a dozen pursuers arrived outside the residential building where the long-legged figure and Bei Jixing were hiding. Each of these people carried a ceramic rocket launcher on their shoulders. These rocket heads were not only made of ceramic shells, but also had the ability to identify and track mutant genes. Boom, boom. Special ceramic warheads were continuously fired from outside the window towards the residential building where the long-legged figure and Bei Jixing were hiding. Bei Jixing once again used all the metal in the room to form a thick shield, struggling to fend off the missiles that exploded against it. To help alleviate the pressure on Bei Jixing, the long-legged figure transformed her spiritual energy sword into a spiritual energy shield, assisting Bei Jixing in blocking the missile attacks. However, in reality, the greatest threat to them was not the direct missile attacks, but the smoke generated by the explosions and the special smoke mixed in by the military to capture them. If I had known, I wouldn't have gotten off Tom's boat. With his crescent blade, these people would have been wiped out already. As breathing became increasingly difficult and dizziness set in, a hint of regret suddenly arose in the long-legged figure's heart. If she had known, she wouldn't have gotten off Tom's boat so easily. As for the promises made by the long-legged figure earlier, had she ever heard of promises being kept in times of crisis? The swords of the previous dynasty couldn't slay the officials of this dynasty. Hey, there's still a group of police. But you won't stop the rhinos. Prepare to welcome the horn and stomp, ha ha ha. Just as the long-legged figure was filled with despair, she suddenly heard bursts of laughter from outside the window, followed by the sound of heavy running. With the sound of heavy running, the long-legged figure even felt the floor beneath her feet and the wall behind her trembling. What's going on? Who has breached our encirclement? The pursuer leader, who was directing from a short distance, also felt it immediately. Soon a pursuer reported to him, "Report, boss, it's the super criminal Rhino Man. He just robbed a nearby bank." The New York police couldn't stop him, so he charged over to us. Are the New York police useless? The pursuer cursed loudly, then opened a satellite phone to contact the front line. Aside from those suppressing Bei Jixing and Ling Dai, the rest go eliminate that stupid bull. This time we cannot let Bei Jixing and Ling Dai escape. Understood. The frontline commander, upon receiving the order, immediately began to assign personnel. You few stay with all the rocket launcher operators and make sure to suppress the mutants inside the building, understand? The rest come with me to deal with that Rhino Man. Understood. With a command from the frontline commander, the hundreds of pursuers surrounding the residential building instantly split into two groups. Aside from the 30 or so remaining in place to continue suppressing the long-legged figure, the rest all followed the frontline commander to confront the Rhino Man. Eliminate the Rhino Man. The frontline commander was absolutely confident in achieving this, as they were famous mutant hunters. Even the powerful and mysterious mutants were turned into chunks of meat sent to the laboratory in their hands. Not to mention they were just super criminals who fought with the New York police every day. Welcome to death. Aim fire in a volley to take him down. Unfortunately, the frontline commander forgot one thing: the weapons and equipment they were carrying were all designed for the long-legged figure in Beijing. Can ceramic firearms and ceramic bullets compete with ordinary firearms? Can combat armor worth hundreds of thousands or even millions withstand the Rhino Man's horn and iron hooves? No. While these equipments performed well against the long-legged figure in Beijing, they were utterly useless against the Rhino Man, who was covered in iron plates and knew only brute force. Ha ha ha, are you just scratching me? Therefore, when the ceramic bullets hit the Rhino Man's iron skin, they didn't even spark, feeling just like a tickle. The ultra-expensive combat armor was as fragile as paper under the Rhino Man's sharp horns, easily pierced. Shoot, shoot, block him, block him. The anticipated scene of a volley of fire taking down the Rhino Man charging into their line of sight did not occur. Instead, as the Rhino Man ran one by one, their comrades were pierced through and trampled into a mushy paste. Seeing this completely opposite scene from what they had envisioned, the frontline commander panicked. Then the increasingly large Minotaur appeared in the frontline commander's view, with its horns shining sharply in the noon sun. No. Then came the deep-seated pain and the slowly fading darkness, along with the ever-shaking vision. Is this the captain? Not long after, the 30 or so pursuers who were continuously bombarding the window with their rocket launchers saw a creature over 2 meters tall, resembling a rhino, with the captain's body pierced on its horns, charging into their view. Ha ha ha, I found you again. Go to hell, you stinking police. The charging Rhino Man immediately changed direction upon noticing the pursuers attacking outside the residential building. In the Rhino Man's logic, anyone daring to shoot at him was a police officer, and all police officers had to die. Oh my God! Run! Seeing the Rhino Man charging towards them, the pursuers outside the residential building no longer cared about suppressing the long-legged figure and Beijing inside. Did they not see the corpse of their captain hanging on the Rhino Man's horns? If 70 of them couldn't stop him, what could 30 do? Beijing, is something happening outside. The pursuers' attack on us seems to have stopped. Cough, cough, cough. Sister Lindy, I just felt a large iron object rush by outside. Is this related? With her small face blackened and white from smoke, Beijing replied indistinctly while coughing violently. Large iron object. What is that? Due to oxygen deprivation, Chang Chuang's mind began to fog. However, one thing she was clear about was that no matter if the pursuers outside had dispersed, they had to break out. Otherwise, they wouldn't even need the outside pursuers to break in, they would suffocate in the room themselves. Follow me. In the next moment, Lindy, dispelling the energy shield, directly picked up Beijing and leaped high out of the second-floor window, which was billowing with thick smoke. Oh, it seems something really did happen to pass by here. But now is not the time to think about that, we need to get out. After landing and swaying a few times, Chang Chuang finally steadied her body. As the oxygen supply returned, her mind also gradually returned to normal. Upon seeing the broken bodies of the pursuers on the street, Chang Chuang immediately recalled the large iron object that Beijing had mentioned earlier. However, aware that it was not the time to dwell on this matter, Chang Chuang, holding the gradually recovering Beijing, vanished into the end of the street with a few leaps. Later, we found some of the brothers who went to encircle the mutant. They said that the Rhino Man broke through their defenses, and their weapons and armor had no effect on that super criminal. As for the mutant, after such a long time, they should have fled already. At the same time, after losing contact with his frontline commander, the leader of the pursuers immediately sensed something was wrong and sent someone to check the front line. Not long after, he received the bad news from his subordinate. Damn it, fuck those useless New York cops. Learning that the capture, which was already nearly certain, had failed once again, the leader of the pursuers smashed the satellite phone he was holding in anger. As for Chang Chuang and Beijing, the two had already escaped from the encirclement of the pursuers several streets away. Although the streets here were not blocked, there were not many people around. Many shop doors were open, but there was not a single person inside. Clearly, the people had hidden away due to the earlier Rhino Man. Here, take this for free. Since that was the case, Chang Chuang naturally did not feel angry. She casually took a few bottles of water from the counter of a shop and handed one of them to the still coughing Beijing, who said, I was unlucky. Even in a desperate situation, I still survived. It seems that the one who's really unlucky is that Tom the scumbag. After twisting open a bottle of water and taking a delightful sip, Chang Chuang thought with some pride, Hey, Sister Lindy, I can't open it. Having struggled with the mineral water for a long time, Beijing, whose face was flushed, still couldn't open the cap. She could only extend the mineral water in both hands toward Chang Chuang, hoping that Chang Chuang would help her defeat this current enemy she couldn't conquer home. Don't move. Who are you? Police, vigilantes, or superheroes? Just as De Chang Tue smiled slightly and lowered a hand to take the water from Beijixing, a man holding a gun suddenly rushed out from a store pointing it at them. De Chang Tue, with her vast social experience, quickly realized that the other party was mistaken, so she hurriedly reassured, "Don't be nervous, we're just passers-by nearby." At the same time, De Chang Tue, who originally intended to take the mineral water, was quietly gathering her spiritual energy, preparing to manifest her spiritual sword. She would immediately leap up to subdue him at the first opportunity. However, the man with the gun did not heed De Chang Tue's words. He greedily glanced at the snow-white skin exposed by De Chang Tue's armor, saying, "Don't try to fool me. How could an ordinary person dress like you?" De Chang Tue looked down at her triangular battle armor, her expression frozen. Just as De Chang Tue was about to speak again, an unexpected event occurred. Without any warning, the man with the gun actually fired. De Chang Tue, with her abdomen pierced by a bullet, was dazed, bleeding from both sides. Beijixing, who had dropped the mineral water, was also dazed. Strangely, the man holding the gun, who had decisively chosen to shoot, also appeared stunned. Click, click. In the next moment, the handgun in the man's hand, under the control of Beijixing, who had regained her composure and was glowing green, turned into a pile of scrap metal. Holding her abdomen and collapsing in a pool of blood, De Chang Tue, spitting blood, asked Beijixing in confusion, "Why didn't you act sooner?" Beijixing, looking anxious and embarrassed, whispered, "I was holding water just now, and I never thought he would shoot." De Chang Tue's breathing paused, and then she smiled helplessly while spitting blood. Not only did Beijixing fail to react, but De Chang Tue herself also didn't react in time. Who would shoot without warning like that man who was already paralyzed with fear on the ground? Please spare me, hero. I never intended to shoot. It was an accidental discharge, probably, because this gun is too old. I just wanted to take advantage of the police being deployed elsewhere to make a little pocket money. I never thought of killing anyone who I don't want to go to jail. Spare me, hero." At this moment, the man who had been paralyzed with fear suddenly reacted. He lay on the ground crying and begging De Chang Tue and Beijixing for mercy. De Chang Tue, who was already having difficulty breathing, paused again upon hearing this. Then she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Could it be that I truly am under the influence of the god of misfortune? De Chang Tue's world instantly darkened. Otherwise, how could she have survived gunfire and life-and-death situations only to fall at the hands of such a foolish thief and an old gun that could fire at any moment? Seeing De Chang Tue spitting blood, Beijixing, who was already anxious, panicked completely. "I'll go kill that bastard and take you to the hospital." De Chang Tue grabbed Beijixing, who was trying to get up, and shook her head as she sat up unsteadily. "It has nothing to do with that thief. It's my own bad luck. And we can't go to the hospital, otherwise the military of the media country will definitely find us." "Then what should we do? You've lost so much blood." Beijixing, pulling out a handkerchief from her pocket, pressed it against De Chang Tue's back wound, looked somewhat panicked. De Chang Tue, whose mind was gradually becoming unclear, looked blankly at the parked car by the roadside. "Can you drive? Take me to the 13th dock next to the fireboat station at the intersection of West City Road and West 14th Street. There's a cruise ship parked there, and its owner, Tom White, is my mutant friend." Before she could finish her sentence, De Chang Tue fainted from blood loss. The last thought before passing out was if she miraculously survived this time, she would never board Tom's ship again. The god of misfortune that had attached to her at some point was truly too powerful. I know. In a flurry, Beijixing's palm glowed green again, and the steel from the shops on both sides of the street flew out. Then, under Beijixing's control, it formed rings around De Chang Tue's thighs, calves, arms, head, chest, and abdomen, lifting the unconscious De Chang Tue into the air. As it happened, Beijixing could indeed drive, especially since she was a mutant capable of controlling magnetic fields. Thinking about little Tom, who had already passed away, he had learned to drive with his family when he was about 8 or 9 years old. In fact, for every mutant in the media country, driving was an essential survival skill. Otherwise, how could they escape the endless pursuit of the media country's military? "They aren't going to kill me. They aren't going to kill me. I survived. I finally survived." The gunman, who was once again stunned by Beijixing's series of flashy moves, only just reacted after Beijixing drove away, disappearing into the end of the street. After a moment of wild joy, he crawled away in a hurry. At that moment, Tom, who was suffering from the aftereffects of mental exhaustion, was lying on the floor of the manifestation room in a cold sweat. After De Chang Tue left that morning, Tom had been trying desperately to manifest the daily sun wheel. He thought he was certain to succeed, but unexpectedly he failed at the last moment. "Tom White, is Uncle Tom White here?" Just as Tom was gradually recovering from the headache, he suddenly heard someone outside calling his name. When he came to the bow deck, he saw a car parked on the shore, and beside it was a girl of about 11 or 12 looking at him anxiously. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" with black hair and black pupils, but white-skinned Tom couldn't recall having such a person in his memories. Sister Elizabeth Braddock sent me here. She has an urgent matter that needs your help. Bajixing looked at the bustling pedestrians on the shore, then waved anxiously at Tom on the deck, signaling him to hurry over. Tom, with a puzzled expression, walked from the deck to the car on the shore. Sister Lingdai has been shot and urgently needs treatment. She told me the address here, asking me to bring her to you. Then through the back car window, Tom saw a long leg lying in the back seat, stained with blood on the right side of her abdomen. Perhaps hearing Tom's voice talking to Polaris, the long leg slowly woke up. Just as she wanted to say a few words, she heard Tom's voice, who had his head leaning in through the car window, whispering, "Just a few hours apart, and you've gotten yourself into this state. Truly you are cursed by misfortune. This guy isn't thinking of staying with me for a month again, is he? PFF. You bastard, even if I die, I'm taking you down with me." The long leg spat out another mouthful of blood and then fainted. She swore that if she were not powerless at that moment, she would definitely fight Tom to the death. "Oh no, Sister Lingdai has coughed up blood again. We need to think of a way to save her." Tom and Polaris had no idea what the long leg had gone through. Seeing her spit blood again, Polaris began to panic. Reluctantly, Tom retracted his head from the car window, opened the door, and intended to get the long leg onto his boat. After all, they were somewhat acquainted, and Tom could not just stand by and do nothing. At most, he just liked to complain a little. At heart, Tom was still a good person, wasn't he? Oh, what a little red child this is. When Tom tried to lift the long leg out of the car, he discovered the iron rings fastened around her body. "I put these on her, otherwise I wouldn't be able to bring Sister Lingdai to you." Seeing Tom's gaze fall on the iron rings on the long leg's chest, Polaris hurriedly explained, "Control the magnetic field, it's Polaris, right?" At that moment, Tom recalled that in his past life, whenever he searched for Magneto on Baidu, there was always a link to Polaris, said to be Magneto's daughter. Looking at it now, it really could be true. "So can you get Lingdai onto the ship? During this process, try to make her act a bit more like a normal person." Tom glanced at the bustling shore and decided to leave the burden of not attracting attention to Polaris, Magneto's daughter. "They'll give it a try." Polaris hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Then the passers-by on the shore saw a beautiful woman dressed in peculiar clothes, the long leg's armor and white cloth covering her abdomen to conceal her wounds and blood, awkwardly boarding Tom's boat. Whoosh whoosh. As Tom boarded the ship, he just happened to hear a whistle. Turning to look in the direction of the sound, he found that Luther was leering at him from his boat's deck, making faces. "Crazy," Tom muttered, not understanding, before turning and entering the cabin. Click. He removed the armor from the long leg, leaving only her underwear. Don't get it wrong, Tom only wanted to help treat her injuries. It was still the same room where the long leg had stayed, and only a few hours had passed since Tom had tidied it up after she left. "Looks like her lung has been punctured. In that case, all I can do is apply some medicine and stop the bleeding. The rest will be left to fate." Wiping the blood off the long leg, Tom glanced at the location where she had been shot through and shook his head helplessly. Hopefully the curse of misfortune on you won't act up this time. He never thought about saving the mutant race and had never learned medicine specifically. All he could do was help the long leg stop the bleeding, apply some medicine, and simply bandage the wound. What a shame. After finishing his work, Tom looked at the long leg's fair skin marred by various deep and shallow knife scars and gun wounds, and shook his head regretfully. If it weren't for these scars, the long leg's snow-white skin would have been absolutely perfect. But with these scars, they could not be hidden from those with keen eyesight. After washing his blood-stained hands, Tom entered the living room of the cabin and found that Polaris was glaring at the lunch he had just brought back. "Please show some mercy, that's my lunch, I'm starving." But despite being anxious and hungry, Tom couldn't directly say, "Polaris, don't eat my lunch, let me eat first. As for you, I'll order another one for you later." Don't ask why Tom couldn't do that, just ask about Magneto's Golden Gate Bridge warning. So Tom's eyes shifted and he pulled out a Franklin. "Polaris, I just noticed that the car you came in seems to have no keys. Did you steal it from the roadside? Hurry and find a place to throw it away as far away as possible, otherwise the military and police might trace it back here." Watching Polaris hurriedly run out after taking the Franklin, Tom revealed an evil grin of a plot accomplished. "A little lowly, you also want to compete with me, Tom." Half an hour later, Polaris rushed into the cabin drenched in sweat. Looking at the takeout she had been craving for a long time, she said, Seems a bit different." But that wasn't the point. Turning to Tom, she asked, "Uncle Tom, can I eat this? I'm a bit hungry." Burp. Not far away, Tom, who was leaning back on the sofa satisfied and burping casually, nodded. "That's my lunch, but I'm not hungry, so you can eat it first. Children need to grow, they can't go hungry." But, oh, that's great. However, just as Tom planned to discuss the issue of his title with Polaris, he found that the little lowly was already completely focused on devouring the takeout Tom had just brought back. She was completely oblivious to the outside world, intent only on stuffing her mouth. The living room quickly fell silent, leaving only the sound of Polaris chewing rapidly. In a cabin, the long legs, still unconscious, murmured, "Hey, did you forget someone important?" After filling her belly, Polaris finally remembered the unfortunate big sister who had been burdened because of her. After learning from Tom that everything would be left to fate, the little lowly, filled with worry and guilt, stayed by the long leg's side. Meanwhile, Tom took the opportunity to sail the boat away from the dock again. This time the place he anchored was further from the coast, in a more secluded spot. Although he didn't know if the military could track him down, being cautious was never a bad thing. In the evening, just as Tom was about to make do with instant noodles and snacks, Polaris, who had been keeping watch over the long leg, cheerfully ran over. "Uncle, Sister Ling Dai has woken up." Finally finding a chance to clarify, Tom was being pulled by Polaris toward the long leg's room while he explained, "It's not uncle, it's brother. I'm only 19 this year, younger than your sister Ling Dai." Polaris, overjoyed at Ling Dai's awakening, wasn't really listening to Tom and casually replied, "Don't worry, I remember your uncle, Tom, this time." As Tom entered behind Ling Dai, she initially wanted to express her gratitude. After all, not only had he saved her life, but Ling Dai also planned to treat Tom as a long-term investment. Then Ling Dai heard Tom say in a tone of surprise, "You actually woke up? And so soon?" Tom meant no other harm. He was simply astonished by how quickly Ling Dai had regained consciousness. Originally, Tom thought that after such a severe injury coupled with the curse of misfortune, Ling Dai would not only be unconscious, but would remain so for 7 or 8 days. However, to the socially experienced Ling Dai, Tom's words implied, "How come you didn't die? How could you wake up so quickly?" Thus, reflecting on Tom's previous words in the car, Ling Dai's teeth began to grind together in frustration. "Thank you for your concern, I'm just fine." The socially inexperienced Tom, completely unaware that Ling Dai had misunderstood him, continued straightforwardly, "Well, your lung has been punctured. You're probably going to have to stay on my boat for a long time." Tom was genuinely worried Ling Dai's injury was even worse than the last time. The last time she had to recuperate for nearly a month, now would it take 2 months? If that were the case, when would his son will materialize? He was troubled. Fortunately, Ling Dai's injury is quite serious. She shouldn't be able to get out of bed for a while, so it shouldn't affect my plan to manifest the sun wheel. I hope to take advantage of this time to work on the sun wheel. Wait a minute. Tom inadvertently caught sight of Polaris, who was happily chatting with Ling Dai, and suddenly felt that things were not as simple as he had thought. "By the way, Polaris isn't going to stay on my boat too, is she?" "Of course, such a small child being one of our mutants, can you bear to let her go alone and face the military's pursuit?" In this situation, any mutant brother would extend a helping hand to her, wouldn't they? As expected from someone with rich social experience, Ling Dai immediately sensed Tom's intentions as he tried to probe. Holding Polaris' hand tightly, she looked at Tom with a wary expression. Looking into her determined eyes, Tom suddenly felt that his future was bleak. This is also the reason why, when Beijixing was fleeing from the military pursuit of the Media Nation, a pair of mutant siblings whom she had never met before extended a helping hand to her. Even mutant children understand this concept, which shows its recognition among the mutants of the Media Nation. In such an environment, if Tom dared to throw the heavily injured long-legged girl and the lonely Beijixing off the boat today, would you believe that tomorrow a group of mutants whom Tom did not even know would come knocking? "Here, it's time to eat. I tell you, when I go to the training room to practice later, you are not allowed to hide outside and peek, okay?" Just like last time, after drifting at sea for 4 days, Tom hurriedly drove his yacht back to his dock, originally intending to stay a few more days. However, this time was different when the yacht docked, especially when he received takeout from the delivery guy who had been waiting on the shore. Tom surprisingly felt a sense of relief. The reason was all because of this child, Beijixing. On the first night she got on the boat, Beijixing was still happily sharing instant noodles with Tom. At that time, Tom wondered why this little girl liked instant noodles so much. Beijixing told him that when being chased by the Media Nation's military, she often couldn't even get enough to eat. For Beijixing, being able to eat instant noodles was already a very happy thing. At that moment, Tom was relieved that Beijixing should be easy to take care of. However, by the 3rd day, Beijixing, who once loved instant noodles, completely refused to eat them. Whenever Tom prepared instant noodles for her, the little girl would just look at him pitifully, without saying she wouldn't eat. "Hey, even though Beijixing you are a girl, can you not be so fickle?" Tom, determined not to indulge this mischievous child, thought that if he let Beijixing go hungry at lunch, she would naturally eat at dinner. Unexpectedly, in the afternoon, just as Tom was about to start manifesting the daily golden wheel in the manifestation room, this mischievous child appeared outside the door. With all sorts of antics and singing, she distracted Tom to the point where he couldn't even concentrate. Helpless Tom, who originally wanted to stay at sea a bit longer, had to choose to dock early. As he estimated the time was about right, Tom ordered takeout early. All he hoped for was that Beijixing would not disturb him. "I know." Taking the takeout bag from Tom's hands, Beijixing gave him a cheerful smile. Seeing her sitting on the sofa happily eating the takeout, who would have thought that this little girl was previously mischievous and playful outside Tom's manifestation room? However, Beijixing's obedience, which was won by takeout, lasted only for a short half-month. Because Tom had to practice and attempt to manifest the daily golden wheel every day and the long-legged girl was still recovering in bed, Beijixing, who stayed on the boat, every day became bored. Question: what kind of mischievous child is the most terrifying? Answer: a bored mischievous child is the most terrifying. Thus, due to her boredom, Beijixing, who had evolved from a mischievous child to a naughty child, focused her attention on Tom's monthly golden wheel. Since they were going to be together for a long time, Tom did not hide the existence of the monthly golden wheel from Beijixing. However, when Beijixing saw the monthly golden wheel flying freely around Tom, seemingly with its own consciousness, especially since her ability could not control it, her eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Therefore, every night when the distant people could not clearly see the monthly golden wheel in the night sky, while Tom was practicing control over it on the deck of the boat, Beijixing would stand by pouting, looking at Tom with a pitiful gaze. I say, what do you want exactly? One night, while Tom was practicing controlling the monthly golden wheel on the rear deck, Beijixing was again watching him with her big eyes full of longing. This situation became increasingly unbearable, and finally Tom could no longer hold back and spoke up. Beijixing's eyes sparkled with little stars as she looked at the monthly golden wheel that had flown back to Tom, orbiting around him like a satellite. Why can't I control this wheel with my ability? I can clearly feel that it is metallic. Beijixing's small hand glowed with green light. Evidently, it wasn't her first time trying to secretly control the monthly golden wheel. Tom smiled proudly. Of course, my monthly golden wheel is a treasure. So-called magical artifacts have spirits. This is how it is. Can Beijixing's mere ability to control the magnetic field really control the sentient monthly golden wheel? Tom did not know what material the monthly golden wheel was made from. But even if it was made of ordinary iron, once it became a treasure, the monthly golden wheel made of ordinary iron had already transcended the realm of mere ironware. But what is a treasure? Beijixing tilted her little head, filled with questions. Tom, a treasure is. Beijixing then. Question: when is the most terrifying time for a misfortunate child? Answer: when you try to explain a question she can never understand. Tom felt like he was about to go insane from Beijixing's endless questions. Here, take it. Don't come looking for me again, okay? Also, don't come asking me questions, understood? Forced with no other options, Tom could only sneak back to New York while Beijixing was not paying attention. Then he casually found a factory and spent a fortune to customize a replica of the monthly iron wheel. Thank you so much, Uncle, you were so kind. Looking at the identical monthly golden wheel handed to her by Tom, Beijixing immediately swallowed back a series of questions she had prepared earlier. Using her ability to control the magnetic field, she controlled the ordinary iron-made monthly iron wheel, making it dance around her, just like the monthly golden wheel did around Tom. I say, why are you back again, little ancestor? However, this monthly iron wheel that Tom had meticulously customized only fooled Beijixing for 3 short days. On the 4th night, when Tom was preparing to train at the rear of the boat, Beijixing stood there with her big eyes looking pitiful again. As for the iron wheel that Tom had prepared for her at great expense, it had long been thrown somewhere by Beijixing. Why can't my wheel fly freely around me like Uncle's wheel? Why doesn't my wheel have spirit? And my wheel is so ugly, unlike Uncle's monthly golden wheel that emits a blue glow. So-called beauty is hard to capture in essence. This is what distinguishes the monthly iron wheel from the monthly golden wheel. Without spirit, even if the monthly iron wheel looks like the monthly golden wheel, it is utterly different. Heavens! Covering his face, Tom squatted down on the deck in pain. As soon as he heard the familiar why starting, he knew his nightmare was starting again. The key is that Tom had previously let it slip that the monthly golden wheel had spirit and autonomy when he wasn't paying attention. Truly, this was self-inflicted suffering. Someone might ask, why not just manifest a monthly golden wheel for Beijixing? Tom certainly thought about that, but the key is it's not possible at all. Tom is absolutely not worried about his treasure, nor is he afraid that Beijixing would become stronger than him after obtaining the monthly golden wheel. It is just a low-level treasure, and manifesting it is not difficult for Tom. At most, he would just have a headache for a few days. When has Tom ever not had a headache? Especially during the month or so that Beijixing has been on the boat, Tom's headaches have become more severe. Moreover, the monthly golden wheel is merely the first treasure Tom possesses, and it is also the lowest level of treasure. Not to mention that in the future, the treasures Tom dreams of manifesting, such as the merit treasure and the chaos treasure, even the daily golden wheel that Tom is currently trying to manifest, is significantly more powerful than the monthly golden wheel. The problem is, even if Tom manifests another monthly golden wheel for Beijixing, she wouldn't be able to use it. Treasures require a certain amount of spiritual energy to operate. Even if Tom infused spiritual energy into Beijixing, the other monthly golden wheel would still be Tom's treasure, not hers. It could only fly around Tom, not Beijixing. Furthermore, the monthly golden wheel, being an ordinary treasure, does not possess enough spirit to understand Tom's commands or play with Beijixing. It should be noted that although Tom's monthly golden wheel was manifested based on the one from a movie in his past life, it is far inferior to that one. Thus, without spiritual energy, even if Beijixing obtained a real monthly golden wheel, it would still be like the monthly iron, while merely a piece of ordinary iron. Just like those first few days when Tom manifested the monthly golden wheel, it could only occasionally twitch. Moreover, through these days of using the monthly golden wheel, Tom discovered that although he had successfully manifested it, the monthly golden wheel had transformed from his imagination into a physical object. However, as long as the monthly golden wheel exists, it will still consume a portion of Tom's mental energy. To make a vivid analogy, if the monthly golden wheel is a lamp and the spiritual energy Tom gained from consuming the holy relics is the electricity, then Tom's mental energy is like the power line that delivers electricity to light the lamp. Since the power source and the lamp are connected regardless of whether the lamp is on or off, the power line must exist. As a mobile power source, Tom does not know how many power lines his mental energy can support, but he knows that given his limited mental energy, the number of power lines must be finite. Furthermore, Tom certainly needs to allocate most of his mental energy to manifest even more powerful treasures. Under such circumstances, how could Tom possibly waste his limited mental energy just to appease a mischievous child? The sun rises again. After more than 10 days, the long legs that had been lying in bed for over a month finally managed to get out of bed and move around. No longer lying around, the long legs made Tom feel that the Polaris, truly worthy of being Magneto's offspring, might finally have someone to take care of it. Huh. Are you sure you didn't misspeak? Looking at Tom's sincere face, the long legs instinctively felt something was off. Based on her understanding of Tom, he wasn't that kind of person. Having stayed on his ship for over 2 months, Tom should be eager for her to leave, right? Yes, leave. This scumbag probably wants to kick me out. With a wealth of social experience, the long legs felt she had guessed Tom's thoughts. I just need to recover from my injuries. It will probably take a long time for me to fully heal. Before that, I won't leave the ship. The long legs gritted her teeth, speaking with determination. This time she certainly wouldn't leave as easily as last time. She felt that seizing this opportunity, she not only needed to heal her injuries, but also to completely overcome her period of bad luck while staying with Tom. Leave the ship. I never told you to leave. As long as you take good care of the Polaris you brought, you can stay as long as you want. Tom swore that he never thought of kicking the long legs off the ship. Compared to the little demon Polaris, the long legs now seemed like an angel to him, regardless of looks or personality. The long legs were surprised again. Tom's reaction once again exceeded her expectations. Did I guess wrong? But why do I feel this scumbag is a bit wary of Polaris? Polaris has always been very well behaved. Shouldn't they get along well? Not long ago, didn't this scumbag give Polaris exactly the same lunar gold wheel? Just as Tom had thought, Polaris had been very well behaved when around the long legs. This also led to the long legs' confusion about why Tom was so wary of Polaris. Anyway, since you can walk now, you should spend more time with Polaris. She's been very bored on the ship lately. Secretly, Tom gritted his teeth. Yes, she's so bored that she can only mess with me. Alright, I'll pay attention. This time the long legs, who couldn't figure out what Tom was thinking, could only nod perfunctorily. As long as he doesn't want to kick her off the ship, he can ask the long legs to do anything. I finally succeeded. After another 10 days in the manifestation room, Tom's excited shouts echoed. Tom, with dark circles like a panda and drenched in sweat, was excitedly lying on the floor. Above his body, the lunar gold wheel was performing acrobatics, seemingly celebrating in its own way. Below the lunar gold wheel was the solar gold wheel, a fist-sized walnut-shaped sphere, quietly resting on the floor. As the saying goes, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility on a person, it must first temper their will and work their body hard. Thinking back to how I used to overdraw my spiritual energy every day along with that little demon Polaris, no, my success had nothing to do with her. Sitting up from the floor, Tom extended a hand, carefully picking up the walnut-shaped solar gold wheel from the floor. Then he silently infused it with his magical power. Whoosh! In the next moment, a ripple of energy spread out from Tom, the solar gold wheel, and the lunar gold wheel. My! The long legs, who were telling stories to Polaris, immediately sensed the subtle energy fluctuation. Then there was Polaris, who had just been drowsy, suddenly awakened with curiosity. This guy seems to be a psychic mutant after all. But I wonder what he's up to this time. Combining Tom's earlier excited shout with the energy ripple emanating from the manifestation room, the long legs quickly locked onto the target. However, at this moment, Tom was immersed in a very peculiar state. As he moved his gaze, he discovered that his muscles and blood vessels had all turned transparent. There's something in my heart. Is this a Buddha made of relics? When Tom's vision shifted to his heart, he was startled. he discovered that inside his heart chamber was actually a jade-like Buddha, the kind made from relics. Could it be that I've been eating stones all along and ended up causing myself to have stones? But this stone's position isn't right, is it? Shouldn't it be in the gallbladder or intestines? With a head full of questions, Tom gathered the little remaining spiritual power he had enduring the splitting headache and carefully sensed the relic Buddha in his heart. Such immense magical power. All the magical power I usually absorb is stored in this relic Buddha. In other words, those relics I consumed weren't digested, but instead converged with the magical power into my heart. This relic Buddha won't suddenly come to life one day and burst out of my heart, will it? Thinking of the myths in Buddhist scriptures where the Tathagata emerges from the Buddha mother, Tom suddenly had a terrifying thought. Hey, can you hear me? Bald donkey, please respond if you can hear me. After repeatedly testing and confirming that this relic Buddha still had no self-awareness, Tom finally breathed a sigh of relief. Focusing his attention on the solar and lunar gold wheels swirling around in the room, Tom immediately felt a subtle sense of closeness emanating from both. Then Tom understood what had just happened. In simple terms, it was the magical artifact nurturing its owner. The lunar gold wheel representing yin and the solar gold wheel representing yang. At the moment they converged and complemented each other actively, helped Tom harmonize the yin and yang within him, enhancing both his spiritual power and magical power to a new level. In the myths and legends of his past life, such examples were countless. It's a pity it's ultimately just a counterfeit of a counterfeit. Looking at the solar and lunar gold wheels surrounding him, Tom sighed with a bit of greed. According to his guest, the solar and lunar gold wheels were probably just a counterfeit of the authentic solar and lunar essence wheel. And the solar and lunar gold wheels that Tom manifested were a further imitation of the lunar gold wheel from the movie about Mount Shu. After all, the lunar gold wheel from the previous life's movie was far more spiritual than the one Tom held now. In that movie, Master Gyue of the Zhantian had once assigned the lunar gold wheel to guard the Zhantian. And over 100 years after Gyue's death, the lunar gold wheel was still able to find Gyue's reincarnation due to its own spirituality. Such matters were something Tom's lunar gold wheel could only dream of. After all, Tom's lunar gold wheel was just meant to deal with that little demon Polaris, and even the lunar gold wheel expressed that it couldn't manage that. Now I just need to find an opportunity to test whether the newly manifested solar gold wheel possesses several layers of power from the solar gold wheel in the movie from my past life. In the evening, Tom, the Longlegs, and Polaris sat together like a family enjoying the lunch prepared by the Longlegs herself. To clarify, it wasn't Tom who asked the Longlegs to cook while injured, but Polaris who expressed that she had been having diarrhea from eating takeout lately. Diarrhea? How come Tom didn't have that? Tom thought it was probably because that little rascal Polaris was just tired of the nearby takeout. However, the Longlegs truly cared for Polaris. No wonder she didn't dare to cause trouble in front of her. As soon as Polaris expressed having diarrhea from takeout, the Longlegs immediately went to cook. A caring mother could hardly be better. Tom didn't say much about it either. If they were willing to do it, who was he, an outsider, to interfere? Moreover, he was also getting tired of takeout recently. This afternoon, were you cheering and creating energy waves all because of that new walnut? As they ate, the Longlegs' attention shifted to the solar gold wheel, which was floating beside Tom's head, just like the lunar gold wheel. There was no way to ignore the suddenly appearing solar gold wheel. It was simply too conspicuous. Right? Why can this walnut fly? Is it a magical artifact like the lunar gold wheel? Beside them, Polaris, who had been curious about the solar gold wheel for a long time, immediately put down her chopsticks, which she wasn't very skilled at using. Tom first provocatively winked at Polaris, then proudly let the solar gold wheel emit its mysterious golden light. Yes, this is the result of my hard training recently. The solar gold wheel, a magical artifact that pairs with the lunar gold wheel. Wow! Little stars immediately appeared in Polaris' big eyes. If the cyan light emitted by the lunar gold wheel appeared noble and sacred, then the golden light emanating from the solar gold wheel at this moment felt warm and approachable. Deliberately controlling the solar gold wheel to fly past Polaris, Tom secretly felt proud. Are you curious? Do you want it? Well, I'm not giving it to you just to annoy you. It's as ugly as a walnut. Who would want it? The contrarian Polaris almost poked a hole in the bowl with her chopsticks. Perfect. Tonight after dark, you can help me test the power of this solar gold wheel. Ignoring the sulking Polaris, Tom turned to the Longlegs and said, as for rewards, it's enough to let off steam. There's no need to continue nitpicking. Tom wasn't a child. Hurry up and eat. The Longlegs, somewhat amused, first served a pair of chopsticks of vegetables to the sulking Polaris, then nodded at Tom. All right, I've been wanting to spar with you for a long time. Unexpectedly, it is not just the mischievous nature of the North Star that surprises the tall figure, but rather that Tom, who appears immensely powerful, also possesses a child's temperament. Otherwise, why would she have kept the North Star by her side every day during this period? It's simply because she feared that if the North Star unintentionally angered Tom, he would throw a tantrum. At that time, even if the tall figure had the principle of mutants uniting and helping each other, they would probably still be kicked off the boat. As for Tom's invitation to the test, the tall figure had been eagerly anticipating it for a long time. She had recorded countless incidents in her little notebook, and she couldn't recall how many times she had dreamt of giving Tom a good thrashing. This time's competition was bound to be a chance for the tall figure to redeem herself. With expectations in their hearts, the upcoming process naturally proceeded at a faster pace. After eating and cleaning up, they chatted, watched television, digested their food, and changed into their battle armor. The moment they had all been eagerly anticipating finally arrived. Isn't this just a test? Is it really necessary to make it so formal? You are injured after all. They navigated the boat away from the dock to a secluded sea area. Upon reaching the deck and seeing Tom in battle armor, the tall figure expressed surprise. It's very necessary. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. The tall figure initially had a gritted teeth expression, but then seemed to realize she had exposed something, and thus put on a charming smile. As for my injuries, I hope you'll go easy on me. Tom directly controlled the sun wheel to release a spherical energy barrier, remaining silent. Do you think I, Tom, am foolish enough to trust you, tall figure? Here it comes. With a tanto in one hand and a spiritual energy sword in the other, the tall figure charged towards Tom with a dadass sound. Tom showed no reaction. He had already stated that this time he was merely testing the power of the sun wheel. Zila. This was the spark generated from the friction between the spiritual energy sword in the tall figure's right hand and the energy barrier of the sun wheel. As for the tanto in the tall figure's left hand, it melted instantly upon contact with the barrier reaching the hilt. The warm sunlight, no one would think it lacked warmth, right? The energy barrier emitted by the sun wheel was of course composed of extremely high temperature energy. However, this energy did not emit heat. Sister Lingdi's long knife melted. As a diehard fan of Lingdi, the North Star naturally knew how powerful the tanto in the tall figure's left hand was. She had seen the tall figure use this tanto to sever firearms and shred the armor of armored vehicles. Now such a powerful weapon had melted away without a sound. In an instant, the North Star's gaze towards the sun wheel transformed into admiration and desire, while her gaze towards its master Tom turned into pure envy and jealousy. The strength of the energy barrier is related to the amount of magical power I inject. As the energy barrier and the spiritual energy sword stalemated, Tom began to control the flow of his magical power to the sun wheel. Feeling the back and forth between the energy barrier and the spiritual energy sword, Tom quickly concluded that the strength of the energy shield was related to his magical power. Alright, let's end the sparring here. As he spoke, Tom controlled the energy barrier to envelop himself and slowly flew up from the deck. Flying was something the tall figure couldn't help with in testing. Retracting her ineffective right hand and glancing at her left hand, which only had a third of the tanto left, she gritted her teeth. Is that it? No way. During this time, you're not the only one training. Saying this, the spiritual energy sword in the tall figure's right hand seemed to melt and then gradually elongated. In the end, it transformed into a whip. Previously, when in New York, the tall figure had tried to transform the spiritual energy sword into a spiritual energy shield to help the North Star resist a rocket's bombardment. After her injuries had somewhat recovered, she had been researching the shape changes of her spiritual energy weapon. Hey, don't mess around. Even though she knew that the tall figure's spiritual energy whip couldn't possibly break through the energy barrier released by her sun wheel, for some reason Tom couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. Since the spiritual energy sword had transformed into a spiritual energy whip, the tall figure's personal aura had also changed. From an unstoppable female warrior, she had transformed into a queen overlooking the world. Whip him hard. The little star in North Star's big eyes became filled with schadenfreude as she jumped up and loudly urged the tall figure. Swoosh. Zila. With that, the tall figure swung her arm vigorously. The spiritual energy whip in her hand lashed out towards Tom in the air with a sharp sound. Hey, missed. I hit. Sai missed again. Controlling the sun wheel to continuously dodge in the air, Tom felt his control over the sun wheel and flying becoming increasingly adept. Hey, you can't say that the tall figure indeed helped with the training regarding flying. Whip him. Swoosh. However, although Tom was pleased, the tall figure grew unhappy as the frequency of her strikes hitting Tom decreased. Thus, she swung the spiritual energy whip with increasing force and larger arcs. Ouch! Then the tall figure twisted her ankle. In fact, being tall is not necessarily a good thing. For instance, taller people use more fabric for clothing, and those with longer legs are more prone to tripping. And someone like the tall figure who not only has height, but also wore high heels at night to dance was purely like Zhao Si holding a lantern in the toilet. Therefore, the tall figure who had just displayed a queenly demeanor and dominated the scene suddenly fell with a bang and landed gracefully on the ground. What happened, Sister Lingdai? Hurry up and get up to whip him. Clearly, the little North Star could not accept the tall figure's sudden transition from heaven to hell, from queen to clown. The tall figure lay on the deck, speaking in a voice barely louder than a mosquito. Can't get up, I twisted my ankle. As for the spiritual energy whip in her hand, it had long vanished due to her overwhelming embarrassment. What happened to the revenge and the beating? This script doesn't match. The lying Lingdai felt she could sink into the ground out of shame. For some unknown reason, Tom, who felt particularly content, descended from the air, and after dispersing the energy barrier, picked up the tall figure lying on the ground. As he walked towards the tall figure's room in the cabin, he scolded in a tone befitting an adult. I told you can't help me with flying training, but you insisted on ignoring me. Now look, you've injured yourself again. A glint of killing intent flashed in the tall figure's eyes. Very well, I'll add another note for Tom in my little notebook. Twisting an ankle is really not a serious injury, especially since it didn't involve any old wounds. So after resting for a night, lunch the next day was as usual prepared by the tall figure. During the meal, watching Tom devour his food, the tall figure suddenly spoke. You have such great power. Why don't you stand up to protect our people like Professor X and Magneto? After all, everyone has their own hero dream. Not only boys think this way, but girls do too. Why did the tall figure venture out at 17 or 18 and become seasoned by the age of 23? Isn't it because of that hero dream, wanting to protect those suffering mutants with her own abilities, just like Professor X and Magneto? If the tall figure had only speculated about Tom's power before, she had now personally experienced Tom's might after their sparring last night. After all, the opponent hadn't even exerted their strength, and she had already fallen. With such immense power, why wouldn't you stand up and use your abilities to protect more of our kin? That night, this question that had been troubling the tall figure kept her from falling asleep. Hearing this, Tom, who was stuffing his mouth, couldn't help but pause, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. Me? Who would want me? Moreover, my ideal is to quietly stay put and let others be heroes instead. Unlike the tall figure, Tom's social experience may be shallow, but as a time traveler, he certainly has the advantage of foresight. This Marvel world, while not as rampant with gods and demons as DC, is still quite deep under the surface. Not to mention the forces of Asgard and hell, even just the Ancient Ones Mage Association is something Tom cannot afford to mess with. In such circumstances, how could Tom dare to stick his head out? The nail that sticks out gets hammered down, at Tom hasn't forgotten that old saying. Without the power to crush all of Earth's inhabitants, standing up like Magneto and Professor X would be courting death. You must know, among these two renowned mutant leaders, one lost his joy in life at a young age and ended up in a wheelchair. The other has simply gone in. Is being a hero really that easy? Furthermore, talking about mutants being brothers and uniting to help each other. These matters are in fact entirely unrelated to Tom as a time traveler. To Tom, these mutants whom he had never met and who weren't even from the same dimension were no different from aliens. Protecting a bunch of aliens. Is Tom so idle that he has nothing better to do? If Tom succeeds, he will naturally be the hero. If he fails, there's no need for Thanos to intervene. Tom will simply find a place to lie down and wait for the 1 in 2 chance. Regarding Tom's theory, Longlegs strongly disagreed. It's nonsense, pure nonsense. If you don't stand up, and I don't stand up, if everyone thinks like you, who will stand up? No one stands up to resist like Professor X and Magneto. Oh, everyone is doomed to be eliminated by the military of the media nation. By then, even if you want to stand up, there may be no chance. Tom still shook his head. Though the reasoning was sound, how many would actually do so? Still, as the saying goes, if being a hero were easy, it wouldn't be called heroism. Moreover, I don't know if you've thought about it. Our mutant race is not weak. On the contrary, it is quite powerful. There are many brothers like you and me who possess strong combat abilities among the mutants. However, in recent years, Magneto has been captured by the media nation's government, and Professor X has severed contact with the outside world. We are isolated and leaderless, which is why we are being defeated one by one by the military of the media nation. If you, Tom, can gather these mutants under your banner, just think about what kind of strength you would possess. Seeing that her previous talk about righteousness failed to persuade Tom, Longlegs shifted to personal interests. Tom is a person that Longlegs feels she knows quite well. She believes he is someone who pursues power to an extreme degree. This can be seen from how he dedicates the majority of his time to training. While there is some truth to that, it must be said Longlegs is indeed socially experienced. Tom agreed with her statement. After all, if strength is insufficient, numbers will have to make up for it, right? Moreover, the slogans such as 1 chopstick can be broken, 10 chopsticks together can be strong, and 1 good man has 3 helpers. Even Tom, lying in a hospital bed, is quite familiar with them. However, I never expected you to be such a great person. Yet despite being touched, Tom did not intend to act. Because compared to the complexity and time-consuming task of gathering subordinates to strengthen his own power, Tom preferred to hone his own strength. With that time, it would be better to think about what kind of magical artifacts to materialize next to further enhance his own strength. Facing Tom's teasing long legs looked slightly sad. I admit there is indeed a part of my childhood hero dreams at play here. But mostly it's just because I don't want to become the next person to be cut up and sent to a laboratory. Alright, if I get the chance, I will definitely try. Seemingly sensing that he had touched a sore spot for long legs, Tom decisively ended the topic. After a whirlwind of thoughts, he returned to the materialization room to practice. Sister Spirit Butterfly, what were you just talking about? The nearby Polaris asked with a puzzled expression. For her age, Tom's conversation with long legs was still somewhat unfamiliar. Some matters that can help more of our kind. Long legs reached out and patted Polaris' head, then fell into deep thought. Her expression alternated between solemnity and a hint of a successful scheme. Next, what should I materialize? Tom did not know what long legs was thinking. Back in the materialization room, he held the previously listed names and fell into contemplation. With the sun and moon gold will, he equated to having both offensive and defensive means. Moreover, he realized that every magical artifact he materialized would consume some of his mental energy. Tom felt that his choices should shift from ordinary artifacts to spiritual artifacts, or even innate spiritual artifacts. If he had to choose among the innate spiritual artifacts, the 24 sea calming pearls would definitely be one of them. This set of innate spiritual artifacts not only integrates offense and defense like the sun and moon gold wheel, but when combined with the celestial measuring ruler, is said to open realms across the heavens. Huff. No, the level of innate spiritual artifacts is still far from me. Unfortunately, after a brief attempt, Tom gave up on the idea of materializing this type of innate spiritual artifact. As Tom himself said, his current mental energy is still far from reaching this level. Just materializing a bit of the sea calming pearl's surface, Tom's mental energy was already depleted. So what should I choose among the level of spiritual artifacts? Looking at the list, Tom fell into contemplation again, feeling the capillaries on his head bulging and throbbing. For attack and defense, the sun and moon gold wheel is temporarily sufficient. Moreover, I have no intention of clashing with anyone in the short term. Therefore, all purely offensive and defensive spiritual artifacts can be eliminated for now. After choosing, it seems there is only the 7 treasures Ling Long Tower left. This is too despairing. After excluding all purely offensive and defensive spiritual artifacts, the only names Tom could recall and had a general idea of their appearance and function were Li Jing's 7 treasures Ling Long Tower, Yun Zongzi's demon exposing mirror, and Zhu Lushun's immortal binding lock. The problem is, where in this world are there any demons? So the demon exposing mirror was the first to be eliminated. As for the immortal binding lock, it is also an offensive spiritual artifact that cannot kill someone, so naturally, it was also excluded. Thus, among the 3, the only option left was indeed the 7 treasures Ling Long Tower. Wouldn't you say Tom is despairing? The 7 treasures Ling Long Tower is a legendary artifact of the heavenly court belonging to the famous General Li Jing. Li Jing, also known as the one who only knows how to carry a tower, or the one who has nothing without the tower. His aliases include the child torturer or child abuser. From all the loyal national myths, Tom knows this renowned tower-bearing king has had few victories except for the battle to subdue his own son Neza. Naturally, as this seldom victorious tower-bearing king's treasured artifact, the 7 treasures Ling Long Tower, which is supposed to attract, burn, or even crush people, has never successfully absorbed many famous individuals, nor has it refined or crushed any notable figures. To put it bluntly, this famous 7 treasures Ling Long Tower is essentially an overrated spiritual artifact. Indeed. This 7 treasures Ling Long Tower is truly worthless. A quarter of an hour later, a headache-stricken Tom collapsed helplessly onto the floor. At the same time, he also hesitated about whether or not to materialize this artifact. For the first time, and already slightly overdrawn in mental energy, Tom managed to materialize 3 layers of the 7 treasures Ling Long Tower. Can you believe it? From this perspective, the 7 treasures Ling Long Tower isn't much better than the Sun Gold Wheel. It's definitely a trash spiritual artifact, no doubt about it. However, this kind of trash spiritual artifact is a decent choice for practice. With a relatively easier materialization difficulty, Tom could also more clearly perceive the growth of his mental energy. Anyway, in the end, if he didn't want it, he could just cut off the mental energy and give up on materialization. Thus, time once again passed day by day. 3 layers, 4 layers, 5 layers. With each passing day, the number of layers Tom could materialize of the 7 treasures Ling Long Tower increased layer by layer. However, as the number of layers increased, the materialization difficulty also jumped significantly, which not only did not frustrate Tom, but slightly changed his view on the 7 treasures Ling Long Tower. Unfortunately, overall, a trash spiritual artifact is still a trash spiritual artifact. Time has entered November of the 4th year in this world, 4 months after Tom successfully materialized the Sun Gold Wheel. Today, let's try to materialize the 7th layer of the Ling Long Tower. Then think carefully about what other suitable spiritual artifacts there are. In the materialization room, Tom's eyes once again emitted the light of materialization. The golden seven treasures Linglong Tower appeared layer by layer under the illumination of the gathered materialization light. Tom had a strong premonition that as long as he wanted today, he could definitely materialize the seven treasures Linglong Tower. Unfortunately, Tom did not have such plans. He just wanted to practice with the seven treasures Linglong Tower. Don't worry, you guys take the boat to Manhattan Island, and we will find a way to meet you on the Hudson River. Rest assured, I have powerful reinforcements here enough to help you eliminate the pursuers. But you must remember to keep your promise to me. In the ship's lower deck, Longlegs was secretly making a phone call in her room. The key point is that she even had Polaris outside her room keeping watch. At a glance, it was clear what mischief she was up to. Huff, let's see if you can still catch me this time. After hanging up, Longlegs revealed a smug smile of triumph. In fact, half a month ago, Longlegs' injuries had already healed completely. Moreover, Tom had hinted to Longlegs several times, both openly and subtly, to take that unfortunate child Polaris and leave early. Unfortunately, Longlegs had already made up her mind and kept dragging her feet. Tom was busy practicing with the Linglong Tower, while also having eaten Longlegs cooking for such a long time, so he couldn't bring himself to force these two out. However, with her rich social experience, Longlegs was well aware. If she did not take action soon, Tom would eventually ask her and Polaris to leave. It had been half a year of comfortable days, and how could a normal person return to that brutal and bloody life of struggle? Don't get me wrong, Longlegs could definitely adapt, because she was destined to become a hero of the mutant race. She was worried about Polaris not being able to cope, not herself. What is this woman up to again? Hearing the distant cries for help and the chaotic footsteps approaching, Tom raised his head. Before him stood the seven treasures Linglong Tower, slowly fading away without the support of its manifestation light, just a final touch away from complete materialization. Stepping out of the manifestation room, Tom saw the long-legged woman and Polaris running down the corridor, panic etched on their faces as she clutched her phone. Tom, my two good friends Thunderbird and Journey are being chased by the military outside the Hudson River. Please, I beg you to save them. You said last time that if there was a chance you would definitely protect our compatriots. Coming up to Tom, the long-legged woman pleaded with him. Outside the Hudson River. What a coincidence. Upon hearing her words, Tom instinctively felt that something was off. This morning, the long-legged woman had taken the boat away from the dock under the guise of airing out. After 4 months, she had already learned how to operate a boat. In the evening, how could it be that mutants happened to be chased to the waters outside the Hudson River? Coincidence. What are you talking about, Tom? The long-legged woman continued to look at Tom with pleading eyes, innocent and confused. Tom turned to Polaris, who was peeking out from behind her. Polaris, is that true? Let Polaris speak. Tom interrupted the long-legged woman, stating firmly. Polaris first glanced nervously at the long-legged woman, then nodded resolutely. Yes, I know both Thunderbird and Journey. They just called us for help, and then Sister Lingdai brought me to find you. Seeing Polaris speak with no hesitation, and her gaze unwavering, Tom's doubts grew uncertain. Really? What a coincidence. Besides, Polaris is just a child, she couldn't possibly deceive me, could she? Alright, did they mention which area of the sea they were in? After hesitating for a moment, Tom decided to take action. After all, the long-legged woman and Polaris were among his few friends in this world full of aliens. He had to give them face. Moreover, weren't both the long-legged woman and Polaris acquainted with Thunderbird and Journey? By saving those two, he could take the opportunity to let the long-legged woman and Polaris leave together with them. I knew you wouldn't abandon our compatriots in danger. With a sigh of relief, the long-legged woman immediately ran toward the cockpit. Without hesitation, Polaris followed suit. Still standing in place, Tom pondered what was wrong, completely oblivious to the animated exchange happening between the long-legged woman and Polaris as they ran. Naturally, Tom didn't need to be involved in what happened next. The long-legged woman, having secured the anchor, directly piloted the yacht toward a certain direction on the river. In no time, they passed through the mouth of the Hudson River and entered the vast ocean. Beep, beep, beep. All ships ahead stop immediately for inspection. This area of the sea has been sealed off by our military. No one is allowed to enter or exit. After sailing on the sea for about 10 minutes, Tom's boat was intercepted by a patrol gunboat. Damn, I told you to meet me. How did you get surrounded? The long-legged woman slammed the helm and cursed under her breath. Noticing Tom looking at her through the window, her expression changed to panic. They are in this area. The boat that Thunderbird and Journey are on is called the Black Cat. Stay here for now. After I deal with the enemies on the boat, you can come up. Since he had already decided to take action, Tom had no hesitation. Activating the flying ability of the Sun Golden Wheel, he skimmed the surface of the sea using the now completely darkened moonlight for cover, swiftly gliding towards the approaching gunboat. There are people on the sea. It's mutants. Fire. His speed is too fast. We can't lock on. Open fire. Use the guns you have. As Tom flew near the gunboat about 10 meters away, the crew finally spotted him soaring above the waves. Rat-a-tat-tat. Ugh. A few sporadic gunshots and screams, and the more than 20 soldiers on the gunboat became corpses, each one a fatality. Without any mercy, after all, Tom was neither Wayne nor Superman. He had no such moral or ethical constraints. In the eyes of those 20-plus dead soldiers, Tom was a mutant. And in Tom's eyes, these 20-plus soldiers were merely alien enemies. They had no idea of Tom's past, nor did they know if he had family. Similarly, Tom didn't care about the merits these soldiers had for their country during their lives, or how their families would grieve after their deaths. Like the saying often repeated by Ah Shao in Infernal Affairs 2, those who come out to run will eventually pay the price. If you aren't prepared to die, why go out as a soldier? Especially when it comes to these soldiers of the media nation. They are just expendable consumables in a life-and-death battle. Flashing his sun golden wheel, this was the signal he sent to the long-legged woman to follow him. Although there had been no prior agreement with the long-legged woman's rich social experience, Tom was confident she would understand. Boom, boom, boom. After flying forward for more than 1,000 meters, Tom heard the sounds of gunfire coming from ahead on the sea. They really aren't holding back. Upon getting closer, he discovered 4 gunboats surrounding a yacht that was already battered and on the verge of sinking. Moon Golden will go. Using the cover of darkness, Tom stealthily approached one of the gunboats and directly commanded the Moon Golden, wheel hovering around him, to unleash another wave of carnage. Are you killing aliens with the same title as me without giving me, Tom, any face? Without a doubt, despite all being aliens, those alien mutants with the same title as him were undoubtedly closer to him than alien humans. Not good, there are mutant remnants coming to support. After clearing 2 gunboats, when Tom approached the 3rd gunboat, the remaining soldiers finally noticed the stealthy massacre. Remnants. It seems the mutant race hasn't been exterminated yet. Tom naturally scoffed at the shouting soldiers. Controlling the Moon Golden, he launched another slaughter against the soldiers on the 3rd gunboat. Fire, fire, he is a devil, we can't escape, hurry and fire. Faced with the unstoppable Moon Golden, the soldiers on the 3rd gunboat collapsed. Realizing there was no escape, they could only call for artillery support from another gunboat, hoping to drag Tom down with them to hell. Boom. The cannon on the 4th gunboat fired, and the shell accurately struck Tom flying in the air. Mainly because Tom didn't dodge, he wanted to test the strength of the defense barrier created by his sun golden wheel. The small caliber cannon carried by the gunboat, even if it hit Tom's flesh, he estimated he could withstand it. It was just right for testing. Major injury. Dying isn't that easy. And being able to use this small caliber cannon to test how much artillery fire his sun golden wheel's defense barrier could withstand was a rare opportunity. Boom. The shell striking the barrier exploded thoroughly, flames engulfing Tom from all sides. The flames illuminated the nearby sea and sky. Yeah, we did it. Oh God, is that a devil? However, before the soldiers on the 4th gunboat could celebrate, the flames enveloping Tom were completely absorbed by the sun golden wheel, revealing Tom inside unscathed. Heavens, when did our mutants produce such a fierce person? His power is probably not inferior to Magneto and Professor X. Just as Ling Dai said, she found us a powerful ally. This scene was naturally witnessed by Thunderbird and Journey, who had previously been too frightened to show themselves hiding on the battered yacht. Rescue, calling for rescue. Since the enemy had lost hope, Tom naturally did not hesitate to grant them death. Within a few breaths, Tom, soaring past once again, easily eliminated all the soldiers on the boat. You two must be Thunderbird and Journey. I am Tom White, a mutant and a friend of Ling Dai. Are you all right? Thunderbird and Journey exchanged glances at their wounds. Thank you for saving us. We are incredibly grateful. However, the bullets that hit us contain special locators, and we must remove them quickly, or otherwise we won't be able to escape, no matter where we hide. Tom glanced at his yacht, which was quickly approaching, having deduced from the silence that the battle was over. I'm not skilled in such matters, so let's wait a moment. After all, Ling Dai and Polaris will be here soon, and I have a full set of equipment on my boat. Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, the long-legged woman piloted Tom's yacht over. You two, how did you get yourselves into such a mess, not following the plan? The military of the media nation has just developed a bullet with positioning capabilities, and we should be among the first to enjoy this privilege. We had no idea about this before, and were puzzled as to how the media nation military always managed to locate us. It was the arrogant media nation military that surrounded us at sea, thinking they had everything under control, and they revealed this information to make us surrender. At that time, our ship's communication system had already been damaged by their cannon fire, so we couldn't inform you. They certainly understood what the tall figure meant, but plans never survive contact with reality. Has the media nation military developed new weapons against us? The tall figure frowned, then looked at Polaris. Let's see what bullets they have inside them. Polaris approached the towering bodies of Thunderbird and Journey, extending her small hand, and the green energy field in her palm lit up. Humph. Then came 2 muffled groans from Thunderbird and Journey, and 5 metallic bullets appeared in Polaris' other hand. The tall figure took one, condensed a small energy knife in her right hand, and sliced through the center of the bullet, splitting it in 2. Looking at the 2 halves of the bullet, each containing a fragment of a broken chip, the tall figure furrowed her brows. I'm afraid it's true. It seems we're in trouble this time. Thunderbird, who was bandaging a wound with Polaris' help, spoke up. I think we should leave quickly. With the speed of the American military, even if they temporarily gather troops nearby, they will be able to block us before we return to land. Journey, also bandaging his own wounds, nodded. Yes, I suggest we find a place closer to the coastline, then abandon the ship and dive back. This way the Media Nation military won't learn about you. Both Thunderbird and Journey had just witnessed Tom's strength, so they were very confident about breaking through the Media Nation military's encirclement. However, because of them, the tall figure and Polaris, especially Tom, were likely to fall into the possible pursuit of the Media Nation military, leading to feelings of guilt. Thus, Journey suggested diving, a method that would be less likely to be discovered by the Media Nation military and would not lead to further pursuit. I'm sorry, it's all because of me that you are in this predicament. In fact, compared to Thunderbird and Journey, the tall figure felt the most guilty. This rescue was something she had deliberately orchestrated to give Tom a push. Who would have known that such a change as positioning bullets would occur? Moreover, unlike Thunderbird and Journey, who had no understanding of Tom, the tall figure, having lived with Tom for more than half a year, deeply understood how much Tom cherished his yacht. The tall figure could imagine how difficult it would be for Tom to abandon his yacht, just as Journey had said. Let's return to the yacht and leave this place. I need to think about the next steps. Just as the tall figure understood, Tom was truly reluctant to give up his yacht. After all, it's hard to leave one's homeland. Having stayed on the yacht for almost the entire time since his arrival, Tom found a sense of belonging and security in his small yacht in this unfamiliar Marvel world. However, when it truly came to a critical moment, Tom was not incapable of enduring the pain of parting. After all, compared to a house, Tom would certainly choose his life. In reality, what truly made Tom hesitate was the Media Nation military's ruthless attitude towards mutants. In his past life, Tom had seen a phrase online: to know how much someone hates you, see what they are willing to use to harm you. Tom remembered that the pursuers who had hunted the tall figure had said that in the Media Nation military there were thousands of people like them. Even though the tall figure had eliminated over 400 pursuers while fleeing, the Media Nation military remained relentless, showing just how numerous these pursuers were. Additionally, the Media Nation military had developed weaponry specifically to deal with mutants, including special glasses that could identify X genes and equipment that could defend against energy-type mutants, costing hundreds of thousands of dollars a set. Now they had even created positioning bullets that could locate the hit targets at any time. All of this made it clear to Tom that the Media Nation military was determined to eliminate mutants without leaving a single one alive. So the question arises, under the Media Nation military's unwavering resolve to eradicate mutants, what should Tom do? Although in Tom's view both the Media Nation military and the mutants were like aliens to him, the Media Nation military did not see it that way. From their perspective, since Tom was a mutant, he was a target that must be eliminated. Tom certainly did not feel he had the ability to conceal his identity as a mutant. Therefore, under the premise of a definite confrontation with the Media Nation military, how could Tom save himself and maintain his usual peaceful life? Thinking carefully, Tom felt that the only way was to gather manpower and possess a sufficiently large force like the X-Men and the Brotherhood so that the Media Nation military would not dare to act recklessly against him. At the same time, he needed to stop the Media Nation military's massacre of mutants within the Media Nation. Only by preserving the large group of mutants could Tom live freely among them. If the entire group of mutants were exterminated by the Media Nation military, no matter how well Tom could hide, he would likely not escape the relentless pursuit of the Media Nation military. Finally, it was necessary to let Professor X and Magneto stand up again so that the mutant race could unite under a leader, making the Media Nation military hesitant to act. It must be said that Tom found Professor X's previous act of turning Magneto over to the media government to be incredibly foolish. Although Magneto was reckless and foolish, all mutants had to admit that it was Magneto and his Brotherhood who provided a living space for mutants. As for Professor X and his X-Men, they had always adopted a policy of appeasement, seemingly fighting for the survival of the mutant race, but in reality, they had become the knife used by the media government against Magneto. After Magneto's capture, Professor X and his X-Men quickly fell silent and even lost contact with the grassroots mutant masses. Tom found it hard to believe that this was not due to the media government abandoning its allies after having used them. So to sum it all up, I still can't avoid needing to establish my own force and step into the spotlight like the tall figure said. But if that were the case, it would completely contradict the survival strategy once set for myself. It's frustrating, what a hassle. Alright, let's go back to the ship and help Thunderbird and Journey bandage their wounds properly. Having sensed Tom's hesitation, the tall figure, feeling guilty, did not offer her suggestions based on her rich social experience this time. You all go bandage your wounds. As for the Media Nation military's encirclement later, I will find a way to handle it. After hesitating for over 10 minutes, Tom ultimately made a decision. Don't be cowardly, you just do it. A man should wield power over the world and enjoy the company of beauties. Since things have developed to this point, Tom decided to go for something big and taste the experience of domination in this Marvel world. As for how to evade the imminent encirclement by the Media Nation military, Tom had a plan the moment he made his decision. The Seven Treasures glazed pagoda indeed was the treasure Tom had previously regarded as garbage unworthy of materialization. However, circumstances had changed. The Seven Treasures glazed pagoda with its independent space perfectly met Tom's needs. How about a garbage treasure? What about the King of Towering? As for the King of Towering, Tom will certainly take that title. As a time traveler who could argue with heaven and earth, wasn't he allowed to materialize a garbage treasure? After a few minutes, Tom emerged from the manifestation chamber, holding a golden pagoda as tall as a normal person's forearm, with 7 layers from top to bottom. As expected, well, it's all about being familiar. Can you believe it took only a few minutes to materialize a treasure-level artifact? Apart from feeling that it was truly remarkable, Tom could only comfort himself by saying that the speed was entirely due to his proficiency. So have you thought about how to deal with the imminent encirclement by the Media Nation military? Just now, Journey hacked into the Media Nation military's website and found that they have mobilized nearby troops rushing towards us from all directions. Don't worry, I've already prepared for this. On the deck, Tom shook the Seven Treasures glazed pagoda in his hand towards the people in the cockpit, including the tall figure. This tower you have in your hand. The expressions of the tall figure and others showed some hesitation. It wasn't that the tall figure and others didn't believe Tom. In fact, they had all had deep experiences with the power of the artifact in Tom's hand, especially the tall figure and Polaris. But no matter how powerful the weapon was, it could only be used for killing, right? If they accidentally got caught by the Media Nation military this time, they would face relentless pursuit. Could relying solely on slaughter truly resolve the current predicament? Rest assured, I have it all figured out. Saying this, Tom raised the golden pagoda he was holding high into the sky. Oh my goodness. Then amidst waves of astonished gazes, the tall figure and others noticed that the golden pagoda in the sky was growing larger and larger. Tom taught of the great white. Go and go. Before the tall legs and others could voice their confusion, they saw a golden tower resembling a small mountain in the sky, emitting a burst of golden light that enveloped Tom on the deck. It vanished. The moment the golden light disappeared, Tom, who had been standing on the bow of the ship, was nowhere to be seen. It's much larger than I imagined. In truth, Tom was uncertain about how many people could fit inside the renowned Seven Treasures Tower. However, with one layer accommodating at least 7, Tom personally discovered that the independent space within the tower was surprisingly expansive. The entire tower has 7 levels, with the first level measuring 49 zhang, the second level 42 zhang, and so forth, reducing to a 7 zhang square at the top. Each entrance tower door or staircase is located on the eastern side of the tower. To Tom's embarrassment, the western side of the tower housed a golden statue of himself seated rather than that of the Buddha. In response, Tom could only say, "Indeed, it is worthy of being my own manifestation." The rooms connecting the entrance and the statue were identical in size, located on the north and south sides. Tom glanced at these rooms, each about 10 square meters. Accommodating 3 to 4 people was completely feasible. In this way, considering all the rooms across the 7 levels, it would not be a problem to house over 100 people. At the center of the tower was a spiral staircase connecting each level. Standing on the lowest level through the square spiral staircase, Tom could even see the top of the 7-story tower. Unfortunately, compared to the legendary Seven Treasures Tower of his past life, Tom's version was a counterfeit. Not only were the statues on each level replaced with his own, but it also lacked the genuine fire for refining demons. Thus, the power of this spiritual treasure was inevitably significantly diminished. You all gather together. After we enter the tower, go directly to the 2nd floor, and do not stay on the 1st floor, as I plan to store my yacht on the 1st floor. However, Tom clearly did not intend to use the Seven Treasures Tower to battle. The independent space within the treasure was what he truly needed. Therefore, Tom was quite satisfied with the Seven Treasures Tower. Go to the 2nd floor, go. When Tom suddenly reappeared on the deck, the tall legs and the others had yet to comprehend what was happening. Then they found themselves enveloped by a thick golden light. In a daze, the tall legs and others realized they were now in an independent space adorned with golden bricks and jade walls. Considering Tom's earlier disappearance and his recent words, the tall legs and others could hardly fail to realize that they had been transported to that small mountain-like golden tower above them. Oh my God, is this the legendary Noah's Ark? A divine artifact with an independent space. Touching the golden bricks that mirrored their reflections and glancing at the white jade walls around them, The tall legs realized that despite thinking they had seen through Tom, he still concealed such an artifact. The North Star curiously began to wander around the space at the base of the tower. Soon she spotted the tall-seated, golden statue of Tom in the west, pathetic, truly shameless. She stuck out her tongue disdainfully at Tom's statue, although she wished the statue resembled her rather than Tom. As for the Thunderbird and the Journey, they were investigating the golden bricks on the ground like the tall legs. But judging by their actions of rubbing and tapping, they were likely examining whether the golden bricks were real. Hey, didn't I tell you to go to the second floor? What are you doing? I can already hear the sounds of steam whistles and alarms from the surface. We don't have much time. The military from the Media Nation is about to arrive. Just as everyone was amazed by the novel environment within the tower, Tom's figure suddenly appeared within. It turned out he sensed that the tall legs and others were still lingering at the tower's base, so he came in to check what was happening. The tall legs, currently examining a jade disc, turned to Tom. Tom, is this a spatial artifact? When did you obtain such a treasure? Tom shook his head. I will tell you later. For now, you all hurry up to the second floor. I need to store my yacht. While following the tall legs up the staircase to the second floor, the North Star suddenly remembered something and asked Tom, if there are more levels above the second, can I go up to see them? The entire base of the first level had already been thoroughly explored by the curious North Star. This tower has a total of 7 levels aside from the bottom level, where I will store the yacht. The other 6 levels are open for you to explore as you please. While speaking, Tom's body once again vanished within the tower. Have you discovered anything, brothers? No, besides the waves and some shipwreck debris, we haven't found anything. That doesn't make sense. So we surrounded them from all directions and gathered here. Those damned mutants couldn't have escaped our pursuit, could they? Within minutes, the previously calm waters gathered over 50 ships of various sizes. Several ships appeared to be carrying important military figures communicating frequently via radio. It seems we will be enemies from now on. Hiding at a distance, dragging the 7 treasures tower, controlling the sun gold wheel, and surrounded by the moon gold wheel, Tom attempted to conceal the brilliance of his treasures and quietly hid in the darkness close to the sea surface, silently watching the Media Nation's military mobilize, only to end up empty-handed. There was nothing to be done. After all, Tom had crossed over to become a mutant. Within the 7 treasures tower, the tall legs, Thunderbird, and Journey had gathered at the top, exchanging thoughts. I say, big sister, where did you find such a great being? Not only is he powerful, but he also possesses a spatial artifact. No wonder you wanted us to cooperate with your plan. Speaking of which, Spirit Butterfly shot an annoyed glance at the Thunderbird. You know you almost messed everything up today, right? Tom values his home on that ship highly. If he didn't have this artifact, he would have surely parted ways with us afterward, you know. No way. Aren't you all very close? Sitting aside, searching for the lights within the tower, Journey was taken aback by the remark. What a load of nonsense. The tall legs scoffed. We are at most ordinary friends. I happened to escape to Tom's ship while evading pursuers. Afterward, because we are all mutants, he allowed me to recuperate on his ship. Later, I sustained even more serious injuries for some strange reason, which is why I stayed on Tom's ship for over half a year. In reality, our relationship is quite ordinary. Otherwise, would I need your help to act and persuade Tom to take in more people? Such a simple matter. Can't you all think for yourselves, eh? The embarrassed Thunderbird chuckled. Big sister, you know I'm not the best at thinking. Using my strength is what I excel at. However, Journey, the Thunderbird's brother, disagreed. What are you talking about? I still think I'm quite clever. Big sister, I believe you handled this matter incorrectly. Oh, a foolish head dares to question my intelligence. The tall leg shot a glare at Journey. Come tell me, where did I go wrong? Journey, oblivious to the change in the tall leg's tone, straightforwardly replied. You see, you already know how powerful Tom White is, and you've lived on his ship for half a year. Since you have feelings, why didn't you establish a relationship with him directly? Just think if you could become Mrs. White or even Tom White's girlfriend. Then whether it's this amazing artifact or his flying weapons, wouldn't they also belong to you? I think Tom White looks quite good. Although he's not tall, he seems young and has the potential to grow. With such powerful abilities, wouldn't it be a loss for you to have him as your husband? The tall legs gritted her teeth. I only stayed on Tom's ship for half a year and nothing else. There is no other relationship between Tom and me. I have no feelings for him. Children talk about love, we adults talk about benefits. Especially for us mutants, finding a partner who can shelter you is the most important. As for the absence of feelings, I don't believe that. Big sister, someone as proud as you, if you had no feelings for Tom, why would you have lived with him for over half a year? Don't mention injuries aback. When we took you in, big sister, you immediately left as soon as your injuries improved, didn't you? However, the Thunderbird, seizing on Journey's words, shook his head. Honestly, big sister, you might really want to consider whether you have feelings for Mr. White. You're beautiful, powerful, and among the mutants I know, very few can match you. Besides, haven't you always wanted to be a hero or even a queen of the mutant race? To achieve this, you need to find a strong mutant who can match your dreams. If you establish a relationship with Mr. White, even if you don't become a hero or queen of the mutants in the future. But given Mr. White's power, you can still become a heroine or the queen of the mutants, can't you? Hehe. With a rich life experience, the tall legs looked at the Thunderbird and Journey with a smile. I didn't expect you to consider my interests so thoroughly. I admit that my brother and I are quite mercenary. We both know that whatever intentions we have cannot possibly escape your notice. But the truth is, if we could live our lives in peace, who would want to risk their lives every day fighting against those pursuers? We aren't hiding anything from you. If you could find this Mr. White to be your husband, isn't it only natural for us brothers to gain his protection because of your relationship? Then we could lead a stable life. To be honest, I hadn't thought of a romantic relationship between myself and Tom before. Mainly, I had always intended to utilize Tom for my own purposes. Moreover, before Tom possessed the Sun Golden Wheel, my mind was solely occupied with competing against him. Now, after being reminded by Thunderbird and Journey, I realized that I do have feelings for Tom. Otherwise, I wouldn't have shamelessly stayed on Tom's boat for half a year willingly cooking for him. From both looks and strength, Tom really is a good candidate for a husband. As the saying goes, children talk about love while adults talk about interests. The marriages of mutants have never been solely about emotions. Because for a mutant whose life hangs by a thread, love might be desired but is not essential. It's more important to find someone compatible who is also powerful enough to protect oneself. That already represents the ideal partner for most mutants. However, reflecting on Tom's previous attitude towards her, I can't help but feel a bit disheartened. Unfortunately, he might not even be interested in me. I think it's not good for you to conspire against Uncle Tom like this. Just as the three of them were lost in thought, the previously wandering Polaris suddenly appeared. Looking at the three of them, Polaris innocently said, "We are discussing matters that could determine the future of the mutant race. Children should stay out of it." The response to Polaris was, of course, the scolding from the three, who were already irritated by her words. Facing their scolding, Polaris timidly shrank her head, then stubbornly remarked, "But aren't you all just after Uncle Tom's strength and treasures?" With that, I pulled the reluctant Polaris into my arms, giving her a warning look to prevent any potential backlash. Then I turned to Thunderbird and Journey. "Have you two thought it through? Do you know any powerful mutants who would be willing to ally with us? Once we go out, contact them immediately. If Tom is unwilling to take them, and let them come to seek help themselves. After all, this tower can accommodate quite a few people." Still claiming it's not just for Uncle Tom's treasures. Upon hearing this, Polaris, who was lying on the tumultuous waves, muttered to herself. After about half an hour, as the trio sat together discussing candidates, they suddenly felt a blur before their eyes. When their vision cleared again, they found themselves standing on the deck of Tom's yacht. Where is this? Have we escaped the encirclement of the media country's military? I grasped the railing on the right side of the yacht and glanced around the calm sea, discovering that there were no military ships from the media country, not even a ghostly shadow. Of course, I flew you all out of the media country's encirclement and then sailed for a while. Further ahead, we will return to the estuary of the Hudson River. As for those military pursuit boats, they are still tirelessly searching in that area. In the cockpit, Tom, with one hand holding the exquisite tower and the other manipulating the wheel, spoke through the open window to the people on the deck. Is this the tower we just stayed in? How can it shrink to such a small size?" Like a whirlwind, Polaris broke free from my grasp and rushed to Tom's side in the cockpit. Surrounding Tom's hand, Polaris curiously examined the seven-treasure exquisite tower, as well as the Sun Golden Wheel floating next to Tom's head, and the Moon Golden Wheel still revolving around him. "I'm sorry, but Polaris had already lost interest in these outdated treasures. Uncle, I need to tell you." Suddenly remembering something, Polaris intended to report something to Tom. Then Polaris saw my threatening expression. "You saved my life. I will never let anyone harm you." Although she timidly shrank her head, she still felt a bit of fear towards me, who was like a parental figure to her. However, Tom always managed to produce something new and intriguing for Polaris, especially when I had been trying to control her during this time. Thus, when it came to choosing between Tom and me, Polaris slightly leaned towards Tom. Tom, I have something to discuss with you." Casting a glance at Polaris, who was making faces at me, I decisively let Thunderbird take over the steering. "Thunderbird, take the wheel." The dock near the intersection of West 14th Street and West City Road, close to the fireboat station. As that ungrateful little thing Polaris made her way over to Tom, I was very clear that if I didn't confront Tom soon, my plan would eventually fall apart. "Oh, you have something to say to me? All right, come to my room." Tom smiled slightly, having already noticed the issue between me and Polaris. This was no longer a matter of social experience. Their previous behavior was too obvious. Anyone who wasn't blind could see it. "So what do you want from me?" Tom asked as he placed the exquisite tower on the wooden table in the room and pulled out a chair to sit down. I pulled out a chair across from him and sat down, glancing at the exquisite tower on the table and the Sun and Moon Golden Wheels beside Tom. "Can you tell me where these things come from?" The sun golden wheel is fine since it's not very large, or I might not have noticed it before. But this exquisite tower, which looks like Noah's Ark, I have lived on the boat for half a year, yet I have never seen it. Tom initially planned to dodge the question about the 7-treasure exquisite tower being hidden in some corner of the boat, but he recalled that when he manifested the tower, I and my companions were waiting at the entrance to the cabin. In that small cabin there indeed didn't seem to be anywhere to hide a tower the size of my arm. Thus Tom could only tell the truth. I can only tell you that these treasures are related to my mental power. As for how they came to be, I can't tell you that yet, given our current relationship. I frowned slightly and suddenly stood up from my chair, leaning over the table with both hands pressed down, exerting a strong sense of pressure on Tom. What if our relationship deepens? I am willing to be your girlfriend, or even Mrs. White. At that time, will you be willing to tell me your secrets? Tom leaned back, sharply looking incredulous. You want to be my girlfriend? But we have no feelings between us. We haven't even been on a date. How could this be possible? Tom was completely unprepared for this. Previously, he thought I was coming to talk about Thunderbird and Journey. After all he's been through, Tom had an inkling that Thunderbird and Journey were likely called by me. If it weren't for the fact that he was sure I didn't know about the locator bullets, and Tom had already made up his mind not to be overly submissive, thinking about how he could recruit more mutants through me, he would have already turned against me. Helping me save people is fine, but losing Tom's boat is unacceptable. Maybe this proposal isn't bad. After all, I am a stunning beauty with an alluring figure. For a homebody, girls like me are utterly devastating. Moreover, Tom is a homebody who has never had any romantic experiences. But how could this happen? Tom thought he had no romantic intentions towards me. I had never shown any signs of interest in him. After all, while lying in a hospital bed in his past life, Tom had learned through television and books about the necessary processes for two strangers to become lovers: dating, dining, watching movies. They hadn't done any of that. Therefore, Tom had always viewed me merely as a stranger who came to stay at his place. Regarding me, Tom had always been thinking about how to get rid of me. He never considered making me his girlfriend or even his wife. So should I accept or not? Heaven help, Tom's conversation with me was initially meant to leverage my connections to find some subordinates. Who would have thought that not only would he get my connections, but he might also end up with me? Oh my God. As I eased my pressure, laughing as if hearing a joke, I returned to my chair and waved my hand. Please, what era are we in? You're still telling such old-fashioned jokes. Children talk about love while adults talk about interests. Just look at those ordinary human kids from 15 or 16 until they settle down, who doesn't have 5 or 6 romantic experiences. And among those experiences, which one wasn't based on believing in love? Besides, we are mutants. We hover on the edge of life and death every day. Oh, when do we have time to consider ridiculous love? All you need to tell me is whether you think I'm pretty and if you have feelings for me. If so, isn't that enough? Looking at the puzzled Tom, the tall girl suddenly exclaimed as if she had discovered some major news. Don't tell me that at nearly 20 years old you haven't had a single romantic experience. Tom nodded. What? Is it embarrassing to have never been in a relationship? Of course it is, the tall girl replied, suppressing her laughter. At 20, how could anyone not have dated? Even I, having ventured out at 17 or 18, have had 3 boyfriends. 3 boyfriends. Glancing at the tall girl, who seemed proud for some reason, Tom could only admire her vast experience. So what do you think of my proposal? Do you think I'm pretty? Her eyes sparkling as if she had stumbled upon something entertaining, the tall girl gazed at Tom. Pretty. Tom nodded sincerely. This was definitely his first romantic experience in 2 lifetimes. Moreover, it was the fair-skinned, beautiful, and voluptuous tall girl who had taken the initiative to confess to him. Besides, I think I might actually like you a bit. Your cooking is pretty good. But isn't it a bit too fast to confirm our relationship like this? As expected, my beauty is unmatched in the world, the tall girl thought to herself, feeling a bit smug upon hearing that Tom liked her. However, upon hearing that it was because of her cooking, her expression immediately soured. What's the rush? If it feels right, we should just try spending time together. If it doesn't work out, we can just break up. Isn't it that simple? Why complicate things unnecessarily? Huh? Can it really be like that? The tall girl slammed the table, saying, It's decided, as starting today, I'll move into your place. With a beauty like me as your girlfriend, what do you have to hesitate about? Tom glanced at the tall girl, still feeling it was a bit unreal. But I don't understand why you so suddenly want me as your boyfriend, or even your husband. Just because it feels right. Why didn't you say so earlier? The tall girl pouted. Oh, come on. When it comes to feelings, there are so many reasons that can't be explained. I suddenly realized I really like you, so I want you to be my boyfriend, or even my husband. Isn't that okay? Didn't I say we should try spending time together first? If it works out, we can continue, and even get married. If it doesn't, we just break up. It's really that simple. No need to overthink it. Well, okay. After a moment of hesitation, Tom agreed. After all, he had nothing to lose in this situation. Hearing Tom accept their relationship, the tall girl's face lit up with joy, and she eagerly asked, Can you now tell me about your Linglong Tower and the sun and moon golden wheel. Seeing the tall girl looking so expectant, Tom couldn't help but cast her a doubtful glance. You didn't want me as your boyfriend just to ask about that, did you? How could that be? The tall girl looked shocked and then slapped the table repeatedly. A relationship between two people is sacred. How could I jokingly use such matters? But didn't you just say that only kids believe in love and adults think about benefits? Tom instinctively retorted, but upon seeing the tall girl on the verge of exploding, he quickly added, whether it's the sun and moon golden wheel or the 7-treasure Linglong Tower, they were manifested through my mutant abilities. After thinking it over, even if Tom told the tall girl about his manifestation ability, what could she do? Would she learn to manifest treasures like him? Impossible. Wouldn't it be more appealing to gain a girlfriend through such a meaningless thing? Manifestation. The tall girl tilted her head, slightly confused about the term. Like this. Tom extended his left hand, focusing on his palm. The next moment, a long Tonto knife appeared as if printed by a computer in their view. Imagine what I want, then use my spiritual power to break the boundary between the virtual and the real, turning imagined things into tangible reality. Tom's abilities had developed to the point where manifesting ordinary objects was not only a matter of breath, but even the manifestation light emitted from his eyes was no longer needed. This is incredible. The tall girl took the Tonto knife from Tom and drew the blade. It's just like the one that was melted by your sun will before. Tom smiled slightly. Incredible. Isn't that the greatest feature of our mutant abilities? Just like your psychic weapon, isn't it also made into a physical weapon using spiritual power? Incredible. Those mutant abilities can be accepted by ordinary people and their science. For example, Professor X can read other people's memories, Magneto can manipulate magnetic fields, and Cyclops can unleash lasers from his eyes that can even explode the Earth. These special abilities arising from the X gene totally exceed the phenomena of normal people. Yes, my psychic weapon is also equally incredible in the eyes of ordinary people. The tall girl nodded in agreement. Then her psychic weapon transformed into a variety of forms: a knife, a sword, a fork, a spoon, until finally turning into a long whip, though it quickly vanished. Looking at the disappearing psychic whip in her hand, the tall girl looked at Tom in confusion. So after you manifest these treasures, do they continue to consume your spiritual power? Tom shook his head. They do, but compared to manifesting them, it can be described as almost negligible. This minuscule consumption of spiritual power, I believe, is merely to maintain the connection between me and the treasures I have manifested. Spiritual power connection. Can I use your treasures? The tall girl's face brightened, and she asked excitedly. Tom shook his head. That's probably not possible. You might want to feel it carefully yourself. As he spoke, Tom lifted the spiritual power shield of the sun and moon golden wheel and the 7-treasure Linglong Tower from the tall girl. Otherwise, no one else could directly use spiritual power to probe these treasures. The tall girl radiated her spiritual power, carefully probing the 3 treasures, then frowned at Tom. I found that besides your spiritual power, there seems to be another immense power. Tom nodded. Yes, it's this energy that helps me control these treasures. Since they are all manifested by me, I also have this energy within me. But you? In Tom's view, the tall girl with her black hair and eyes and her distinctly Asian yellow complexion truly matched his taste. After all, in a world filled with white-skinned Caucasians, a beauty of the same origin would easily win Tom's favor. However, this did not mean that Tom would lower his guard against the tall girl. Although their relationship was about to advance, Tom was absolutely unwilling to reveal the existence of the relic and spiritual power to her until he was absolutely sure he could trust her. I see, what a pity. Nodding, the tall girl, who had rich social experience, understood what Tom meant, shaking her head regretfully. Then how did you make these treasures have those magical abilities? For instance, the autonomous attack against enemies or the independent space within the Linglong Tower. Tom smiled and pointed to his head. Of course, it's still imagination. Just imagination. Anything you want you can manifest. The tall girl was taken aback. Of course, not just anything. I can't manifest anything related to life, like people and living things. Also, manifesting any treasure is based on my spiritual power. I can't manifest anything that is too far beyond imagination. For example, if I wanted a treasure that could instantly explode the Earth with my current spiritual power, I can't manifest it. Just right now. The tall girl tilted her head, catching the key point of Tom's earlier words. Tom was taken aback, then nodded. Yes, just for now. After all, treasures like the opening heaven axe and the earth-splitting drill from the chaos supreme treasures can even carve out worlds from the primal chaos. In contrast, exploding the Earth, or even many innate spiritual treasures, can accomplish that. Receiving the answer she wanted, the tall girl smiled sweetly at Tom. Great, I have no more questions now. Do you have anything to ask me, my Tom? Not for now. Tom was quite familiar with the tall girl, especially her abilities. Being able to manifest psychic weapons as well as her excellent combat skills, he asked. But could you introduce me to some people you know who are desperate and willing to be our lackeys? Thus Tom asked the tall girl the question he had been most eager to ask since the beginning. Upon hearing Tom's question, the tall girl's heart skipped a beat, and she tried to seem curious as she asked, "I'm curious, weren't you previously uninterested in gathering and protecting our mutant brethren? Why are you now actively inquiring if there are mutants willing to ally with us?" Mainly because the military of the Media Nation is relentless in their pursuit to exterminate us mutants and will never rest. Just look at the Media Nation's military, first endless pursuers, then various weapons capable of restraining us. Now they've even developed tracking bullets. If this continues without care, one day, even the food and water circulating in the market might be poisoned to suppress our X gene. Tom shared with the tall girl a possible scenario from Wolverine 3. Tom shook his head, not offering an explanation. Regardless of whether it's possible or not, I realize that I can no longer remain indifferent. Although I tend to be a bit lazy and dislike trouble. However, I am acutely aware that once the entire mutant race is exterminated by humanity, it will be impossible for me alone to survive. Therefore, in order to continue living well, I must establish my own mutant faction, making humanity aware of our power as mutants. The military slaughter of us mutants must be halted, and humanity's reckless malice towards us must be curtailed. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind using my own strength to show the world what the consequences would be if mutants choose to fight back fiercely. Since he had already chosen to accept the tall girl as his girlfriend, Tom was naturally willing to continue trying to get along with her. Sharing some of his true thoughts with the tall girl was the effort Tom was willing to make. "Don't worry, I am willing to do my best to support you." The result? It seemed she might have been a bit too forceful as the tall girl tightly grasped Tom's hands resting on the table. Looking at Tom with stars in her eyes, it seemed she had completely transformed into Tom's little fan. "I declare that from now on, Tom and I are in a romantic relationship." I must say that the tall girl is a bold and passionate young woman. As soon as Tom and the tall girl returned to the deck, she proudly announced their relationship to Thunderbird, Journey, and Polaris. Congratulations. Thunderbird and Journey had anticipated this. They were quite convinced of the tall girl's charm and beauty. "What? You two are together? Oh my God, are you kidding me?" In contrast, Polaris' reaction was somewhat exaggerated. After all, on the ship, the tall girl was at the top of the food chain while Tom was at the bottom. Polaris considered herself to be in the middle. Now that the tall girl and Tom were dating, who would Polaris bully in the future? Wouldn't she be at the bottom of the hierarchy? In an instant, Polaris felt that her future life had dimmed. "Thunderbird, Journey, you have seen Tom's Linglong Tower. We plan to recruit some mutant brothers to resist the military slaughter of our mutant race. Later, you will immediately contact those who share our ideals and are willing to join us. Then draft a list for us to review." The tall girl ignored the wailing Polaris and looked at Thunderbird and Journey. "Don't worry, we guarantee to complete the task." Thunderbird and Journey, who were already mentally prepared, quickly responded. However, Tom, who was concerned about potential issues, said, "Make sure to clearly explain our situation here as well as that of the tower to those who are willing to join. After all, once they arrive, they will likely spend most of their time in my Linglong Tower." "Mr. Tom." Thunderbird nodded and then chuckled. "They'll still call you boss. After all, privately, my brother and I both refer to Ling Dai as Big Sister." Tom glanced at the calm-faced tall girl, marveling at her being such a strong woman, and naturally nodded approvingly. "Of course, as long as you like it." Thunderbird pointed to himself and his brother. "Boss, you are powerful and have never been discovered by the military as a mutant. Therefore, you have no idea what kind of life we relatively weaker mutants live, constantly hunted by the military. Having a place to stay and warm meals is already a blessing. You should know that we often go hungry and live in constant fear, afraid that we might lose our lives at any moment. In comparison, although the living space in your tower is small and freedom is not high, it is already the kind of life that many mutants dream of." Tom did not expect that the mutants in this world were living in such dire conditions, so he sighed and nodded. "Understood, just make sure to explain our situation clearly." At midnight, Tom's yacht returned to his dock. After securing the boat at the pier, the reluctant Polaris was pulled by the tall girl to help her move. As for Thunderbird and Journey, they returned to the rooms Tom had arranged for them on the ship. They began calling those they believed would be willing to ally with Tom. In the future, it seems there won't be such a leisurely life anymore. Tom strolled on the bow of the ship, gazing at the wooden pole on the deck under the cold moonlight. Tom was very clear that his plan to establish his own faction would inevitably change the carefree life he had on the ship. "So how many people did you manage to contact?" The next morning, sporting large dark circles under his eyes, Tom sat together with the tall girl, Thunderbird, Journey, and Polaris. While eating breakfast delivered by the courier, the tall girl inquired of Thunderbird and Journey. As for Tom's dark circles this time, they weren't due to mental exhaustion, it was mainly because the tall girl had stayed over at his place last night. "Did you see how the tall girl was also dozing off while speaking?" Fortunately, due to the previous daily mental exhaustion, Tom was used to having dark circles under his eyes. Thus, apart from the somewhat uncomfortable tall girl, everyone else was already accustomed to Tom's dark circles. Thunderbird took out a sheet of paper and slid it to the table. This contains all the people we contacted last night who are willing to join us. To Tom's surprise, Polaris also placed a sheet of paper on the table. This contains the candidates I discussed with Ling Dai while helping her move yesterday. I have already called and communicated with all of them. Everyone on this list is willing to ally with us as long as we can ensure their safety. So many. Are you sure you explained our situation clearly? Tom picked up the papers and glanced at them, finding that there were around 70 or 80 names in total. This is the rhythm of filling all the beds in his Linglong Tower at once. In response to Tom's doubts, both Thunderbird and Polaris nodded affirmatively. Polaris even bared her teeth at him, expressing her dissatisfaction. Definitely, we've made it very clear. What is the strength of these individuals? Tom examined the list closely and noticed that apart from a few familiar names like Flicker, Sunspot, and Fireman, he didn't recognize anyone else. With so many people, Tom wondered if he should narrow it down. After all, the food consumption of 80 people is vastly different from that of 8. One misstep could alert the military. Thunderbird thought for a moment and said, they should be all right since all of them have already exposed their identities as mutants. Those who manage to evade the military's pursuit must possess some strength. You should know that those without sufficient strength have already been sliced up and sent to the labs. Taking the list from Tom, the tall girl, sensing Tom's concern, said, while looking at the names on the paper, don't worry, these people are scattered throughout the country. Some have successfully hidden themselves, some have escaped the military's pursuit, while others are still being chased by them. They are spread far and wide, and it will be impossible to gather them all here in a short time. Let's first gather those near New York, and then consider others. All right. Tom listened and felt it made sense, so he nodded. Seeing Tom agree with her viewpoint, the tall girl turned to Polaris and Thunderbird. How many on this list are near New York? And how many can come on their own, and how many will need us to assist them? Polaris and Thunderbird retrieved their respective lists, and after recalling the names, Polaris was the first to speak. I have Flicker. Due to her ability, the military wants to capture her even more than they want to catch me. Moreover, during last night's call, Flicker mentioned that she had been shot before, and the military's pursuers seem to be able to find her no matter where she hides. I suspect that the newly developed tracking bullets are likely being used against Flicker. Then it was Thunderbird's turn. On my list, it should be Fireman. He has been pursued due to his immense destructive power. As for his safety, there shouldn't be any issues for now. The tall girl nodded and then glanced at Tom. All right, let's prioritize rescuing Flicker first, then Fireman. Tom, Thunderbird, and I will go to rescue them. Polaris will stay in Tom's tower to assist Flicker and Fireman once they are brought in. Journey will remain on the ship to contact those who can come on their own. Is this the place? 113 East 57 Th Street, this should be it. 2 hours later, Tom, the tall girl, and Thunderbird arrived near an antique market. This was the latest hiding place Flicker had disclosed to them over the phone. She chose a great location. It seems the military's pursuers haven't found this place. Tom surveyed the area and noticed the pedestrians bustling around, seemingly engrossed in their own affairs. Wait, the pursuers have arrived. Sitting in the driver's seat, the tall girl adjusted her wide-brimmed hat, then pointed at two men negotiating with a painting vendor a few dozen steps away. Look, don't they have earpieces in their ears? And they occasionally cover their ears and lean in to say a few words. I also noticed one thing, the coffee in the cup was completely gone, yet he pretended to drink from it. This is so amateurish. Did you not see the waiter not far away with a face full of disdain? Really? There are that many. I can't see any of them. After discovering 2 or 3 waves of disguised pursuers, Tom asked with a puzzled expression. With a slight smile, the well-experienced Longlegs pointed to a big man who was ostensibly sketching but had hardly made any marks on his canvas, while he himself was looking around aimlessly, and said to the inexperienced Tom, "It's actually quite simple. Just look for those who seem to be focused on their work but are actually not doing anything and instead, like us, are looking around." Looking at the absurdly behaving street artist who was actually a pursuer in disguise, Tom nodded in realization. With so many pursuers lurking around, if it weren't for the large number of pedestrians and customers, the military of Media Country would have likely already moved against us. The pursuers mostly recognize me and Longlegs, so you'll have to take action on your own to meet with the Flicker. Remember, Flicker is a red-haired girl about 11 or 12 years old in front of a stall selling stir-fry porcelain on the 2nd floor. The code words are "You are the Terminator," and she is "I am Connor." Just as Tom opened the car door, Longlegs reminded him, "Oh right. I saw someone outside selling Schwarzenegger masks. I'll remember to buy one later. Just in case you get exposed, you can wear it to cover your face." In the Marvel Universe, it was already the end of 2004, and Schwarzenegger had been elected governor in 2003 and was now vying for re-election. For a time, the Terminator masks were sold all over Media Country. With a Terminator mask in hand, Tom went up to the second floor. After wandering around, Tom spotted the sharp-faced, red-haired girl hiding in the corner of the stall selling stir-fried porcelain. This doesn't look like Flicker. My impression of Flicker is from a movie in my past life where the character was a fat-faced, black-haired figure who only had a few lines like "Hey ha," played by some big star from my previous life. I am the Terminator. Approaching the wary Flicker, Tom casually waved the Terminator mask in his right hand. I am Connor. Although he had used the code words to make contact, Flicker still looked at Tom with suspicion, especially with the exquisite tower in Tom's left hand. During Tom's journey here, quite a few curious onlookers had asked him if he was selling the tower he was holding. Just one question. If Tom Tower King White no longer had the 7 treasures exquisite tower in his hands, would he still be the Tower King? I am a friend of Polaris. Looking at the Terminator mask in his hand, which indeed could cause misunderstandings, Tom quietly said to Flicker while pretending to inspect a piece of porcelain on the stall. Are you the Tom White that Polaris mentioned? This area has already been surrounded by those pesky pursuers. How do you plan to get me out of here? I bet as soon as we step out of this store, you'll definitely get your head blown off by the hidden snipers. Is there somewhere here without people? I have my ways to get you out safely. Kids really are the most annoying. Why don't you say you got your head blown off? This unfortunate child. Yes, there's a storage room in this store. There should be no one. All right, take me there. Tom assessed Flicker's height of less than 1.5 meters. The exquisite tower didn't necessarily have to return to its original size. As long as the exquisite tower is larger than the person to be collected, quickly come in, otherwise others will notice. At the end of a corridor, noticing that no one was around, Flicker directly opened her palm and threw something at the wall. Tom couldn't see what was thrown, but he could feel the immense energy within. Since you have this ability, why not use it to escape by yourself? Passing through the space door opened by Flicker and entering the empty storage room, Tom curiously asked Flicker about the suddenly disappearing space door. Flicker's expression changed, and she tried to spread her thumb and middle finger as far apart as possible, indicating a distance. My space door can currently only traverse this far. I see. Looking at Flicker's diminutive hands, less than half the size of an adult's, Tom nodded in understanding. You asked me to take you to a place without people, and now what? You just need to stand still. Facing Flicker's confusion, Tom tossed the exquisite tower into the air, which instantly grew to about 1.7 meters tall, touching the ceiling. With a flash of golden light, it swiftly enveloped Flicker, who hadn't had time to react below. As for what would happen to Flicker after entering, isn't Polaris inside? The reason for having her stay inside ahead of time was to deal with the current situation. So, how do I get out now? Having done all this, Tom, who originally intended to leave, suddenly realized he seemed to have forgotten something before coming in. Help! Help! Someone stole my Ming Dynasty Jingdejun porcelain. Longlegs and Thunderbird, who were quietly waiting outside the store in the car, suddenly noticed the chaos inside the store. Quickly, let's go. Then they saw Tom wearing a Terminator mask sneakily rushing out of the store. As for why someone was shouting about stolen Ming Dynasty porcelain, it was probably because Tom had, before kicking through the wall, casually used the exquisite tower to take some teacups, bowls, and wooden tables and chairs from the warehouse. What happened? Did the military pursuers find you? While driving away from the store, Longlegs curiously asked Tom. No, just some unexpected little problems. Tom shook his head as he removed the mask from his face. What's next? Where's the fireman? Joking about forgetting to consider how to get out after going in, Tom certainly wouldn't tell Longlegs and Thunderbird. To prevent them from asking again, Tom decisively changed the subject. Thunderbird glanced at his unresponsive phone. The fireman must be in trouble and doesn't have time to answer my call. But we had already arranged to meet him along the highway from Greenwich to New York University. Tom looked at Longlegs, who still had a curious expression. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up. Boom. Stopping Longlegs' curiosity about some boring matters, Tom and his group quickly drove to Greenwich Village. However, from a distance, Tom and the others heard the loud explosions and gunfire echoing in the distance. No wonder the military of Media Country prioritized capturing this fireman. Although it's often said that in Media Country gun battles happen every day, but with explosions and fire, this is definitely not common in the peaceful and harmonious New York City. What should we do? The military and police have already sealed off this area. As they moved closer, they saw police cars and SWAT vehicles. There were even armored personnel carriers and tanks. As for the police and soldiers, there were plenty of them. Don't worry, leave it to me. Tom put the Terminator mask back on, held the golden tower, and activated the solar and lunar wheels in his pockets. After all, since there were so many eyes around, Tom did not activate the solar and lunar wheels when going out. Taking advantage of the pedestrians' lack of attention, Tom directly used the solar wheel to soar toward the center of the flames, surrounded by police and soldiers. There are people in the sky. Just kidding, how could there be someone in the sky? Open fire, it's a mutant. Before Tom could fly into the encirclement, he was spotted by the surrounding police and soldiers. In an instant, bullets, rockets, and even cannon fire from tanks were all aimed at him. Bang! Boom! Fortunately, Tom had the defensive barrier from the solar wheel for protection, along with the lunar wheel intercepting from above and below. Enveloped in flames and smoke, he flew into the encirclement in a very eye-catching manner. Kid, I am the Terminator, the one who was supposed to come to pick you up. Pay attention, do not resist. In the center of the encirclement, the 15 or 16-year-old fireman was surrounded by flames, protecting himself. While using the flames to fend off the enemy's attacks, he occasionally counterattacked. What? Suddenly, hearing someone speaking above him, the fireman didn't have time to react and looked up to see a tower the size of a small mountain crashing down toward him. Boom! Tom certainly didn't intend to crush the fireman with the exquisite tower. Before the tower landed and kicked up a cloud of dust, the fireman had already been collected into the tower. The reason Tom threw the exquisite tower so carelessly was mainly to prevent the pursuers from harming the fireman during the collection process. On my ears. Wow! Now it seems the effect was indeed quite good. During the process of collecting the fireman into the tower, not only was the fireman unharmed, but quite a few of the nearby pursuers were also shaken. After all, a large block of gold crashing down would cause a significant tremor in the surrounding ground. And Tom, after swiftly retracting the exquisite tower amidst the chaos and cries of distress, took the opportunity to slip away. Tom, you should have told us before you made your move. My ears are still ringing. Boss, I feel like throwing up. Until they returned to Tom's ship, Longlegs, who had been rubbing his ears, and Thunderbird, whose face had gone from pale to red, were still complaining to Tom. I'm sorry, I didn't expect that you would still be affected from so far away. What could Tom say to that? Just apologize. With a wealth of social experience, the tall figure speculated that these 16 individuals had likely fallen victim to the machinations of the media country's military. After all, even if they had changed their minds about coming, they need not ignore phone calls, right? According to the tall figure, the 65 gathered mutants had already formed a mid-sized force within the mutant organization, at least in terms of numbers. Considering the mutant population of several tens of millions, is gathering 65 individuals truly enough to be considered a mid-sized force? Well, I must say the mutants in this Marvel world are quite unfortunate. I fear that continuing like this is not sustainable. Our daily food consumption is too high, and even if I diversify my shopping across New York from time to time, it is still easily noticed. In the evening, Tom, the tall figure, and Polaris were gathered around the table for dinner. As for the Thunderbird brothers and the others, to avoid attracting attention, they had all taken refuge in Tom's exquisite tower. During this time, Tom had been driving around New York to purchase the necessities for the 60-plus individuals. There was no other choice. After all, he was the only one among them who had never been registered with the media country's military. That's definitely a valid point. The tall figure nodded in agreement after putting down her bowl. A few days ago, I discussed this with Thunderbird and Dreamer, and I feel it's not ideal for them to stay in the exquisite tower all the time. Dreamer suggested that we simply buy a larger fishing boat and then register to go offshore. This way we can evade the military searches and also find a perfect excuse for our food needs. Moreover, we could even partially meet our food requirements by fishing ourselves. What do you think? Buy a fishing boat and go offshore. Money is certainly not an issue. Tom rubbed the table, feeling somewhat indecisive. Rest assured, as long as we buy a fishing boat big enough, it will definitely accommodate your yacht. The tall figure immediately saw through Tom's hesitation, rolling her eyes. Sometimes she even questioned her standing in Tom's heart compared to his yacht. All right, then we will buy a fishing boat to go offshore. Sure enough, the conflicted expression on Tom's face vanished without a trace. However, when Tom saw the scene being broadcasted on television, he shook his head again. But this matter must wait a bit. Before that, we must first do one thing. What is it? The tall figure was curious. Even Polaris, who was currently attacking a steak, paused chewing and turned to look at Tom. We need to meet this person. The television was broadcasting the media country's military's awards ceremony for the year. A black officer announced that Tony Stark had received some kind of apogee award, but Tony was absent, and the one on stage to accept the award was Obadiah Stane. Obadiah Stane from Stark Industries. Are you planning to take him out? The tall figure frowned as she asked Tom. If Tom was planning such a thing, she would definitely disagree. Their team had just been established. If they rushed to expose themselves, the potential losses could be great. Moreover, Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane were well-known figures in the Marvel world, even more so among mutants. Because Stark Industries was a partner of the military, many of the weapons used by the military to combat mutants were developed and manufactured by Stark Industries. How could that be? Tom shook his head and smiled. I'm not looking for Obadiah Stane. I'm looking for the award-winning Tony Stark. As for the purpose, it's not to kill him, but to save him. Jokingly, as a well-known traveler, who doesn't know that Tony Stark is the prodigal son of the Marvel Universe? Not only has he repeatedly turned danger into safety, but in the end, He even stood alone against the transcendent purple sweet potato with a mere mortal body. A person like that, Tom, would have to be insane to assassinate him. Save him. Why? How do you know this Tony Stark is going to get into trouble? Surrounded by questions, the tall figure found that the closer she got to Tom, the less she could see through him. Even though Tom had already become her man, Tom, with a mysterious look, blinked and provided an answer that irritated both the tall figure and Polaris. A man's intuition. As a mutant and a supercriminal in the eyes of ordinary citizens, why would Tom want to save Tony Stark, the future superhero? The reason for doing so is not that Tom wants to become Tony's friend, nor does he want to join the Avengers. After all, Tom and Tony Stark are on opposite sides. One is a supercriminal, and the other is a superhero. One is a mutant, the other is an ordinary human, one is a traveler while the other is a native. They seem to be inherently opposed. Tom wants to save Tony Stark merely to take this opportunity for Tony Stark, the son of the world and future superhero, to owe him a favor. After all, having watched the movies in his previous life, Tom is well aware of Tony Stark's character. He is extreme, arrogant, disregards the mundane, yet he deeply values emotions and his commitments. Such a person not seizing the opportunity to take advantage of him would truly be a pity. All right, how do you plan to save this playboy? The tall figure rolled her eyes somewhat helplessly. Of course we will wait outside Stark Tower. After the party, this playboy will inevitably head home, right? More than an hour later, he finally returns. What a slowpoke. Tom and his companions had arrived early and waited in the shadow beneath Stark Tower. After more than an hour, a luxury car finally appeared under the yearning eyes of the group. Seeing the familiar face stepping out of the luxury car, Polaris, who had already been waiting impatiently beside Tom, muttered in dissatisfaction. All right, let's go over. Tom stopped Polaris' complaints and stepped out from the shadows, walking toward Tony Stark. Wow, now is private time. Our boss does not accept interviews and does not sign autographs for any fans. Because Tom's group consisted of both men and women, young and old, and they appeared to be unarmed. Thus, Tony Stark's driver merely stepped forward to block them without drawing a gun or notifying the nearby guards. Tom recognized the fat man who was blocking them. He seemed to be named Happy Hogan, Tony Stark's personal bodyguard. As for combat strength, it couldn't be more than 6. Signature move: Tyson's kiss. What a playboy, a jerk. Watching Tony Stark help a blonde beauty out of his luxury car, the tall figure disdainfully curled her lips, manifesting a long energy whip in her hand. Oh my, you are mutants. If I were you, I definitely would not make any rash moves. Seeing the energy whip in the tall figure's hand, Happy instinctively wanted to draw his gun as he halted his steps. However, Tom's moonblade had already lightning-fast stopped beside Happy's neck. Emma, make sure to be careful. Looking at the crescent-shaped moonblade glinting with a greenish light and feeling the chill raising goosebumps on his neck, Happy wisely raised his hands. Hey boss, maybe you should pay more attention to this side instead of your beauty. However, as Tony Stark's bodyguard, he still dutifully issued a warning. What? Oh shit. Tony Stark, holding the blonde beauty, looked back and immediately attempted to quicken his pace to escape. Tony Stark was well aware of what he had done, so he was also acutely aware of how much the media country's mutants despised him. A group of mutants suddenly showing up, could anything good come of it? However, the tall figure's energy whip had already wrapped around Tony Stark's neck first. If you move again or raise your voice, they'll snap your neck immediately. His body immediately froze in place as he slowly turned around, raising his hands high. Tony's mouth opened like a small motor, trying its best to function. I can swear that the military's weapons against mutants have nothing to do with me. They were all developed in cooperation with Obadiah Stane. Moreover, I have never had any ill will toward you mutants. Trust me, everything I say is the truth. Don't worry, we are not here to kill you, but to save you. With a smiling face, Tom slowly walked toward the now completely terrified, pale-faced Tony Stark. In fact, Tom thought to himself, Tony Stark, the son of the world. Not only is he alive, but he is also trembling and completely terrified. Should I take a picture as a keepsake? Regardless of what Tom was thinking, Tony Stark, hearing that they wouldn't kill him, let out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank God, that's great. As for saving me, I feel it's completely unnecessary. I'd be grateful if you didn't come looking for me. And that girl who likes to play with whips, could you please take the whip off my neck? Although it does look quite beautiful wrapped around my neck. The tall figure holding the energy whip ignored Tony Stark's words and pointed at Happy and the blonde beauty beside Tony, who had been so frightened she could not speak. Thunderbird, coordinate with Dreamer and let them forget about today. Yes. Thunderbird nodded and then with a punch and a slap knocked both Happy and the blonde beauty unconscious. Then Tom's side also sent out a blonde beauty, lowering her head and emanating a puff of blue smoke that enveloped Happy's head. Seeing this scene, Tony Stark couldn't help but whisper as he thought Tom was about to kill Happy. Rest assured, Mr. Stark, we have not harmed them. It's just that due to today's events, it is inconvenient for those two to know. Tom shook his head and continued to speak to Tony, In the next couple of days, there will be an assassination attempt during the arms sale in Afghanistan. I advise you to cancel this trip, otherwise you may find it difficult to escape this calamity. Tony's lips curled slightly, evidently showing disdain. I don't know how you learned about my itinerary, but don't you think this lowly provocation is a bit too obvious? Tom smiled slightly. How you interpret it is your own business. Our purpose here is merely to warn you. As for what you choose to do after receiving our warning, we won't care either way. We're all set over here. As he spoke, a voice with long legs could be heard nearby. Tom and Tony turned to see Thunderbird leaning Happy, who was unconscious against Tony's luxury car. As for the blonde beauty who returned with Tony, she was placed inside the car. It was as if she was about to get out and Happy was going over to open the car door for her. Remember, the choice is yours. With a mysterious smile, Tom waved at the long-legged people. All right, let's go. Standing in place, thinking the other party was just putting on a show to lure him, and Tony realized that Tom and the others were walking further away, showing no intention of turning back. The more he thought about it, the stranger it felt. With a head full of question marks, Tony couldn't help but shout at Tom and them. So you all came here today risking offending me just to warn me? Tom replied without looking back. You think too highly of yourself and too little of us mutants, Mr. Stark. After that, Tom and the others disappeared around the corner of the street. Do you think that arrogant Tony Stark would heed your warning? The long-legged person who had their arm around Tom's looked back at Tony, who had already vanished around the corner. Tom smiled confidently. Of course not, otherwise he wouldn't be the arrogant Tony Stark. And besides, not listening to our warning is exactly what I need. If Tony fell for Tom's trap, then what would Tom have left to play with? How could he take advantage of Tony, this big shot, when he fell into the hands of terrorists, and profit from him? After saying this, he turned to the air beside him and said, conceal yourself for the next few days, follow Tony Stark to Afghanistan. If he encounters any accidents you want need to intervene, just investigate the attackers' identities and report back immediately. Understood. A male voice responded from the air. Got it, boss. The person speaking to Tom was nicknamed Conceal, but the long-legged people preferred to call him the Transparent Man in private. Just like his nickname, his mutant ability allowed him to render his body completely transparent. Conceal's ability to hide by becoming transparent was only detectable by powerful psychics and special detection equipment developed by the military specifically for him. Other infrared or thermal sensing technologies could not detect his presence. Standing still for a long time, Tony, estimating that Tom and the others had already gone far, angrily waved his fist. He felt that he had not only been threatened, but also disdained. The attitude of Tom and his mutants towards him was as if they had already decided that Tony Stark was their plaything, one they could manipulate at will. Boss, why aren't you going up yet? Didn't you say you were tired? Yeah, I'm also curious about how late you can let me sleep. At that moment, a male and a female voice came from behind Tony. Both voices were familiar to him. One was his bodyguard and driver, Happy, and the other was the beautiful reporter he had picked up from the awards ceremony that evening. Did you feel anything wrong? No. Remembering Tom's earlier words that they shouldn't know about our affairs tonight, he looked at Happy and the beautiful reporter, who seemed completely oblivious. Without cause, Tony suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Happy, where are the security personnel near our building? What about the surveillance? Why haven't we seen anyone for so long? Then a wave of embarrassment washed over him. Who was he? He was the century's most outstanding genius inventor, a playboy envied by all men, and a billionaire worth millions at every moment. How could such an incredible Tony Stark be threatened by a group of mutants like stray rats at his own doorstep? Although Happy did not understand why his boss was so angry, knowing Tony's temper, he answered honestly, "Isn't this your own arrangement? You said that with Jarvis around, any monitoring and security personnel were redundant. So we only have a few doormen at Stark Tower. Now that it's past 11 at night, aside from the one on duty, the rest should have gone home." It was then that Tony remembered that due to the presence of the smart housekeeper Jarvis, he had fired all security personnel at Stark Tower, except for the doormen. As for why Jarvis had not detected Tony Stark being kidnapped by Tom and the others for such a long time, it was because Tony, fearing infringing upon others' rights, had limited Jarvis' monitoring range to inside Stark Tower. Didn't I know that? Why do you need to say it? Starting tomorrow, Stark Tower will increase security personnel, and they will be of the highest level. Also, the military's research on devices that can identify mutant identities find an opportunity to get me 100 or so back. Of course, the mistake was made by Tony himself, but he certainly wouldn't shoulder the burden alone. So once again, exerting his domineering CEO persona, after scolding Happy, Tony walked into Stark Tower with the blonde beauty reporter. Do you want to know how late I can make you sleep? I decide to make you stay up all night until dawn. Being threatened by mutants. Even if the Earth were to be destroyed tomorrow, it wouldn't stop Tony Stark from enjoying various beauties. Tony, I heard from Happy that you increased the security guards in the building, and they're of the highest level. After cleaning up the leftover trash from Tony Stark's use last night, Pepper Potts arrived at Tony Stark's studio via the stairs. Meanwhile, Tony himself was listening to some underground music while repairing a race car he had never driven since purchasing it. Yeah, after all, our safety is more important than money, isn't it? Tony Stark replied absent-mindedly, his mind still dwelling on last night's events. I do agree with that. But you should already be on the plane. Oh, why haven't you set off yet? According to the schedule, your plane should have taken off over an hour ago. Since it's my plane, it should wait for me, not the other way around, right? Although he said that, Tony was actually struggling with whether to heed the sudden advice from those unfamiliar mutants and cancel the upcoming arms sale. All right, let me personally verify what that mutant gentleman said. Otherwise, to back down without reason would be too uncharacteristic of me, Tony Stark, wouldn't it? After casually brushing off Pepper a few more times, including once again forgetting her birthday, the hesitant Tony Stark ultimately decided to go to Afghanistan in person as planned. At the same time, Tom on the yacht received a call from Conceal. Boss, just as you expected, Tony Stark has boarded the plane to Afghanistan. Very good, continue to follow him. The same words as before, do not act recklessly. Even if Tony Stark were to die next, do not intervene. What you need to do is simply investigate the identities of the potential attackers and their hideouts. Hanging up the phone, Tom pointed to a photo of a yacht on the computer. All right, then we will take the largest one. Tom and the others were selecting a fishing boat they had previously planned to purchase, and the one Tom specified was claimed to be the largest fishing boat in the world, 18 meters high, 143 meters long, with a displacement of 300 tons, built by Helan and currently available for sale. The dreamer looked at the introduction of the boat on the computer and shook his head awkwardly. It's fine to buy this boat, since it's produced by Helan, and they won't investigate our identities too thoroughly. However, the trouble comes with how to register it after purchase, as our identities as mutants cannot withstand scrutiny. Moreover, the boat's catch volume is too large, so registering it with the Oceanic Bureau might be troublesome. The dreamer used to be a lawyer, making him the most knowledgeable person in legal matters among Tom's group. Hearing this, Tom shrugged indifferently. No worries, I've already found someone to help us register it. None other than the soon-to be unfortunate Tony Stark. As for the issue of being banned due to excessive catch volume, doesn't that perfectly suit our needs? Work once a month and the rest of the time can be spent drifting at sea under the pretense of a fishing moratorium. Hearing Tom say this, the dreamer nodded in agreement. All right, then I'll place the order and have the manufacturer bring the boat over for us. As for the money to buy the boat, Tom had already materialized and deposited it in the bank. With the boat's manufacturer willing to deliver it, as the dreamer said, all Tom needed to worry about was how to legally keep this massive fishing boat afloat. Tom contacted the shipyard on Helan's side, waiting for the fishing boats to deliver themselves. Utilizing the formidable capabilities of the Jericho missile, he easily persuaded the military of the Medi Nation and the local warlord Tony Stark, who was currently on his way back. Those mutants truly intended to deceive me and sow discord between me and the Medi military. On the way back, while enjoying fine wine and basking in the admiration and worship of the soldiers accompanying him, Tony silently contemplated. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out from outside the car window, causing Tony's previously relaxed heart to tighten. Then came the continuous gunfire and the screams of the Medi soldiers within their convoy. Damn it, that group of bastard mutants really predicted correctly. Who wants to kill me? No, I must find someone to call for help myself. Ignoring the suggestions of the soldiers protecting him to stay in the car, as they were all already dead, Tony rolled and crawled to hide behind a large rock. He pulled out his phone only to find there was no signal. Just as Tony was about to stand up, a powerful missile suddenly exploded beside him, launching him several meters away. My Jericho missile. Ripping open his shirt, he looked at the bulletproof vest dotted with small holes, which was Tony Stark's last fleeting thought. His consciousness slipped into darkness, and when Tony regained awareness, he found himself lying on a hard dirt bed, his body in excruciating pain, especially his chest. Touching his chest, it seemed to be embedded with an iron shard, connected to a few wires. Each movement caused pain, so Tony dared not move around and began to survey his surroundings. It was dark, seemingly a cave. A man in a suit was shaving in front of a blurry small mirror. Where's this place? What have you done to me? Struggling to prop himself up, Tony asked the unfamiliar man. You were attacked by terrorists and struck in the chest by debris from a Jericho missile. Seeing you were still alive, they brought you back. Those hit by such missiles in our area are called living dead. The fragments merge with the blood slowly flowing into the heart with no remedy. It was I who placed that electromagnetic device in your chest, helping to draw the fragments from your blood. The man in the suit set down his razor, helping Tony sit up, while continuing, as for me, my name is Ethan. We met at a party once, but you were completely drunk then. Even if you hadn't been drunk, your eyes were probably only on those beautiful ladies. So you likely don't remember me. Before Tony could ask anything more, a dozen armed men entered the room, demanding Tony help them manufacture Jericho missiles. Tony refused, so they began torturing him. Since those mutants warned me they should come to rescue me, right? Otherwise, wouldn't everything they did before be meaningless? Hanging upside down, Tony thought, just before his head was submerged in water. Damn it, why haven't those bastard mutants come to save me yet? The next day, while hammering iron sheets, Tony thought to himself. He had already agreed to manufacture Jericho missiles for the terrorists, after all those various tortures were too unbearable. But do you really think he would obediently help the terrorists make Jericho missiles? That's a joke. He is Tony Stark. When has he ever endured such humiliation? Thus Jericho was merely a guise. What Tony was actually creating was a small arc reactor to be installed in his chest to prevent the missile fragments in his blood from reaching his heart. Damn it, it seems those bastard mutants won't come to save me. To escape, I must rely on myself. By the third day, Tony had started to plan his escape. He drew out page after page of blueprints, which together formed the mark he once wanted to create. Damn it, how could there be so many Stark Industries weapons here? Are the weapons I designed really meant to maintain world peace rather than destroy it? On the fourth day, Tony secretly told Ethan about the mark I. While out for fresh air, Tony saw a mountain of Stark Industries weapons in the terrorist base. Regarding what he had once been proud of, Tony began to have doubts. On the fifth day, he and Ethan hurried to build the mark I. The terrorists seemed to sense their unusual behavior, giving them a 3-day deadline to produce Jericho missiles. Otherwise, they would kill both of them. By the sixth day, the mark I was nearing completion. With just one more night, they would surely be able to escape by morning. Tony had even planned the escape with Ethan. However, unbeknownst to them, hidden in this room was another mutant hidden. Boss Tony Stark and that Ethan who appeared out of nowhere have confirmed their escape plan. They are building a suit called Mark I, planning to break out using it tomorrow morning. Okay, you can pull back. Wait for me around the terrorist base. I estimate I will arrive by tomorrow morning. After hanging up the phone, Tom looked at the tall man. Grab our application and follow me to Stark Tower. In the evening, Tom and the others waiting outside Stark Tower finally saw Happy, who rushed out looking anxious. You guys, do you know where my boss is? Quickly tell me. Jumping up, Happy rushed toward Tom, almost unable to be restrained by Thunderbird. No wonder Tony entrusted his family and company to this guy after his death. Truly a good subordinate and a good friend. Looking at Happy, who was still struggling, even while pinned down by Thunderbird, Tom nodded in appreciation. Helping you rescue Tony Stark is not a difficult task, but you need to help me with a small matter first. The long-planned and highly anticipated wool-pulling segment was about to begin. What matter? Happy instantly stopped struggling, looking up at Tom. Let him go, Thunderbird. Feeling somewhat like a cliché villain, Tom nodded at Thunderbird, signaling him to release Happy. Then he nodded at the tall man. Give him our information. Sure. Happy, standing up from the ground, glanced over the information and nodded affirmatively. However, I need you to come with me to meet Obadiah Stane. Meet Obadiah Stane, the mastermind behind the attack on Tony. Isn't that just going to hand myself over? Not going. So Tom decisively shook his head. However, I can go with you to meet Tony Stark's personal assistant, Miss Pepper Potts. Happy hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right. Tom turned to look at Thunderbird and Dreamer. You two stay here and wait for Lingdai. Then he looked at the tall man. You and I will go with Happy to meet Miss Potts. Mr. Hogan, who are these two people with you? Due to what happened that night, Tony had already strengthened security in Stark Tower, and after this incident, both the NYPD and the Medi military sent investigators. Currently, the security level of Stark Tower is evident. They are good friends of Miss Potts and are here to discuss something with her. You need not concern yourselves. However, with Happy as an insider, Tom and the tall man passed through smoothly. I don't care, you must help us find Tony, or else you can find someone else for next year's campaign promotional expenses. Just as Tom arrived outside an office inside the tower, he heard a low, reprimanding voice from within. The owner of the voice was likely Pepper Potts, who was on the phone trying to rescue Tony. However, from Tom's perspective, all of Pepper Potts' efforts were in vain. The kidnapping of Tony Stark by terrorists was entirely orchestrated by Obadiah Stane. How could he not have eliminated those who might rescue Tony beforehand? Thus, in the movie, the Medi military and Stark Industries achieved nothing in rescuing Tony. Ultimately, it was Tony himself, like a juicy piece of meat fallen into the tiger's den, who escaped. Had it not been for Tony Stark being the son of the entire Marvel Universe, carrying an extraordinary advantage, relying solely on the Medi military and Stark Industries for rescue, Tony's grave would have been 3 feet tall by now. Ms. Potts, this is Mr. White and Miss Braddock. They warned the boss before not to engage in military sales with Afghanistan. Tom nodded, then took the documents from Longleg's hands and placed them on Pepper's desk. I need a plane to reach Afghanistan before dawn tomorrow. If you don't believe me, I can allow Mr. Hogan to accompany me. Of course, the premise is that you must help me solve this small problem first. Fishing boat registration and fishing application. Pepper picked up the document and read it from start to finish. Simple, this is very easy for us. We won't even need to ask anyone for help. Jarvis can handle it. As for the plane, Tony has many private jets that can take off quickly. Then there's no problem. I can have Mr. Hogan depart for Afghanistan right now to rescue Mr. Tony Stark. With that, Tom looked at Longleg again. You stay here and wait for Miss Potts to finish our business. Remember, also register our crew's identities. This is a good opportunity. Jarvis. Before Ultron appeared, he was undeniably the god of the internet. Tom instantly understood Pepper's plan. She intended to have Jarvis directly modify the records. Since that's the case, why not also register the identities of the hidden mutant crew members? Understood, I will seize this opportunity. Because Tom emphasized the pronunciation of opportunity, Longleg immediately understood Tom's meaning. In her response, she also stressed the word opportunity, indicating that she understood him. All right, let's go, Mr. Hogan. Nodding, Tom turned and walked out of Pepper's office. As for Longleg, who stayed in Stark Tower, Tom was not worried about his girlfriend's safety. After all, Stark's fate was in Tom's hands. Unless she went mad, Pepper wouldn't dare harm Longleg. Moreover, considering Longleg's individual strength, even if Pepper went mad and wanted to deal with her, Tom was skeptical whether she could overcome Longleg with the strength present in Stark Tower. Mr. Tom, we have entered Afghanistan's airspace. What should we do next? Local time just past 4 in the morning. Tom on a small plane arrived in Afghanistan. Tom took out his phone and read the coordinates that the Invisible had sent him to Happy, who was piloting the plane. Here, coordinates XXXXXX. Your boss, Tony Stark, is being held captive by a group of terrorists who call themselves freedom fighters in a nearby cave. You're not mistaken, it's indeed Happy Hogan flying the plane, the overweight driver and bodyguard of Tony in the movie. Tom didn't expect that this guy had previously served in the Marine Corps. Not only was he proficient in various combat techniques, but he was also skilled in piloting planes and tanks. It's surprising what one can discover through conversation. It doesn't make sense. Logically, such an impressive person shouldn't need to rely on the Tyson punch to defeat an ordinary building security guard, right? Could it be? Tom's gaze wandered curiously over Happy, who was piloting the plane completely unaware. Eventually, his gaze fixed on Happy's protruding belly. Tom felt as though he had found the answer to why Happy couldn't defeat a security guard. Boss, you're here. Wow. The plane landed in a vast sea of sand, and as Happy followed Tom off the plane, he suddenly heard a voice in the air. Just as he was startled and about to shout, a man in his 20s gradually materialized from thin air. Invisible, when does Tony Stark plan to make his move? Ignoring the surprised Happy, Tom directly asked the figure that had materialized. I don't know the exact time, but it should be soon. When I left, Tony Stark was already donning his armor with Ethan's assistance. Has he started putting on the armor? Then he'll probably burst out soon. All right, tell me which direction Tony Stark is in, and then you can go up and wait on the plane. In that direction, boss. After recalling the plot from the previous movie, once Invisible pointed out the direction, Tom had him board the plane to rest. In reality, as an invisible person, Invisible truly lived up to his nickname. Besides being able to go invisible to evade most detection in combat, Invisible was indeed a transparent person with almost no combat power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hastily sought refuge with Tom. Being able to turn invisible. Your mutant abilities are truly enviable. If I had that ability, As he followed Tom towards the direction pointed out by Invisible, Happy kept glancing back, enviously looking at the Invisible, who had vanished back into the air. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have so many compatriots captured by you for experimentation. It's the military of the Media Nation, not our Stark Industries. Our Stark Industries only researches and manufactures weapons with no involvement in cells, genes, etc. While chatting, Tom and Happy quickly arrived at the location where Invisible had mentioned Tony Stark was being held captive by terrorists. It's 4:47 a.m., the time when the terrorists are least alert. Why don't we just storm in? Also, what did Invisible just say about my boss putting on the armor and preparing to act? Lying on one side of the valley, watching the flickering sparks of the terrorists in the valley, Happy was utterly confused by Tom's choice to wait rather than directly attack. The place where the terrorists were holding Tony Stark was a shaped valley. The horizontal section was the cave where Tony was imprisoned, and the vertical sections had numerous terrorists and heavy weaponry stationed. In the valley between the horizontal and vertical sections, one could vaguely see a massive stockpile of weapons. Without seeing your Media Nation's military and Stark Industries come to the rescue, Tony Stark will have to find a way out himself. Your Stark is secretly crafting a set of mechanical armor, using the opportunity of being coerced by terrorists to help them produce weapons. Tony Stark intends to use the mechanical armor he crafted to escape the terrorist base. At this point, if we rashly attack, aren't you worried that the terrorists will discover Tony Stark's little movements and then kill him to silence him? Therefore, rather than taking the initiative to attack, it's better to wait for Tony Stark to act first. Then we can make our move, coordinating inside and out to rescue Mr. Stark. Although Tom said this, the actual reason was that he was waiting for Ethan, who was by Tony Stark's side, to die. You see, after Tony Stark returned, the reason he completely changed from a playboy to a superhero was largely due to Ethan's death. In this situation, Tom didn't want to act recklessly and disrupt the plot's development. Such actions would mean losing the first major advantage of being a time traveler foresight. In short, Tony can be saved, but Ethan must die. Don't say Tom is heartless. He actually knows that Ethan is a good person. But the reality is that cruel. One Ethan falls, and one Iron Man rises, saving countless lives. If Ethan hadn't fallen, Iron Man might not have risen, and countless people might not have had the chance to live. Boom. Tat tat tat. After waiting for nearly an hour, explosions and screams finally erupted from the cave. Occasionally in the morning light, Tom could see flames erupting from the cave. My boss has already made his move. What are you waiting for? Don't worry, I'll go save your boss right now. In this situation, Tom had no excuse to delay. Moreover, with such a commotion, Ethan, who was stalling for Tony, should have long since fallen. Is someone? The next moment, Tom soared into the air on his sun wheel. The moon will shot out like lightning, crazily harvesting the terrorists in the valley. This time, Tom didn't bring the Linglong Tower. After all, there were over 60 people inside. Carrying the 7-treasure Linglong Tower around felt a bit awkward. Wow, is this what a mutant is like? They are truly unstoppable and impervious to bullets. Looking at Tom flying in the air, controlling the shield emitted by the sun wheel to block bullets coming from all directions, while using the moon wheel to wreak havoc. Happy shrank his head in fear. Crack crack. I want all of you to pay for Ethan's life. As Tom charged to the entrance of the cave, several terrorist corpses were suddenly sent flying out by a powerful force from within. Dressed in the Mark I armor, Tony Stark had already erupted from the cave. Tony Stark, I am the Terminator, the mutant who came to find you some time ago. Do you remember me? Tom, wearing a governor's mask, descended on the giant Mark I controlling the sun wheel. He hadn't forgotten to put on the mask before making his entrance. After all, it was impossible to kill all the terrorists here. If he accidentally exposed his identity, it wouldn't be worth it. Under the iron mask, Tony glanced sideways at the moon wheel that had just returned to Tom's side, having also taken out several terrorists along the way. I remember, in fact, this wheel of yours left a deeper impression on me than your face. Huh, what did you ask Pepper for? After casually eliminating a few terrorists who attempted to approach, Tony, clad in armor, spoke. While following Tom's movements, you mutants who only act for profit, would you really be so kind as to save me? Tom waved his hand, and the sun gold will shot out, taking down several terrorists, shooting at them from a distance. Of course not. Miss Potts has already taken care of a small trouble for us as a deposit. But I think, Mr. Stark, you still owe me a huge favor, don't you? Otherwise, the great Tony Stark, your life would be too cheap, wouldn't it? From the very beginning, Tom defined this rescue as a transaction of benefits rather than an opportunity to become friends with Tony Stark or anything like that. So regarding Tony, Tom showed no intention of hiding his motives. You can't think I will rely on you. You despicable mutant don't think you can use. Da-da-da. Click-pop. Regarding Tom rescuing him, Tony felt he owed the other a significant favor. Tony was about to retort that he could escape on his own, even without Tom's help. But just as he opened his mouth, a burst of bullets shot towards them from their right front. Protected by the barrier emitted by the sun gold, Tom was unharmed. However, Tony's Mark I unfortunately had one of its power supply chains for movement severed. What can you do on your own? Hearing Tony's suddenly interrupted retort, Tom pretended not to hear clearly and asked back. Tom loved to slap the face of the world's chosen one. As for the heavy machine gun still firing from the right front and the terrorists operating it, Tom had already spotted them long ago. However, Tom did not stop them. Why? Without showing his importance, how could Tom possibly fleece the wealthy Tony? Trying to move his legs, Tony found that his Mark I was completely immobile. With a grimace, he said to Tom, "All right, I admit I owe you a favor. Damn it, the track I used to drive the armor has been severed." Tom glanced at the increasing number of terrorists in the valley. "Can you take off that big metal lump you're wearing? They'll take you out directly." With Tom's current magical power, the barrier emitted by the sun gold wheel could barely cover the two of them. But since Tony was still wearing the huge Mark I, Tom felt somewhat powerless. Tony shook his head. "Inside the Mark I, no way. However, my armor has a launch device that can send both me and the armor into the air at once. But due to time constraints, I haven't had the chance to install the parachute for landing yet. When I launch into the air and start to fall, can you use your moon wheel to help me remove the armor? And then catch me. It's easy, you just need to follow my." Then Tony explained to Tom one by one how to detach the fasteners and connections of the Mark I. "Sure, you can take off now?" Upon hearing this, Tom couldn't help but cast an envious glance at Tony inside the Mark I, which weighed several hundred pounds, as he would freefall from a height of over 10 meters. "If you aren't dead after this, Tony, how can you claim you're not the world's chosen one?" "All right." Tony nodded, "but before that I need to destroy the arms here." The weapons I manufactured can never be used to harm others. With that, Tony faced a barrage of gunfire controlling the Mark I to unleash intense flames. Igniting the arms piled nearby marked with Stark Industries insignia. Boom. Accompanied by the massive sound of the explosion and thick smoke, the launching Mark I carrying Tony's sword high towards the left front. Flying horizontally for about 1,000 to 2,000 meters and ascending to approximately 13 or 14 meters high, the Mark I, depleted of energy, began to plummet rapidly. While it's starting to fall, quickly help me remove the armor. High in the air, Tony twisted his body violently while shouting at Tom, who was controlling the sun gold wheel and following beside him. Got it. Holding back laughter, Tom waved his hand controlling the moon gold wheel to begin cutting the Mark I as Tony had instructed earlier. I must say, watching the chosen one make a fool of himself is so satisfying. Hey, I told you to be careful. I warn you, if I get even a scratch, you can forget about any repayment from me. Looking at the moon gold while slicing through his Mark I like tofu, without sparking a single spark, Tony realized how sharp it was and couldn't help but shout out. Several times Tony's skin even felt the cold emanating from the moon gold wheel. Don't worry, you won't get hurt. Look, it's already cut off. Right. Helping Tony remove the last piece of armor from his clothes, Tom swiftly maneuvered his moon gold wheel towards Tony, pulling him close to the barrier of the sun gold wheel. Tony tightly wrapped one arm around Tom's neck, while holding onto Tom's arm with the other, his eyes darting around anxiously. What is this walnut-like gold ball? What is the golden energy wrapping around us? Tom didn't want to answer any of Tony's questions and instead disdainfully tugged at Tony's arm wrapped around his neck. No need to do that, I will hold on to you. What do you think? It's not like you are the one who will fall to your death. Tony pouted, feeling a bit awkward himself. You should know, usually he wouldn't even accept things handed to him by strangers. Where's Happy? Didn't you say he was hiding nearby? Tom, who had been paying attention to the desert below, pointed at a person on the ground chasing after them. Look, isn't that him? In fact, from the moment Tom and Tony flew out of the terrorist's base, Happy had been rushing toward their direction. After all, Tony in the air was such a large target. Furthermore, Happy wasn't like the terrorists in the base, hindered by the explosive flames and smoke. Boss, we finally rescued you. Happy, why couldn't you come sooner? If you had, Ethan wouldn't have. Tony hadn't mentioned Ethan to Tom before. First, Tom was just a mercenary, and complaining about this to him was meaningless. Second, they had just fled from the terrorist's base and didn't have time to discuss such matters. But now it was different. They were already safe. Moreover, compared to mercenary Tom, Happy was the friend Tony could truly trust. Hence, upon meeting, Tony's first words were to complain to Happy about his late arrival. In response to Tony's complaint, Happy dutifully took on all the responsibilities of a good subordinate. I know we are late, boss, but this was our fastest speed. Furthermore, Mr. White believed we should not act recklessly, as it could provoke those terrorists to harm you. Forget it, I was being unreasonable, Happy. I can feel that you have done your best to rescue me ahead of the military and Stark Industries. Sitting slumped on the desert ground, Tony's eyes were red. He didn't know if it was from sadness or from staying up all night crafting the Mark I. It's just that, Ethan, he was undoubtedly the best person I've ever known and shouldn't have died here. Because in order to help me buy time, I was so close. Tony's pain was understandable. After all, to be honest, Ethan died because of him. Because of Tony's injuries, the terrorists captured the innocent Ethan. In the end, not only did Ethan not resent Tony, he wholeheartedly helped him escape. Ultimately, Ethan even sacrificed his own life to buy time for Tony. Causing the death of such a good person would leave anyone feeling guilty. Don't be sad, boss. Everyone has their own fate. Happy consoled Tony, who was slumped on the ground. Let's head back, boss. You look terrible and need a full checkup. I know my own body. Tony pushed Happy away and staggered toward the plane coming into view, but we do need to hurry back. I want to hold a press conference. And I need to shut down our weapons division at Stark Industries. Are you crazy, boss? If we shut down the weapons division, what will be left of Stark Industries? Happy rushed forward once again, supporting Tony and helping him onto the plane while anxiously advising him. Tony waved his hand dismissively. I'm not crazy, Happy. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. But shutting down the weapons division. Yes, Stark Industries stocks. Mr. Hogan, is there a computer on the plane that can connect to the internet? Happy was about to say something, but was interrupted by Tom's exclamation from behind. Stocks? How could I forget to buy Stark Industries stocks? Awakening from his stupor, Tom almost slapped himself. Tony Stark was missing and Stark Industries stocks would surely plummet. Now that Tony had returned safely, Stark Industries stocks would definitely soar. How could Tom forget such a great opportunity to make money? Almost missing such a good chance. This was not a mistake Tom White should make. Although Tom could also print money. However, printing money also consumes mental energy, right? Moreover, to manifest Franklin bills, how long would it take to become the world's richest? Yes, there are 3 fixed computers on the plane, all connected to satellite signals. You can access the internet anytime, anywhere. Happy replied, honestly unsure of what Tom was plotting. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and take me there. Tom exclaimed impatiently, feeling as if he had missed out on an enormous opportunity. Seeing Happy look at him, Tony, who was confused about Tom's intentions, nodded at Happy. Take him to the computer in the study, and then you go pilot the plane. As for me, I need to wipe off the dust on my body. Tom could guess the reason for not washing up, and Tony knew it even better. Don't ask, or you'll get a warning about the inflammation of the wound on my chest along with the electric leak warning from the arc reactor embedded in my chest. After bringing Tom to Tony's study, Happy headed to the cockpit. One must admit, as Tony's private jet, the plane Tom was currently on was indeed very luxurious. It not only had bedrooms, a living room, and a study, but also a bar and a gym. How good I? You know to invest in Stark Industries stocks. Let me see, there are over 70 million in your account. Didn't they say all mutants are broke? Tom had never traded stocks in either his past or present life. In a flurry, when Tom finally managed to access the stock trading system, registered an account for himself, and found Stark Industries stocks, Tony had already cleaned himself up, completing his transformation from Black Tony to White Tony. Mutants are all broke. You probably don't know how much money is in Professor XS and the White Queen's accounts. Looking down at the smug Tony with disdain, Tom decided not to nitpick. Yes, since he went missing, Stark Industries stock has dropped for 6 consecutive days. As soon as you return, a rise in stock prices is inevitable, Tom remarked. Rarely Tony actually complimented Tom, then he frowned and shifted his attention to Stark Industries stock trends from the past week. It doesn't make sense. Why has the rate of decline not increased or decreased with the passage of time? Could it be that someone is taking the opportunity to acquire Stark Industries stocks? Yes. I didn't expect someone to guess that you haven't died during this time. Tom continued, and so confidently our Mr. Stark will return intact from the terrorists. Well, except for his chest, of course. As he spoke, Tom's gaze fell on the arc reactor on Stark's chest. As for who had been acquiring Stark Industries stocks over the past few days, Tom could guess it was undoubtedly Obadiah Stane. You must know, with Tony missing for 6 consecutive days, the outside world believed he was dead, and many rushed to sell their Stark Industries stocks. Only Obadiah Stane would take the risk of losses to acquire Stark Industries stocks. After all, as the mastermind, Obadiah Stane was well aware that the terrorists who kidnapped Tony had not killed him. If Tony were to be fortuitously killed by the terrorists, he could inherit Tony's legacy and take control of Stark Industries with the stocks he held. If Tony unfortunately survived, he could still profit immensely from the acquired stocks. A glint of greed flashed in Tony's eyes, and he continued speaking about Stark Industries stocks. With me around, holding Stark Industries stocks for the long term is definitely a wise choice. Tony didn't want to reveal too much about Stark Industries to an outsider, especially to a mutant like Tom. Moreover, this matter might involve those who want to kill him. Unfortunately, I only plan to flip the Stark Industries stocks for a small profit. Tom, who already had plans in mind, did not intend to go along with Tony's sales pitch. As a foreseeing traveler who knew what would happen in the future, Tom did not intend to hold Stark Industries stocks for the long term and the short term. If he wanted to hold Stark Industries stocks, he would have to wait until Tony eliminated Obadiah Stane and completely transformed Stark Industries into an energy company. Why? With your foresight in investing in me, you should see my excellence and Stark Industries' potential, right? It's simple. Aren't you planning to shut down Stark Industries' weapons department? You can't be telling me that without the weapons department, Stark Industries stock prices will continue to rise, right? After being retorted by Tom, Tony, who wanted to boast, wisely kept his mouth shut, knowing well how the market economy worked. Having invested over 70 million in Stark Industries stocks, Tom suddenly remembered his newly acquired subordinates and thought that such a great opportunity to make money should include them. So he addressed the air beside him. Did you hear everything we just said? If you have spare money, you can buy some too. By the way, call home and tell them to buy a little bit too. The next moment, a cold voice echoed in the air as Tony Stark said, my brothers and I at home are all broke. This time, to seize the opportunity to make money, we simply don't qualify to enter. The speaker was Hidden, who had been following Tom ever since he boarded the plane. Tony couldn't see Hidden, but Tom could clearly sense Hidden standing beside him through his spiritual sense. Wow, am I seeing ghosts? Tony, who couldn't see Hidden, suddenly acted surprised and shouted. His acting rivaled that of a certain green screen actor from Tom's past life. Clearly, with Tom around and Hidden's previous words revealing his identity, Tony couldn't possibly guess that there was an invisible mutant in the room. Thus, Tony's act of surprise was merely for comedic effect. Tom couldn't be bothered to respond while Hidden's figure slowly materialized, coldly gazing at Tony. Indeed, it's a ghost, but it's a broke ghost. After saying that, Hidden's figure vanished back into the air. Just as mentioned earlier regarding Stark Industries, which produced weapons for the government to combat mutants. All mutants harbor hatred toward Tony. Hidden's words choked Tony like a hand gripped around his throat, leaving him speechless for a long time. After a while, Tony awkwardly explained, "Haven't I realized my mistakes and decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons department?" How did I hear that right? The stubborn Tony Stark actually admitted his fault. Tom glanced at Tony in surprise. In the movie storyline from his past life, Tony Stark was not someone who would easily admit his mistakes. However, Tony's admission did not receive a response from Hidden, who had switched to a transparent state. Tom knew that keeping both Tony and Hidden together in this room would lead to awkwardness, so he said to the invisible Hidden, "You don't need to stay by my side. You can go sit on the sofa in the living room and rest for a while." "Yes, boss." Then Tony saw the door to his study open and close silently. After a while, Tony sneakily asked Tom, "Did your subordinate leave?" Tom shot Tony a sideways glance, "Yes." Upon hearing that Hidden had left, Tony's expression brightened, and he excitedly asked, "Can your subordinate really make himself completely invisible? Not detectable by infrared or heat sensors? If I had such an ability, that would be amazing. Just invisibly approach anyone." Ignoring Tony's lewd smile, Tom replied directly, "Yes, except for the special detection devices your government uses for research. Hidden can evade any detection methods." Tom did not hide the fact that the government could detect Hidden's invisibility. After all, if Tony was inclined to investigate, he would surely find out. Tony's mood instantly dropped. "You mutants are really no fun. Didn't I already say? I'm trying my best to correct my mistakes. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. We're almost in New York. I need to call Pepper to arrange a press conference and order my favorite cheeseburger." Clearly, the term mutant reminded Tony of the countless innocent blood that his skilled hands had stained through his decisions over the years. "Go ahead and tell my girlfriend, who knows everything, to meet Pepper at the airport. They'll separate from you there." Regarding Tony's involvement in producing weapons to combat mutants, Tom did not harbor the same animosity as ordinary mutants. Firstly, Tom himself had not suffered from it. Secondly, as a time traveler with a slightly broader perspective, he knew that the government was the main force behind the persecution of mutants. Tony was merely an unknowing accomplice. As long as the government maintained its extermination attitude towards mutants, accomplices like Stark Industries would not disappear. Without Stark Industries, there were still Hammer Industries and Osborn Industries. As long as the government had a demand for weapons, there would always be someone willing to profit from this bloody fortune. "So how did our business go? Is that Miss Potts easy to get along with?" After getting off the plane, Tom and Hidden directly approached the car that Pepper and the tall guy had parked at the airport. "Everything has been arranged, including our identities as mutants." The tall guy driving the car pointed to the documents in Dreamer's hands in the back seat. "As for Pepper Potts, she is indeed a clever and resourceful woman. However, it seems she hasn't guessed our identities as mutants. Otherwise, given our relationship with Stark Industries, she probably wouldn't invite me to visit her again next time." Tom had a deep admiration for Pepper. In his past life, he had a saying about this: behind every successful man, there is a great woman. In Tom's view, Pepper was one of those great women. The tall woman nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, we really do get along well. We can talk about work and relationships. It's a pity that we can't keep in touch in the future." Tom glanced at the serious-looking tall woman. Considering that most of his mutant subordinates were managed by her, he felt there was nothing wrong with the tall woman getting along with Pepper. "So have the stocks been sold? How much did we earn?" Back on his yacht, Tom immediately opened the ship's computer and sold off all the stocks that had surged due to Tony Stark's return. Behind Tom was a 42-inch television, which was currently broadcasting the press conference that Tony Stark had scheduled. Amid a gathering of reporters, Tony, leaning against the podium, declared a statement that not only shocked Obadiah Stane behind him, but also drove the entire world into a frenzy. "I have decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division effective immediately. It tripled. The profit isn't much." Looking at the delighted tall woman, Tom wisely refrained from reminding her that given their current relationship, she should say how much she earned instead of how much they earned together. Tom sighed. "Another 3 mutants want to join us. Should we take them in?" "You decide. After all, our ship, the Dawn, still has a long way to go before it's full." With the money earned and paperwork completed, Tom and the tall woman naturally moved on to their newly purchased fishing boat, which they named Dawn. The name Dawn symbolized hope for the mutants aboard, promising them a brand new life. As for Tom's yacht, it was stored in the ship's hold. Compared to their previous residence, it was now more of a place for receiving people. Within a month of rescuing Tony Stark, Tom's team had grown by 7 members. Indeed, our Dawn can accommodate 217 people, and your Linglong Tower can house over 100 more, yet we only currently have 72 on board. "All right, I'll have Thunderbird and Polaris take the yacht to pick them up." The tall woman nodded happily when Tom suggested she take charge. In fact, for the month since moving onto the fishing boat, the daily life and management of the mutant subordinates had been handled by the tall woman. Tom, on the other hand, had returned to his previous routine of spending most of his time cultivating. "So things have been going poorly." Watching the tall woman leave from the second-deck cabin, Tom stood at the edge of the terrace, resting his hands on the railing, and sighed as he looked at the mutants moving about on the spacious deck below. Once again, life seemed to settle down and his power was slowly growing. Logically, everything in Tom's life should be heading in a positive direction. However, over the past month, Tom's mood had not been very good. The reason was that he was having significant trouble manifesting the sea-calming pearl. So far, Tom could barely manifest even 1/10 of the sea-calming pearl. Success seemed far from reach. Secondly, there was Tony Stark, whom they had rescued earlier. That playboy seemed to be up to something. It had been over a month, and there was still no news about Mark II, let alone Iron Man. When he watched the movies in his past life, it seemed so effortless. Why was this world so difficult? Sigh, useless Tony Stark claiming to be the greatest genius of this century. He sighed again. It was this feeling of losing control over the future that weighed most heavily on Tom. After all, Tom believed that if he wanted to achieve something in this Marvel world, his greatest advantages were his foresight and the artifacts he could manifest. Now that his foresight gained from crossing over had become unreliable, how could Tom find peace? It's important to know that the plot of Iron Man 1 was not just a turning point in Tony Stark's life. It also meant that the superpowered forces in this world came into the light with his declaration of "I am Iron Man." Before Iron Man appeared, the world was mostly active with supercriminals. As for superheroes, they existed, but dared not openly reveal their presence. They were uncertain about how the local government would treat them once they learned of their existence. The tragic fate of mutants within the borders of the media country had terrified many. Many superheroes themselves couldn't even clarify whether they were mutants. As for asking the government for identification, even if they weren't mutants, they feared they wouldn't return. Only when Tony publicly announced that he was Iron Man did those hidden superheroes realize. So it turns out the government doesn't intend to exterminate us, but to slice and study us. Thus, the world finally entered a normalized state, with the police catching thieves and superheroes dealing with supercriminals. Tom had originally hoped that Iron Man would appear sooner, allowing the increasingly intense and clear conflict between good and evil superpowers to attract and lessen the attention and burden on mutants so he could develop in secret. Who would have thought that due to Tony Stark's delayed emergence, like a difficult birth, the mutants whose attention was now focused on them were in a more dangerous situation? This could be seen from the experiences of the mutants who had sought refuge with Tom over the past month. The media country's military's pursuit and slaughter of mutants had become increasingly unrestrained. Previously, they had at least hesitated in front of ordinary citizens. But now, once a mutant was captured, they were often killed right in front of ordinary people. Useless Tony Stark, you are truly disappointing. Having said all this, it all comes down to blaming Tony Stark. After cursing him fiercely, Tom left the terrace and returned to his cultivation room on the second deck of the control room. According to his routine, it was time for him to practice manifesting the sea-calming pearl. The fishing boat named Dawn had a total of 5 levels, including the control room on the first deck, the bedrooms for Tom and the tall woman on the second deck, Polaris and Flash's bedrooms, and Tom's cultivation room. The first and second levels below the deck were the crew's living quarters, while the lowest level housed the engine room and storeroom. Perhaps I should temporarily give up on innate treasures like the sea-calming pearl and manifest some powerful acquired treasures instead. After all, with Iron Man's appearance, this world was about to become increasingly dangerous. And I still can't tell if I can defeat the Hulk. As he walked towards the manifestation room, Tom frowned in thought. In a completely sealed room, a middle-aged man with white hair and a bit plump was discussing with 6 black holograms, which concealed their appearance and clothing, about how to deal with mutants. If Tom were present, he would certainly recognize that this middle-aged man with white hair was Colonel William Stryker, responsible for hunting down mutants for the media country's military. No way. Without Stark Industries, don't we still have Hammer Industries and Oscorp? It's just a matter of manufacturing some weapons to counter mutants. Who can't produce them? A shadow replied dismissively to William Stryker's words. No, you don't understand the difference at all. William Stryker angrily waved his hands, feeling frustrated that his words were not taken seriously. Indeed, the same weapon can be manufactured by Stark Industries, Hammer Industries, and even Oscorp. But the issue is, a weapon is not just about manufacturing it. The research is even more important. Each time a new mutant with abilities appears, we need corresponding weaponry to deal with those pests. In researching these weapons, if Stark Industries takes a day, then Hammer Industries would take a week, and Oscorp might even take a month. Don't you understand the differences in this? From a day to a week, or even a month. Not to mention how many of our subordinates will die in the process. After all, they were hired by the media country government, not our own people. The important part is, because of this unnecessary delay, by the time we obtain the appropriate weaponry, the mutants we need to deal with will likely have long vanished. So what exactly do you want to do, Stryker? Do you intend to wage war against mutants? The 6 dark holograms fell silent, and after a few breaths, one of them spoke again. Yes, I plan to wage total war against the mutants within the media country, exterminating all of them at once. William Stryker nodded, a crazed look in his eyes. I plan to take action against Magneto when Professor X visits him, and after capturing Professor X, I'll raid the Xavier School for gifted youngsters in Westchester. Magneto and his Brotherhood have already been defeated by us. Capturing Professor X and his X-Men will render the remaining mutants inconsequential. Upon hearing William Stryker's plan, a shadow exclaimed in shock. William Stryker's voice became increasingly frenzied. But aren't mutants a tremendous threat to us? If Hydra wants to dominate the world, we must first eradicate mutants through the hands of various governments. Isn't that our long-established plan? Enough. A shadow heavily interrupted William Stryker. That is something we need to consider, not something for you to worry about. Do not forget who promoted you from a mere assistant to the head of the Mutant Research and Response Team. However, with a stubborn expression, William Stryker insisted on his viewpoint. As the head of the department specifically dealing with mutants, I have the right to express my opinions on how to handle mutants, don't I? Indeed, I believe Stryker's words make a lot of sense. Another shadow spoke up. Without the support of Stark Industries' weaponry, the situation is increasingly unfavorable for us. In this case, choosing to strike first and go all in is indeed a wise choice. I understand what Colonel Stryker means. After all, the media nation is the center of conflict between humans and mutants. Only by setting a good example here and completely resolving the mutant issue can we have an excuse to urge other countries to take action against mutants. But the Insight program and research on the Cosmic Cube are our immediate priorities. It was evident that the supporter of William Stryker held a significant position among the 6 shadows. The other 5 could only refute him instead of outright denying him. Acting rashly against mutants could impact the progress of both of our plans. I firmly believe that as long as one of these 2 plans succeeds, neither humans nor mutants will be our Hydra's opponents. However, both the Insight program and the research on the Cosmic Cube have yet to succeed, and we cannot afford to delay with the mutants any longer. After a moment's hesitation, the supporter of William Stryker spoke again. Moreover, even if we suffer heavy losses in the war against mutants, so what? After all, the money and lives lost are all from the media nation's government. We suffer no loss at all. On the contrary, let our enemies suffer each other. That aligns with Hydra's interests, doesn't it? I might quite agree with that sentiment. The words of the supporter of William Stryker immediately garnered widespread agreement from the other shadows. One shadow even took the initiative to speak. Coincidentally, the vampires I oversee have recently started to act up again, using the opportunity of waging war against mutants to clean up some unruly characters. Colonel Stryker, I will send a team of vampires over shortly. Just as this shadow finished speaking, another shadow criticized disdainfully. I've told you long ago that dirty group of vampires is utterly untrustworthy. You must be insane to turn yourself from a noble Hydra into a filthy vampire. You are truly a disgrace among us, Hydra. Hadn't you also turn yourself into a mafia? How much more noble do you think you are than me? The criticized shadow immediately retorted, besides, for a small price one can gain nearly eternal life. I think this is a fantastic deal, though I don't understand why you all resist so much. Eternal life. As long as our research on the Cosmic Cube succeeds, each of us can attain eternal life. You need not insult our noble Hydra identity for that. Another thief calling out to catch a thief. You believe in the research on the Cosmic Cube. Then why do you run off to Japan to research some despicable ninjas and whatever the hell that she is? Let me tell you, that is truly something meant to deceive. What she, master? Those frauds couldn't even defeat a Tyson who only knows how to bite ears. Instead of being deceived, you might as well join me early. Then 5 of the 6 shadows fell into an endless argument. Since the end of World War II, the remnants of Hydra have infiltrated every corner of the world through the media nation government's Operation Paperclip. To this day, saying that Hydra has almost taken control of the entire world would not be an exaggeration. However, as the organization expanded, factions and cliques inevitably emerged. Just like these 6 Hydra leaders in front of me, those who turned into vampires looked down on those who became mafia, and those who became mafia disdained those who studied chi. I have no objections to Colonel Stryker's plan. I have other matters to attend to, so you all can decide this matter yourselves. Amidst the chaotic insults, the only one among the 6 shadows who had not been involved left behind a simple statement before his holographic projection disappeared. I have no objections either. Let's execute according to your plan. Then the remaining 5 expressed their agreement in turn before severing the connection. Who would have thought I would acquire such a weapon? A group of completely rotten old fools still want to ride on my back and lord over me. This is just the opportunity one need to eliminate you all. Only then can I control the entire Hydra in my hands. Slowly retracting the isolation facilities in the room, William Stryker looked at the computer on his desk with a strange expression. On the screen was a massive circular room. Behind him, the large floor-to-ceiling window revealed a massive dam and a serene artificial lake. Time sped by once again, and a month had passed. Tony, why haven't you made a move yet? During this month, aside from cultivating his powers and attempting to manifest the dimensional pearl, Tom spent the most time monitoring Tony Stark's movements online. However, to his disappointment, ever since that astonishing decision at the press conference, Tony seemed to have turned into a well-behaved child staying cooped up at home. Not to mention the online mockery of him, even his previous favorite pastime of flirting had ceased to happen for quite some time now. Boss, this person claims to know you and wants to see you. However, what surprised Tom even more was that instead of the emergence of Iron Man, he was met with someone entirely unexpected. Let him come up, Thunderbird. Looking at the familiar figure sandwiched between Thunderbird and Journey on the deck, Tom's brow furrowed deeply. With black skin, black hair, a black trench coat, and black leather boots and pants, this outfit was all too familiar. This unexpected person was the one Tom would refer to as the strongest show-off in the entire Marvel Universe, Blade. Moreover, what puzzled Tom was how Blade had discovered his identity. After all, on the vampire cruise, Tom had been wearing a mask and had not revealed his identity. Furthermore, why did Blade come to seek him out? Most of Blade's storylines revolved around vampires, and Tom did not believe he had ever been involved in that realm. Hello, Mr. Tom White. After parting ways on the cruise, do you still remember me, someone who once fought alongside you? Of course I remember the vampire hunter, Blade. However, I am curious as to how you discovered my identity. I remember that during that night on the cruise, I neither revealed my identity nor showed my face, which was covered by a mask, right? After shaking hands with Blade, Tom curiously asked. As a half-vampire hero with a strong sense of justice, Tom was not worried about Blade harming him after uncovering his identity. Taking the coffee handed to him by Thunderbird, Blade smiled slightly. Indeed, you did a good job concealing your identity back then. However, you forgot to hide your boat. Boat, eh? Tom was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized. You found out about me through the registration information of my yacht. Blade nodded yes. Then may I ask what brings you to seek me out this time? Aside from that night on the cruise, I don't recall having any further interactions with a vampire hunter or vampires. Hearing Tom say this, Blade put down his coffee, then stood up from his seat looking serious. Though I know this is quite rude, I am here to request your help in dealing with vampires. The vampires are orchestrating a conspiracy that endangers all of humanity, and I urgently need assistance. Huh. Hearing this rather familiar phrase, Tom couldn't help but smile, then looked at Blade with a strange expression. Saving all of humanity. Blade, I wonder if you have discovered my identity. Blade nodded again. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. White, you should be a mutant. Tom looked at Blade with some confusion. Then why are you seeking my help? Don't you know that in the Media Nation, mutants and humans are practically enemies? The military is slaughtering my compatriots every moment. Why should I save my enemies? Blade pursed his lips, his expression becoming even more serious. When I say all of humanity, I do not mean just humans, but also include mutants. Moreover, as a half-vampire, I have never regarded mutants as enemies. And I feel that you, Mr. White, have been rather extreme in your views. There are still many humans in the Media Nation willing to believe in mutants. The military only represents the attitude of the Media Nation's government and military itself. Tom generally agreed with the words of the Blade Warrior. Although he currently found himself in a magically altered version of another world resembling America. Naturally, many people were displeased with the military's constant propaganda about exterminating mutants and secretly chose to assist them. This is also why, despite the military announcing mutants as enemies of humanity, so many mutants could still safely hide among the populace like Tom. There is a vampire named Deacon Frost who is attempting to resurrect the blood god from vampire legends. If he succeeds, mankind will be in grave danger. Therefore, I specifically came to seek your help. Deacon Frost. Blood god. Hearing this name, Tom began to recall something. If memory serves, this should be from the plot of the Blade Warrior in his past life. Deacon Frost became the so-called blood god by collecting blood and performing a certain ritual. But Tom remembered clearly that this so-called blood god was actually very weak, almost defeated by a Blade Warrior. In the end, he was obliterated by a few doses of medicine casually researched by a black female doctor, saved by a Blade Warrior. Indeed, you read that right. The legendary blood god was indeed obliterated by a few doses of medicine. It must be said that in Tom's impression, he was the weakest and most comical god bar none. In principle, that's fine, but it was possible to agree after all that so-called blood god was just a joke, and Tom had been feeling rather gloomy lately. Coincidentally, taking this opportunity to vent some frustration by beating up some kids seemed like a good idea. However, Tom took this chance to ask a question that had long piqued his curiosity. If in the past movie the Blade Warrior fighting alone against vampires could be understood as a plot necessity, then in this world it was completely unreasonable. I have a question that intrigues me. Previously on the cruise, I noticed that your vampire hunter guild had many members, right? Why do you still need to come find me? Upon hearing this, the Blade Warrior couldn't help but smile wryly. Not to mock you, but most of our Vampire Hunter Guild members have already been captured by the New York police. Otherwise, I wouldn't be left isolated seeking help from someone I've only met once. Captured by the New York police. Why? Did you not resist? After hearing the Blade Warrior's reply, Tom was a bit dumbfounded. The Blade Warrior shook his head in distress. We believe vampires are humanity's greatest enemy, but many high-ranking officials in the government do not think so. After all, not everyone can refuse a life that is almost equivalent to endless longevity. As for blood addiction and fear of sunlight, what do those mean to those powerful and wealthy officials? What they lack most is an infinite life to enjoy these things. This recent capture of our vampire hunters by the New York police was orchestrated by Deacon Frost, who ordered those government officials who had turned into vampires. You can't expect me and my companions to fight back against a group of ordinary police officers. After all, we are vampire hunters, not human hunters. I must say Deacon Frost's strategy of using the enemy against the enemy is quite clever. He capitalized on the vampire hunter's unwillingness to harm human allies, a deadly blow. While secretly praising Tom had another question arise, but in this case, what do those government officials stand to gain? If vampires were to exterminate humanity, wouldn't their power and wealth become meaningless? The corners of the Blade Warrior's mouth twitched slightly. To be honest, I was curious about this question as well. To that end, I even captured a few government officials who had turned into vampires to interrogate them. The answer was quite frightening. In fact, those government officials who had become vampires are the ones most eager for vampires to rule this world. After all, to survive, vampires cannot kill off humanity, who are their food, right? If there are people, they naturally need their kind of rulers. Moreover, if most of the rulers in this world are turned into vampires, those government officials who have become vampires are no longer traitors or aberrations, are they? Compared to hiding all the time, who wouldn't prefer to live openly? This is the terrifying part of human betrayal. After hearing the Blade Warrior's words, Tom was also speechless. No wonder in his past life there were so many traitors. He had previously been puzzled, but now he understood why those people wanted their own country and nation to be destroyed so desperately. So, when shall we depart? After clearing up the situation and resolving a long-standing confusion, Tom stopped asking further questions and directly inquired of the Blade Warrior when they would set off to deal with the vampires. If possible, it would be best to leave now. As far as I know, Deacon Frost has completed the preparation for the Blood God summoning ritual. The earlier we take action, the better our chances. Alright, I'll call a few more people, and then we'll set off together. A few minutes later, Tom, Thunderbird, Polaris, Flicker, and Fireman followed the Blade Warrior boarding the speedboat he arrived in and sped towards the coast. Longlegs originally wanted to join them, but she simply couldn't leave the fishing boat. Moreover, judging by the people Tom chose for this outing, it was clear that he was primarily aiming to train newcomers and beat up some kids. As for Longlegs, someone had to stay back to watch the house, right? Is this the place, Old Whistler? This is indeed the place. According to our brother's investigation, most of Deacon Frost's information is hidden here. Back in New York, they met up with the Blade Warrior's Old Whistler and the black female doctor who developed the medicine that could obliterate the Blood God with just a few doses. The Blade Warrior and Tom's group arrived outside a library located in Brooklyn. Flicker opened the door for us. After circling the bookstore, the group came to a secluded street. Releasing his spiritual power and sensing that there were no people nearby, Tom signaled to Flicker. All right. Flicker nodded, throwing a blue energy sphere at the wall, and a blue portal 2 to 3 meters high and 1 to 2 meters wide opened in the wall made of green stone bricks. Wow, if we had this ability, we would lose far fewer people in battles against vampires. As they followed the Blade Warrior through the portal into the library, Old Whistler couldn't stop talking. Despite only knowing each other for less than 10 minutes, Tom had already determined that this was a person possessed by a Tang Sung-like spirit. Yeah, and then you'll find that more of you would die in battles against the military. No one else chimed in, but it was Polaris, who usually loved to cause trouble, who responded to Old Whistler. Old Whistler rolled his eyes, and after a moment of silence said, "All right, I can't believe I was schooled by a little girl." Ignoring the incessant chatter of Old Whistler, the group went straight to the computer area in the library. The Blade Warrior opened one of the computers, and after some searching, he found some introductions about the Blood God and a set of architectural blueprints. Got it, it seems that Deacon Frost is fully prepared. No wonder such an important library has not a single vampire in sight. Saying this, the Blade Warrior pointed to the architectural blueprint on the computer screen. Here, an abandoned tower in Greenwich. Deacon Frost has completely transformed that place. They will summon the Blood God there. Whoever is there, come out. The Blade Warrior's words were not finished when Tom suddenly glanced toward a corner of the room. There, Tom's spiritual power sensed the presence of a person. "I'm just an ordinary person hired to guard the library. Oh, please don't kill me." The next moment, a tall man in a security uniform tremblingly emerged from the corner of the room. Oh, he's a mutant. Before the group could figure out how to deal with this mutant, he was wearing a pair of special glasses capable of identifying mutant identities. After all, Tom had now taken up the banner to revitalize the mutant race. While out and about to prevent mistakenly harming his kind, Tom had specially commissioned the creation of these glasses. Originally, Tom intended to wear them himself, but they were snatched away by Polaris, who found them amusing. Damn. The previously trembling security guard muttered a curse upon hearing Polaris' words and immediately rolled away in an attempt to escape. You think you can escape after I've found you? With excitement on her face, Polaris waved her hand, and the green magnetic energy in her palm immediately lit up. In an instant, several metal tables and chairs flew toward the unidentified mutant. I am indeed a mutant, but you aren't human or vampires, are you? I wonder if I'm correct in my guess. My mutant brothers. The unidentified mutant managed to fend off Polaris' first wave of attacks, blocking and dodging. However, the next moment his body stiffened in place, because a crescent-shaped disc was hovering at his neck. It was the moon gold wheel, and sensing that Polaris might not be able to handle it, Tom chose to take action directly. However, the unknown mutant paid no attention to the moon gold wheel around his neck. Instead, his eyes were fixed intently on the bewildered Bei Jixing. No need to doubt, because she is. After silently mocking who Tom was referring to, he stepped forward and said, "State your identity and purpose, or else we will have to treat you as a vampire and eliminate you, even if you are a mutant like us." After Tom and the others acknowledged their identities, the skin and clothing of the unknown mutant began to swirl. In no time, a tall man in a security uniform transformed into a short woman covered in blue scaly skin. Wow, if I could have abilities like yours, it would be worth it, even if it meant going to war with the military of the media country. The transformation of the unknown mutant left Old Whistler and the black female doctor dumbfounded. Old man. The Blade Warrior interrupted Old Whistler and said to Tom, "This is a matter concerning your mutant race. Well, I believe you can handle it well. I have some data that needs investigating, so I'll be stepping out now." With that, the Blade Warrior led Old Whistler and the black female doctor out of the computer area. "My name is Raven Darkholm, and I was once a member of the Brotherhood. I came here because I discovered that William Stryker from the military of the media country has just taken in a squad of vampire soldiers. I fear he is planning something sinister, so I sneaked in to investigate. Mystique, I know you. Moreover, I have seen you on television." In fact, the moment Raven showcased her transformation, Tom had already guessed her identity. However, he was surprised. When did William Stryker get involved with vampires? That guy has been focusing on annihilating mutants for 100 years, right? But what do you mean by Stryker is up to another scheme? Can you tell me what his previous plans were? With his brow furrowing deeper, Tom couldn't help but inquire about William Stryker's activities. What could he do? After all, Tom was also a mutant, now a part of Stryker's century-long plan. Raven did not answer Tom's question, but countered, "Before I answer yours, may I know your names and identities?" "I am Tom White. They are Bei Jixing, Thunderbird, Blink, and Fireman. We all come from a newly formed organization called the Watchers." The name Watchers was given to their little group after the tall one gathered opinions from Tom's subordinates. Coupled with their usual location, the Dawn, it signifies the Watchers of Dawn. The meaning is quite clear, intending to establish a bright future for mutants. Watchers, a mutant organization that hasn't been established for long. Mystique had not heard of the Watchers, but she recognized the names Blink, Bei Jixing, and Fireman. The organization they belonged to should not have problems. Moreover, considering their strength, Mystique felt that she might find them useful. The military of the media country has decided to wage total war against us mutants, and Colonel Stryker, responsible for this matter, plans to use the imprisoned Magneto to lure Professor X and then seize him. After that, if they can destroy Professor X's school and his X-Men, our other leader and another major organization will be finished. Stryker believes that under such circumstances, we mutants will not be able to resist the military's war. This information was something I stumbled upon during one of my infiltrations into Stryker's base attempting to rescue Magneto. I believe this intelligence is reliable. Thus, Mystique did not hesitate to share the information she had previously gathered from Colonel Stryker. While the military's intention to launch a decisive battle against us mutants is indeed terrible news. But what intrigues me is, as far as I know, Mystique, you and Professor X shouldn't be good friends. If Stryker intends to harm Professor X and the X-Men, why don't you hurry and warn them? Also, since this is a matter of life and death for our mutant race, why are you so easily sharing this with us? Do you really believe we are trustworthy?" After hearing Mystique's news, Tom could roughly deduce that Colonel Stryker intended to use Magneto to eliminate Professor X and his X-Men, which should be part of the plot from the movie X-Men. The problem is, as far as Tom knew, Mystique and Professor X were not just good friends, but also close allies. Knowing that someone was plotting against her dear ally, why didn't Mystique immediately inform Professor X? Instead, she was honest with these people she had just met. "Young man, you only know part of the story. Upon hearing this, Mystique shook her head bitterly. Indeed, I was once very close friends with Professor X, but that was in the past. Long ago, due to ideological conflicts, we drifted apart. Especially after the Statue of Liberty incident, our relationship deteriorated to the point of opposition. As I previously mentioned, in Professor X's eyes now, I am Mystique of the Brotherhood, not the friend he once knew. Therefore, to make Professor X fully believe my words, I must find conclusive evidence. This is the reason I am here. Then why don't you let Professor X read your memories directly? Isn't it said that Professor X can read anyone's memories? Bei Jixing, curious, blinked her big eyes, puzzled by Mystique's remarks. Bei Jixing, that's not something we should be asking. Tom initially shared Bei Jixing's curiosity about the question. However, recalling the plot of the X-Men movie from his past life, he had a rough answer. Mystique, Magneto, and Professor X are of the same generation. She has her own pride. Just like how Magneto had worn a helmet that could block Professor X's mental powers before their fallout. Mystique also wouldn't want Professor X to read her memories. Moreover, as Mystique herself said, the emotional entanglement between her Professor X and Magneto is far too complex. After all, decades have passed. Who knows how many grievances and grudges there are? It's okay. I had already guessed you would ask that. Shaking his head at Bei Jixing, who had been reprimanded by Tom, Mystique couldn't help but feel a sense of tolerance towards Bei Jixing, who resembled another old friend of hers. Professor X would not read my memories. This is a promise he made to me many years ago when we were still good friends. Professor X is a person who keeps his promises. Both Magneto and I know this. If I were to ask Professor X to read my memories just to prove myself, he might think I am insulting him or suspecting that I am plotting something. In that case, things would probably get even worse. Seeing that Bei Jixing and the others nodded in understanding, Mystique began to address another of Tom's doubts. As for why I trust you so much and share such important information with you upon first meeting, I can only say that I do not trust all of you, but I trust some of you. With that, Mystique glanced at Tom, then at Bei Jixing, blink, and fireman. The implication was clear. The one she did not trust was Tom, while she trusted Bei Jixing, blink, and fireman. Mystique shifted her gaze to Bei Jixing and the others, especially focusing on Bei Jixing. Although we haven't met before, I have heard the names Bei Jixing, blink, and fireman from the pursuers of the media country and many mutant brothers. Do you think mutants that the military of the media country is eager to eliminate would become traitors to our mutant race? Finally, Mystique turned her gaze back to Tom. Additionally, it's because of your newly formed organization, the Watchers. Do you know? Since the Statue of Liberty incident a few years ago, no new mutant organizations have been established among us mutants. What exists are merely the remnants of past organizations being wiped out one by the military of the media country. Because the two leaders of the mutants have been killing each other, Magneto has been captured by the media government, the X-Men have completely sided with humanity, and the Brotherhood is nearly destroyed. In such circumstances, even our own brothers are not optimistic about our future. Establishing a new mutant organization now would be akin to marking oneself as a target for the military of the media country. In such a scenario, your ability to establish a new mutant organization shows that you are willing to sacrifice yourselves for our mutant race. So why shouldn't I trust you? This was the expression of Bei Jixing and the others after hearing Mystique's words. As mutants, they felt proud of their actions. This was Tom's expression. As an alien mutant, Tom stated that he never intended to sacrifice himself for the mutant race. God knows how dangerous it would be to establish a mutant organization, and it could even become the target of the military of the media country's next attack. Had Tom known all this beforehand, he could swear he would never have agreed to the Tall One's troublesome request to form the Watchers. Just as Tom felt conflicted and regretful, Thunderbird, who was instead filled with pride, spoke up. I'm glad our efforts have earned your recognition, but I have a question. As for others, yes, I reached out to many people I once knew hoping they would help, but unfortunately they all declined. All of them. How is that possible? Not only did North Star and Thunderbird find it surprising, but even Tom was taken aback. As Mystique, who was part of the same generation as Magneto and Professor X, her connections might not be as strong as the former two, but she should still have been able to find at least one ally. As I told you before, I was once a member of the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. With a bitter smile, Mystique expressed her deep disappointment, saying, You all know the relationship between the Brotherhood and the X-Men, right? Most of the mutants I knew in the past were members of the Brotherhood. As for the new mutants I've met over the years, they too were unwilling to help me. After the incident with the Statue of Liberty, Professor X and his X-Men gained a very bad reputation among the mutant community, with some even calling them traitors who only wanted to revert to being human. Thus, upon hearing that this matter involved Professor X and his X-Men, the Brotherhood of Mutants, fearing they might meet the same fate as Magneto, instinctively chose to refuse. Huh, is that true? I never heard about it. Tom looked at North Star and Thunderbird only to find them equally perplexed. Although the fact that Professor X is a traitor is undeniable after all the things he has done are all there to see. In his past life, Tom had seen an absurd survey conducted by a bored netizen online where Professor X and Cyclops were unanimously recognized as the two biggest traitors in film history. However, Tom did not expect that in this real Marvel world the reputation of Professor X and his X-Men among mutants had sunk to such depths. Whenever Professor X and the X-Men were mentioned, everyone unhesitatingly chose to avoid them. But upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. The reason so many people in his past life admired Professor X and the X-Men was that they stood on the side of humanity. As one of the two leaders of mutants, Professor X's defection was naturally welcomed by human audiences. But in the actual Marvel world, especially from the perspective of Tom, as a mutant, the situation was exactly the opposite. After all, the heroes of the enemy are my foes, and considering that this foe was once our hero who turned against us, the hatred ordinary mutants felt towards Professor X and the X-Men is unimaginable. Mystique shook her head and looked at Tom and the others. That's because you are too young. At the time of the Statue of Liberty incident, you weren't yet part of society, or you had just entered it not long ago. You have no idea how much uproar this incident caused among our mutant community. Aren't you curious about how Professor X and his X-Men have completely lost contact with the grassroots of our mutant community over these years? Even if something happened to Professor X and the X-Men preventing them from contacting us, shouldn't we have reached out to them? But the result? Not a single mutant attempted to contact Professor X. The root cause is that everyone has lost faith in Professor X and his X-Men. Perhaps Professor X himself has realized this, which is why they haven't made any public appearances in recent years. Is that so? I used to admire Professor X greatly, considering him a hero of our mutant community. I never expected him to turn out to be a traitor. Northstar covered her mouth, her expression one of shock. Clearly, after hearing Mystique's words, this little one experienced a complete worldview collapse. So, does that mean we shouldn't blame Magneto for what happened to little Tom's family back then, but rather blame Professor X? Not just Northstar, Flicker, and Fireman, but Tom also felt his perception had been turned upside down. After all, as a time traveler, although Tom's current identity is that of a mutant, he has mostly viewed issues from a human perspective. Just like the incident with the Statue of Liberty. In Tom's previous understanding, it was precisely because of Magneto's reckless actions that the military found an excuse to annihilate mutants, indirectly leading to the death of little Tom's family. Now, viewing this matter from the perspective of mutants, undoubtedly, it was Professor X, this unreliable teammate, who thwarted Magneto's plans. If Magneto's plan had succeeded, there would be mutants all over the world now. Would there still be a conflict between humans and mutants? Would so many mutants have died at the hands of the military? So ultimately, it all comes down to blaming Professor X for being a traitor. Mystique shook her head again. Calling him a traitor is a bit excessive. Charles, or rather Professor X, is in my view overly timid and idealistic. His desire for mutants and humans to coexist peacefully is certainly commendable, but such peace cannot be one-sided. Now the entire human race, especially the government and military, views us mutants as their archenemies. In this situation, him still clinging to his views of peaceful coexistence with humans is simply foolish. Therefore, I think maybe ignoring Professor X could be a good choice. Northstar's words clearly indicated her desire to abandon the now exposed Professor X. Or how about? Seeing Northstar looking at him with hope, Tom almost instinctively agreed. There was no other choice. Mystique's brainwashing was just too effective. It almost made Tom want Professor X to just die. After all, wouldn't it feel gratifying to avenge little Tom's family, who had their bodies occupied by Tom? No, we absolutely cannot do that. However, Tom quickly realized that this was not feasible. After all, as a distinguished time traveler, having watched the X-Men series of films in his past life, Tom was well aware. Although Professor X might have taken a wrong turn, his heart was still definitely with the mutants. Didn't he firmly stand by the side of mutants in the storyline of X-Men Days of Future Past? Moreover, if Magneto were left unchecked without the balance provided by Professor X, wouldn't he wreak havoc like a rampaging husky? If the plot of the entire Marvel world were turned upside down, how could Tom foresee events? How could he control the lightning? No. We must save Professor X. Because in Stryker's plan against mutants, Professor X is an important weapon in his mission to eliminate us. We cannot allow Professor X and his X-Men to be exploited by the military. Fortunately, Mystique immediately intervened to stop Northstar and the others from their wicked thoughts. Using Professor X to eliminate mutants. It seems the plot hasn't changed. Through Mystique's words, Tom quickly verified that the plot of the previous films had not altered. So following Mystique's words, he asked, "Then what is your plan?" Mystique's gaze swept across everyone's faces before finally landing on Tom. After this conversation, she realized that Tom was the one who could make decisions among this group of watchers. "I have already thought of a way to rescue Magneto. You don't need to assist with this matter. I plan to rescue Magneto immediately after Stryker uses him against Professor X. As for Professor X, Stryker will take him to Alkali Lake in Canada, which is one of Stryker's bases. As for Professor X's Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters and his X-Men, let Stryker destroy them as he wishes. Although this may lead to the deaths of many mutant brothers, only through the price of blood can Professor X realize that his ideals of peaceful coexistence with humans are utterly unworkable. Afterwards, I will contact you. I still have Magneto, and we will go to Alkali Lake together to rescue Professor X and the other mutants imprisoned there. As long as we act quickly, we will definitely resolve these matters before the military's decisive battle against mutants. We must force the government to abandon their decision to wage war against us. No wonder it's Mystique, she's ruthless. In order to bring her old friend back, she casually decided the fate of those mutants at the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Wow, what a big shot, I can't mess with her. Mystique's plan is undoubtedly ruthless and cold-blooded. But how does that relate to Tom? He didn't know the mutants in that school. Moreover, how many mutants have died over the years? Didn't little Tom's family get wiped out? Alright. So after recalling that Mystique's plan aligns closely with the previous film's plot and should not lead to any mistakes, Tom nodded eagerly. But before that, we need to help our friend resolve a problem. Mystique looked towards the direction where Blade and the others had left. Are you talking about that pitch-black guy and that nagging old man? Tom nodded again. Yes, they are vampire hunters. A group of vampires is planning to resurrect their legendary blood god, and I promised to help those vampire hunters stop their conspiracy. Vampires? Just a bunch of rats in the sewers, Mystique said with a disdainful sneer. Clearly, she also looked down on the vampires in the Marvel world. Fine, I suppose it will take me several days to rescue Magneto anyway. However, I hope you can adequately prepare during this time. We must give it our all to rescue Professor X. Don't worry, we will definitely do our utmost. To continue living freely, it is essential not only to force the media country government to abandon its plan for a complete war against mutants, but also to reinstate Magneto and Professor X, the former leaders of the mutants. Without them attracting human attention, how could Tom continue to live safely? Have you resolved the matter with your mutant companion? It's done. She came to find a companion who was taken by a vampire. After obtaining the information she wanted, she left, and it has nothing to do with us. That's good. I have found the location of where Deacon Frost will hold the ceremony. It's in Greenwich in a tower-like warehouse from the Cold War era. However, he likely has already noticed my presence, so the defenses there must be tight. Both of them knew what questions to ask and what to say. Well then, let's set off to Greenwich immediately and see what kind of welcome ceremony Deacon Frost has prepared for us. Prepared in advance. No matter how much the fifth-rate fighter prepares, he can only turn into Yamucha, and he could never become Sun Wukong. What is there to be afraid of? He could hardly wait to beat up the little ones and see just how potent the blood god of vampire mythology really was. In Greenwich Village, a tower that was originally abandoned has now been renovated into a near fortress. What should we do? The defenses here are too tight. We have no way to infiltrate. Then let's not disguise ourselves and just charge in directly. After all, there aren't any pedestrians around. No one will notice our battle with the vampires. After looking at the vampires patrolling the tower and its surroundings, Tom immediately donned the governor's mask and charged out with the radiant sun and moon golden wheel. After all, this was the edge of Greenwich where one could go days without seeing another person. Someone, be careful. As he controlled the moon golden wheel to reap the lives of the vampires outside the tower, Tom couldn't help but want to complain again. The vampires in the Marvel world were simply too pathetic. They couldn't even use magic and were only slightly stronger than ordinary people in physical offense and defense. As long as one found the right method, a single strike to the neck or a cleave at the waist could easily kill a vampire using ordinary weapons. As for their offense, it was even more pitiful. Their most powerful attack method was actually ordinary firearms. Can you believe it? A legendary race actually had to rely on human-made firearms to kill enemies. It was simply a disgrace to the very concept of legends. Marvel's vampires, for goodness sake, can you please use your brains? Tom had seen a post online in his past life that listed many superheroes or supervillains that appeared in DC and Marvel. The conclusion was that whether it was DC or Marvel, those who used ordinary firearms in battle were practically all trash. Tat tat tat. Boom. As Tom began his slaughter of the vampires outside the tower, the others also took action. Blade and Whistler shot their silver bullets, while Fireman unleashed flames. I absolutely despise others playing with guns in front of me. Of course, the standout among them was Polaris, who had the ability to control magnetic fields. She stretched out her hand, and the green energy in her palm emitted a dazzling light. In the next moment, the firearms that the vampires had just pulled out to counterattack were ripped from their control and soared into the sky, transforming into a massive iron orb. Seeing this, Whistler instinctively clutched his submachine gun. Oh God, please don't do anything so cruel to my precious weapon. Ah. Polaris smirked, glancing at Whistler with a hint of arrogance, and with another flash of green light in her hand, the floating iron sphere shattered into countless fragments, shooting toward the vampires in sight. Boss, we are simply not their match. What should we do? Retreat, all of you retreat to the tower, and report this situation to Lord Deacon Frost. One must admit that when it came to killing speed, Tom's moon golden wheel was far inferior to Polaris. Polaris' earlier maneuver of disarming the enemies and using their weapons to instantly slay countless vampires shattered the morale of the vampires outside the tower. Blink opened a door in the wall. The vampires rushed back into the tower and closed the door. Of course, in the process, many vampires still died at the hands of Tom and the others. Good. But does closing the door mean Tom and the others cannot enter the tower? Let's not forget that Tom and his group are all super beings. Have you ever seen a super being who uses doors? Blink threw a blue energy bolt at the tower wall, and soon a space door 2 to 3 meters high and 1 to 2 meters wide opened. Damn, they're outside. Open fire quickly. One has to say that Deacon Frost, who anticipated Blade's arrival, indeed set up a lot of vampires inside the tower. As soon as the space door opened, Tom and the others immediately saw a dozen vampires on the other side ready for battle. Tat tat tat. At this moment, leading the charge was Thunderbird. His mutant ability granted him immense strength and an indestructible body. The bullets fired from the vampires' firearms merely sparked against him. Tom still remembered that Thunderbird and the Road had told him that with their current mutant abilities, even if a rocket launcher hit them, it would only break their skin at most. Fire go. After Thunderbird came Fireman, who had the greatest area of effect damage among their group. He waved his hand and flames erupted instantly, turning the dozen or so vampires still shooting at Thunderbird into howling fireballs. What's next? Tom, who followed in, ignored the dozen vampires who were still rolling and howling and looked at Blade behind him. These vampires, who were hardly stronger than ordinary people, would die, even from losing their heads, let alone being turned to ashes. Blade drew the long sword from his back with one hand and pulled a submachine gun from his cloak with the other. His dark face broke into a smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. No matter how one looked at it, it felt particularly eerie. Take good care of my friends, and as for the little minions here, I leave them to you. I'll go find Deacon Frost. What else could Tom say? The King Bee was about to go all out. What could he do? Of course he chose to agree. After all, if Blade didn't sacrifice himself, how could Deacon Frost get his blood? And if Deacon Frost couldn't get Blade's blood, how could the plot continue? With swift movements like an unparalleled swordsman, Blade vanished up the stairs leading to the second floor of the tower. Everyone give it your all, and let's quickly clean up these annoying trash. Seeing that the plot seemed to be progressing normally, Tom also stopped dragging his feet. Not only did his moon golden wheel unleash a full offensive against the vampires charging up from the bottom, but he also urged Thunderbird and the others to stop holding back. Don't. My gun. The bottom of the tower instantly turned into a bloodbath. Polaris first disarmed them, then Fireman took out most of the enemies while Tom's moon golden wheel and Thunderbird's hands tore apart the remaining enemies. Whistler, the black female doctor, and Blink were leisurely watching from the sidelines. A group of mutants dare to meddle in our vampire affairs. Perfect, it's been a while since I tasted mutant blood. As the vampires inside the tower were gradually cleared out by Tom and the others, a chilling laugh echoed in their ears. The speaker stood on the second floor corridor, extending onto a circular platform. Above him was a pipe coming down from the top of the five-story tower. From the pipe, drops of blood fell rhythmically onto his forehead. Blade. This vampire was probably Deacon Frost. Beside Deacon Frost stood a large steel bed on which Blade was bound. Sharp iron nails pierced through his limbs, and it was evident that Blade had fulfilled his plot mission well. Deacon Frost had already acquired his blood. Polaris, save Blade. Got it. Once again, green light radiated from Polaris' palm as she pulled the steel bed with Blade on it toward Tom and the others. An interesting ability. Mutants indeed possess fascinating powers. However, now no one can stop me. Once I become the great blood god, the first thing I will do is drain all your mutant blood. Deacon Frost, slightly surprised, glanced at the steel bed and Blade that landed beside Tom and the others. Then he began to laugh maniacally. Raising his hands as if he had conquered the world, he shouted, "Stop him, quickly stop him. Otherwise, once he becomes the blood god, none of us will survive." Tom looked speechlessly at the half-dead Blade warrior who was still underestimating the situation. Tom was speechless because in just over 10 minutes the Blade warrior had managed to get himself into this state. Moreover, why did the Blade warrior think that Tom couldn't handle Deacon Faith, who had transformed into a blood god? Blade warrior, you know nothing of power. It's too late to stop me now. Just wait, world, your god is about to descend. while Tom was secretly mocking the Blade Warrior Deacon Faith on the second-level circular platform began to act erratically again. At the same time, to Tom's surprise, an invisible energy wrapped around Deacon Faith. Tom could clearly feel the immense power of this energy. I will deal with him now. Using the Sun Gold Wheel to unleash an energy barrier, Tom's body slowly flew toward Deacon Faith. The reason Tom hadn't acted before Deacon Faith turned into a vampire was partly because this guy was too theatrical. The other reason was the sudden appearance of this massive energy. In the movies of his previous life, Tom couldn't recall such a scene. This unexpected development absolutely needed to be resolved as soon as possible. Whoosh! The Moon Gold Wheel, accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing through the air, slashed toward Deacon Faith. This guy seemed to be trapped by his own ritual and that unknown immense energy. Faced with the whistling Moon Gold Wheel, he couldn't evade and could only watch helplessly. Crack! However, the next moment brought a sigh of relief to Deacon Faith and shock to Tom and the others. As the Moon Gold Wheel approached Deacon Faith within a meter or two, it was blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to advance even an inch. Huh, is that the energy? This was the first time Tom encountered something his Moon Gold Wheel couldn't cut through since arriving in this world apart from the long-legged psychic whip. Ha ha ha, what's wrong? Can't do anything now, mutant. Looking at the Moon Gold Wheel firmly blocked a meter or two away from him, Deacon Faith, although unsure of what was happening, knew that he was no longer in danger. No way that might not be the case. Facing Deacon Faith's taunts and provocations, Tom pondered for a moment before directing the Sun Gold Wheel to swiftly approach Deacon Faith. The energy barrier, if the Moon Gold Wheel couldn't break through, all he could rely on now was the energy barrier emitted by the Sun Gold Wheel. The collision of energy barriers would lead to a direct confrontation between the two energies. Tom wanted to see which was stronger, the energy emitted by his Sun Gold Wheel or the mysterious force currently protecting Deacon Faith. Boom. Soon the golden energy barrier emitted by the Sun Gold Wheel collided with the invisible energy barrier blocking the Moon Gold Wheel. The two massive energies clashed together, producing layers of dazzling sparks. The tremendous energy aftermath shook the entire tower. How is this possible? The magic power within me is depleting so quickly. At the same time, Tom, whose palm was wrapped in the Sun Gold Wheel's barrier and was getting closer to the mysterious energy surrounding Deacon Faith, was horrified to find that his magic power was disappearing like flowing water. In just over 10 breaths, his magic power had already been depleted significantly. Don't go all out, boss. I'm afraid that before you can injure that vampire, this tower will collapse first. Fortunately, just as Tom found himself in a dilemma, the shaking earth and the need to dodge the falling bricks from all directions made Thunderbird and the others call out loudly to Tom. There is a mysterious force protecting Deacon Faith. With my abilities, breaking through this energy won't be easy. Taking the cue, Tom immediately withdrew his hand, reaching for Deacon Faith, and turned to fly back to Thunderbirds and the others. That energy is generated by the ritual. It won't disappear until the ritual ends. It seems we'll have to wait until Deacon Faith becomes a blood god before we can think of a way to deal with him. The Blade Warrior, who had just been rescued from the steel bed by the black female doctor, an old man Whistler, gasped as he heard Tom's words. Then, Tom thought this energy would last indefinitely, but after hearing the Blade Warrior say it would disappear after the ritual ended, Tom let out a sigh of relief. Just as he wanted to comfort everyone by saying he could handle Deacon Faith after he became a blood god, he heard the Blade Warrior say, "Remember, once Deacon Faith becomes a blood god, don't get close, only I can handle him. Now I need blood." Before Tom could question the Blade Warrior's claim that only he could deal with Deacon Faith after he transformed, he saw the black female doctor who had come with the Blade Warrior pull down her collar, and then the Blade Warrior bit into her. Wait, is it that direct? A true healer giving blood. At this point, it wasn't just Polaris who was stunned. Even Tom, who usually prided himself on being perceptive, was taken aback. I want to interrupt. Didn't they say that those bitten by vampires also become vampires? Or do you vampires just consume each other in such an explosive manner? Raising a trembling hand, Polaris timidly asked, as if a student in class requesting to go to the restroom. I'm not a vampire. The Blade Warrior is. But he is a special half-vampire, so you don't have to worry about him sucking your blood. As for your concern about me becoming a vampire, don't worry, I have this. Saying this, the black female doctor, whose neck was still being bitten by the Blade Warrior, calmly took out a vial from the other side of her neck and injected it into her body. This is a serum I specifically developed to suppress the vampire virus. It has already successfully helped me avoid becoming a vampire once. I believe this time will be no exception. If you are unfortunate enough to be bitten by a vampire, you can come find me. Of course, this is only before you completely turn into a vampire. It's better if we don't, and never mind. Tom swayed his head rhythmically along with Polaris and the two little girls, Flicker and Polaris. A ghostly mage. Not to be trifled with, not to be trifled with. The blood god is called the blood god in vampire mythology because he possesses the ability to instantly turn his kin into vampires and enhance ordinary vampires. In vampire mythology, there was once an alien deity who was ensnared and turned into a slave by the blood god using this very method. Although Deacon Faith had just become a blood god, he understood the abilities of the blood god in the myths very well. Among us, only I can be immune to the blood god's methods. That's why I told you not to get close to Deacon Faith and not to make any moves against him to avoid attracting his attention. At this point, the Blade Warrior, with the help of the ghostly mage, had returned to a fully healed state. His words were clearly in response to Tom's unfinished question about why. There's such an ability. In the movies of my previous life, it wasn't like this. How come you didn't mention this ability of the blood god earlier, Blade Warrior? Had I known this, I wouldn't have acted so recklessly. Even gods have been caught off guard. This time I'm bound to crash and burn right. Tom's mind raced, as if 1,000 horses were galloping through. Had he known it would be like this, he surely wouldn't have acted so recklessly. He should have gone straight to Deacon Faith and taken him down at the start, then he wouldn't have had to deal with all this. After 1,000,000 years, I have finally returned to this world once again. As he spoke, Deacon Faith's transformation was complete, and Tom could clearly feel the energy that had surrounded Deacon Faith dissipate completely. Blade Warrior, mutant, you will become the first group of servants after I return to this world. And it doesn't matter whether it's the blood god or Deacon Faith, his skin has turned blood red. His eyes resembled those of a severe case of red-eye disease, red, as if he had never slept since birth. Be careful and do not act recklessly. With a casual flick of his finger towards Tom and the others, the Blade Warrior, now clad only in leather pants, charged at the figure that was either the blood god or Deacon Faith, bare-chested and sword in hand. Crack. Boom. The next second, the once cool Blade Warrior was thoroughly beaten. If he chopped off the blood god's arm, it would regrow instantly. Could he cut the blood god in half? The two parts would still be connected by blood, able to rejoin and heal instantly. I am the immortal blood god. You cannot defeat me, Blade Warrior. Kneel before me, and I will grant you the best position in my future blood kingdom. However, as soon as the Blade Warrior was hit by the blood god, he collapsed to the ground and could not rise again. The battle between these two vividly showcased the disparity in combat power between a 3-year-old child and a 30-year-old adult. You say your serum can suppress the vampire virus. Good, give it all to me. Thunderbirds, shoot all these serums at that blood god. Seeing the Blade Warrior being held up by the blood god like a chick, Tom felt that it was time for him to step in. Otherwise, if things continued to spiral out of control, he would definitely crash. Now all he hoped for was that the plot development in the upcoming scenes wouldn't get too convoluted. All right, boss. You lowly criminals, how dare you offend the blood god? What is this? Initially, the blood god paid no heed to the potion thrown by the Thunderbird, merely waving his hand dismissively. However, his tone soon changed. A few of the potions had precisely pierced his arms and body. As the potion was injected from the syringe, the blood god's body rapidly began to swell. You damned mortals, what have you done to me? I will drain the blood from your bodies. Blade, quickly pick up the potions around you and inject them all into that Deacon Faith. The blood god, swollen like a balloon, naturally could no longer hold onto the Blade Warrior. However, he did not explode as in the plot of previous movies. As a prophet and a reincarnated traveler, Tom immediately guessed this was due to the blood god's insufficient dosage. Deacon Faith. With the series of changes in Deacon Faith coupled with Tom's shout, the Blade Warrior could not help but understand what was happening. He hurriedly grabbed the potions that had fallen around him and plunged them directly into Deacon Faith's thigh. Blade, quickly dodge. Flicker open a door, let's get out of here quickly. Seeing the blood god regaining his balloon-like tendency, Tom turned and ran towards the nearest tower wall. He certainly did not want to be splashed by the blood god's blood after an explosion. If he turned into a vampire, that would be the end of him. Boom. Boom. Then the tower, over 10 meters high, collapsed like a toy, and the dust raised covered Tom and the others who had not yet escaped. Covered in dust, Tom, who had fled far away, spat at the already collapsed tower and said to the fireman, "Fireman, set fire to the tower. Make sure to burn everything inside to ashes, understood?" Don't ask Tom why he didn't get closer to spit. If you ask, just say you can, you up, no can, no BB. The Blade Warrior, who was lying on the ground without any dignity which did not fit his king persona, also reflected, gasping for breath. Yes, there is still Deacon Faith's blood inside. As long as we touch a little, we might turn into vampires. We must burn it, and everything nearby must be burned clean. Okay, boss. Hearing that there was a possibility of infection into vampires, the fireman did not dare to delay. He scrambled to his feet, his hands spewing flames, and unleashed a full force attack on the ruins of the tower. Crackle. Soon the already completely collapsed tower was turned into a heap of ruins under the fireman's blazing flames. Many stones and bricks even turned into crystals due to the high temperatures. All right, let's hurry up and leave. It won't be long before the police arrive. Looking at the tower that had almost been burned to the ground, Tom nodded in satisfaction. Now there would be nothing left of Dyken phase. Quick report what happened here to the chief. After about 10 minutes, 2 or 3 police cars arrived beside the tower where the flames had already completely extinguished with sirens wailing. After a general inspection of the ruins, the several policemen in the cars unanimously decided to report the incident to the New York Police Department. I am Agent Field of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support, and this is Agent Romanoff. Can you tell us what happened here? After a few more minutes, a helicopter flew in from the sky. Several men in black suits got off the helicopter, most of them led by a blonde beauty, spreading out around the tower to begin their inspection. A small portion followed a man wearing sunglasses with a stiff smile, starting to question the police who had arrived earlier. What could the police answer to Agent Field's inquiry? Naturally, they could not answer anything. After all, when they arrived, the place was already deserted. This was largely due to New York's urban culture. Because superheroes were still lying low at home and supercriminals were rampant, the citizens of New York mostly adopted a respectful distance from sudden events. Just like Tom and the others' fight with Dyken phase, with the tower collapsing and flames soaring into the sky, how could the passers-by nearby not see it? But fearing to involve innocent citizens, the first reaction of the New Yorkers after discovering this was definitely to avoid it. At most, they would just report the incident. As for the NYPD, knowing how many supercriminals were in New York, what they feared most was facing sudden situations that could potentially be super events. Just like those being questioned by Agent Field right now, they happened to be a few streets away when they received the report. Yet they took more than 10 minutes to arrive despite that small distance. If they had rushed to the scene immediately after receiving the report, they might have actually intercepted Tom and the others who had yet to leave. How is it? What else could it be? Of course, the police know nothing about what happened here. I knew it. After finishing the inquiry with those policemen, the man named Agent Field walked into the completely white ruins of the tower with a face of disappointment. However, from his conversation with Agent Romanoff, it seemed they were already accustomed to not gathering any information from the police. What about you? In response to Agent Field's inquiry, Agent Romanoff took out a laptop connected to many instruments and pointed at the densely packed detection data on the screen. This is definitely a superpower incident. According to our speculation, the flames that burned here reached over 1,000 degrees, otherwise there would be no possibility of such crystalline formations. And Agent Field glanced at a brick that Agent Romanoff pointed out, which had slightly crystallized. Agent Romanoff put down the laptop in his hands, leading Coulson to a certain spot in the ruins, pointing at a puddle of red soil on the ground. Moreover, we detected blood in this soil. Blood. Agent Field squatted down and picked up a small handful of soil, smelling it near his nose. Are you sure? Agent Romanoff shrugged. Although I know that under flames reaching 1,000 degrees, there shouldn't be any traces of blood left here. But the fact is, the experts who came with us have confirmed it. Agent Field played with the small handful of soil between his fingers, thinking for a moment before asking, did we collect samples of this soil? Agent Romanoff nodded affirmatively. Of course, our researchers are very interested in this soil that contains traces of blood. That's good. Agent Field nodded, staring at the small handful of soil between his fingers, curious about the reason behind it. Suddenly, not knowing if it was a lapse in judgment or something else, Agent Field unexpectedly licked the soil between his fingers. Are you crazy? Seeing this scene, Agent Romanoff couldn't help but whisper, are you trying to get yourself killed? You dare to taste something unknown. I don't know what happened. I suddenly thought this soil smelled nice, so I couldn't help but lick it. Agent Field smiled sheepishly, and while speaking, he smacked his lips as if savoring something. Not to mention, this soil really does taste good. Agent Romanoff looked at Agent Field speechlessly. Don't expect me to cover for you. Once we get back, I fear you'll be quarantined for quite some time. I think that should be the case. This soil is probably not simple. I've never felt that soil could smell good before. Agent Field's eyes remained on the soil that was already significantly reduced, his brow furrowing. As a senior agent of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support, he had dealt with numerous super and mysterious events, and certainly understood that anything involved in such events could potentially be deadly. But today's situation was indeed strange. Knowing the danger, why did he feel compelled to taste a handful of soil mixed with blood? This made Agent Field feel something was off. Therefore, he had no objections to the quarantine mentioned by Agent Romanoff. I say, are you doing this on purpose? Recently, the media, government, and military have been eager to wage war against mutants within the country. Are you looking for an excuse to lock yourself up? However, Agent Romanoff, unaware of what Agent Field was thinking, couldn't help but tease. Agent Field forced a smile, sincerely saying, how could that be? Do you think I'm the kind of person who slacks off? However, the conflict between the government and mutants is indeed a hassle. Once the war starts, this world may never know peace. Agent Romanoff disdainfully curled his lips, not knowing what he was disdaining. Cut it out, this conflict is nothing more than a massacre by the military against mutants within the country. If I hadn't surrendered to you in time, wouldn't I have ended up being dissected by the military? Saying that mutants are humanity's enemies is just a lie. They are only envious of the mutants' abilities. How was the battle this time? However, Tom knew nothing of what was happening in the ruins of the tower, as he and Polaris had already returned to their ship, the Dawn. Not at all smooth, big sister Lindy. I must tell you, Uncle Tom is completely no match for that so-called blood god. In the end, it was only with the help of Uncle Daofeng and some potions specifically designed to counter vampires that we barely managed to kill that blood god. In response to the question from the long-legged one, before Tom could think of how to answer that unfortunate child, Polaris jumped in with a gleeful expression. I was afraid of hurting the rest of you, which is why I didn't act forcefully. Otherwise, do you really think a small energy barrier could stop me? After giving a glare to Polaris, who was making faces at him, Tom explained somewhat sheepishly. No wonder she is Magneto's daughter. Polaris really knows how to pick the right moment to tease. Indeed, at that time, the clash of energy released by Uncle Tom and the protective energy of that blood god almost shook the entire tower. In comparison, Polaris appeared much cuter and more obedient. However, what Tom was most dissatisfied with was how Polaris insisted on calling him uncle. It should be brother. What a good child, but now he's learned bad habits from that mischievous child, Polaris. Ignoring Tom's threatening gaze, Polaris, with her eyes spinning, directly changed the topic. Big sister Lindy, big sister Maiming, did you know? During our journey this time, we even encountered Mystique. She invited us to see Magneto and Professor X. However, I never expected that these two legendary mutant heroes would be so different from my impressions. Mystique, the one who has a very good relationship with Magneto and Professor X. Hearing this, not only the long-legged one, but also Maiming, who was handling the ship's internal affairs, turned their attention to Polaris. It had been mentioned before that most of Tom's time was spent on cultivation, so he entrusted most matters on the fishing boat to the long-legged one. As Maiming was a close friend of the long-legged one, she naturally took on the role of the long-legged one's assistant. What? You know Mystique too? Tom looked at Maiming in surprise. According to the plot of his previous life's movie, Mystique should have parted ways with the Brotherhood of Mutants long before the Statue of Liberty incident, gradually fading from the sight of all mutants. Why would the long-legged one and Maiming, this new generation of mutants, still know about Mystique? Of course we know. Mystique is a legendary figure, just like Magneto and Professor X. Okay. The long-legged one nodded, understandably clarifying Tom's confusion. At that time, it was Mystique at the Paris conference who first made all of us mutants realize that we are not alone in this world and that countless compatriots are hidden around us. Tom nodded in realization. It seemed that in this world the events of X-Men Days of Future Past had already occurred. So what was the invitation from Mystique about? I know about Magneto, but why does Professor X need our help? Let me tell you, big sister, it's like this. Before Tom could voice his confusion, Polaris immediately explained Stryker's plans to use Magneto to capture Professor X, destroy Xavier's school for gifted youngsters and the X-Men, and then declare total war against mutants in America. Such a decision regarding the fate of our mutant race is something we watchers must not shy away from. No, I need to prepare our members well for this. The actions a few days later will not only determine the future of our mutant race, but also mark our watchers' first appearance in the sight of our mutant compatriots. We must leave a good impression on everyone. Saying this, the long-legged one rushed out of the captain's cabin, pulling Maiming and Polaris with him. Regarding Tom's acceptance of Mystique's invitation, the long-legged one did not ask why. After all, she aspired to be a hero of the mutant race. Moreover, in Tom's view, compared to his acceptance of Mystique's invitation, the long-legged one was more concerned about how their watchers would be perceived by the world upon their first appearance to their mutant compatriots. Why think about all these messy things? I should focus on how to continue enhancing my own strength. If I can't even defeat a blood god who was killed by potions, how can I dominate this world? After clarifying the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Tom strangely fell into a dilemma again. After all, when facing outsiders, he could harden his resolve and say he was not afraid of the blood god, but rather worried about hurting his own people. But what about himself? Tom couldn't deceive himself. After all, he couldn't fool himself. Tom knew very well that in this battle against the blood god, not to mention, he couldn't break the mysterious power protecting Deacon Frost when he becomes the blood god. But even after Deacon Frost transformed into the blood god, Tom still had no means to deal with him. The combination of a certain degree of immortality coupled with the bizarre ability to turn gods into vampire servants was something Tom currently couldn't handle. Magic, oh magic, how should I make up for this shortcoming? Standing up from the sofa in distress, Tom walked unsteadily towards his manifestation room while deep in thought. If his previous exploits against weaklings had not revealed this, then this journey, which was originally expected to be a beatdown of children, but instead encountered a BOSS, undoubtedly exposed Tom's weakness in mana entirely. After all, whether it was the Daylight Gold Wheel or the Moonlight Gold Wheel, they were all powered by the mana he obtained by devouring the relics. Once Tom's mana was exhausted, it would be equivalent to him completely losing his combat ability. Oh, such an outcome would be disastrous. Ah, if only I could manifest something edible. Not to mention ginseng fruits or peaches, just a few pills from the 8 trigrams furnace of the Supreme Lord would be enough for him to soar instantly. Sitting on the meditation cushion in the manifestation room, Tom began to manifest the Dinghai Pearl once again. However, this time, as usual, it failed to materialize within 3 attempts. There was no hope of success in the short term. As for ginseng fruits, peaches, and pills, Tom had indeed tried to manifest them before. After all, who would want to eat the stones and bones of the dead Buddha Bhikkhu when there are elixirs available? The problem is Tom simply couldn't manifest these things. Peaches and ginseng fruits can be excused as living things that grow in the earth. But what on earth are pills? The ancient pills of Zhongguo were all made with lead and mercuryrite. Which unfortunate item added herbs or living things into them? Huff huff. When will I ever succeed? Just as Tom's mental fatigue was recovering, he casually manifested the golden cudgel. This could be seen as a bored action after exhausting his mental energy, since manifesting a treasure of merit does not consume his mental energy after all. Huh, what is this? However, unlike any other day when he couldn't even gather the light of manifestation, his casual effort actually manifested a glimmer of the golden cudgel. Skin. When did I accumulate merit? Looking at the gradually disappearing golden light on the floor, Tom was momentarily stunned. Could it be? No way. But without me, wouldn't the blood god still be killed by the blade warrior? Tom immediately thought of Deacon Frost, who had just been blown up by the potion. Since he crossed over, if there was anything that could grant Tom merit, it would undoubtedly be this matter. After all, if Deacon Frost's plan had succeeded, then the number of humans and mutants who would die on Earth would be greater. The only issue is that this event, even without Tom's involvement, would definitely not happen. For something that is destined not to occur, why would Tom earn merit? So, does that mean even the world's will or the flow of time is uncertain about what will happen in the future? Linking the matters of merit and the blood god, Tom suddenly thought of a more terrifying thing: the uncertainty of the future. If that's the case, then it would be quite troublesome. If the plot from the movie In My Past Life doesn't necessarily happen, that would mean I could potentially lose my foresight ability granted by my time travel. However, this also means I can earn merit by participating in events like the Battle of New York or the Sokovia Accords. If that's the case, not to mention a golden cudgel, even the heavenly treasure of merit, the Linglong Tower, isn't a dream anymore. But is this good or bad for me? The future is not certain, which means this world has no bronze dragons like in Warcraft to travel back from the future to ensure everything remains unchanged. Or rather, the worlds will want forcibly revert everything to a normal development based on a predetermined future. In that case, the consequences would be enormous. After all, nothing is impossible. Leaving aside the impact Tom as a time traveler brings, allowing events to develop freely could lead to storylines starkly different from what Tom witnessed in his past life. So without the foresight granted by the previous life's film plot, how can I establish myself in this world? Or should I find ways to guide this world to develop according to the plot of my past life's films to ensure I don't lose my foresight ability? After dinner, Tom returned to his bedroom, still pondering this issue with indecision. Tom, am I asking if this armor looks good on me? Are you even listening to me? At this moment, the battle armor on the long legs was even more material efficient than the previous set. The triangular full-body armor had transformed into triangular shorts, while the intermediate parts were simply omitted. The slender waist and fair skin were directly exposed to the air. However, the steel boots on the lower body had grown longer. Although the long legs were revealing less, Tom couldn't help but feel that they were becoming more alluring. Are you trying to make the enemies faint from blood loss or nosebleeds by wearing this armor to the battlefield? Suppressing the roar in his heart, Tom gritted his teeth and asked, "Tell me, who made this armor for you?" Zheng Tu. However, I designed this armor myself. At first, Jing Tu was unwilling to forge it for me. I had to threaten him, saying I would punch him if he didn't agree. With her hands on her hips, the long legs swayed her upper body, creating waves of movement. Looking at Tom with a puzzled expression, "What's wrong? I feel very light and convenient like this." Convenient it may be, but don't you think the protection of this armor is too weak? Tom, temporarily putting aside his plan to confront Zheng Tu, asked the long legs with dissatisfaction. The long legs smiled charmingly, not understanding Tom's words. After all, she wasn't a woman of great social experience. "My body is yours. Oh, what's wrong with others looking at it? That's still not acceptable." Tom decisively shook his head. Although he knew that the customs in this world were very open, being a loyal citizen at heart, He absolutely could not accept his girlfriend going out dressed like this. Fine. Fine, my dear lord, but if you want let me wear this armor, I need to have a set to wear right. The previous one is too damaged. Why not? Just use your ability to manifest a set for me. The long legs walked behind Tom and began to gently massage his temples. Because Tom was habitually overexerting his spiritual energy, the long legs specifically learned a set of headache relief massage techniques online. I will manifest a set for you. Withdrawing her hands that had been wandering on the long legs, Tom's series of small actions had long become an unconscious habit, just like how the long legs had been accustomed to giving him massages these past few months. Yeah, just like the sun and moon golden, will you manifest it? I don't require my armor to have any spirituality or autonomy like your treasure. I only have one request: it should be flexible and sturdy. It seemed that the long legs had just thought of obtaining a good set of armor from Tom, and while massaging his temples, she excitedly expressed her request. That's not a problem. However, I truly don't know what kind of armor to manifest for you. Tom didn't think the long legs' request was excessive. Since it wasn't a treasure, it wouldn't consume his spiritual energy or mana. After all, when Tom and the long legs had just established their relationship, hadn't he manifested a katana for her? The katana was still in use by the long legs. Moreover, during the 6 months since their relationship was established, Tom and the long legs' feelings had developed rapidly. Although it hadn't reached the point of being inseparable, they had at least become indispensable parts of each other's lives. After each day of training, Tom had become accustomed to the long legs' massages, to listening to her recount interesting stories and trivial matters from the ship, and he had also gotten used to entrusting her with everything in his life outside of cultivation. The problem was Tom really didn't know what kind of armor to manifest for the long legs. He remembered quite a bit about the armor styles from the ancient loyalist era, like the Mingguang armor chainmail and Nijuan armor, but those were all for men. I don't care if you want let me wear this set, you must find me one that I can wear. All right. Since establishing their relationship, Tom had noticed that the long legs had increasingly loved to act spoiled towards him, especially when they were alone. Tom had no resistance to the long legs' spoiled behavior. What about the celestial garments worn by the fairies in myths? That's ruled out first. Those loose clothes, not to mention whether the long legs would trip over them. Just imagining the scene of her wearing those clothes in battle was too unbearable. And then, the Athena armor from Saint Seiya. That's possible and fits the long legs' requirements. The problem is those armors have spirituality. Who knows if the long legs can be recognized by them? Moreover, what if the holy armor is similar to treasures? While enjoying the long legs' rare gentleness, Tom's mind was flashing through various possible choices. So Wonder Woman's divine armor is really nice. Thinking about Wonder Woman and the long legs with the same black hair and eyes and yellow skin, the long legs are equally heroic. This equipment must match her perfectly. After much thought, Tom finally set his sights on Wonder Woman's equipment next door. After all, who said DC and Marvel couldn't mix? Moreover, in his past life, Tom had been bedridden for over 20 years, so he truly lacked knowledge in this area. These were the only options he could think of. I've already thought of what kind of armor to manifest for you, but first I need to collect a bit of equipment manufacturing fees. Tom, having found the answer in his heart, mischievously winked at the long legs. Tisk, truly perfect. The next morning, Tom stood in his bedroom admiring the long legs in the mirror, marveling. Not bad, this equipment is truly to my liking. Perhaps tonight I should indeed give my Tom a little extra equipment manufacturing fee. At this moment, the long legs held the glowing golden lasso in one hand and the psychic whip she had manifested in the other. She wore the sword of the god of fire at her waist, held a divine power shield on her back, wore guardian silver bracelets on her arms, and a starlight crown on her forehead. Of course, there was also the war god's armor and boots. Now the long legs truly resembled Wonder Woman. No, in Tom's eyes at this moment, the long legs looked even more heroic than the neighboring Wonder Woman. With this set of equipment, at least in terms of looks, the long legs would definitely crush the competition. Moreover, more importantly, aside from the lasso and the psychic whip being a bit strange, Tom was very satisfied with the rest of the divine armor, and the long legs were also very pleased. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mentioned adding a little equipment manufacturing fee for Tom. As for the actual effectiveness of this divine armor, it was certainly much weaker than Wonder Woman's original set. After all, what Tom manifested was merely a counterfeit. For instance, the Starlight Crown only has the function of shielding against mental intrusion, lacking the original's ability to return as a boomerang. Similarly, the Sword of the God of Fire is just an incredibly sharp sword that cannot catch fire. Moreover, while the Guardian Silver Bracelets and Divine Power Shield still retain their original effects, their power is much weaker. Lastly, even the iconic Golden Lasso can only infinitely extend and bind enemies. It doesn't possess the original's ability to compel truth-telling. Furthermore, Tom had previously experimented and found that using the functions of these equipment requires consuming spiritual energy. Oh, thanks, dear. After indulging in self-admiration in front of the mirror, the long legs gave Tom a big kiss on the cheek before she immediately wanted to show off to her good friend Dreamer. After all, when you have something good, you should share it with friends, right? Wait, this is for you. Suddenly, Tom pulled out a blue lantern with one hand and handed a ring to the long legs with the other. This is for me. What are you doing? Looking at the blue ring in her hand, the long legs instantly froze. What else could it be? Of course it's for wearing. Are you just going to look at it? Hurry up and recite the oath. Saying this, Tom pointed to the lantern in his hand that was emanating a faint blue light. This, I still need to think about it. The long leg's face suddenly turned bright red, then turning her head before Tom could react, she dashed out of the bedroom like the wind. The Blue Lantern Corps. Part 1. Green Lantern. I am having such a hard time. Setting aside the influence of past films on Tom, the Blue Lantern ring is undoubtedly the most suitable for the current mutants. Because in this world, mutants are left with nothing but hope, and the Blue Lantern ring represents that hope. Now, the only thing making Tom hesitate is whether he should manifest a large number of Blue Lantern rings and distribute them to his Watcher members. After all, the power of the rings is evident through the DC world of his past life, where they are wielded by cosmic guardians. In this world, even Asgard would not dare to claim to be cosmic guardians. Odin would at most claim to be the protector of the 9 realms. Comparing the two, the power of the rings is self-evident. The question is, Tom has yet to decide whether to guide this world to unfold according to the plot of his past life's films. If he were to do so, while these rings would strengthen Tom's power, they would also have a significant impact on the future of this world. It's important to note that giving rings to the Watchers is not the same as giving them to a tall figure like Green Lantern. Giving them to a tall figure would only result in 2 more Green Lanterns in this world. Distributing rings to the Watchers, on the other hand, would be equivalent to creating an entire Blue Lantern Corps. The sudden emergence of such a powerful force would undoubtedly cause significant changes in the plot, drawing the attention of some powerful beings like Ancient One and Odin. Why did you rob the treasury of the gods? Where did you get such a handsome and stunning outfit? Let's not talk about that for now. Look at this. The tall figure ignored the envious expression of the Dreamer and instead reached out to show the ring in their hand. The Dreamer shifted their gaze from the tall figure and glanced at the ring in their hand, saying, "It's just a ring, and it's a bit ugly, so what?" To be honest, the Blue Lantern ring that Tom manifested is indeed a bit ugly. It looks like a blue ring connected to a blue rectangular prism. On the rectangular prism, there is a circular indentation, which is the light of the lantern. The tall figure's expression was still a bit flustered. "This was given to me by Tom." "Wow, really? What does he mean by that? Is he proposing to you?" The Dreamer's expression shifted from surprise to joy. "I didn't expect our wooden-head leader to have such an active day. It should be right." The tall figure hesitated for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. "He even made me swear." "So did you agree?" "I'm happy for you, but I'm also very curious. Quickly tell me, what do you think?" "Nothing." Touching their black hair, the tall figure's panic finally calmed down a bit. "It was all very sudden. I instinctively ran away. I didn't expect our graceful and strong sister spirit Butterfly to have a day of retreat." Seeing the tall figure's awkwardness, the Dreamer couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" The tall figure knocked on the table in dissatisfaction and glared fiercely at the Dreamer. "I came to ask for your advice." "Such matters depend on yourself. How could I give you advice?" The Dreamer put away their smile and replaced it with a serious expression. "You might as well ask yourself, how have you felt being with Tom for the past 6 months?" "Of course it's been great." The tall figure instinctively replied, then began to give the Dreamer examples. "I enjoy being with Tom, talking about trivial matters on the ship or within our mutant clan. I also like watching Tom and Northstar bicker. He's so cute then. I like Tom's decisiveness in important matters. His resolute nature is truly impressive. Isn't that enough?" The Dreamer spread their hands. "You've already expressed your true feelings. What are you hesitating about? Do you not think Tom is a good partner?" "Of course Tom is a great partner. This outfit I'm wearing was a gift from him." The tall figure instinctively retorted, then hesitated and said, "I just feel it's a bit sudden and also a bit too fast." "Fast?" The Dreamer looked at the tall figure in surprise. "I never thought you were the kind of person who drags things out. Isn't it common for people to get married quickly after knowing each other for less than a week? Besides, come on, we are mutants after all. Every day is uncertain. Who knows when we might be killed or captured by the military. When encountering a good relationship, one should seize it quickly. Then, Dreamer, is Elizabeth here? I have something to ask her." The tall figure nodded, wanting to say something, but then heard Tom's voice from outside the cabin. "They can't wait. Go for it. I'm waiting to drink your wedding wine." The Dreamer first gave the tall figure a gesture of encouragement, then turned to shout outside the cabin, "Yes, Tom, come in quickly." "So you really are here?" Tom walked in with a worried expression and looked at the tall figure, whose breathing was becoming heavier. "I have something very important to ask you." "Ah, just as I was looking for Thunderbird about something. I'll leave first." The dreamer winked playfully at the tall figure and then quickly walked out of the room. What's wrong with you? Tom sat across from the tall figure looking strangely at their heavy breathing and evasive gaze. Why does Tom feel like the tall figure is afraid of him? This question arose from Tom's confusion regarding the tall figure's strange behavior. For the tall figure, this was undoubtedly questioning why she suddenly ran away when Tom proposed to her earlier. After hesitating a few times, the tall figure's evasive gaze resolutely fixed on Tom, saying, I accepted your proposal. Proposal? Tom looked at the tall figure with even more confusion. He hadn't come to ask about the ring. Have I lost my memory? Tom did not deny that he had thought about this more than once, but all were left unexecuted due to hesitation. Why did the tall figure suddenly accept his proposal? When did this happen? Still pretending. The ring. The tall figure, a bit annoyed, punched Tom lightly, then opened her palm to reveal the lantern ring. As for Tom's confusion, the tall figure took it as a teasing remark about Tom's previous avoidance of her. Ring proposal? Looking at the bright blue lantern ring in her palm, Tom first felt perplexed and then enlightened. He knew that giving a woman a ring essentially meant proposing to her, and it wasn't something Tom was unaware of. In his past life, while lying on a hospital bed, he had seen such scenes in movies and television. However, because he was destined to not have such a life, not only did his family avoid mentioning these things around him, but Tom also tried hard to forget them. So the tall figure misunderstood. Tom nodded in realization and then feigned surprise. Great, you really accepted my proposal. What happens if the tall figure misunderstood? Tom naturally chose to accept this misunderstanding. After all, he had previously considered proposing to the tall figure, but had hesitated and lacked confidence. Should we hold a wedding? Just inviting our Watcher members on the ship for a drink should be enough, right? After all, we are mutants and cannot be like ordinary people. All right, let's see. I'll let the dreamer prepare for that. We'll announce our news during dinner. Fortunately, the tall figure had no objections to Tom's decision. Wait, I still have something to tell you. Tom stopped the tall figure from standing up and then explained the matter of the lantern ring to her in detail. Of course, regarding the concerns, Tom attributed it to fearing their strength might attract the attention of Ancient One and Odin. There are such powerful gods on Earth. The legendary Asgardian gods are actually real. But even so, without involving time travel or guiding the world's development, Tom's words still had a significant impact on the tall figure. However, you didn't give me this lantern ring to propose to me, did you? Quickly, the tall figure noticed something glaring at Tom with a fierce expression. How could that be? I swear this lantern ring is mainly for proposing to you. As he spoke, Tom put on a sheepish expression, but I was afraid you would refuse, so I used this as an excuse. Smart move. The tall figure shot a glance at Tom and stopped pursuing the matter. I'm truly clever. Looking at the slowly disappearing fruit knife that could slice a watermelon manifested in the tall figure's lantern ring, Tom couldn't help but secretly give himself a thumbs up. Completely unaware of what Tom was thinking, or perhaps too indifferent to care, Longlegs shifted the topic to the reason Tom initially sought him out, the matter of the lantern ring. Oh, why? Tom always valued the opinions given by Longlegs. After all, Tom was well aware that aside from his prophetic abilities gained from watching movies in his past life, he was far from being on par with Longlegs in terms of social interactions. After all, whether it was his previous life spent lying in a hospital bed or this life of constant running and begging, the memories left by little Tom were clear. Tom's experience in dealing with people and making decisions could be said to be zero. In contrast, Longlegs had an extremely rich experience in this regard. Having ventured alone into society at the age of 17 or 18, her abilities and decisions were evident in the respect and titles given to her by Dreamer and the Thunderbird. Thus, aside from judgments about the uncontrollable future of the world, Tom couldn't compare to Longlegs in any other aspect. It's simple, you still underestimate your own position among us Watchers. Longlegs held one of Tom's hands with both of hers, looking at him with trust in her eyes. You are our leader. It is you who, with your strength and decisions, has given us our current lives. Everyone respects you, is willing to follow you, and even to die for you. You are undoubtedly the leader, even the king of our Watchers. In such circumstances, even if our strength truly expanded to the extent you mentioned, what would it matter? Without your consent, none of us would reveal our strength to the outside world. As long as we do not expose our strength, can the Supreme Mage or the King of Asgard truly perceive our existence? Moreover, isn't Magneto and Professor X strong? Didn't those two you mentioned not take action against them? It's illogical that they wouldn't overlook us just because we have some strength. How am I really that impressive? Although Tom understood that the Marvel world is one that prioritizes power and idolizes the strong, he still found Longlegs' assertion about being willing to die for him somewhat dubious. But it didn't matter, Tom still had the blue lantern. If anyone disobeyed, he could refuse to charge those blue ring bearers. Without batteries, could a flashlight possibly be more powerful than a brick? Thus, regarding Longlegs' statement, that without his consent future blue ring bearers would not expose their strength to the outside world. Tom still agreed. As for Longleg's speculation about Magneto, an ancient one, Tom was somewhat hesitant. Just because Professor X and Magneto could it didn't mean Tom could as well. After all, he was a transmigrate as someone who did not belong to this world. Therefore, in Tom's view, any changes he brought to this world were inherently unreasonable and easily detectable. Moreover, the two sides Tom mentioned, Ancient One is the bearer of the Time Stone, and who could guarantee that this bald man wouldn't casually traverse the river of time? Asgard was even more excessive. Heimdall, that perverted voyeur, was constantly monitoring the 9 realms 24 hours a day. However, with greater power, it would certainly be easier for me to guide this world towards the plot of the movies from my past life. As for this last point, it was the most appealing thought that Tom derived from Longleg's words. As mentioned earlier, aside from his own strength, the only aspect where Tom considered himself superior to Longlegs was his prophetic control over the future development of the world. Thus, after a moment of endless entanglement, Tom decided at this moment to steer the direction of this world towards the plot of the movies from his past life. To continue living well in this chaotic world, Tom had no qualms about becoming a behind-the-scenes manipulator or even a supervillain. From now on, please call me Tom the behind-scenes manipulator White. In the evening, the deck of the Dawn was filled with tables for drinking. A total of 93 mutants and 93 watchers had gathered here. Tom and Longlegs stood on the second-floor terrace, and everyone on the deck looked up at the two of them. The reason for gathering everyone here tonight is to notify you of something. This morning, Elizabeth Braddock has accepted my proposal. We have decided to form a family. We hope to receive everyone's blessings. Wow, congratulations, leader. That's great. As soon as Tom's voice fell, cheers erupted on the deck. It seemed that just as Longlegs had said, these watchers genuinely recognized Tom as their leader. After all, it was Tom who had pulled them back from the brink of death and given them a new life. Tom gestured for everyone to be quiet and continued. As for Elizabeth, she mentioned she has 2 older brothers, but they have long been lost, and she does not know where they are. Many of you have been friends with Elizabeth for a long time, so you are considered her family. Elizabeth's mother is of Asian descent. According to their customs, when I marry Elizabeth, I need to prepare a dowry for her family. Therefore, I have prepared a special gift for everyone present. As long as I receive your recognition, you will be able to receive my gift. Saying this, Tom took out the blue lantern and more than 20 blue lantern rings. Was all this just to bring out the blue lantern rings? As for Tom's words about Elizabeth, they were indeed true. Elizabeth's parents passed away a long time ago. Her 2 older brothers, according to Elizabeth, also possessed some abilities. However, they had lost contact for a long time. Otherwise, Elizabeth wouldn't have been out in society alone at the age of 17 or 18. At 17 or 18, she entered society, dodged military pursuers, eliminated 400 to 500 pursuers, befriended countless mutant compatriots, and earned the nickname Sister Lingdai at such a young age. It sounds very impressive, but if given the choice, who would want to live a life like that? Alright, everyone can come up one by one to accept the test. Then Tom pointed at the blue lantern, and a blue phoenix with 3 faces and 3 heads formed from the light emitted by the blue lantern, curiously looking around. This is the Yao Shi Huang, the beast of the blue lantern, a manifestation of the hope of emotional aggregation. To be honest, this was the first mythological item with complete spirituality that Tom manifested. Fortunately, unlike magical treasures, the blue lantern and Yao Shi Huang do not require the consumption of Tom's magical power and mental energy. As for what Tom meant by gaining recognition, it actually refers to gaining the recognition of the blue lantern beast Yao Shi Huang. Don't ask how Tom knows all this, it just chalk it up to being a born sage, innately knowledgeable. The first to come up and accept the test was Dreamer. After all, she was currently the assistant to the head butler Longlegs, ranking just below Tom and Longlegs among the watchers. Put on the ring pointed at the wick and then recite after me: fearful days, painful nights, fierce flames retreat from the chill. All fall in the battle of fire and calamity, gazing at the stars, may the light of hope never die. Dreamer took the blue lantern ring that Tom handed her, glanced at the ring in her hand, and then looked at the slightly flustered Longlegs. Although her expression was strange, she obediently recited the oath after Tom. Suddenly, the blue lantern burst into brilliant light, and the blue energy from the lantern continuously flowed into the ring. Dreamer aimed at it. The Yao Shi Huang, who had previously been resting on the blue lantern, also flapped its wings and flew around Dreamer, continuously chirping. The first one succeeded. Could it be that I prepared 20 rings, and that's not enough? Hurry, use your mental energy to try to activate the energy within the ring, and then imagine what you need. Tom was somewhat baffled, but Longlegs seemed a bit excited. While teaching Dreamer how to use the ring, she urged her on. As Dreamer's friend, Longlegs was most aware of her abilities. Skilled in dealing with situations and making decisions, aside from having slightly weaker mutant abilities, she was almost as versatile as Longlegs. So what exactly was Dreamer's ability? Reading and modifying others' memories, which sounds very familiar, doesn't it? Because that is one of Professor X's abilities. However, compared to Professor X, who can read minds from 1,000 miles away in an instant, or even seize control of a person's body, Dreamer's ability seemed weak. For Dreamer to use her ability, she must first emit a wave of mental mist from herself and completely envelop the target's head with this mental mist. Moreover, the target must be completely unconscious and unable to resist. If the target has already lost the ability to resist, wouldn't it be better for us to capture them and torture them for information? Why go through the extra steps? Additionally, compared to the harsh conditions for her ability to take effect, the long chant time for skill release is another major constraint on Dreamer. According to Dreamer herself, with her current abilities from releasing the mental mist to completely enveloping an unconscious person's head, it would take about half an hour. Half an hour? Oh my. In half an hour, Tom could have climbed the media team. I know the media team is a forced 50-50 situation. Tom might not win. Tom could have climbed Hawkeye a dozen times. So overall, Dreamer is like an X-Men with a severely reduced ability. Her powers sound impressive, but are practically useless. Is that so? Following Longleg's guidance, Dreamer's ring emitted a blue light, then transformed into various LV bags, branded lipsticks, and designer high heels. The Blue Lantern Core. Looking at the plethora of illusions conjured by the Dreamers, Tom couldn't help but feel his eyelids twitch. Inside, he was already roaring mad. Very well, you have mastered the power of the Blue Lantern ring. Remember, the power of this ring comes from hope. The more genuine your feelings of hope, the greater the strength it can bestow upon you. Longlegs didn't sense anything wrong with the illusions created by the Dreamers. After advising the Dreamer, once more, Longlegs finally allowed her to leave the terrace. Hurry, let me try it. The second one was Polaris, who had already witnessed the entire process below and was growing impatient. As soon as she arrived, her eyes fixed on the dazzling phoenix, her hand reaching for another Blue Lantern ring that Tom had just picked up. There was no helping it. Despite being a genuine troublemaker, this little one was under the protection of Longlegs. Moreover, besides Longlegs, she was among the first to follow Tom, and her abilities were not weak. If it weren't for her young age and penchant for mischief, she might even outrank others among the Watchers and Dreamers. Like the Dreamer, she put on the ring and swore an oath to the Blue Lantern. However, this time, both the Blue Lantern and the dazzling phoenix remained unresponsive. No response. No response means you haven't been recognized. Go back and reaffirm your beliefs. Longlegs was astonished at the Blue Lantern's lack of reaction, while Tom felt it was only natural. Polaris, the little troublemaker, had been thinking only of pranks since coming to Tom's side. What hope and belief could she possibly have? The lack of recognition was well within expectations. Facing Tom with a wrinkled nose, Polaris knew this wasn't the time for a tantrum, so she earnestly said to Longlegs, "Hey, big sister, it's such a pity for you." After saying that, she dashed off the deck like the wind without looking back. "Hey, you little troublemaker, who are you pitying?" If it weren't for the apologetic gaze and intervention of Longlegs, along with Magneto's warning near the Golden Gate Bridge, Tom could swear to God that he would not let this little troublemaker off so easily. After Polaris, the trials continued smoothly. Soon the remaining 91 individuals completed their trials. It turned out that Tom's earlier concerns were completely unnecessary. Out of the 93 mutants, only 7 Blue Lantern rings were actually distributed from Tom's hands. The 7 individuals who received the rings were a Dreamer capable of reading and altering others' memories, a Flicker who could open portals and traverse space, an artist who could briefly bring their paintings to life, a Stinger who could attack others with mental force, a Seer who could use their mental strength to explore beyond walls, and 2 individuals, number 13 and Sawdust, who had little ability but did possess some mental power. Did you notice something? That's right, most of the 7 Blue Lantern ring bearers recognized by the dazzling phoenix were, or in Tom's view, all were psychic mutants. In fact, not only Flicker, but even Polaris and Magneto should be considered psychic mutants rather than magnetic ones in Tom's opinion. They simply gained unexpected recognition of a certain energy due to their overly active mental powers. This point can be well validated by the fact that Professor X trained Magneto to strengthen his will rather than other aspects in Magneto's daughter Scarlet, which can achieve excellent validation. You must know that in the entire Marvel Universe, psychic mutants have always been the best carriers of various energies. For example, Jean Grey and the Phoenix Force, Scarlet Witch in Chaos Magic, and Professor X's brother Red Tank, who uses the Crimson Force. Now it seems both the Blue Lantern and the Dazzling Phoenix have a preference for psychic mutants. After all, mutants with powerful mental abilities have richer emotions and beliefs than others. Alright, today's trials end here. Those who did not receive recognition should not be disheartened. Not being recognized this time does not mean it will be the same next time. To gain the recognition of the Blue Lantern and the Dazzling Phoenix, all you need is your steadfastness and hope. Likewise, there are not only these 20 rings, everyone need not worry that if they are a step late, they will lose their chance to get a ring. As long as you are steadfast in your beliefs and firmly unite with all of us, I can assure you that one day, everyone will receive recognition. Finally, it was Longlegs' concluding speech. Don't ask why it wasn't Tom with his social experience. He simply couldn't express what Longlegs just said. Long live the leader, long live the big sister. Sure enough, as soon as Longlegs finished speaking, the deck erupted with a thunderous cheer. After all, the powerful abilities of the Blue Lantern rings were witnessed by everyone together. The playful Flicker had just recently used the ring to conjure a fist, creating several meters of splashes on the sea. Then came the time for Longlegs to win hearts. Tom and Longlegs each held a cup of wine, mingling among the tables on the deck, conversing with every mutant. Leader Big Sister, congratulations. Leader Big Sister, thank you for saving me and providing me shelter, allowing me to live the life I have now. Leader, I've heard that soon we will participate in the mission to confront Magneto and Professor X. Can I join? Yes, the leader and Big Sister have given us so much, besides risking our lives to fight for you both, we have no other way to repay. The effect was even better than what Longlegs had described, as many mutants expressed their willingness to sacrifice their lives for Tom. However, Tom had no way of knowing how much of that was sincere. As for Longlegs, she had truly solidified her position as the big sister of the Watchers. After all, before she was merely the big sister to mutants like Thunderbird, Dreamer, and Polaris with whom she had interacted. Now, besides Tom, Longlegs was the big sister to all Watchers. Flicker, hand over your ring to me, or I won't play with you anymore. No way I can feel my ring rejecting you. Moreover, even if I lend you the ring, you wouldn't be able to wield its power without being recognized. When they reached Polaris' table, Polaris was threatening Flicker, while Flicker was covering her ring with one hand and rebutting Polaris with conviction. Polaris, each Blue Lantern ring will only recognize one master. Until that master dies, it will wait for the next. If you are not the master of the ring, you cannot access its power. Hurry and apologize to Flicker. Longlegs' ring manifested a blue hand that gently patted Polaris' head. Yes, big sister. Flicker, I'm sorry. Although somewhat unwilling, Polaris would never defy Longlegs' words. No. As some people can't even manage themselves, yet they want to steal from others. TSK. Just as Flicker was preparing to accept Polaris' apology, Tom, who was beside Longlegs, suddenly spoke up. After saying that, he provocatively winked at Polaris. Who is some people talking about? You are some people. I'm going to fight you. Polaris instantly exploded, jumping down from her seat, her two little fists whirling like windmills as she charged at Tom. See, you won't listen. Then Tom mimicked Longlegs, using the ring to conjure a large hand that pressed down on Polaris' head. Though her arms could flail, she couldn't reach even a single hair of Tom's. Ayaya, big sister, look at him. Polaris soon realized her predicament. However, with Tom holding her head down and her resistance rendered useless, she could only seek help from Longlegs. Longlegs did not respond to Polaris' plea for help, but merely stood by, watching the amusing scene with a gentle gaze. All right. Of course, in the end, it was Longlegs who intervened to stop the conflict between Tom and Polaris. After Tom had given Polaris a little lesson, especially seeing her gritting her teeth, yet feeling helpless, he finally released Polaris with satisfaction. Come and see how the battle armor I had Journey make for you turned out. This is Milan-style cavalry plate armor. It's like a can. How can I move once I put it on? Really? But aren't you the one flying in the air, controlling the sunlit wheel to attack enemies? Although Longlegs said this, she still put down the plate armor she wanted to put on Tom. Fine, I'll have Journey modify it again. Tom quickly grabbed Longlegs, who was about to leave again. Forget it, let Journey rest a bit. First it was your battle armor, then mine. Oh, we've kept Journey busy for almost a week. I have the sunlit wheel as a defense. Oh, I don't need this armor. For the past 2 days, Longlegs had insisted on having Journey create various beautiful armors for Tom to try on. At first, Tom complied, but later he simply couldn't take it anymore. With the sunlit wheel as his defense, he could fight in ordinary clothing, right? Longlegs, however, firmly shook her head. That's not acceptable. We're going to act with Mystique and Magneto tomorrow. You are the leader of our Watchers. Every move you make represents us. How can you fight enemies in ordinary clothing? All right, can I do it myself? Stop messing with my Journey. Everyone has their own life, and I need time to cultivate, all right? Okay, but you have to ensure that you manifest a handsome one for yourself. My Ling Dai's husband must be the most handsome you know. Besides, he'll check in 2 hours. Hearing that, Tom agreed to manifest the long-legged beauty, satisfiedly put down the Milan armor in her hands, and happily left the terrace. 2 hours should be enough, right? No, she was already his wife now. Wives should dress up nicely, and although Tom didn't know why, how could he refuse? So 2 hours later, in Tom's manifestation room, he stood in front of a huge floor mirror, posing and adjusting the armor on his body. TSK. So handsome, simply more dashing than Li Xuanhuan and Zhao Enjuan. Indeed, at that moment Tom was wearing the outfit of Erling Shun from the Legend of the Lotus Lantern, complete with a silver crown, silver armor, and a stylish black Xuanwu robe. If he added a three-pointed double-edged knife and a heavenly eye, Tom was absolutely confident he would be even more handsome than Uncle Jiao. There was no helping it. Uncle Jiao's Erling Shun left a profound impression in Tom's mind. In fact, whenever Erling Shun was mentioned, Tom immediately thought of Uncle Jiao wearing this outfit. Apart from Uncle Jiao's Erling Shun outfit, Tom also considered the 12 golden armors of the Saint Seiya, as for which one it didn't really matter. After all, that was also equipment from Olympus matching the magical Wonder Woman outfit currently worn by the long-legged beauty. The question was, Tom wasn't sure if equipping those armors required the power of the small universe. How to cultivate the small universe, and what exactly it was, he had no idea. Moreover, Tom had already cultivated his spiritual power and magic, even if he knew he wouldn't practice it anymore. After all, being proficient in everything could very well mean being mediocre in all. So after careful consideration, Tom decided to forego the Saint Seiya armor that matched the long-legged beauty and chose a celestial armor that complemented his own magical treasures. However, although Tom's manifestation target was the celestial armor worn by Erling Shun, he couldn't be sure if the counterfeit he manifested was actually celestial armor. Because logically speaking, celestial armor should be able to be stored in one's body freely. While Tom's armor could also be stored, it resembled Tony Stark's later Mark armors more. The crown could shrink down to a jade hook worn behind the ear. The breastplate could shrink into a heart protector on the chest. The battle skirt could shrink into a jade belt. The leg armor and silver boots could shrink into knee guards and foot guards. The 2 hours are up. Can I come in? Come in. In fact, Tom's manifestation room, whether on the yacht before or on the fishing boat, now the long-legged beauty had not entered much at all. Regarding Tom's personal privacy, the long-legged beauty had always been very respectful before. I told you to put away that character long ago. What loyalty does a medium person have to display, eh? I told you those two characters together pronounce. Wow, so handsome. So how about it? The task was completed quite well, wasn't it? Tom shook his Xuanwu robe and turned to face the long-legged beauty. It is handsome, but I'm just afraid others might not think so. Touching the cloud patterns on Tom's chest armor, the long-legged beauty had a look of anxiety. After all, this was Eastern celestial armor, which might not meet the Western standards of bright and flashy aesthetics. Then I can't do anything. This is the best I could come up with. Tom shrugged helplessly. And besides, you're my wife. If you think it's handsome, that's good enough. I'm not wearing it for others. Really? Tom's words made the long-legged beauty smile brightly, and she no longer mentioned Tom, representing the Watchers. You truly are my good husband, Moo. For tomorrow's operation, do you plan to bring those people with us? After receiving a kiss from the long-legged beauty, Tom began to inquire about tomorrow's operation. The Dreamers and Shimmer will stay to guard, while the other 5 Blue Lantern ring bearers, plus 45 combat skilled brothers, I think that's enough. So that's a total of 52 of us. Alright, that's enough. But you need to remind the artists not to use the powers of the lantern rings unless absolutely necessary. Tom nodded in agreement. 52 people already comprised the majority of their Watchers. In terms of strength, it was almost all the power of the Watchers that was being mobilized. So can I use the powers of the lantern rings? The long-legged beauty nodded, and then looked at her own lantern ring and asked. It's best not to, but when the time comes you don't need to hold back either. Tom thought for a moment, and still did not completely prohibit the long-legged beauty and the others from using the powers of the Blue Lantern rings. After all, according to Tom's previous speculation, the future development of this world was not fixed. In other words, every timeline of this world would have a different ending. So Tom's world producing a Green Lantern Corps shouldn't be too strange, right? However, to be on the safe side, Tom still advised the long-legged beauty and the others not to use it unless absolutely necessary. Are these people all your Watchers? The next morning around 9, after arriving by car at Winchester and walking a distance, Tom and the others finally found Magneto and Mystique, who had been waiting in the dense forest. Yes, of course, for the future of mutants and to rescue Professor X, we Watchers will certainly do our utmost. The one answering Mystique's question was the long-legged beauty. Tom didn't speak mainly because he was afraid he might accidentally reveal something he shouldn't say. I don't care how many of you come, because I think just having me is enough. What concerned me more was hearing that among you there was a child with abilities very similar to mine named Northstar. I wonder if she has arrived. Magneto, as usual, was arrogant, and as soon as he opened his mouth he made the long-legged beauty not know how to respond. It seemed that he really should spend more time in the Pentagon's prison life. Hearing Magneto talking about her, Northstar quietly moved behind Tom and tugged at his finger. Uncle, what does this Magneto want with me? Well, he probably thinks your ability is similar to his and wants to get to know you, Northstar replied, but based on Tom's estimate, a large-scale family reunion program was probably unavoidable next. Northstar tightened her small hands around Tom's finger. I don't want to meet him. I have to say Magneto's life is really tragic. In his youth, he witnessed his mother being killed by Sebastian Shaw, and in his younger years, he was always busy seeking revenge. Later, after finally avenging himself, he was betrayed by his trusted Professor X. As a hawkish leader of the mutant race, he not only ended up estranged from his wife and children, but also found that his reputation among mutants was not as high as that of the appeasement faction represented by Professor X. Now, after all these years, he finally has a few children in the world, but he doesn't know a single one. Every day, he is still tirelessly working for the mutant race with his aging body. Now he finally learns of a suspected daughter, Northstar, but Northstar is actually afraid to meet him because of human and X-Men propaganda. Tisk really. If you don't want to meet, then don't. With me here, no one can force you. However, when Tom, who originally planned to watch a good show, saw Northstar's anxious little face, he decided to help her. After all, they had lived together for more than a year. Although Northstar often caused trouble and made Tom furious, he had raised her for more than a year. Why is no one answering my question? Are you all deaf? Seeing no one answer his question, Magneto couldn't help but frown. In the next moment, countless small knives flew from his body, aimed at all the watchers. Eric, so what if we are deaf? What if we are not deaf? Are you planning to attack your own people right after escaping from human prison? Seeing this, Mystique immediately wanted to speak up to stop Magneto, but the moonsilver ring had already lightning fast hovered at Magneto's neck. Then Tom led the frightened Northstar out from among the watchers. I thought the whole world knew about my abilities. Looking at the moonsilver ring around his neck, Magneto smirked. In the next moment, when he tried to control the moonsilver ring, his smile froze. Yes, the whole world knows about your strength, and then what? To be honest, Magneto's self-equipped weapon was indeed quite unexpected for Tom. After all, in Tom's impression, Magneto had always been about using what was available on site. However, this was just one thing. Magneto attempting to control the moonsilver ring was something Tom had long anticipated. The question was, could Magneto do it? He definitely couldn't. Tom had already experimented with countless times on Magneto's daughter, Northstar. Magneto, the nearby Mystique, seeing Magneto's expression, immediately knew that he couldn't control Tom's moonsilver ring, so she hurriedly came out to smooth things over, saying, Eric is just interested in Northstar because he thinks she resembles a lost child of his. Saying this, she hurriedly gestured to Magneto that the little girl beside Tom was Northstar. Child, use your abilities and try to control my flying knives. Magneto spoke softly to Polaris with a voice that sent shivers down Tom's spine. Go ahead and give it a try. Upon seeing Polaris look at him inquiringly, Tom nodded in response. After all, they were truly father and daughter, and although he didn't know if Polaris could accept it, blood was thicker than water. Moreover, unless absolutely necessary, Tom did not wish to fall out with Magneto. He had already planned to use Magneto as a distraction to draw attention. But what do you mean by glaring at me, Magneto? However, before Tom could delve deeper into the meaning of Magneto's sharp gaze, he saw Polaris extend her small hand, her palm, glowing with green energy. Then the flying knives that were originally aimed at all the watchers circled around behind Polaris, dancing back and forth. Return to the origin of 1,000 swords. This little brat has stolen my idea. This move was something Tom had come up with after manifesting the Blue Lantern ring away to show off with his long legs. He never expected that this little rascal Polaris would accidentally copy it. Good. Seeing Polaris perform this move, Magneto was visibly excited and repeatedly exclaimed, Child, who is your mother? Polaris shot a sidelong glance at Magneto and replied, My mother is Harley Quinn. I couldn't find out who Polaris' mother is, so this is purely fictional. She is already dead. Harley, huh? I didn't expect you to leave me a child. Magneto seemed to drift into some kind of memory, his gaze softening. After a long pause, he looked back at Polaris and said, Child, I know you might find this hard to accept, but I must tell you the truth. Actually, I am your father. Polaris shook her head in denial, saying, Impossible, my name is Lorna Dane. I know who my father is, his name is Platt Dane. Magneto, in a state of shock, took several breaths to regain his composure and said, You can call him here. 14 years ago, when Harley and I were together, I never heard of any Platt Dane. Moreover, Harley was an ordinary person. As long as that Platt Dane is an ordinary person, it can also prove that you are my child. Polaris shot a sidelong glance at Magneto again and firmly denied, He is already dead, just like my mother, killed by the pursuers while trying to help me escape from the military's pursuit. He was willing to sacrifice his life for me, and I think you should not insult my father like this, Mr. Magneto. Mr. Magneto, we respect you, but that doesn't mean you can be unreasonable. At this moment, the long legs stepped forward decisively, having already drawn the fire god's sword from her back and unfastened the truth lasso hanging at her waist, saying, Polaris has already confirmed that you are not her father. I don't see what the point of your persistence is. Magneto initially wanted to use his powers to seize the fire god's sword from Longlegs as punishment for interrupting him. But he soon realized that he couldn't control Longlegs' sword either. Eric haste makes waste. You still have many opportunities on this journey, don't you? There is no need to make things so tense with your siblings. Rescuing Charles is the priority. Seeing that Longlegs had drawn her weapon, Mystique knew they couldn't continue like this. So she hurriedly advised Charles. Upon firing another dart at Tom, who was still holding Polaris, Magneto calmed down instantly and said, "All right, I will talk about my daughter later. I can already sense that our ride is almost here. Tsk tisk, how tragic." Looking at the suddenly dejected Magneto, Tom shook his head again. But thinking about the surnames of Quicksilver and Scarlet, which one must say Magneto really chose a good color for that helmet. Ride? What ride? Longlegs stood not far from Magneto and Mystique, so she overheard quite a bit of their conversation. "Child, you don't think we are going to walk to Alkali Lake, do you? That is in Ghana. Therefore I want the X-Men to give us a ride." With arms crossed, old Magneto finally regained some of his imposing presence. "X-Men, I don't believe they will let us hitch a ride, especially with you around." Hearing this, Tom, who had just approached, decisively shook his head. "So, I placed a locator on the plane they are on early this morning." As she spoke, Mystique pointed to a nearby laptop on the ground. The screen displayed a bright spot that was getting closer. Then, after they enter our range, the system will automatically send their coordinates to the military. As long as their plane is damaged or forced to land, won't we be able to catch a ride? Tom nodded, looking at Mystique with admiration. If it weren't for Magneto being present, Tom would have been tempted to invite Mystique to join his shadow organization. This plan was simply perfect. But how can you guarantee that the military can damage the X-Men's plane without completely destroying it? Longlegs still found Mystique's plan for a free ride somewhat confusing. Mystique smiled and shook her head. "Longlegs, you overestimate the military's capabilities and underestimate the X-Men's abilities. Most importantly, you underestimate Charles' abilities." Magneto's lips curled slightly as he announced with an air of divinity, "As long as they enter my range of control, if I want a missile to hit, it must hit. If I don't want it to hit, even if all the military's fighter jets are here, they still won't harm a hair on the X-Men's plane." Magneto spoke with such tone and demeanor, it truly exuded an aura of superiority. If it weren't for the occasional dart shot towards Longlegs, he could almost rival the likes of those who said, "Even Jesus can't save the trash I mentioned." Polaris, that little rascal, decisively abandoned Tom and threw herself into Longlegs' embrace after he approached. Truly, where there is milk, there is a mother. Boom. It's coming. Just as they were speaking, a massive fireball suddenly appeared in the high sky. Then came the deafening sound of an explosion. Clearly, it was the X-Men who had been set up by Raven, the mastermind. Their plane was discovered by the military's fighter jets summoned by Mystique. This should be Storm's ability, as she is trying to use storms and clouds to evade the military's pursuit. Then Tom and the others saw that the previously clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds and flashes of lightning. "I have entered my perception range. E2 missiles are pursuing them." One was detonated far from the plane, which should have been done by Jean Grey. As he spoke, Magneto pointed at the laptop on the ground, and with a snap, the computer, which was still sending positions to the military and fighter jets, turned into a pile of scrap metal. Then Magneto closed his eyes again, and his body floated up with his arms outstretched. "I will control the other missile to explode near the plane. Without damaging the plane, we can take the opportunity to tear a hole in it, forcing the X-Men to land." Then Tom felt a massive wave of energy and another loud explosion. "They're coming." Then Tom and the others saw a huge plane spiraling down from the clouds heading towards them. Slow down, come this way, come this way." "Stop." As Magneto muttered, the X-Men's plummeting plane drew closer to Tom and the others. Finally, the plane came to a stop above Tom and the others, landing in a clearing in the forest under Magneto's control. "Magneto, how did you end up here?" The X-Men, stepping out of the open hatch, looked at old Magneto warily while Tom and the others were clearly overlooked. Magneto, with arms crossed, looked proudly at the X-Men. "We heard about Charles and your X-Men from the Watcher's Brethren, so we agreed to meet here to plan a rescue. And then we happened to encounter your crash. Watcher's Brethren, wouldn't you agree?" With a smile, Magneto turned to Tom and Longlegs. Longlegs nodded in agreement and smiled, saying, "Indeed, what a coincidence you mentioned this." On the X-Men side, Jean Grey, the leader, had just spotted Longlegs and said, "Longlegs, is that you? You have indeed taken the wrong path. Whether that path is right or wrong is not something someone like you who hides in school and plays house with kids can decide." It seems you not only changed into prettier armor, but also sharpened your tongue quite a bit." "Indeed, my abilities haven't improved much, but taking care of a turtle like you is more than enough." After this intense exchange of prophecies, anyone who isn't a fool could guess that there was probably a not-so-good past relationship between Longlegs and Jean Grey. "Jean, who is this? An enemy?" Seeing Jean Grey and Longlegs in a hostile manner, Wolverine immediately unsheathed his claws and jumped out. The male friends, oh no, the male backup, have all jumped out. How could Tom, the legitimate husband, not stand up to support the long legs? With a wave of his hand, the moon gold wolf flew out, circling around Wolverine, causing him to jump up and down. He resembled not a Wolverine, but rather a monkey. Seeing Tom suppress Wolverine, the long legs' eyes narrowed with joy. She pulled Tom's arm into her embrace and happily introduced him to Jean Grey, saying, "This is my husband Tom, White, the leader of the Watchers. We've known each other for over a year, and we just got married a few days ago. I wonder that bouncing monkey, what is your relation to him? This is Wolverine from the X-Men, he is." Jean Grey puffed up her cheeks and ultimately conceded, "He is my friend." Poor Wolverine, the backup. Tom could sense that Wolverine's increasingly heavy breathing, due to Jean Grey's answer, suddenly stopped. He no longer jumped to attack Tom's moongold wheel, nor did he swing his claws. "Oh, you still have the ability to attract countless men to fight for you." The long legs glanced at the dejected Wolverine and then smiled meaningfully at Jean Grey. What did she mean by that? It was nothing more than mocking Jean Grey for being so amorous and flirtatious. However, Jean Grey was not someone to be trifled with. Her gaze fell upon Northstar, who was leaning against the long legs and looking at her with curiosity. "But you can't compare to her. It's only been a few years since we last met, and the child has grown so much." The long legs scoffed. "How could Northstar possibly be my child?" Jean Grey, with her vast social experience, could easily guess what the long legs meant. It was merely Jean mocking the long legs for not being in a much better situation, while also pushing Tom into the fray. Jean Grey put on an exaggerated, shocked expression. "How is that possible? Dark hair and dark eyes are yours, while the fair skin belongs to your husband, Mr. White. Anyone can see that this little Northstar sister is probably your child, right?" Before the long legs could retort, Magneto, who stood aside and had no relation to him, suddenly spoke up. "Northstar is already 14 this year, and this young lady is only around 23 or 24. Do you really think Northstar could be her child?" After speaking, his eyes filled with fury as if he wanted to devour Tom. "I didn't expect you to still be the leader of the Watchers." "Very well. I will remember you." Jean Grey, the long legs Tom, for Magneto's sudden interjection. Jean Grey was puzzled. After all, she was in the midst of a heated exchange with the long legs. Why would an old man like Magneto butt in? The long legs felt uneasy and sweaty. With her extensive social experience, she guessed that Magneto probably misunderstood them, thinking that Tom and the long legs were trying to keep Northstar all to themselves. As for Tom, he was completely going crazy. He didn't have as much social experience as the long legs, and therefore couldn't think of so much. The only thing Tom could glean was that Magneto had a grudge against him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said things like, "Very well, I will remember you." Originally standing aside watching with great interest, Mystique knew that things couldn't continue to develop this way. Otherwise, the situation could likely escalate from a large-scale family reunion to a hellish confrontation. All right, now is not the time to dwell on these matters. Storm, can your plane still fly? Charles is still waiting for us at Alkali Lake. If we are late, it might be too late. Yes, Magneto has already repaired the hole in the top of the plane caused by the explosion. It can take off at any time. Storm was the only other person besides Mystique who had not been caught up in the situation. Can the plane continue to fly? That's wonderful. Mystique feigned a look of relief and nodded exaggeratedly. Then she looked at Tom and the long legs. "Call your people over. We will set off for Alkali Lake immediately." Tom nodded and waved to the far-off Watchers. "Everyone come over." Tom's group of Watchers had previously been standing far away. Otherwise, Mystique and Magneto wouldn't have been able to so openly reveal their plans against the X-Men. The long legs and Jean Grey wouldn't have been able to tear into each other so blatantly. They were all people of status. How could they allow their subordinates to witness such dark and damaging behavior? Once on the plane, Tom found it surprisingly large, capable of seating over 100 people without any issue. The small plane he saw in his previous life could only accommodate 10 or so. It was incomparable to this one. However, upon reflection, it made sense, and after all, the plane the X-Men used in his previous life was meant for occasional recruitment, whereas this plane was specifically acquired for rescue operations thanks to the reminder from a Good Samaritan, Mystique. Unlike the plane from his previous life, which was used for mission execution, the initial purpose of this large plane was to accommodate all the abducted students from the school. After all, there were surely no fewer than 100 students at Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, right? Who are they? Magneto, how dare you appear in front of me? On this plane, before Tom and the others boarded, 3 people were already seated. Tom recognized all 3. One was a mischievous little one with a streak of white hair and wearing gloves. The other had blue skin covered in symbols, the Blue Devil. The last one, who had no obvious features, was probably Iceman. The one throwing a fit was the mischievous one. During the Statue of Liberty incident, Magneto had used her as a tool. He hoped that the ability of the mischievous one to absorb all mutant abilities would transform all of humanity into mutants. Little Mischief, now is not the time to settle past grievances. The urgent matter at hand is to find a way to rescue Professor X and the students at the school. Magneto's help is essential for us right now. Under Jean Grey's reprimand, the mischievous one reluctantly returned to her original seat with Iceman. Did you have a past grievance with Jean Grey? As the plane took off again, Tom seized the opportunity to gossip about the long legs and Jean Grey's story. Tom even speculated that the long legs wanted him to dress, well, perhaps to show off to Jean Grey. If that were the case, Tom actually wouldn't mind. He just felt that the long legs had become much more ordinary and relatable. The long legs rolled her eyes. That was 3 or 4 years ago. At that time, I had just emerged and gained a bit of fame among mutants, so this Jean Grey came to recruit me, probably at Professor X's behest. However, Jean Grey didn't bother to reveal her identity. You know my temper, Ed. You think a nobody like you could recruit me. So we ended up fighting. I was severely schooled that time. After all, I had just started in society, and my abilities were not strong. But after encountering her a few more times, I ended up teaching her a lesson. So a grudge was formed. I warn you, this woman is very fickle. If you dare to have any bad intentions, watch out for me. Speaking of which, the long legs made a snap gesture. Tom instinctively refuted. How could that be? Impossible. Then why were you staring at that woman just now? The long legs looked at Tom suspiciously, then spoke with a heartfelt tone. I know you never had a girlfriend before, while I have boyfriends, and not just one. But I can assure you that ever since we confirmed our relationship, I swear, I will always be faithful to you. I know. Tom certainly knew about the long legs' feelings. After all, since they met, they had almost been inseparable. The thing is, Tom was staring at Jean Grey not because she was beautiful or anything. Did Jean Grey's legs compare to the long legs? Was Jean Grey's chest as impressive as the long legs? Tom was merely curious about what kind of woman could leave Wolverine so lovesick. The problem is Tom couldn't explain this to the long legs. Baby felt wronged, but Baby said nothing. So Baby felt even more wronged. Not saying anything, feeling wronged. Not saying anything, feeling. I heard you are the Watchers and not aligned with Magneto. Just when Tom felt he was trapped in an infinite loop and was about to explode, a voice suddenly appeared in his ear. Looking up, he found it was Iceman. Yes, we also accidentally encountered Mystique and learned about the military's plan to exterminate us mutants. That's why we decided to cooperate with Mystique. At that time, Magneto was still locked up in the Pentagon's basement. Can you tell me why you formed the Watchers? Though we've been at school, we've heard that the situation outside is quite dire. The military is capturing and slaughtering us mutants, and many former mutant organizations have been annihilated. Hearing that Tom and Magneto were not in the same camp, Iceman's guard dropped significantly. He quietly began to inquire about the Watchers. Tom remained silent, but the long legs answered for him. You guys dismantled the Brotherhood and then hid in the school. Mutants in the country are leaderless, being systematically eliminated by the military. At this point, someone will naturally stand up. Without the Watchers, there would be strikers and pioneers. The only regret we have now is not stepping up sooner to do our part for our fellow mutants who are being slaughtered. Moreover, do you really think that we mutants and humans cannot coexist peacefully? After all, the X-Men can go out and rescue people. Can't they reach out and organize those mutants who want to resist the media country's military? It seems that Tom's previous speculation is correct. Ever since the Statue of Liberty incident, Professor X and the X-Men's reputation has been tarnished. Professor X and the X-Men probably realized this as well, so they simply chose to hide under the pretext of the school's blockade by the media country's military. To avoid awkwardness at certain times. Iceman is still young, and he has been heavily influenced by Professor X's indoctrination. Thus, he naively believes that they trapped in the school cannot help their mutant brethren outside. The tall figure patted Iceman on the shoulder, saying, I understand that in terms of how to treat humans, Professor X and you X-Men have good intentions. But the problem is peaceful coexistence cannot be one-sided. It must be a willingness from both sides. Now, the media country's military is clearly intent on exterminating us mutants, and clinging to the idea of peaceful coexistence with humans will only lead to your current fate of being ambushed and slaughtered by the media country's military. Mutants can coexist peacefully with humans, but the premise is that we must fully demonstrate our strength, making it clear to those humans, especially the media country's military, what the consequences of angering us mutants would be. Only on the condition of ensuring our safety and rights can we talk about peace with humans. Otherwise, it is just empty talk. To hope for peace from our enemies is akin to seeking skin from a tiger. It is evident that after experiencing the media country's military raid on the school, especially after Professor X himself was captured by Stryker, Iceman has begun to doubt Professor X's policy of appeasement. Moreover, if I remember correctly in the movie's plot from the past life, this child experienced a betrayal from his own family after escaping from school. If he can't even rely on his own family, it's no wonder he would question Professor X's belief in human appeasement. There is one more thing Tom is sure of. After the tall figure's lecture, the awestruck Iceman was clearly taken in by him. The only issue is that the tall figure's rhetoric is exactly what Tom used to win him over before. Tom, On their way, the earnest Iceman was called back by Jean Grey. Perhaps sensing that the tall figure might brainwash him, she promptly called Iceman back. We are about to reach Alkali Lake. Beneath this artificial lake, there is a secret base of Colonel Stryker. This is a projection of the base. All the way while handing a USB drive to Storm, Magneto and Mystique were murmuring about something. After reading the data, a massive 3D blueprint was projected. So it was beneath the artificial lake. No wonder I hadn't discovered it in my previous visits. Logan looked at the giant projection of the base with a complex expression, unsure of what he was thinking. Charles is being held captive by Stryker here. He even built a brainwave amplifier resembling the school, intending to control Charles to eliminate all of us mutants. Once Charles wears the brainwave amplifier, and Stryker gives the order to kill all mutants, our kind will truly be finished. Therefore, we must seize control of this place before Stryker takes action. This control room is the central control room for all areas in the base. Controlling it will allow us to open all the gates on our way and quickly reach the brainwave amplifier room to rescue Charles. Looking at the giant projection of the base, Mystique pointed and described the rescue plan she had already devised. Magneto glanced at Tom, and the tall figure, smiling, said, Mystique and I will handle the control room. We have a way to enter here undetected. As for those of Stryker's subordinates inside the base, it will be up to you watchers. A group of minor henchmen should be no problem, right? No problem. Though unsure if this was Magneto taking the chance for revenge, Tom still nodded in agreement. After all, among the three factions here, the number of watchers far exceeds the combined forces of the Brotherhood and the X-Men, so it is only natural for them to face the most enemies. Moreover, at the very beginning, the tall figure had already promised that their watchers would do their utmost for this rescue. Then we X-Men will be responsible for rescuing Professor X. Seeing this, Jean Grey took the remaining task upon herself: tell the students at our school and the other mutant brethren that are being held there. After rescuing Professor X, we will return to free them. Here, and here. Mystique pointed out several locations on the map and then said, as for the matter of rescuing other mutant brethren, let's do it together. Based on my estimates, in this underground base that Stryker has operated for over a decade, besides Professor X, there are probably hundreds, if not thousands, of other mutants being held captive. With just you few, it would be impossible to rescue them. The tall figure nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is something we must all do together. While eliminating the guards inside the base, we can also conveniently rescue some others. Mystique and the tall figure certainly disagreed with letting the X-Men handle the rescue of the remaining mutants held here. While the X-Men indeed lack manpower, the main reason is that everyone seems to want to use this opportunity to achieve their own goals. Magneto and Mystique want to recruit some mutants through this opportunity and re-establish the banner of the Brotherhood. Tom and the tall figure want to use this chance to promote their watchers. As for Jean Grey, she probably wants to use this opportunity to improve the X-Men's terrible reputation among the mutant brethren. However, how do we get into this underground base? Should I? With the overall battle plan already established, Logan began to inquire about how to enter Stryker's underground base. Because according to his memory, the guards of this massive underground base are extremely strict. If we attack Hedon, not to mention whether we can break in, Stryker's character would definitely choose to kill all the mutants inside if he sees that the situation is not good. Don't worry, I have prepared for this. As she spoke, Mystique transformed into a tall military soldier, shaking out an identification card from her pocket. I will first sneak in and directly head to the control room to open all the doors inside and outside the base for you. Eric will cover me, so he will choose the slightly closer western door. The remaining southern and northern doors, you can choose one yourselves. The tall figure looked at the map and then at Tom. Then we will choose the southern door. Although there are more pathways here, the space is relatively narrower, which is advantageous for us to fight against the guards inside the base. Alright, we will choose the northern door, which is also slightly closer to the brainwave amplifier room, where Professor X is held. The remaining X-Men naturally chose the final northern door. About half an hour later, at the dam south of Alkali Lake, Tom, the tall figure, and the other watchers were waiting. Not far from them, there was a steel gate about 4 to 5 meters high and 3 to 4 meters wide, which is the entrance to the underground base from the south. There are 5 forks from here. Tom, you take one team, I will take one team, North Star one team, Thunderbird one team, and Gambit one team. We will meet at the end of our respective forks, just about reaching the barracks area at the center of the base. We will converge here to attract and eliminate the guards inside the base. Remember, once we engage, do not hold back in any way. Every single person inside is a butcher stained with the blood of our mutants. At the waterway below the dam, the tall figure was conducting the final motivational briefing to everyone. Mystique had already blended into the base over 10 minutes ago. Once she opens the door, Tom and his watchers will immediately launch the attack. Tom gathered the tall figure and all the holders of the blue lantern rings again, reiterating his request not to use the lantern's powers lightly. Unless absolutely necessary, do not use the lantern rings. Once used aside from our own people, all humans must be eliminated. Understood? Understood. Look, the door is opening. All right, from here on it's up to you. With the door opening and Mystique's voice coming through the earpiece indicating that her side was completely sorted. Huh, what's going on? Why did the base gate open by itself? While Tom and the others received the notification, the soldiers guarding the gate inside the base were confused by the suddenly opening door, each holding their guns, naively stepping out of the base to check what was happening. Attack! This gave Tom and the others hiding in the waterway a great opportunity. Tom's moonlit will swiftly sliced through the necks of several soldiers like lightning. Then Northstar used the flying knives that Magneto had previously instructed her to control. Finally, the tall figure's lasso of truth. The soldiers emerging from the base door all fell to the ground instantly. Rushing through the main entrance, Tom, wearing a governor's mask, chose the middle slanting passage and plunged down it with his long-legged companions. Enemies have invaded. Open fire, quickly open fire. The narrow and somewhat dim corridor was undoubtedly the best battlefield for Tom. As the dazzling golden defense barrier opened, it not only protected Tom himself, but also safeguarded the watchers behind him. The moonlight barrier, glowing with a blue hue, ricocheted off the walls like a marble, creating a flurry of sparks and leaving streaks as it jumped and slaughtered the invading soldiers from the media country. Stay close to me, keep an eye on the defenses, and attack those that slip through the net. Meanwhile, the long-legged figure wielded a truth lasso in one hand and a psychic whip in the other, unleashing a dual strike. Whether it was the truth lasso or the psychic whip, any media soldier struck would be left with shredded skin and broken bones. The team of watchers that followed the long-legged figure primarily assisted in dealing fatal blows, defending against sporadic attacks, and handling any soldiers that got through. The Northern Star team exemplified the meaning of the best defense being a good offense. Hundreds of flying knives whizzed through the narrow corridor like a swarm of locusts. Every media soldier encountered was turned into a sieve. The daughter of Magneto was terrifying indeed. As for the brothers Thunderbird and Journey, their approaches perfectly illustrated the concept of integrated offense and defense. These two brothers charged through enemy lines like living battering rams, toppling foes left and right. Following behind them, the watchers surged forward. Although their speed was considerably slower compared to Tom the long-legged figure and the Northern Star, there were thankfully no casualties. Rescue, we need help. Enemies have breached the base. They are mutants. Mutants are coming. Soon the southern part of the entire base was engulfed in the cries for help and wails of the media soldiers. Your base is about to be breached by mutants. We advise you to take the documents and Magneto and evacuate while there's still time. At this critical moment, what was Stryker doing? He was in a meeting with the higher-ups of Hydra. This shouldn't be happening. This absolutely shouldn't be happening. We captured Professor X, and the X-Men have mostly been detained. Even if Magneto shows up, they shouldn't be able to assemble so many powerful mutants so quickly, right? The Brotherhood wasn't it disbanded long ago? Stryker seemed not to hear the suggestions of the Hydra executives, his face incredulous as he continuously switched through the surveillance feeds in the base. However, every surveillance feed from the southern part showed watchers slaughtering media soldiers. The Hydra executives fell silent for a moment. This is also beyond our expectations. Logically, after years of thorough purging by the media, military, and your efforts, all major organizations among mutants should have been eradicated by now, right? Thus, even upon hearing news of Magneto escaping from the Pentagon prison, we did not halt your plans. Because we shared your views, believing that even Magneto would not be able to gather a large number of capable mutants to oppose us in such a short time. But it seems we were wrong. Facing failure means confronting reality. We at Hydra are never afraid of failure. Cut off one head, and two more shall grow. Stryker shook his head in denial. No, I will never flee like a coward. My soldiers will hold back these mutant trash, and my plan will surely succeed. Evacuate from the base I've managed for over a decade. Impossible. Colonel Stryker knew very well that once he lost Professor X and this massive base he had painstakingly built over the years, he would likely never rise in Hydra again. This time there are nearly 100 mutants attacking you, most of whom are powerful level 3 and 4 mutants. Even if your base has over 3,000 well-equipped soldiers, they won't be able to withstand them. Take Professor X and that brainwave enhancer and leave your base while there's still time. This is our order to you, Colonel Stryker. Please carry it out. Seeing that soft measures did not persuade William Stryker, the Hydra executives immediately adopted a hardline attitude in their orders. Orders, I'm so fed up with you fools' commands. Just watch, I will bury these mutant trash that have invaded my base, and then he'll bury you decayed old fools. Just wait, whether it's Hydra or this world, it will ultimately belong to me, William Stryker. What, how dare you? After releasing his declaration before the shocked Hydra executives could react, William Stryker unilaterally cut off communication. Gather everyone, block those trash from the southern base. The rest follow me to the brainwave enhancer room. As he pushed open the door and exited his room, William Stryker issued orders to fully resist the Watcher's attacks while accepting an assault rifle passed to him by a soldier. Under the protection of a tall Asian woman and several soldiers, he quickly headed towards the brainwave enhancer room. William Stryker had placed all his bets on Professor X and the brainwave enhancer. Although the previous experiment involving controlling Professor X through his son and the Illusion Master had not been very successful with mutants already at the door, he decided to take the risk and give it a try. Lingdy Northern Star radar check on why Thunderbird and Journey's teams haven't arrived yet. Soon Tom, the long-legged figure, and the Northern Star teams converged in the massive soldier barracks. What worried Tom was that Thunderbird and Journey's teams had yet to appear. Don't worry, leader, Thunderbird and Journey will arrive shortly. Their teams only sustain minor injuries and are otherwise unharmed. Radar, true to his name, replied to Tom. His ability allowed him to emit psychic waves that could detect the surroundings. As long as within his psychic coverage, he could scrutinize everything with clarity. Very well. Upon hearing this, Tom nodded relievedly. He then fixed his gaze on the long-legged figure clad in a mystical Wonder Woman suit. Lingdy Northern Stars group, along with the soon-to-arrive Thunderbird and Journey teams, are in your hands. Utilize the terrain here to lure all enemies in the base and eliminate them. I will take Northern Star and my team to rescue our mutant brethren imprisoned here. Rest assured I will take care of it. The long-legged figure raised a divine shield with one hand while wielding the psychic whip with the other. Quick, everyone to the southern base to intercept the mutants. This is Colonel Stryker's order. Yes. All guards have been lured to the southern part of the base by the Watchers, which conveniently facilitates our rescue. The X-Men hiding in the corners only emerged after the bustling media soldiers had departed from their hiding spots. If Tom and his team entered openly, the X-Men had infiltrated stealthily. They had managed to control the soldiers encountered along the way through Jean Grey's mental influence, making these soldiers oblivious to the X-Men's presence. This was also why William Stryker only noticed the Watchers in the south and failed to detect the X-Men in the north. However, as they drew closer to Professor X and the brainwave enhancer room, their movements could no longer be concealed. Zing! Suddenly, two scorching laser beams shot from around the corner towards Storm, who was protecting Jean Grey, and Jean herself, who was controlling two nearby soldiers with her psychic power. Duck! Logan shouted selflessly, pushing aside the unsuspecting Storm and Jean Grey. Boom! Then the two laser beams struck Logan's chest with no cover. Almost pierced with a bloody and mangled chest, even Logan couldn't help but let out a pained scream. Scott! Then Jean Grey saw a familiar figure slowly emerge from around the corner. The one who fired those two laser beams and injured her backup boyfriend was her actual boyfriend, Cyclops. No, Scott, don't. Zing. In Jean Grey's horrified scream, two scorching laser beams once again brushed past her, shooting towards the still lying Logan, whose wound was healing. Swish. Swish. Boom. Fortunately, Nightcrawler was there. He used his teleportation ability to whisk the defenseless Logan away from Cyclops' attack. Zing. Another two laser beams shot out from Cyclops' specialized eyes, still targeting Logan, whom Nightcrawler was holding. As for Jean Grey, who stood between Cyclops and Logan, it was as if Cyclops couldn't see her at all. Swish. Boom. Nightcrawler once again used his ability to evade Cyclops' attack with Logan. Jean Scott is likely being controlled by someone, but he still won't attack you. Attack him, it's best to knock him out. Storm, who had been pushed to the corner by Logan and had been observing from the shadows, shouted to Jean Grey. Even if he is controlled, he subconsciously doesn't want to attack me. It seems you truly are my right choice, Scott. In the distance, Uncle Wolf, with smoke and the aroma of roasted meat emanating from his chest, urged, "You all quickly take Logan away from here. With his abilities, he should recover soon." However, a voice that reignited hope in Uncle Wolf's ears came from Jean Grey. "You go save Professor X. I will handle Scott." All right. Hearing this, Iceman and Nightcrawler immediately supported Uncle Wolf, whose chest was already starting to regenerate, and followed Storm towards the end of the corridor. As Jean Grey watched Uncle Wolf and the others disappear from sight, she turned her soulful eyes back to Cyclops and asked, "You don't want to hurt me? Then let me save you." Rat-a-tat. However, before Storm and the others could pass through a few corridors, they were once again blocked by a barrage of gunfire. "You have nowhere to run, surrender, mutants." A tall Asian woman accompanied by several soldiers wielding guns slowly approached. These individuals were the same ones who had previously followed William Stryker. Earlier, when William Stryker heard the explosion caused by Cyclops' beam, he sent them to investigate this direction. "You are the ones with nowhere to go." Emerging from the shadows, Iceman suddenly appeared in the line of sight of William Stryker's subordinates, unleashing a powerful blast of freezing air from his hands. In an instant, he froze the Asian woman and the soldiers behind her into ice sculptures. "Well done, Bobby," Storm praised as she patted the exhausted Iceman, who was on his knees gasping for breath. With such an attack, Iceman could only manage to unleash it once at his age. Frankly speaking, if it weren't for Iceman's freezing attack, Storm would have been at a loss for how to proceed. Uncle Wolf was still recovering. Little Mischief had no offensive power, and Nightcrawler could only escape. As for herself within this underground base, she could not summon large-scale lightning and storms. Crack! As they passed by several ice sculptures, one belonging to the Asian woman suddenly shattered into pieces. The Asian woman, resembling a crazed cat with her fur ruffled, extended long metallic claws from her fingertips and lunged towards Storm and her group. "Watch out!" Clang! At a critical moment, it was Uncle Wolf's claws that blocked the Asian woman's extended claws. "You all go, I will hold her off." With 6 long adamantium claws, Uncle Wolf cautiously stared at the Asian woman while addressing Storm and the others, who looked on in surprise. "Logan, have your injuries healed?" Storm glanced at Uncle Wolf's still uneven chest with concern. "Don't worry, I'm fine now." Before he finished speaking, the Asian woman lunged at Uncle Wolf with her long claws. The two clashed instantly. While the X-Men were temporarily entangled, William Stryker alone had already arrived at the Cerebro Enhancement Room. It was a circular hollow room resembling the interior of a football. A long corridor connected to a circular platform suspended in this spherical chamber. On the long corridor was a wheelchair occupied by William Stryker's son, the Master of Illusions. On the circular platform was another wheelchair with Professor X sitting in it, equipped with the brainwave enhancement machine. "Let him kill all the mutants in the base." William Stryker whispered this into the ear of the Master of Illusions and then exited the brainwave enhancement room. After firmly closing the door, he quickly left. He still had one power he had not used, and with that power, Colonel Stryker was confident in guarding the brainwave enhancement room. Soon after, a powerful mental force emanated from the Master of Illusions, enveloping Professor X. Completely controlled within the illusion, Professor X had no idea what he was doing as he activated the brainwave enhancement machine. At the same time as Jean Grey and Cyclops were entangled and attacking each other, they both felt a massive mental force invade their minds, as if it were going to explode their heads. Die. In one of the laboratories within the base, Polaris, with tears in her eyes, was controlling dozens of small knives she had taken from Magneto, launching a flurry of attacks on several scientists in white coats. On the nearby medical beds lay several skeletal remains, some of which still had remnants of flesh. The organs and flesh that originally belonged to these skeletal remains had been cut off piece by piece while they were alive for research. These skeletal remains were mutants captured by the military who had been vivisected to death. This was also why Polaris was so ruthless towards those scientists. It is said that anyone within the borders of the military, whether ordinary humans or mutants, knows that those mutants captured by the military will subsequently be taken to laboratories for vivisection. But only after seeing it with his own eyes did Tom truly realize the cruelty and desolation contained in the 2 short words vivisection. Looking at the skeletal remains that only had some shreds of flesh left, Tom felt no disgust. All he felt was boundless anger. Suddenly, a powerful wave of mental energy surged towards Tom's head, while Polaris and her team of watchers were rolling on the ground screaming. "Not good, it's Professor X." Summoning the defensive barrier of the solar wheel, and with Tom being a psychic mutant himself, he had a relatively strong resistance to mental attacks, so the pain in his head quickly subsided. Some insignificant prickling sensations had long been a part of Tom's daily life, as he often overextended his mental power. What's going on? Has Professor X not been rescued yet? Having fully recovered, Tom immediately activated the communicator. The defenders in the base were drawn to him by his watchers. The X-Men were in turmoil, and Professor X had not yet been rescued. Storm and those 3 kids have approached the brainwave enhancement room, but William Stryker has deployed the vampires he brought from Deacon Frost here. Storm and the others were no match for these vampires and were stuck in place. Charles has already gone to provide support. The one answering Tom was Mystique, who was sitting in the control room watching the screens in front of her. The screen displayed 30 or 40 vampires wielding submachine guns, their bullets keeping Storm and Little Mischief from poking their heads out. After all, Iceman was already overextended. Little Mischief had no offensive capabilities, and Nightcrawler could only escape. Meanwhile, Storm could only create a light breeze and cool down in this underground setting. "Tell Magneto to hurry, otherwise I'm afraid that if we don't rescue Professor X and the mutant compatriots in the base, we will become the first to be killed by the Professor." Upon hearing that vampires were blocking Storm and the others, Tom decisively closed his mouth. After all, he had forgotten that William Stryker had previously borrowed a team of vampires from Deacon Frost. I hope Magneto doesn't end up like in the previous movie, wanting to use Professor X to kill all humans. Although very worried, Tom did not rashly rush to the brainwave enhancement room. After contacting Longlegs again, he learned that she was barely holding off Professor X's mental attack with her starry crown and had currently retreated with all the incapacitated watchers to defend in a room. Tom, relieved, remained in place as he, like Longlegs, needed to protect Polaris and others who had temporarily lost their defenses due to Professor X's attack. Professor X's mental attack has disappeared. Does that mean Magneto has arrived at the brainwave enhancement room? After killing 3 or 4 soldiers who had been drawn over by the screams, Tom suddenly felt a significant decrease in the prickling sensation in his head. However, strangely, the powerful mental force emanating from the brainwave enhancement room showed no signs of weakening, but rather seemed to be strengthening. Uncle Tom, what was that mental attack just now? It was Professor X. You've been asked so much. Next, just take the people to rescue the mutant brothers in the base. I have to leave now. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Tom quickly left a message for Polaris and hurried towards the brainwave enhancement room. According to your X-Men's reasoning, this guy can use Charles to eliminate us mutants, but I can't use Charles to eliminate humans. Of course not. If we did that, how would we be any different from the butcher in your hands who once slaughtered countless of our kin? Do you know? The biggest difference between me and you weaklings who preach morality is that I would rather become a butcher than let my people suffer this kind of garbage slaughter again. When Tom arrived outside the brainwave enhancement room, he happened to see Magneto unrepentant gripping William Stryker's head as he confronted Jean Grey and the others. To Tom's surprise, Cyclops was also present, seemingly having benefited from the situation as he had escaped William Stryker's control due to Professor X's mental attack. Strangely, Tom thought that Uncle Wolf, who should have been present, was nowhere to be seen. It seemed Magneto had, just like in the previous movie's plot, reversed the control of the brainwave enhancement machine, changing Magneto's attack target from mutants to humans. No wonder on his way Tom saw soldiers with blood pouring from their orifices already dead. As for the vampires that had previously blocked Storm and the others, looking at the scattered corpses and bloodstained for the vampires that William Stryker had used as his trump card, must have been completely annihilated by Magneto. The moon gold wheel surrounding Tom shot out, hovering like lightning before Magneto's neck. Magneto tilted his head to look at the moon gold wheel on his neck, then turned to Tom with a regretful expression. I didn't expect you to be different from me after all. Who was like you? Tom scoffed, internally controlling the moon gold wheel to press against Magneto's neck. I agree with your words, but humanity must not be exterminated. What a joke, using Professor X to eliminate ordinary humans. If this world had no Ancient One or Odin and other deities, Tom wouldn't even bother. After all, Tom barely knows a few humans in this world. But since they are here, Tom naturally has to position himself correctly. Otherwise, one day, he might inadvertently end up on the wrong side of some big shots list. Ignorance truly breeds fearlessness. Just by relying on a mere Magneto, he thinks he can use Professor X to wipe out humanity. Hey, speaking of the Ancient One, William Stryker wants to use Professor X to eliminate mutants, and Magneto wants to use Professor X to eliminate humans. Such a big matter, the Ancient One wouldn't come to see it out of boredom, right? With this thought, Tom, driven by curiosity, couldn't help but release his mental power to explore the surroundings. Then Tom indeed detected a faint energy fluctuation in a certain place above to his right. Before he could investigate further, his mental force was repelled. Immediately, Tom saw a bald woman in a yellow monk's robe walking out from the unusual spot he had just probed. Supreme Sorcerer. Surprised, Tom instinctively exclaimed the title of the Ancient One, and then realizing it, he almost wanted to slap himself. His social experience was truly shallow. He couldn't hide anything at all. Calling out the Ancient One's identity at this moment was equivalent to self-exposing, indicating something strange about Tom himself. Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. Strangely, after hearing Tom's exclamation, the ignorant Magneto also called out the Ancient One's identity. How did he know? Boom. The Ancient One first waved her hand, and a massive energy shattered the wall of the brainwave amplification chamber, revealing the 2 individuals sitting in wheelchairs inside. She stopped the Illusion Master from deceiving Professor X along with Professor X's continued use of the brainwave amplifier. Then she turned around with a curious look at Tom and Magneto. I am curious, how did you know my name and identity? After all, I haven't revealed my identity in the mortal world for hundreds of years. I heard it from Charles or Professor X. In the past, when he used the brainwave amplifier to search for our kind, he often heard your name from some people's mouths. Therefore, when I heard Tom call your title, I instinctively thought of your name. Tom did not answer the Ancient One's question. He truly wished he could find a zipper to close his mouth. Then he wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in so the Ancient One wouldn't notice him. As for Magneto, he was indeed shocked by the Ancient One. Seeing that Tom had no intention of speaking, he obediently answered. Not only Magneto, but everyone present, including Stryker, who had been struggling while being held by Magneto, were all stunned by the Ancient One's imposing entrance. A single wave of her hand shattered a wall, and she had lived for hundreds of years. Everything clearly indicated that the Ancient One was not only an ancient monster, but also a very formidable one. Oh, I see. Gazing at Professor X, who was regaining consciousness in the brainwave amplification chamber, the Ancient One looked at Tom with great interest. And you, Mr. Terminator, I've been curious about you for a long time. Cough. Tom cleared his dry throat with effort, then tried to speak in a relaxed tone. I'm just a little mutant who accidentally learned of your great name. What could possibly interest the Supreme Sorcerer? Looking at the Ancient One who was staring at him, without blinking, Tom couldn't help but think of a saying, curiosity killed the cat. The Ancient One did not answer, but waved her hand at Tom, and then Tom felt his body bound by a tremendous force, unable to move. Mirror dimension. Looking at Magneto, who seemed to be searching for something not far away, and Jean Grey, Tom immediately guessed why the Ancient One had bound him from the fine cracks that seemed like shattered mirrors between him and them. Damn mouth, why can't I control myself? Like before, as soon as the words escaped, Tom deeply regretted it. The Ancient One looked at Tom as if she already knew this would happen. You see, Mr. White, you and I both know you are destined not to be an ordinary person. Leader of the Watchers, Grandmaster of the Blue Lantern Corps. Not to mention your weapons that possess an Eastern charm. So are you not planning to discuss your questions with me? Tom took off the governor's mask on his face. Since the Ancient One had already exposed his identity, wearing the mask was meaningless. Moreover, Tom didn't think that a face like Schwarzenegger's could block the gaze of the Supreme Sorcerer. I'm curious, isn't it said that the future of our world is all unknown? How did the Supreme Sorcerer discover me? Since he had already completely exposed himself, Tom had no intention of pretending any longer. He took this opportunity to verify his suspicions with the Ancient One. What the Ancient One referred to as the leader of the Watchers and Grandmaster of the Blue Lantern Corps should be a matter of the future, right? How did the Ancient One know about it? After all, according to Tom's understanding of the Ancient One through the plot of the previous life, the other party should not be someone who enjoys slaughter. The Ancient One could endure even traitors like Caecilius. It made no sense for her to suddenly want to eradicate him, right? It seems you know quite a bit, Mr. White. The Ancient One looked at Tom in surprise again, but did not refuse to answer his confusion. Indeed, the future of every world is not certain, Mr. White. But you must know we live in a multiverse. I have once traveled through countless universes that are similar to our own. And guess what I discovered? Those versions of Tom White in those universes did not survive past the age of 19, whether they froze to death or were captured by the military for dissection. Not one of them lived like you. Moreover, all those who have interacted with you in this universe have had their fates drastically changed compared to their counterparts in other universes, such as your spirit butterfly Magneto and Agent Phil Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. Tom acknowledged that the future fates of the Tall Legs and Magneto might have changed because of him, but what on earth was Phil Coulson? This renowned S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Tom had never even seen once since he crossed over, let alone changed the fate of the other party. However, although the Ancient One spoke very rightly, Tom couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It seemed that the Ancient One either did not notice Tom's confusion or simply did not intend to answer. Instead, she continued her previous topic. You must understand that we exist in a multiverse, and although each universe's outcome may differ due to our different choices, it is ultimately an accumulation of tiny differences. No one has ever been like you, how everyone who has crossed paths with you immediately experiences a drastic change in their fate. You are like a reef in the river of fate. The future of everyone who flows past you will change instantly. It is not that I discovered you, but that among the countless beings you shine like a torch, making it impossible for me to overlook you. If it weren't for the fact that every world has a you, I might even doubt whether you truly belong to our universe. MD, who is actually the time traveler here, running around to compare this universe with others. Ancient One, do you know that's cheating? Tom was genuinely shocked by the Ancient One's set of skilled operations. Was the Supreme Sorcerer's power really that strong? Can she casually hop to other universes and observe? With such strength, how could she be killed by that loser Caecilius? Fortunately, I am a soul transfer, not a body transfer. Otherwise, I might have been annihilated by the Ancient One long ago. Shocked and confused, Tom was deeply relieved. He was thankful that he came to this world by occupying little Tom's body through his soul. Otherwise, with the Ancient One's habit of casually visiting neighboring universes, she would definitely discover his identity as a time traveler accidentally. So, I have given you the answer you wanted. What about my question? Shouldn't you give me an answer? I am not sure how to answer your question, and my situation is a bit complicated. One day, I suddenly discovered that I seemed to have traveled to a few decades into the future and knew many events that would happen. For example, the New York battle, in the future the Avengers, and the future of mutants. Strangely, I also don't know why, but I feel like these things I suddenly know might not happen. As for the Blue Lantern Corps, and those weapons, they all come from my mutant abilities. My gene grants me the ability to turn my imagined things into reality. Tom had actually prepared this explanation for a long time. After all, knowing the Ancient One's abilities, Tom knew that one day he would be sought after. The most formidable lie is one that is interspersed with many truths, especially when those lies sound plausible. Tom boldly divulged to Gu-E that his prophetic abilities were gained through his traversal between worlds. However, cunningly, Tom did not clarify that he had crossed over from another world to this one rather than from the future to the present. In this way, Gu-E's interest in Tom's traversal diminished instantly. Is traversing really such a remarkable feat? As far as Tom knows, there are Avengers who have traversed from the future to the present, and Wolverine has also crossed over from the future. Tom was aware of more than one such instance, and who knows how many others there are that he does not know about. Gu-E had let these matters slide, hadn't she? Thus, traversing is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is when you let others know that you have crossed over from another world rather than from the future to the past. Traversing. Tom's confusion this time was merely feigned, but he had once again shifted the concept. For Tom, the confusion lay in why he had traversed to this world after his death, rather than any other matters regarding traversing. I must warn you of one thing, Mr. White. The memories in your mind are but events that occurred in another identical universe. This is also why you feel they may not necessarily happen. Such seemingly plausible things are fine as references, but if used as your guiding principles, they will eventually lead to your demise. As she spoke, Gu-E pressed against the void, and Tom felt as if a massive mirror had shattered before his eyes. Looking at Magneto and the others, the hazy sensation of seeing the world through a mirror had vanished. It seems that Gu-E's mirror world has been lifted. In that moment, Tom gained a sense of clarity. Since some of you have already guessed my identity, I will no longer beat around the bush. Humans and mutants are both indispensable parts of the Earth. You may oppose each other, but complete extermination of one another is absolutely not permitted. After dismantling Strucker's brainwave enhancement chamber and clarifying Tom's peculiarities, Gu-E seemed disinclined to linger. She directly stepped out of the mirror world and firmly addressed everyone present. Magneto appeared somewhat furious at Gu-E's sudden return. I think you should address these words to the humans and the military, not to us, the mutants being slaughtered. Moreover, why didn't you intervene just now when Strucker was using Charles to kill all mutants? Sure, old man dare to challenge the supreme sorcerer. I must give you a thumbs up. Seeing Magneto question Gu-E, Tom couldn't help but silently applaud Magneto in his heart. Tom himself certainly didn't have that courage, after all it was Gu-E. One wrong word could lead to his head rolling. When faced with Gu-E's questioning earlier, Tom had also been drenched in cold sweat. How do you know I wouldn't intervene? If it weren't for Strucker's orders to only kill the mutants in this base, I would have acted long ago. Otherwise, do you think I would allow you to reverse settings and kill all the ordinary people on Earth? Gu-E looked at Magneto expressionlessly, her powerful aura rendering him speechless. She then turned to Professor X, who had just been rescued and was still in a weakened recovery state. As for your inability to resist the military's massacre, that is your own problem. It is not I who caused the internal strife among you mutants. Just like the 2 world wars that occurred among ordinary humans. As long as it does not involve the destruction of this world or the complete annihilation of a race, I will not intervene. Also, I must warn you, Professor X. Such devices as brainwave enhancers should not be used lightly in the future. This disaster for mutants was brought upon by yourselves. Furthermore, I advise you not to casually read others' memories in the future. As she spoke, she glanced vaguely at Tom, because you cannot even imagine how vast some people's memories can be. If you recklessly read the memories of these individuals, the end result will only be your head exploding due to insufficient brain capacity. Yes, I understand clearly. Sitting slumped in his wheelchair, Professor X looked utterly defeated. Gu-E turned back towards Tom, who had once again donned the governor's mask. You can handle the ensuing matters as you wish, as long as you do not touch upon the points I mentioned. With that, a shimmering portal of golden sparks opened before Gu-E, and she walked in without hesitation. Then the portal vanished along with the golden sparks at its edges. What should we do next? Pushing the wheelchair and observing the dazed Professor X, Jean Grey looked bewilderedly at Magneto and Tom. The events surrounding Strucker and Gu-E's previous remarks nakedly proclaimed the error in Professor X's ideology of seeking peace with humans and placing hope in them. Waitling Dai and my subordinates have already gone to rescue those mutants captured by Strucker. I believe they will arrive shortly. Then let us leave together. However, before leaving this base, and Strucker, the instigator of this disaster, must be destroyed. Tom looked at the equally bewildered Magneto and finally spoke. Clearly, Gu-E's appearance, along with her overwhelming power and attitude, had profoundly shocked this so-called ignorant madman. As for Strucker, who was being held by Magneto, no one cared about his attitude, or in fact, he had given up struggling. It was likely that Gui's appearance had made him acutely aware of how ridiculous his grand plan was. His ambition had been completely shattered. We have rescued all the mutant compatriots in the base, with a total of over 3,000, but fewer than 200 have survived. Indeed, within 10 minutes, the Watchers, led by Longlegs, brought many individuals, some carried and some supported. Even Polaris had to use her abilities to create many iron chairs to carry those unable to move. What happened to her? Tom looked at the little girl with wide-open eyes devoid of spirit being cradled by Longlegs and asked, "This?" Longlegs hesitated for a moment, but a little boy with dark circles under his eyes whom she was leading with her other hand spoke up. "Those demons killed Todd in front of Leah and took out his organs one by one. Leah couldn't bear it, so that's how she ended up. What is your name, and how do you know this so clearly?" Tom patted the boy's head, asking curiously, "My name is Bick." The boy named Bick looked up at Tom, his small hands tightly clutching Tom's black robe, tears slowly flowing from his dark circles. "Because I witnessed it all. I couldn't sleep, so I watched a lot of horror movies at night, which helped me cope. Leah couldn't handle it, her capacity for endurance is too weak, and she went insane on the spot. Poor child." Longlegs, holding the expressionless and dazed Leah in one arm, tightly embraced the tearful Bick with the other. "You despicable executioner." Magneto, overhearing, fiercely gripped Strucker's head. "Huh." Strucker, though his face contorted in pain, suddenly burst into laughter. "So what? We are merely foolish little figures. You and I, we are." Crack. Strucker's head was crushed by Magneto like a watermelon. The little rascal gasped, burying his face in Iceman's chest. Iceman and the Blue Devil also looked rather grim. However, Bick, who had been crying before, displayed an expression of pleasure after witnessing this. "It was my cowardice that led to the deaths of these mutant compatriots. I will move to Winchester in England and will no longer interfere with any decisions of the mutant race regarding humans. As for the X-Men, those willing to leave with me may do so, while those who wish to stay can continue to fight for our mutant race. Whether you join the Brotherhood, the Watchers, or go solo, I will no longer concern myself with it." Just as everyone fell silent, Professor X's voice suddenly appeared in everyone's ears. "Professor." Jean Grey looked at Professor X in the wheelchair, whose expression was sorrowful in astonishment. "Professor, I don't think now is the time." Suddenly, from nowhere, Wolverine in tattered clothes also attempted to persuade Professor X. As mentioned earlier, this nation is not only the place where the contradictions between humans and mutants are the most intense, but also the front line of mutant battles. Professor X's decision to leave this nation equates to abandoning his identity as one of the two leaders of the mutants. "I have made my decision." Professor X shook his head at all the X-Men, maneuvering his wheelchair to approach Longlegs, taking Leah in his arms and looking sorrowfully at her lifeless eyes. "The parents of these children entrusted them to me because they believed in me. Yet my cowardice has betrayed their trust, subjecting these children to such inhumane suffering. For this I cannot absolve myself. I once doubted my own persistence, as both Eric and Raven are aware. At a certain point in the past, we experienced a significant event together that would determine our future. As a result, for some special reasons, I mistakenly believed that as long as we continued to oppose humanity, our future would align with the one we had once seen. In that future, we mutants would march towards extinction alongside humanity. However, I overlooked one crucial fact. If we do not even have a present, how can we discuss a future? I cannot deny that it was my erroneous beliefs that led to the dissolution of the Brotherhood and Eric's imprisonment. Since then, the situation of our mutant kind has been rapidly declining. I have also tried to deceive myself, hoping that a benevolent leader would emerge among humans for us mutants. Yet the truth has proven that all of this is mere delusion. If I continue to cling to my meaningless beliefs, then the present of my school will likely become the future of the mutant race. Since you have recognized your mistakes, there is no need to leave mediocrity. You can stay and help me establish a world of our own for mutants." Clearly, after acknowledging the invincibility of Ancient One, Magneto has decisively abandoned his rhetoric of having mutants replace humans and become the masters of Earth. Instead, he hopes to build a utopian world exclusively for mutants. Yes, our mutant race still needs your leadership. Your wisdom can guide us better. Shocked by Professor X's departure, Mystique also joined the effort to persuade him. Longlegs wanted to speak, but Tom secretly pulled her back. To be honest, when Professor X chose to leave, Tom's first reaction was also to retain him. After all, this is one of the two leaders of the mutants, the leader of the X-Men, Professor X. Without Professor X and mutant films, how could he continue to make them? Without Professor X's restraints, would Magneto still? Then Tom realized that this Marvel world is not solely inhabited by mutants. If Professor X can be likened to a leash that restrains Magneto, then the arrival of Ancient One is equivalent to locking Magneto, this enthusiastic husky, completely in a cage. With the Supreme Mage Ancient One's constraints, I believe that Magneto's every move from now on will be cautious, certainly not as reckless as before. So without the function of a leash, what use is Professor X? It must be noted that his ideology of goodwill towards humanity has already been proven incorrect. What purpose does Professor X serve then? His vast knowledge. If he merely acts as an advisor rather than one of the two leaders of mutants, does it not make little difference whether he is in mediocrity or in Britain? Furthermore, having decided to become Tom, the puppet master White, steering the development of this world towards the narrative of his past life, he does not feel that his foresight abilities are inferior to Professor X. A local. Don't spit, Tom is serious. Moreover, Professor X's exit inevitably signals the division and decline of the X-Men. In that case, even if Magneto can reorganize the Brotherhood, the rise of the Watchers is a certainty. If operated well, Tom might even take over the title of one of the two leaders of mutants from Professor X. Why would Tom want to stop such a beneficial arrangement? So everyone, let's not persuade him anymore. Let Professor X retire honorably and comfortably to enjoy his retirement in mediocrity. The matters of the new era should naturally be handled by the people of the new era. If only Magneto could roll away with him, that would be even better. Quietly murmuring. What are you saying? Hearing Tom's murmuring, Longlegs could not help but pinch him hard on the arm and shoulder. Professor X shook his head for the third time, then looked at the battered mutants rescued by the Watchers. In my lifetime, I may have committed countless mistakes. But this one mistake is already unforgivable. Compared to those mutants who died unjustly due to my erroneous beliefs, being able to retire in mediocrity is already the greatest forgiveness I can grant myself. After speaking, Professor X looked at Tom, who was whispering with Longlegs, Mr. White, thank you very much for your rescue. I am very fortunate that our mutant race has someone like you. The future of the mutant race will be entrusted to you. Longlegs nudged Tom, but he still stood there and replied, You're welcome. Don't ask why Tom dares not walk over. It's simply the fear of Professor X reading his memories. Although Tom knows very well that standing here doesn't necessarily mean Professor X can't read his memories. But for some reason, keeping some distance always gives Tom a sense of security. Magneto, however, was somewhat displeased with Professor X's words. What are you talking about? Am I not still here? Professor X wearily shook his head. Eric, we have both become obsolete. Whether it is my cowardice or your radicalism, neither is suitable for leading the mutant race in this increasingly dangerous society. The emergence of the Supreme Mage Ancient One clearly proves this point. We were previously unaware of her existence, while Mr. White clearly knows. It is evident that we can no longer keep up with the times. Perhaps. Thinking back to the previous incident where Ancient One disappeared with Tom for a while, it was clear that Ancient One valued Tom more, so Magneto did not refute Professor X's words. However, Magneto still retorted, But I won't give up without even trying, unlike you. After this matter is resolved, I will go find Emma. From her, I will obtain leadership of the Hellfire Club. As long as I'm alive, I will continue to fight for my people. Suit yourself. Professor X knew that Magneto was stubborn and would not easily give up, so he did not say more. He looked back at Tom. This is not a place to linger. Could I trouble you Watchers to set explosives in this base? Also check if there are any suitable planes for us to use in this base. With so many people and differing directions, our men's craft is likely insufficient. As you wish, Professor. Tom nodded to Longlegs, signaling her to follow Professor X's instructions. Regardless of Professor X's past actions being right or wrong, his original intention was undoubtedly to hope for the betterment of mutants. For such an elder who is about to leave the center of power, Tom does not mind allowing him to exercise his authority one last time. You all heard what I just said. How your future unfolds depends on your choices moving forward. Eric and Mr. White are here. If you want to join them, you can speak up now. For my sake, they should not refuse to accept you. If you wish to stay, I will not refuse, but you may have to accompany me to mediocrity for retirement. While the Watchers went about collecting and installing explosives and looking for planes, Professor X summoned all his X-Men together. Clearly, the X-Men are about to split up. Instantly, both Tom and Magneto's gazes were drawn. There was no way around it. The X-Men were currently the only large organization still existing among mutants. Magneto wanted them as his foundation, making it easier for him to take over and control the Hellfire Club. Tom, of course, also hoped to recruit a few X-Men to enhance the Watchers' standing among mutants. It can be said that whether for Tom or Magneto, they both desire as many X-Men as wish to join them. I wish to continue following the Professor. So do I. Me too. Jean Grey, Cyclopes, Storm, Wolverine, Colossus, Beast. All expressed their willingness to continue following Professor X. It is evident that Professor X still holds significant prestige among the X-Men. Not everyone, of course. Among those, Tom recognized there were about 20 individuals, including Iceman, Pyro, Jubilee, and Shadowcat, who were clearly hesitant and unwilling to remain with the X-Men. Indeed, you are not mistaken, there is a Pyro among the X-Men. However, unlike the Pyro under Tom, who can spew fire from his body, this Pyro in the X-Men must first have fire to control it. In the past movie, this Pyro was seen carrying a lighter wherever he went. To use his abilities, he must light a fire first. Tom feels that compared to the title Pyro, he should be called a fire controller. Compared to Tom's Pyro, this lighter-dependent Pyro in the X-Men lacks prestige. Seeing the hesitating 20 or so individuals, Professor X gently reassured them, "Do not hesitate, and do not feel ashamed, my children. This is neither selfishness nor betrayal. On the contrary, those of you who remain are continuing to strive for those of us who truly choose to evade. So rest assured and proudly make your choice. No one will mock or blame you." Professor, I wish to join the Watchers. Because the leadership of Sister Spirit Butterfly towards our mutant race aligns perfectly with my views. I believe that under the leadership of the Watchers, our mutant race will surely have a bright future. Hearing Professor X's words, the previously hesitant Iceman was the first to make up his mind. Thank you, Professor, for your affirmation. I will continue to work hard. Hearing this, the tall figure quickly bowed in gratitude to Professor X. After all, it is an acknowledgement and appreciation from a senior. Although this senior himself hasn't done much either. Then he looked at the gloomy-faced Tom and the Iceman, the corners of his rosy lips slightly curling upwards. Thank you for your recognition, Tom, and I both warmly welcome your joining. TCH, this tall figure will be proud of this when they return. He noticed that the tall figure cast a sideways glance at him, looking quite proud. Tom knew that the tall figure would probably boast about this for a long time. But there was nothing he could do in terms of reputation within the mutant community and society. Tom truly couldn't compare to the tall figure. I want to join the Watchers. Wherever Bobby goes, I go. After the Iceman, the little troublemaker quickly expressed his stance. Following the Iceman, they arrived at the Watchers camp. I want to join the Brotherhood. I want to join the Watchers. With the Iceman and little troublemaker setting the precedent, others no longer held back, each declaring their choice. Both Tom and Magneto naturally welcomed everyone. I also want to join the Watchers. What puzzled Tom was that Shadowcat also joined the Watchers. Moreover, it seemed that she came with the Iceman. But based on prior performances, shouldn't the Iceman and little troublemaker be a pair? Thinking back to the movie plot from his past life, Tom realized his thoughts were also incorrect. In X-Men Days of Future Past, Shadowcat and the Iceman were supposed to be a couple, right? The feelings of young people Tom truly couldn't comprehend. Alright, it seems we might be parting ways soon. I hope you all succeed, kids. Soon, over 20 unwilling X-Men who did not want to follow Professor X were completely divided. In addition to the Iceman, little troublemaker, and Shadowcat, who joined the Watchers, the others all chose to join Magneto's Brotherhood. It was proven that as one of the two leaders of mutants, Magneto's reputation among the mutant community was indeed unmatched. If it weren't for the tall figure's ahead-of-time persuasion of the Iceman to come over, Tom's Watchers would probably struggle to gather even 5 X-Men. However, 5 people were actually enough for Tom. After all, Tom hoped for the X-Men to join him primarily for the sake of reputation. They were all X-Men before, but now they have joined us Watchers because they resonate more with us. Doesn't that sound quite impressive? As for the strength of the X-Men who joined the Watchers, Tom did not care much. After all, the current strength of his Watchers was already quite robust, especially after he manifested the Blue Lantern Ring. This time the Watchers didn't even need to use the Lantern Ring, which already demonstrated their strength. Then let's board the plane. This place is probably not suitable for a long stay. Our open attack on Stryker's base, although this is Ghana, the Ghanaian government won't concern itself with our matters with the media country's military. But reinforcements from the media country are probably on their way. Actually, when they were just dividing, Thunderbird had already returned to report that they found the large plane used by William Stryker to transport supplies at the base. Upon hearing this, Magneto immediately spoke up to conclude the rescue after Professor X finished his farewell speech to those X-Men who left him. Boom. 2 massive planes took off amidst a loud explosion from Alkali Lake, and the vast base covering dozens of kilometers below collapsed inwards as if the ground had given way. With no barriers left, the lake water surged in, and soon the massive pit created by the base's collapse was filled with blue lake water. Has the plot changed? According to the movie plot from my past life, Jean Grey should die here, right? However, even if she dies according to the plot, Jean Grey would also resurrect. So it shouldn't have a big impact, right? The once Brotherhood has disappeared, and now the X-Men are also heading towards their end. Once considered the 2 pillars of the mutant community, both organizations have vanished. The future path for our mutant community seems difficult. As Tom stood by the airplane window watching the turbulent lake water below, pondering whether the events were unfolding according to the movie plot from his past life, he suddenly heard Magneto's voice. Due to the same return route, Magneto and Tom shared the same plane. However, unlike Tom, Magneto's gaze was fixed on the plane of Professor X and the others, which had already vanished from sight to the north. Times have changed, my dear. Actually, Tom really wanted to respond to this, but he didn't know if the well-informed Magneto could grasp the underlying meaning in his words, so he honestly replied, "The old Brotherhood has disappeared, and isn't a new Brotherhood about to emerge? Moreover, without the X-Men, we still have us Watchers. After all, the old must go for the new to come. As long as we mutants can unite and avoid infighting, humanity would never dare to recklessly wage war against us. So what? What are the Watchers' next plans?" Instantly, Magneto's gaze fixated squarely on Tom's face. "And what is the ultimate goal of your Watchers? Is it really just to help our mutant community break free from human oppression?" Cough, I can't say for sure. Afraid of accidentally revealing too much, Tom awkwardly dodged Magneto's questioning. Unable to evade any longer, he shifted everything onto the socially experienced tall figure. "I think you can discuss these matters with Ling Dai. She is more adept at long-term planning than I am." However, Magneto was not buying it. "Don't give me this vague talk. I ask you, aren't you the leader of the Watchers? As for that little girl Ling Dai, she speaks sweetly, but is full of flattery. What can I ask from her?" Originally a bit pleased, Tom suddenly sensed something was off from Magneto's words. Ultimately, Magneto failed to extract what he wanted from Tom, because the socially experienced tall figure sensed something was amiss. Moreover, it wasn't easy for Magneto to excessively pressure Tom, who was the leader of the Watchers. "This is it. Let's land on the small island below. Look, that's our Watchers' base, the Dawn." A few hours later, the plane carrying Tom and the others reached the airspace above an unknown deserted island along the Atlantic coast. Below the plane, the Dawn, which had been prearranged, was already docked. After all, such a large plane couldn't just openly fly back to New York, so they had to find a discreet little island to land. Later, they would transfer to the Dawn to send Magneto and the others back to New York. As for the plane landed on the deserted island, it could only be simply concealed. If it wasn't discovered, they could use it again next time. If unfortunately found, they would have to abandon it helplessly. "All right, I will let the plane land now. The process might be a bit bumpy, so everyone please be prepared." Under Mystique's control, the plane began to descend towards the deserted island. This was another reason why Tom chose to travel with Magneto, as no one in the Watchers could pilot a plane. "You can land with confidence, oh, I will keep an eye on it." In fact, the entire landing process of the plane was not as bumpy as Mystique described. After all, besides Magneto, there was also Polaris, Magneto's daughter, on the plane. With these two present, if the plane's landing wasn't smooth, it would truly be a miracle. "Mr. Magneto, this is our Watcher's Dawn. This fishing boat has a displacement of over 30,000 tons and a crew capacity of 215 people. To be honest, I'm very curious why your Brotherhood didn't choose a sea base like ours. In the vast ocean, we can easily escape and hide. Moreover, with your abilities." After concealing the plane and boarding the Dawn, Tom introduced his Dawn to Magneto while asking the question he had always been curious about. Honestly, with Magneto's power, being at sea would make him virtually invincible. The media country's military can make ceramic guns and ammunition. Can they really make ceramic ships? With humanity's current technological level, the sea is dominated by steel ships. Ships made from other materials cannot compete with steel ships in speed or durability. And on the sea where steel ships reign, Magneto, who controls steel, is practically an invincible deity. However, before Tom could finish his question, he was immediately interrupted by the tall figure's cough. "Did I say something wrong again?" With this deep confusion, Tom turned to look at Magneto and indeed saw a teasing expression on his face. "Is the sea safe? Can it be safer than Ghana or those countries in Asia? Only by staying on the land of the media country can you show your mutant brethren and those humans with ulterior motives your unwavering determination to resist to the end. I know you intend to replace Charles and the X-Men. To be honest, I welcome that. After all, Charles and his X-Men are no longer suited for this era. However, if you truly wish to achieve this, I advise you to return to the land as soon as possible. Our kin will not trust a leader who drifts on the sea and cannot share their hardships or shield them from the storms." What could Tom say to Magneto's words? He could only choose to remain silent. It was a sign of his lack of experience in society that he hadn't noticed such an obvious problem. The sea may be safe, but in the eyes of the world, it is no different from leaving the media country. Didn't Professor X himself never leave the Xavier School for gifted youngsters? Rest assured, we are already considering this matter. Fortunately, with the long legs beside him, Tom felt less awkward. "Dreamer, this is the illustrious leader of the Brotherhood, Mr. Magneto. Wow, it's an honor to meet you in person. I heard stories about your heroism when I was a child. Is that so?" On the way from the deck to the captain's cabin, Tom had not spoken again. Although he was smiling on the surface, he was constantly cursing inwardly. Staying on the sea is an escape. Just wait until I manifest the sea calming pearl and the celestial measuring ruler and open up my own world. Let's see if you still say I am escaping. But speaking of which, how do we open up a world? What else do I need besides the sea-calming pearl and the celestial measuring ruler? As he pondered deeply, Tom suddenly realized he seemed to have forgotten something. In the myths of the past life, the ancient Buddha of Randing opened up the 24 heavens with 24 sea-calming pearls combined with his supreme Buddhist cultivation. Buddhist cultivation? What kind of thing is that? It seems complicated. So I think this matter will definitely not just end like this. Based on my understanding of the media country's military, they are blustering yet internally weak. Besides launching an all-out war against us mutants, they will surely hunt down our mutant brethren even more recklessly. When that time comes, I will need you, the Watchers, to resist the media country's military with me. Tom. Resist the media country's military, is it? Sure, just one phone call when the time comes, and we the Watchers will support you wholeheartedly. Just as Tom was pondering how to cultivate Buddhist practices, he suddenly felt a poke from the long legs sitting beside him. He looked up and saw Magneto's brows furrowed high. You really found a good wife, a cherisher well. Magneto looked at Tom, shaking his head, as if he were a rotten wood that could not be carved. Clearly he had realized who was the decision-maker among the Watchers. Once we land, we will immediately head to the Hellfire Club. The owner there was once Sebastian Shaw, a very powerful mutant. However, decades ago, he was already taken down by Charles and me working together. Currently, the owner of the Hellfire Club is Sebastian Shaw's deputy, Emma Frost. I have some connections with Emma. Therefore, taking over the Hellfire Club should not be difficult. After that, I will send Raven to infiltrate the media country's military to gather intelligence. In my opinion, rather than spreading our forces to confront the media country's military, it is better to concentrate all our strength and specifically attack the most powerful locations of the media country's military. Strive to bring them down in one fell swoop, instilling fear in the media country's military so they dare not show their claws against us mutants again. All right, we the Watchers are always ready for your call. Regarding Professor X's proposal, the long legs looked to Tom for help, while Tom nonchalantly nodded, signaling for the long legs to agree. Tom actually didn't care much about Magneto's disdain. After all, Magneto was a brute, and both Ancient One and Professor X had seen at a glance that Tom was the decision-maker among the Watchers, yet Magneto was oblivious. It is often said that every time Magneto faces off against Professor X, it is always Magneto who suffers losses. A brute, he has no brains. Director, I think you need to take a look at this immediately. The Dawn was heading towards New York, delivering Magneto and his new Brotherhood members to shore. The human society, which received news about Alkali Lake a bit late, especially the media country's military and some organizations particularly concerned about mutants, was in an uproar. This is the mutant research base of William Stryker. Phil, when did this happen? It turned out that the previously seen mute agent who had tasted the soil mixed with Deacon Frost's blood like sugar in Greenwich was actually the renowned S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 8 agent Phil Coulson. As for the one-eyed black man who accompanied Phil Coulson, there's no need to say much. It is the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. This guy with his distinctive one-eyed look is simply too recognizable. It should have been a few hours ago. We intercepted some related information from the media country's military, which allowed us to retrieve this footage from the satellite. The footage Phil Coulson handed to Nick Fury was precisely the entire process of Tom and Magneto breaking into and evacuating from William Stryker's mutant research base. In the Marvel Universe, the claim that the media country monitors the entire world is not a joke. The difference is that only when you personally retrieve footage from a location and see it with your own eyes does this monitoring truly become effective. Otherwise, for most places, satellite footage will automatically be overwritten after 3 days. Therefore, strictly speaking, the media government, which claims to monitor the whole world, actually does not know what happens in various places around the globe. At most, they can only act as an armchair strategist. After watching the entire footage briefly, Nick Fury rewound the video to the beginning and pointed at Tom and the others in the frame. I recognize these people: Magneto from the Brotherhood and Jean Grey, Wolverine, Storm from the X-Men. But who are these people? I don't recognize any of them. Moreover, these people must be the main force in destroying William Stryker's base, right? Yes. Coulson nodded. Then, pointing at the long legs and others, he said, the only ones we recognize among these people are Psylocke, Northstar, Firestar, Thunderbird, and Surge. They were once important figures on the media country's military's hunted list. Then what about this one? It seems that this masked person should be the leader of this group of mutants. Nick Fury specifically pointed at Tom wearing the mask. Don't tell me the infamous Terminator is actually a mutant. Of course not. Mutants cannot become state governors in America. Coulson laughed and shook his head, and then his face turned serious again. He pulled the video to the segment where Tom and the long legs were addressing all the Watchers. However, your judgment of them as an organization should be correct. As for this mutant in the Terminator mask, I'm afraid we still don't have any information on him. Then go investigate, as this could likely be a large organization of mutants similar to the Brotherhood and the X-Men. When various mutant organizations are being exterminated, when and how did such a large organization secretly form? What kind of organization is this, and how did they come to be? We must investigate this thoroughly. Furrowing his brow after giving Coulson a command, Nick Fury rewound the video to the ending position. That was the scene of Tom, Magneto, and Professor X boarding two planes. Nick Fury pointed at the plane in the video that was gradually heading north, which was carrying Professor X and the others. This direction shouldn't be heading back to the media country, right? It seems that Professor X and his X-Men are not returning to the Xavier School in Westchester. What is going on here? Coulson took out a form which was the information they had detected about the places the plane carrying Professor X had appeared after. According to our investigation, it is speculated that Professor X and his X-Men's destination is very likely the UK. As for why they aren't returning to school, I think it is likely that the entire school was destroyed in the previous raid by William Stryker. And secondly, it is probably because Professor X does not intend to return to the media country. Not returning to the media country. Nick Fury, who was previously leaning against the chair, immediately sat up straight, staring unblinkingly at Coulson. Phil, I think you should understand what your words imply. Of course, Professor X not returning to America means he has given up his status as one of the two leaders of the mutant community. Coulson nodded affirmatively and then began to explain. In fact, since the incident at the Statue of Liberty a few years ago, which directly led to Magneto's capture, Professor X has already lost support among mutants. This is also the fundamental reason why, despite Professor X still being around for the past few years, mutants have always been a scattered force. This time Professor X has thoroughly harmed himself due to his own stance. His school was destroyed by William Stryker, and he and his X-Men were captured. It could even lead to the extinction of the mutant race. With so many burdens, it should not be difficult to understand why Professor X took this opportunity to completely abandon his position and choose to flee to another country. After all, William Stryker's reckless actions have proven that Professor X's approach of compromise and hope for peaceful coexistence with humans is completely unfeasible. Coulson grimaced and shrugged. It seems that things are as they are. And I don't know if you noticed, Director, but that new organization of mutants composed of many powerful individuals returned to the media country on the same plane as Magneto. This indicates that while the newly emerged mutant organization may not share the same views as Magneto, they certainly do not oppose him as vehemently as Professor X does. This is obviously not good news for us. Nick Fury rubbed his forehead in frustration and then looked at Coulson again. By the way, what are the military personnel in the media country doing? It must be quite lively over there, right? Coulson's expression was somewhat peculiar. Yes, the military in the media country is indeed very lively, because they have gathered people from all walks of life demanding that the media government immediately declare total war on the mutants. Oh my God, can't these idiots give us a break? Upon hearing this, Nick Fury groaned in pain. In the Pentagon, in a certain conference room, the media, government, military, and business sectors were engaged in a heated debate over whether to declare total war on the mutants. Provocation. This is the greatest provocation our media nation has faced since its establishment. If we do not go to war with the mutants over the lives of over 3,000 soldiers and a research base that has been established for more than a decade, our military will probably not be able to account for its soldiers. A general from the media military stood at his position, loudly shouting into the microphone for war against the mutants. However, very few in the room paid him any mind. Most people were arguing among themselves. I said it before, do not provoke the mutants, do not provoke the mutants. Now look what happened. But even if we don't provoke the mutants, they will eventually strike against us. To become the new masters of Earth, the mutants must first eliminate us humans. Senator Wesley, what is the president's stance on this matter? Stance. The president's term is about to end. Of course, he wants to delay it and leave the trouble for the next successor. Stance. What kind of stance can an already disengaged president have? However, in the bustling and chaotic conference room, a small group of people secretly gathered together. If you look closely, you will notice that these people are all wearing octopus engraved lapel pins. Representative Stern, what is your household's attitude towards the military's intention to go to war against the mutants? Yes, the military's stance is quite strong this time. If we do not express our position early and secretly contact everyone, it is likely that this matter will not be decided by us. A chubby representative named Stern smiled and shook his head while rubbing the octopus button on his chest. I don't know, my household didn't expect such a result. Originally, it should have been a sure thing. I have always said that William Strick is just a fool blinded by hatred, only capable of making big talk. The scene shifted to a dimly lit conference room. 7 shadows sitting around a round table were listening intently to Representative Stern and his companions. Clearly, the octopus lapel pin on Representative Stern was more than just a simple accessory. At the very least, it served as a listening device. You all heard it. If we continue this discussion, the situation may spiral out of our control. To prevent complications, I think it would be best for us to make a decision sooner rather than later. In fact, Hydra received the news of William Strick's mutant research base being destroyed much faster than the media military did. After all, when Tom and Magneto attacked the base, Hydra's higher-ups had been in communication with William Strick. However, as for whether to declare total war on the mutants, Hydra's higher-ups were also hesitating for several reasons. As a result, their meeting had dragged on without a decision. The reasons why Hydra's higher-ups believed that war against the mutants was necessary. First, they had long believed that mutants would be the greatest enemy to Hydra's future domination of the world, so they must eliminate mutants as soon as possible using the hands of humanity and the media government. Especially after this incident, it became clearer to Hydra's higher-ups the formidable strength of the mutant race. Alone, Magneto, along with 50 or 60 mutants randomly gathered from who knows where. In less than 2 hours, they annihilated William Strick's 3,000 elite troops and dozens of vampires. Such combat power could not be ignored by Hydra's higher-ups. Second, Hydra's higher-ups needed to provide humanity and the media government with an enemy to divert their attention. This would conveniently allow Hydra to secretly carry out their plans. Why were mutants shaped into humanity's archenemy? If we trace the roots, it is not difficult to uncover Hydra as the mastermind behind it. Who was the first to boast about the mutant threat? It was the dwarf scientist Trask. Yet even back then, Hydra already had someone appearing beside Trask. That person was none other than William Strick, who had just been taken down by Tom and the others. Whether Trask himself was part of Hydra is still debatable, but his mutant threat theory surely could not have been without Hydra's influence. What about after Trask died? As Trask's deputy, William Strick took matters into his own hands. On one hand, he established a mutant research base, and on the other hand, he personally led teams to hunt down mutants, steadfastly committed to eliminating mutants for 100 years without wavering. What happened next? Through Operation Paperclip, Hydra gradually gained control over the governments of various countries, particularly the media government's power. Under their influence, mutants smoothly became humanity's archenemies and pariahs. Now, one might wonder, why did no one step forward to stop or notice Hydra's intentions during this process? The answer lies in the prevailing trend. What is the prevailing trend? The so-called trend refers to the situation that emerged after the Cold War, especially with the dissolution of the Soviet Union, where as a superpower, the media country entered a phase of unrivaled dominance in this Marvel world. This created an awkward situation, as everyone knows that when the cunning rabbit dies, the hounds are cooked, and when the flying birds are gone, good bows are hidden. Without an enemy, what need is there for the media military's vast army? Should they continue building more aircraft carriers? If not, how would they arrange jobs for those who would become unemployed because of this? Thus, the media military needed an enemy, and it had to be a powerful enemy that could sustain their combat operations. What about the media government? With the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the media nation should have entered a phase of unrivaled dominance. However, that was not the case. First, there was the failure in the Vietnam War, followed by the unsatisfactory experiences in Afghanistan and Iraq. Entering the 20th century, economic crises erupted frequently. What should be done? The media government certainly needed an enemy, a scapegoat. This way they could take the opportunity to divert domestic contradictions and attention. As for the other countries of humanity, while the domestic situation may not be as complex as that of the media nation, they were all willing to push some unfortunate soul aside to avoid becoming the next enemy of the media country. Thus, in this atmosphere of collective anticipation, the mutant race was pushed forward by Hydra, becoming an evil existence aimed at exterminating all of humanity and replacing humans to rule the world. As a result, this Marvel world instantly became harmonious. Armed and ready, the media military found their next enemy. Other human countries, having successfully provided the media with a new enemy, also breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the human governments around the world discovered that they had unexpectedly found the best scapegoat, just like the media government. Economic crisis. Blamed those damned mutants, for they hoarded supplies and aimed to exterminate humanity through such means. Failed in foreign wars. It's the damned mutants again. They did not want our brave soldiers to achieve victory and secretly aided our evil enemies. Too many lonely elderly people at home without support. Once again, it's those damned mutants. They used their evil powers to corrupt our youth, leading them to only seek pleasure and neglect their aging parents. In short, whenever problems arise, be it national decisions or livelihood crises, or even trivial matters like family disputes or Zhang Sin being wronged by Wang Wu, all could be pinned on the mutants. Thus, mutants successfully evolved from being humanity's archenemies to becoming loathed pariahs. Returning to the topic, we continue discussing Hydra's higher-ups' indecision about the military's intention to declare total war on the mutants. As the saying goes, for every shadow there is light. While some in Hydra believed that war against the mutants was necessary, there were naturally those who believed it should not happen. Otherwise, the higher-ups in Hydra would not be hesitating over this matter, would they? The reasons why Hydra's higher-ups believed that war against the mutants should not happen. First, as we entered the 20th century, especially with figures like Representative Stern infiltrating various countries of humanity, Hydra effectively seized power. Hydra's influence and plans experienced rapid progress. Under these circumstances, some higher-ups believed that now was not the right time to go to war against the mutants, because the rapid development of Hydra's power and plans relied on the relatively peaceful situation in the world. To rashly go to war against the mutants could undoubtedly ignite global conflict, which would ruin Hydra's momentum of rapid development. Do not doubt why the upper echelons of Hydra harbor such concerns. The military of the media nation has performed terribly in recent years. Whether against Vietnam, Afghanistan, or Iraq, the military of the media nation has always begun its wars with overwhelming advantages. And the result? Not a dismal failure, then being mired in an inextricable quagmire of war. In such a situation, how could the upper echelons of Hydra not worry about whether the military of the media nation can achieve victory against mutants? Especially since Tom and the others had just given the upper echelons of Hydra a complete victory in a lesson where they defeated their opponents by over 3,000. Thirdly, the military of the media nation is concerned that if they push for a full-scale war against mutants, they might inadvertently expose their existence to humanity, especially to the Shield. As the shadowy figures who have orchestrated the development of the world for decades, Hydra is well aware that there are many wise individuals among humanity. There are also many organizations like the Shield which are dedicated to safeguarding human interests operating outside the control of various governments. This is why, despite having substantial power over various nations, Hydra still chooses to remain hidden and patient. Since we cannot reach a consensus, let the number of votes ultimately decide whether we support the military of the media nation in declaring a full-scale war against mutants. The 7 shadowy figures exchanged glances, and ultimately unable to persuade each other, they decided to use the democratic method of voting. I am in favor. I oppose. I am in favor. 4 in favor, 3 against. We support the military of the media nation in declaring a full-scale war against mutants. Well, let's hope today's decision won't ruin the favorable situation we've painstakingly built over the years. 4 shadowy figures voted in favor, while 3 voted against. A Hydra executive who had stolen an opposing vote helplessly lowered their hand. Then this matter is settled. As soon as the words fell, a shadow in the conference room disappeared. Then came the second third. These upper echelons of Hydra were actually attending the meeting via holographic projection. Alright, the decision has been made at home to support the military of the media nation in declaring a full-scale war against mutants. You all need to quickly contact our personnel and quiet down this chaotic scene. Then everyone worked together to create momentum and force Secretary Powell to agree to the military's demands. A few minutes later, Senator Stern received a response from the upper echelons of Hydra. Taking out his phone, he displayed a large letter why he had received to all the Hydra senators gathered around him. No problem, it's a small matter. I will contact our people, but this is much harder than calming down the people in this room. You know, Senator Stern, we have quite a few people. One must say Hydra's infiltration of the media nation's government is indeed thorough. In just 5 minutes, the previously chaotic meeting room, reminiscent of a busy market, suddenly fell silent. At this moment, the Hydra senators who had been surrounding Secretary Powell, entangling him and buying time, also received instructions and left one by one. Huff, huff. Secretary Powell, drenched in sweat and parched, expressed his dissatisfaction by blowing into the microphone. He gestured for everyone in the room as well as the cameras on the big screen to turn their attention to him. Gentlemen, you must understand that what we are doing right now may very well determine the future of our media nation and even the Earth. So please stop the pointless bickering and calmly consider your decisions, all right? No need to think, immediately declare war on mutants. This has been the demand of our military from top to bottom all along. As soon as Secretary Powell's words fell, a general from the media nation's military stood up and loudly stated, however, your demands could very well destroy the hard-won peace of the world. Also, our media nation has worked hard in recent years to establish a good image. Instantly, a congressional member stood up to refute. Senator Stern frowned, and then quietly said to the Hydra companion on his left, find out who this person is. If he has no power, send someone to greet his family at home. After speaking, he did not pay attention to the companion on his left who was nodding, but inclined his body towards the Hydra companion on his right. Let's get started. I'm really fed up with these clowns. Do they really think they can decide their own fate? The Hydra senator on Senator Stern's right nodded, and then stood up directly, saying, Since no one can persuade the other, I suggest we vote by show of hands. Let the number of votes decide whether we declare a full-scale war against mutants. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Shouldn't we discuss this further? Secretary Powell, holding a handkerchief, wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had already realized that once voting began, the development of the situation would slip out of his control. In favor of voting. In favor. In favor. Instantly, 80% of the senators agreed to the proposal by the Hydra senator on the right of Senator Stern. Among these people, although there were some who were uninformed and blindly following the majority, were Hydra senators. Voting, huh? All right. Secretary Powell despondently lowered the handkerchief he was holding. In truth, he wanted to let this matter drag on opposing a full-scale war against mutants. The reason, of course, is not that he sympathizes with mutants. Rather, he, like the current president of the media nation, is about to face re-election. He wants to delay it and leave the troubles for the next administration to handle. While the voting result is 82% in favor of declaring a full-scale war against mutants, 10% against the war. Also 8% chose to abstain. Instantly, the large screen in the meeting room switched from the anxious face of Secretary Powell to a columnar voting percentage. In just a few minutes, the question of whether to declare a full-scale war against mutants was answered. Well, I need to consult with the president about this decision. Senator Stern, you will preside over the next meeting in my place. Seeing that things were looking grim, Secretary Powell decisively chose to leave. He went to find the soon-to-be outgoing president of the media nation to take the blame. Voting election. This is something we've played out thoroughly in Hydra. Moreover, in the so-called democratic nation of the media, what can a soon-to-be outgoing president who has essentially lost all power do? With a look of disdain, Senator Stern stood up from his seat and took the chair that Secretary Powell had just occupied. Well, we have all seen the results of the vote. Now let's discuss the impending full-scale war against mutants. Military, what are your requests? A general stood up, clearly the spokesperson for the military in this meeting, with 4 stars on his shoulders. First, we need the full cooperation of officials from all states and counties to search for and capture mutants. Secondly, we need a decree and a large budget to reward ordinary citizens of the media nation who report mutants hiding around them. Lastly, we need the full support of major arms dealers, especially Stark Industries. To completely eliminate mutants, necessary weaponry is of course indispensable. Then Tony Stark, what do you and Stark Industries have to say? As he spoke, Senator Stern and most of the senators in the room turned their gaze to a corner of the conference room. As mentioned before, to hold this meeting, the military of the media nation specifically invited figures from the military, political, and business sectors. And in the business sector, it mainly refers to major arms manufacturers like Stark Industries, Hammer Industries, and Osborne Group. Tony, wake up. Seeing that everyone in the meeting was looking at him, Pepper Potts, who came with Tony Stark, hurriedly nudged the deeply asleep Tony, who was leaning against her. What happened? Is the meeting over? Can we go home now? Mr. Tony Stark, we are asking you if you can provide the necessary weapons to the military of the media nation to support their impending full-scale war against mutants. Senator Stern's face grew somewhat rigid, but he still worked to maintain a hypocritical smile. Are we about to launch a full-scale attack on mutants? I don't know why, but when mentioning mutants, Tony Stark immediately thought of Tom, who in his view was unmatched in the short term. As for weapon support, I think the senator and that general may have forgotten. Long ago, Stark Industries decided to shut down its weapons division. As of today, Stark Industries has transformed into an energy company. Asking us for weapon support is like asking a fish for fur or an earthworm for bones. In fact, this time Tony Stark was not throwing a tantrum. The main reason was that the development of his Mark II had entered a critical phase, and he had spent 2 days and nights working hard at home. Thus, he had been in a deep sleep from the moment he entered the conference room. So, does that mean Stark Industries no longer sells arms? Senator Stern looked at Tony Stark and asked word by word. Tony nodded, of course. If we don't manufacture, how can we sell? Sit down. Before Tony's words could finish, the Hydra senator sitting to the right of Senator Stern attempted to stand up to rebut. However, he was immediately stopped by Senator Stern. Casting a strange glance at Tony, Senator Stern turned to Justin Hammer and Norman Osborn. So can Hammer Industries and Oscorp meet the military's weapon demands? Of course Hammer Industries can provide. Oscorp is equally capable. Instantly, the meeting devolved into a mutual flattery session between Justin Hammer and Norman Osborn. As for whether their weapons were truly effective, did anyone present really have any doubts? If Hammer Industries and Oscorp's weapons were genuinely good, would the military even need to specifically approach Tony Stark and Stark Industries? You don't really think the military has collectively forgotten that Stark Industries has shut down its weapon production, do you? Tony, why don't you agree to the military's request? Although our weapons division is closed, isn't there still that batch of weapons produced earlier that hasn't been sold? Moreover, you really dislike mutants and specifically told me to avoid contact with them. With such a great opportunity, why not sell our weapons to the military to deal with mutants? The meeting quickly concluded and Pepper, filled with questions, followed Tony out of the Pentagon, asking the lethargic Tony, "Who told you that mutants are all bad? Those people just now do not represent humanity." Hearing this, the lazy Tony suddenly became serious. "I don't want you to contact that spirit butterfly, because I don't want anyone to find an excuse to attack us. You should know that my decision to shut down the weapons division offended quite a few people. During that time, many individuals were looking for flaws in us, and there were plenty who wanted us dead. As for the stockpile of arms in our group, I plan to find an opportunity to destroy them all. Since I've decided not to profit from bloodied Franklin, I won't care about losing this sum. But aren't mutants humanity's natural enemies? Aren't they trying to exterminate us, take our place, and seize this world? How I've told you before, stop interacting with those idiotic politicians, but you just don't listen." With a slight smirk, Tony said in a mocking tone, "Mutants replacing us in the future is, in my view, a form of human self-evolution, a choice that aligns with natural laws. It's like how upright walking apes replaced those that still crawled. The upright walking apes completely supplanted the crawling ones. Can you really say that the upright walking apes killed off all the crawling ones? No, this is a natural evolution, a natural selection of the survival of the fittest. Similarly, mutants do not need to wage war against us to replace us. They need only to continue living peacefully, like us, allowing their gene to spread. Years later, mutants will naturally replace the gradually disappearing humans and become the protagonists of this world. I don't know what you think, but I will not reject this evolution. Think about it. Do you want your child to be an ordinary human, or do you hope they will be a mutant with immense potential? So that's how it is. But if that's the case, why do people keep proclaiming that mutants are humanity's enemies? Can't they see this point?" As she suddenly understood, Pepper had new doubts. Tony turned back and disdainfully glanced at the Pentagon behind him. Can't they see this point? Could they have reached their current positions without seeing this? The reason some people are trumpeting the mutant threat, and even the military is eager to launch a full-scale war against mutants, is, in my view, merely political necessity. The military needs an enemy. Only then can they have justifiable reasons to maintain their vast army and enormous expenditures. And arms dealers like I was before need targets to offload their weapons. Politicians like Senator Stern need excuses to attract more sponsorship and votes to rise to higher positions. Everything is simply because everyone needs it. Is it really that complicated? I didn't expect that the issue of mutants would involve so many people's interests. Hugging her shoulders, Pepper said with some trepidation, "So in the future, stay away from those politicians who often make idiotic remarks. If it weren't for their influence with your intelligence, you should easily see through all this." Shrugging, Tony returned to his lazy demeanor. Meanwhile, his gaze began to wander. Since returning from Afghanistan, he hadn't been out to play for quite some time. Seeing this, Pepper's smile immediately faded. "If I don't interact with those politicians who make idiotic remarks, who will? You. Mind your wandering eyes and honestly go home. Otherwise, you can deal with those clingy politicians yourself." As one of the top corporations in the country, Stark Industries surely attracts numerous politicians seeking sponsorship and support every year. During this time, Tony, fully engrossed in the research and development of the Mark II, had long delegated this mess along with all the administrative matters of Stark Industries that required his attention to Pepper. Compared to those never-ending politicians, Tony chose instead to set aside his desire for adventure, and amidst happy, suppressed laughter got into the car to head home obediently. Hey, they say behind every successful man is a powerful woman. I don't know if that's good or bad. After all, if the woman behind him is too powerful, it's easy to overlook the success of the man. Sitting in the back seat of the luxury car, watching Pepper, who entered with an arrogant expression, Tony couldn't help but mutter to himself. If Tom knew this thought of his, he would definitely agree wholeheartedly, because Tom had also recently been troubled by the same issue. However, while Tony was deep in thought leaving with Pepper, he did not notice a tall military representative standing where they had just gotten into the car, watching their departure with a strange expression. Interesting, a formerly bloodied individual who has suddenly awakened to wisdom. Spirit butterfly. I didn't expect the Watcher has also interacted with someone like Tony Stark. From the increasingly red eyes of this military representative, it was not difficult to guess that he had transformed from Mystique. She had come to gather intelligence at Magneto's command, and after witnessing Tony's unexpected actions at the meeting out of curiosity, she had secretly followed. Unexpectedly, she overheard something even more surprising. 2 days later, several miles off the coastline, the ship Dawn was docked here. Not far away on the sea, a speedboat was cutting through the waves. On board was Magneto, who had come to discuss how to deal with the military. What the hell is this? About 10 meters away from the Dawn, Magneto was flying through the air with a beautiful woman dressed in white fur. As for the speedboat they had arrived on, it was left bobbing on the sea like a headless fly crashing about. Old man, quite the showman, huh? Looking at the brothers Thunderbird and Reaper, who were originally standing at the ship's railing to greet Magneto, but now looked completely bewildered. Moreover, having already gotten onto the ship, but needing to use his powers to control the boat they had previously boarded to come over, Tom couldn't help but admire. If it weren't for Magneto's true strength, not like Blade, who pretends to be powerful without any real ability, Tom would have been tempted to call Magneto the King of Marvel. Haha, why didn't I see Northstar? I originally planned to have her do this. By the way, I wanted to see if her strength has improved. With an awkward smile, Magneto walked over, trying to explain his earlier mysterious operation. That little Northstar has recently gotten obsessed with something and has no idea where she has run off to. Glancing at Magneto, Tom did not want to discuss his previous mysterious operation and shifted his gaze to the woman in white fur beside old Magneto. This lady, could you please introduce yourself? As for Northstar, the unfortunate child, Tom was not lying. That little girl had been hovering around Phoenix since her return, hoping to gain the lantern ring by getting closer to her. The idea was good, but Tom found it hard to understand Northstar's attempt to win Phoenix's favor by feeding her fish. Feeding a being that is purely manifested from energy. Tom wasn't sure what Northstar was thinking. However, he didn't intend to remind her. After all, it was better for that mischievous child to trouble Phoenix than to come and cause him trouble. Old Magneto nodded, but before he could speak, the smiling white-furred woman spoke first, introducing herself. I am Emma Frost, also known as the White Queen. Previously, I was the owner of the Hellfire Club. Now I am Eric's assistant. As she spoke, she couldn't help but shoot Magneto a glance. I've heard a lot about you. Tom nodded in realization. He knew the White Queen had appeared in the first X-Men battle. Her ability seems to allow her to transform her body into diamond, along with a psychic ability slightly less powerful than Professor X. Moreover, old Magneto's speed is quite impressive. 3 days ago, he mentioned wanting to take over the Hellfire Club, and 3 days later, he had successfully done so. And not only did he achieve this, but he also took the former owner of the Hellfire Club as his assistant. One must admit, in this regard, Magneto is truly formidable. Seeing the flicker of Tom's gaze bouncing between him and the White Queen, Magneto guessed that Tom was likely not contemplating anything favorable. Moreover, the fact that his daughter Polaris had not come to greet him only intensified Magneto's displeasure. Thus, he was not in the mood for pleasantries and directly asked, "Where's Ling Dai? The military of the Media Nation is about to take action against us. I came here to discuss how we should respond to this matter. She is in the captain's quarters. Follow me." Magneto's contempt was something Tom had sensed earlier. However, as previously stated, Tom did not take it to heart. After all, his social experience paled in comparison to that of Magneto and Ling Dai. Furthermore, Magneto's proposals and demands towards Ling Dai ultimately required Tom's consent. In that case, what was the difference between discussing it with Tom or negotiating directly with Ling Dai? A very beautiful and peculiar bird. Upon entering the captain's quarters, both Magneto and the White Queen were drawn to the blue lantern hanging on the wall, and beneath it the radiant phoenix nestled in her nest. However, Magneto was only surprised for a moment before he ceased to pay further attention. It was the White Queen who kept her gaze fixed on the radiant phoenix, seemingly lost in thought. After all, the abilities of mutants are diverse and extraordinary. It was not unusual for some mutants to give rise to strange creatures. Thus, Magneto did not focus much on the radiant phoenix. However, as a psychic mutant, the White Queen faintly sensed that there was something different about the radiant phoenix. What an interesting creature. Tom nodded, and then turned to Polaris, who was holding a fish stick and circling around the radiant phoenix, saying, "Mr. Magneto has arrived. Why don't you even ask how he is?" Polaris shot Tom a sideways glance, dropped the fish stick in her hand, and turned to run out, saying, "I'm going to play with Blink and Mischief." Even though 3 days have passed, Polaris still finds it hard to accept this sudden appearance of Magneto, who is forcing himself to be her father. As for the blue lantern and the radiant phoenix, Tom did not deliberately place them there for Magneto to see. The blue lantern and the radiant phoenix had been housed there since Tom manifested them. On one hand, it was to facilitate the charging of existing lantern ring users. On the other hand, it was also to provide an opportunity for mutants wishing to possess a lantern ring to test themselves. Similarly, Tom had not hidden them from Magneto and the others. Following his conversation with Ancient One, Tom had no intention of concealing the existence of the blue lantern rings. In fact, for the upcoming battle with the military of the Media Nation, Tom had already allowed the tall-legged girl and the other 7 lantern ring holders to use the powers of the rings in combat. After all, since the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One was indifferent to the existence of the Blue Lantern Corps, why should Tom hide? "Welcome, Mr. Magneto. Are you here to discuss the upcoming battle with the military of the Media Nation?" As she spoke, the tall-legged girl also walked into the captain's quarters. Previously, she was training with Dreamer on how to use the Blue Lantern ring. "Where is Sister Raven? Why didn't she come with you? And who is this beautiful lady?" Accompanying the tall-legged girl was Dreamer, who was holding 4 cups of coffee. However, after placing the coffee down, she immediately left the room. The White Queen took a sip of coffee and introduced herself to the tall-legged girl, saying, My name is Emma Frost, also known as the White Queen. I was previously the owner of the Hellfire Club. However, now, I am just an ordinary member of the Brotherhood. As for Raven, she has to remain at the Hellfire Club to integrate those mutants who have newly joined the Brotherhood. Thus, she did not accompany me this time. I know you, the tall-legged girl nodded like a fan. The Hellfire Club, the third major force among mutants aside from the Brotherhood and the X-Men. Do you know? I have always dreamed of becoming a mutant like you. With a slight smile, it was evident that the White Queen appreciated the tall-legged girl's flattery. Is that so? That is truly my honor. However, you are not doing too badly yourself, are you? Assisting your husband in managing the hundreds of members of the Watchers. With the decline of the X-Men and the disbandment of the Hellfire Club, I suppose you are now the second largest organization among mutants, right? Yes, it has only been 3 days since returning from William Stryker's mutant research base, and the number of members in Tom's Watchers has already exceeded 100. After all, most of the mutants rescued from the underground base aside from the X-Men chose to leave on their own. 3 days is enough time for the Watchers to make a name for themselves among the mutant race. Moreover, many of those who had previously left upon returning to society and realizing they could not fit and had no choice but to join the Watchers or the Brotherhood. Then, alright, let's not discuss these irrelevant matters anymore. Let us talk about how to respond to the military of the Media Nation. The trivial matters you mentioned can wait until we resolve the current crisis before discussing them slowly. The tall-legged girl still wanted to boast a few words to the White Queen, but she was directly interrupted by Magneto. Seeing this scene, Tom could not help but marvel. It seemed that there was a reason why Magneto had been a solitary figure all these years. Why didn't Magneto understand such a simple truth of not interrupting women who were boasting to each other? Is that so? Well, I wonder what Sister Raven has discovered. Sure enough, the two women whose boasting had been interrupted cast a glare at Magneto, and even the tall-legged girl's tone showed a hint of annoyance. However, Magneto did not notice all of this. After all, he dealt with steel. According to Raven's intelligence, after 3 days of gathering arms, the military of the Media Nation is prepared. And their first strike against us mutants is aimed at the former Hellfire Club located in Hell's Kitchen, which is now my Brotherhood. After all, my previous Brotherhood has all but disbanded. Most of the X-Men left with Charles when he departed from the Media Nation. Naturally, the military of the Media Nation has set its sights on the well-known third major organization of mutants, the Hellfire Club. Targeting the Hellfire Club as their primary target, the military of the Media Nation aims to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. The tall-legged girl nodded, immediately discerning the military's intentions. So what does Mr. Magneto and your Brotherhood plan to do? If they want war, we shall give them war. A cruel smile tugged at the corners of Magneto's mouth as he replied decisively. You must have noticed that the military of the Media Nation chose the Hellfire Club as their first target because they openly look down on us mutants. They aim to shatter our backbone and extinguish our courage to resist. In that case, we shall confront them head-on. Conversely, we will cripple the military of the Media Nation in this battle, making them think twice before harboring covetous thoughts about us mutants. The plan is good, but do we have the ability to achieve this? Will the military of the Media Nation invest all their main forces in this first battle? Seeing Tom seemingly not opposing Magneto's plan, the tall-legged girl further inquired. Of course. Magneto nodded without hesitation. The reason I proposed this plan to you Watchers is that I have already carefully planned it with Raven and Emma. Hell's Kitchen is a place rife with illegal buildings, and super criminals and gangsters are everywhere. It can be said to be chaotic to the extreme. But it just so happens to be a part of New York City. Thus, during our stand here, the military of the Media Nation cannot use heavy weapons such as tanks and aircraft against us. At most, they can only use rocket launchers and plastic explosives. Therefore, we already have the advantage in terms of weaponry. Additionally, although the military of the Media Nation claims to have 1 million troops, in reality, only the 9,000 mercenaries comprising the mutant hunters and the 3,000 National Guard stationed in New York can engage us mutants. The rest of the military forces would not engage without heavy weapons. In contrast, we Brotherhood currently have over 300 members, and you Watchers have over 100, totaling 400. 400 against 12,000 may seem like we are outnumbered, but let us not forget this is Hell's Kitchen. Once the military of the Media Nation attacks us, whether out of self-preservation or otherwise, the gangsters and super criminals hiding here will undoubtedly assist us. Moreover, 400 against 12,000, are we really at a disadvantage? Let us not forget every one of us mutants is a powerhouse. Especially for us, achieving the feat of taking on hundreds or even thousands should not be a difficult task. Lastly, we have the advantage of terrain. In my view, the buildings in Hell's Kitchen are dense and complex, greatly benefiting small-scale elite forces like us mutants in combat. 10,200 may seem like a vast number, but once they enter the vast area of Hell's Kitchen, there will likely not be many in each section. So overall, in this battle, we clearly hold the advantage. I hope everything goes as smoothly as we planned. After weighing the options, Tom subtly indicated to the tall-legged girl to agree to Magneto's plan for a heated confrontation with the military of the Media Nation in Hell's Kitchen. However, do you think Magneto's words are correct? I don't believe the military of the Media Nation would be so foolish as to engage us under such a huge disadvantage. No one is that stupid. As he watched Magneto and the White Queen gradually recede into the distance on the speedboat, Tom finally voiced his doubts to the tall-legged girl. Magneto's plans certainly stirred enthusiasm, but in Tom's view, it was merely theoretical. Without exception, those who love to talk strategy on paper have already met their demise. Now Magneto is here discussing troop advantage, weapon superiority, and terrain advantage with Tom. Tom is worried that he might inadvertently follow in the footsteps of these predecessors. Moreover, the military of the media country is brazenly waging war against mutants in New York City. From Tom's perspective as a time traveler, this is utterly absurd. In his past life, even the same media government would never behave this way. I know what you're worried about. It's a good habit for a leader to consider defeat before victory, said the long-legged figure with a gentle smile as he wrapped an arm around Tom. However, this time, you need not worry too much. What we are facing against the military of the media country is essentially an intelligence gap. With Mystique acting as our scout, we know the situation of the media military inside and out. They know how many troops we have, when and where they will strike, and the extent of their weaponry, etc. But what about the media military? Their understanding of us is stuck in the past from many years ago. They don't even know that Magneto has taken residence in the Hellfire Club, and that the previous members of Hellfire have grown from over 100 to more than 300 Brotherhood members now. Likewise, they are unaware of the existence of our organization, the Watchers. Therefore, in our view, the media military, which is clearly at a disadvantage in terms of troops, weapons, and terrain, does not share the same perspective as us. Their outdated intelligence leads them to firmly believe that they are the ones who hold the upper hand in the upcoming battle. From their intelligence, the media military is confident that they can, without disturbing the citizens of New York City, seize the Hellfire Club with absolute superiority, just like William Stryker capturing Professor X's Xavier School for gifted youngsters. This is also why they are confident in launching this battle. In the words of my mother's hometown, this is knowing your enemy and knowing yourself. You will never be imperiled in 100 battles, knowing yourself, but not your enemy. You will win one and lose one, and knowing neither yourself nor your enemy, you will be in peril every time. Having the advantage of intelligence, we know both ourselves and our enemy. However, the media military, which knows nothing about us, only understands themselves. So 100 victories against 1 defeat, is it? I understand. Tom replied, somewhat speechless, looking at the showy long legs. As an omnipotent time traveler, he found himself being made a loyal patriot by a local foreigner. So clever, huh? Time 2 days from now. Location: the intersection of 10th Avenue and West 47th Street at a bar called the Hellfire Club. Indeed, the Hellfire Club has always been quite blatant about revealing to the world where their headquarters is located. However, due to various reasons, this bar has existed peacefully since its opening at the end of the 18th century. But now this bar is probably about to face its first battle. Inside the bar, over 400 mutants ready for action have filled the spacious bar to capacity. In the dance floor, the large screen that was originally used for music and MV is now playing news from a certain channel. This is a drug raid targeting Hell's Kitchen. Through the footage, we can see that for this grand raid, the media, police, and military have jointly deployed thousands of troops. They have even begun to block the surrounding streets. Hell's Kitchen is an area on the west side of Manhattan Island, generally bounded by 59th Street and 34th Street to the north and south, and east by 8th Avenue west by the Hudson River, forming a rectangular area. This is the first large-scale search operation conducted by the government in this chaotic area of Hell's Kitchen since its emergence. In the news footage, there is a beautiful reporter passionately introducing the history of Hell's Kitchen to the camera. Behind her, armed soldiers march orderly. In the distance, the New York police have already begun to use patrol cars and barriers to block the roads. This guy really don't get it. If they are so timid as to disguise their war against us mutants as a raid, why then make it so public and broadcast it live on the news? The one speaking is Pyro, who used to be an X-Man, now a Brotherhood member, and needs a lighter to ignite his flames. Their timidity is for the sake of the citizens of New York, and the public display is for our sake. You should distinguish this difference, kid. Glancing at Pyro, Emma Frost said lightly. Tom couldn't shake the feeling that Emma Frost looked down on this Brotherhood member. Yes, these two entirely opposing displays are aimed at us mutants and the citizens of New York, two different audiences. Magneto nodded in agreement. The reason for the public display is that the media military believes they are absolutely certain to win this battle. Therefore, under the assumption of victory, they aim to win decisively and thoroughly. Moreover, by broadcasting this way, they want all mutants to see the formidable military strength of the media military, ensuring that our mutant brothers will no longer have the heart to resist. As for their timidity, that is simply because the media military does not want the citizens of New York to know that they are about to wage war against us mutants. After all, this is New York City, and they don't care how the citizens will perceive the media military afterward. However, before they wage war against us, the media military is still afraid that the citizens of New York will stop their war against us due to concerns for their own safety. They don't care how the citizens of New York will perceive things afterward. I think it's quite possible that they would be ousted, even the president, for openly waging war against us in the city. This is New York, known as the most free and democratic city in the world. Still, as before, even now, as a time traveler, Tom feels that the media military's decision to wage war against mutants in New York City is a bit absurd. Does the military act without the local government's approval? Will the president and the prime minister not care? You overestimate the media, government, and military and underestimate the citizens of New York, Mr. White. In response to Tom's confusion, Mystique offered a disdainful smile. You've said it yourself, this place is merely known as the most free and democratic city in the world. But what is the reality? Just look at the predicament we mutants are currently in. The so-called freedom and democracy are merely excuses that some people use to fool ordinary folks. As for the idea that a war occurring in New York City could lead to the ousting of the media president, I think you're making a mountain out of a molehill. You must understand that the citizens of New York, who live through crises every 3 days and major crises every 5 days, have a strong capacity to endure. Previously, the media military often engaged in large-scale battles in New York City to capture our mutant compatriots and so-called supercriminals, didn't they? Many of those incidents were no less than a small-scale war. Yet afterward, didn't the ordinary citizens of New York have much to say about it? Therefore, a war against us is not enough to cause someone's ousting. Moreover, the media president should indeed be ousted at this point. So what else does the media, government, and military have to worry about? Besides, I suspect that the media military will disguise this war as a deliberate ambush by us mutants, a battle they encountered. Thus, afterward, they can shift all the blame onto us. Consequently, initiating a small-scale war in the city is not a concern for the media military at all. Is there so much complexity in this? After listening to Mystique's explanation, Tom nodded in realization. It turns out it was the experiential bias of a time traveler that led me astray. Enlightened, Tom soon understood why he had difficulty grasping why the media military would dare to casually declare war on mutants in the city. The reasoning is simple. Tom has always viewed the issues of this world through the lens of his past life. What kind of nation did Tom belong to in his past life? Peaceful, serene, without war. In such a historical context, waging war against a particular force in the city, let alone against a neighboring country, would undoubtedly be explosive news. But what kind of New York is Tom in now? A city ravaged by war, steeped in violence, where various superpower incidents occur daily. The citizens of New York have long since become accustomed to the wars happening around them, much like the Afghan and Iraqi people in Tom's previous life. Not to mention the previous raid that took place in Westchester, where William Stryker attacked the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. And what will happen in a few years during the New York War? The citizens of New York and the entire media country regarding these two events, just like how Tom in his past life viewed bran milk powder, after some heated discussion, naturally let them pass, without much fanfare, right? So Mystique was right to say that Tom overestimated the media, government, and underestimated the citizens of New York. It seems that when the long legs are not around, I must be careful about what I say. After all, my worldview does not align with this strange world. Tom shook his head, helplessly looking at the mutants in the bar who were staring at him with odd expressions. General, a large number of mutants have been discovered inside the building ahead. As Tom was feeling regretful, the scene on the television suddenly changed. An armed soldier quickly appeared on the screen, reporting something to a seemingly general American officer. The voice of this soldier was so loud that even the reporters and photographers who were too far away to see his face could clearly hear every word he reported to the general. They have arrived. What has arrived? Hearing Magneto's sarcastic words, Tom tilted his head and looked at him curiously. Aren't they currently in Hell's Kitchen? Wasn't the soldier's statement accurate? Then Tom saw the White Queen pick up her walkie-talkie, seemingly communicating with a subordinate responsible for monitoring the media's military. Did an American soldier say they found our brothers? Have we made contact with the media's military yet? Soon someone's reply came through the walkie-talkie. No, according to Magneto's orders, we are hiding north of West 42 ND Street, monitoring the movements of potential military personnel. But so far we have not seen a single military soldier. In my estimation, even if the media's military's advanced troops are here, they should at least be at Southwest 34 TH Street. Otherwise, we wouldn't be unable to see a single enemy. No need to ask anymore. Magneto said, while putting on his green helmet, stopping Mystique, who had also taken out her walkie-talkie, seemingly wanting to inquire about her subordinate. Isn't it obvious? The media's military is putting on a show. After all, our existence has long been confirmed by them. The reason for this performance is merely to find an excuse to disperse the crowd, seal off the streets, and after the incident to shift all the blame onto us. What? There are actually mutants here. Then aren't we stepping into a circle of mutants? Quickly evacuate the crowds and the reporters. Unexpectedly, there were still a large number of mutants hidden in Hell's Kitchen. If we hadn't discovered them, it would have been fine, but since we have for the safety of our citizens in New York. On the television, the general in the Jeep was shouting hoarsely. Clearly at his age, he lacked the strength compared to the soldier who had just reported. To be heard clearly from a distance, this general had to shout at the top of his lungs, causing his face to turn red from straining. Also, that's how it is. I've learned something new. However, this did not affect the performance of this medium military general. Watching his impassioned speech, Tom even thought that if a certain Han or fan from his past life had such acting skills, nobody would dare to call them young fresh meat anymore. Let's go. Since they are putting in so much effort into their performance, we naturally must cooperate fully. Otherwise, wouldn't we undermine the media's meticulous planning? With his helmet securely on, Magneto proudly led the Brotherhood members out of the bar, heading towards the predetermined battlefield. Let's go too. Taking a deep look at the military general on the television, who was loudly urging, "Let the crowd leave first, let the reporters evacuate," Tom stood up from the bar stool and walked towards the exit of the bar. Magneto has already declared he will wipe out those 9,000 pursuers from the media military. This is our second battle as the Watchers and will truly establish our reputation. While protecting ourselves, everyone must bring out their strongest capabilities. Yes, leader. After hearing Tom's words, the Watchers following him naturally responded in unison. At the intersection of West 54th Street and 9th Avenue, the St. George Church, which had completely fallen into disrepair with numerous holes in the surrounding walls, was the battlefield for the Watchers. What's going on? Didn't you say that the military would notify us all when they entered our surveillance range, so that we could act then? Why have they arrived early? As Tom led over 100 Watchers into the church, Longleg was commanding Polaris, Dreamer, and others to use materials prepared by the Brotherhood to construct defensive works. This location, along with the Sacred Heart Church 2 streets away, was where Magneto and the Brotherhood had originally planned to fight the media military. Since the Watchers were outnumbered by the Brotherhood, Magneto assigned the battlefield at the relatively rear St. George Church to Tom and his Watchers. However, after dinner at around 6 or 7 o'clock, it was still not dark outside. Yet on the way from Hellfire Club to St. George Church, Tom and the others saw no one. After all, this is Hell's Kitchen, the gathering place for all the bad guys and villains in New York. No one dares to venture out after dinner here. Moreover, since it was near St. George Church and Sacred Heart Church, it was even less likely for anyone to appear. Because if they believed in Jesus and God, they wouldn't be found in Hell's Kitchen, right? This is also why Magneto and his Brotherhood chose these two churches as the battle centers for the Brotherhood and the Watchers. The view is wide and the layout of the buildings is complicated, making it suitable for our battle. Ling Dai, have you arranged the positions for our ambush against the military soldiers with Dreamer and the others? Hovering with the sun, Tom slowly flew to the high church window and looked out at the densely packed buildings, then turned back to Longleg. Of course, dear. Longleg used her blue ring to conjure a flying carpet, carrying her to Tom's side, and pointed to 6 or 7 red circles on a map here, and here. All of these locations are suitable for us to fight against the military. This is why Longleg had previously brought Polaris and Dreamer to familiarize themselves with the terrain. After all, with over 100 Watchers, Tom and Longleg couldn't possibly let each one know in a short time where they would be fighting against the media military. So they could only let all the squad leaders do this first. And Polaris, the Journey brothers, and the 7 blue ring holders who had been following Longleg were just such squad leaders. All right, you assign the personnel. Tom casually glanced at the map and nodded to indicate that Longleg could start assigning personnel. As if joking, how would he know which places on the map were suitable and which were not? After all, Tom hadn't scouted the area like Longleg did. Listen up, the 107 of us participating in the battle will be divided into 10 teams. The leaders of each team are Polaris, Thunderbird, Journey, Dreamer. The members of Team 1 are Blink, Iceman, Phantom Cat. Like each team leader, the members of each group had already been assigned. Based on differences in overall strength, their battle positions would naturally differ. Seeing that over 100 people in the church quickly divided into 11 groups, Tom, who stood at the high window with Longleg, spoke again. Use your various weapons wisely, obey your respective leaders' commands, rely on and protect each other. This is our strongest weapon aside from our own abilities. In this battle, I allow you to use the light rings without restriction. Remember, whether old or young, anyone who enters your sight next will be our enemy. Against our enemies, all we need to do is kill. My fellow Watchers, remember this day, August 13th, 2005. Because from today onwards, the fate of our mutant clan will be completely changed by us. No discrimination, no hiding, no suffering. A better tomorrow is about to be born here. For our tomorrow, fight with all your might. Your leader, and I will be your strongest support. We will stay here ready to provide you with necessary assistance." After Tom's speech, it was Longlegs' pre-battle rally. With one hand holding the lasso of truth, and the other the psionic whip, the walls around her crackled as she spoke, causing Tom's teeth to ache. Victory! Victory! However, the effect of Longlegs' pre-battle rally was better than initially anticipated. The Brotherhood members in the church looked at Tom and Longlegs standing at the high window, with fervent eyes wildly waving their guns, repeatedly chanting the slogan of victory. Don't think that mutants only use their abilities during battle. In reality, most mutants use firearms, grenades, and other conventional weapons when they fight. This time, Tom's Watchers also brought a large amount of weapons and ammunition. After all, the leader of the Watchers is Tom, with such a human money printer around. Except for heavy weapons like rocket launchers and field guns that couldn't be procured, others like Gatling guns and anti-personnel mines were all obtainable through various channels. Why do I suddenly feel like I've become the head of some sort of cult organization? In this situation, Tom didn't know why, but a strange image constantly appeared in his mind, reminiscent of those odd scenes that often appeared in news footage from his past life. The frenzied shouts of the Watchers could be clearly heard within the St. Heart Church, just a few streets away, by Magneto and his Brotherhood. "All right, brothers, with the newcomers so full of zeal, we old-timers cannot let them look down on us. Let's get moving." The military has already crossed West 34th Street. In contrast to the fervent Watchers, Magneto and his Brotherhood members appeared much calmer in the face of the impending battle. Under Mystique's command, everyone leisurely carried their weapons and gear towards the anticipated battlefield. After all, whether they were former members of the Hellfire Club or Magneto's old subordinates drawn by his reputation, they were all seasoned veterans when it came to fighting against the military. Are the military really coming? Yes, they are. So are they really coming for the mutants? Is there really a mutant organization in Hell's Kitchen? Of course the Hellfire Club is one, isn't it? Mutants have been lingering in Hell's Kitchen far longer than you naive rookie. In Hell's Kitchen, other villains and rogues appeared much more anxious. In reality, the military's attack on the Hellfire Club was absolutely classified. Even the previous television broadcasts only began once they had completely surrounded the area. Therefore, although they were aware of the military's arrival, the rogues in Hell's Kitchen couldn't escape. However, exceptions always exist. The largest gangster boss in New York, Kingpin, was such an exception. He was supported by Hydra. After all, someone like him who needed to engage in many unsavory activities would naturally be sought after by Hydra. Have you managed to control the ordinary people in Hell's Kitchen? Make sure they do not interfere with the military's war on mutants. In fact, a day earlier, Hydra's higher-ups had already notified Kingpin to restrain the various forces in Hell's Kitchen. They were instructed not to interfere with the military's war on mutants. Still, I can only control my own subordinates. As for the others, they probably wouldn't listen to me. Unfortunately, Hydra's higher-ups greatly overestimated Kingpin's influence in Hell's Kitchen. After all, Kingpin was merely the largest gangster boss in New York, not the head of all gangs in New York. Moreover, even if Kingpin was in Hell's Kitchen, besides gang members, there were also many non-gang members and supercriminals. These people would not heed Kingpin's words. Damn it, can't you just warn them to stay at home? Is that too hard? I already did. I had my men warn everyone notable here. However, not a single person heeded my warning, because they do not trust me. Similarly, they do not trust the military. Of course, it was difficult, just like Kingpin always said. It was simply impossible for a bunch of rogues and villains to watch the fully armed military soldiers walk past their homes without resisting. Trust Kingpin. Please, he is the most untrustworthy gangster leader. So for those rogues in Hell's Kitchen, rather than believing Kingpin's words that staying at home would keep them safe from the military, they would rather believe that Kingpin wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate them by leveraging the military. As for the military's guarantees, how much more credible are they than Kingpin's words? If the military really kept their word, there wouldn't have been the Afghan War or the Iraq War. The military, they are even more fond of lies than Kingpin. To all residents of Hell's Kitchen, I am General XXX from the Mutant Research Department. Our military has entered Hell's Kitchen, this time solely to capture the mutants here. We guarantee that as long as you stay at home, our soldiers will not disturb you. Soon as they marched and broadcasted their message, the military soldiers entered Hell's Kitchen, defined by West 34th Street. Clearly, the military's plan was to warn the rogues in Hell's Kitchen not to interfere in their war with the mutants. Did you hear what the military said? What should we do? Did you call the boss? Ask him what we should do. I did. The boss told us not to trust those damned military bastards. If they dare to step onto our turf, our brothers should fire. Capturing mutants. The targets mentioned in the news are us. I think the military is not averse to taking us and the mutants together. In fact, not only did Hydra overestimate Kingpin's influence in Hell's Kitchen, but the military also overestimated their credibility in the eyes of those gangsters and rogues in Hell's Kitchen. Boss, the soldiers are coming closer. Should we open fire? Damn dogs, bring out our treasure. Scarface, tell our brothers to hold their fire until the military bastards step onto our turf. Soon dozens of fully armed military soldiers entered the territory of Hell's Kitchen north of West 34th Street. Nearby was the territory of a gang called the Bloodhand Gang. Boss, I brought our treasure. With an excited shout, several Italian men brought in an Italian cannon. They entered the room. Quick, push our treasure to the window. While pushing the Italian cannon to the window with his subordinates, the gang leader kept stroking the dark cannon barrel. This is a treasure my grandfather left for our family. It is a legend in itself. During World War II, my grandfather used it to kill many Americans. After the war, my father smuggled it into the military. And soon he made a name for himself in Hell's Kitchen. Today, following in my father's footsteps, I also want to use this cannon to establish my renown against the military soldiers. Yes, yes, yes. Brother, you can definitely do it. Nearby, several Italian gangsters armed with submachine guns were carefully observing the distant military soldiers and couldn't help but roll their eyes. Who doesn't know that your grandfather was called the king of the Italian cannon because he was a pimp? Smuggling a cannon over 100 pounds, how can you boast like that? In fact, most of the members of the Bloodhand Gang are well aware of how this Italian gangster's grandfather earned the title of the king of the Italian cannon. Moreover, many knew how this Italian cannon came to be. The truth is that this Italian cannon was bought from the military while the military was changing equipment. It was not as the Italian gangster claimed that it was brought by his grandfather during his smuggling trip. Ready, everything is ready with the sound of my cannon fire. Next to the Italian gangster, besides the legendary Italian cannon, there were several mobile phones that remained connected. The Italian gangster used these communication devices to command all Bloodhand Gang members hidden within several nearby buildings. As long as you stay at home, we assure you. Fire. Boom. With the Italian gangster's furious shout, the cannonballs weighing several kilograms flew like meteors, hitting the gathered military soldiers 100 meters away. Da-da-da. Boom. The roar of the Italian cannon sounded like an order to launch a general attack. With the explosions of the cannonballs, Hell's Kitchen instantly boiled like a pot of boiling water. Gunfire, cannon fire, screams, and even some excited shouts. It seems that in all of Hell's Kitchen, besides the Bloodhand Gang, the vast majority chose not to trust the military's promises and believed more in the guns in their hands. On my leg. Help, we need help, we are under attack. Medic. The previously carefree military soldiers who had been informed that ordinary people here would not attack them suddenly felt as if they had truly entered hell. Wailing, dismembered arms and legs, bodies that were beyond recognition. Instantly they were stunned. General, our brothers are facing fierce enemy attacks and suffering heavy casualties. Enemies. Who? Mutants. But our detectors did not detect any mutants nearby. They are all concentrated around St. Hart Church and St. George Church. Looking back at the screen of the scanning vehicle behind him, the general answered, somewhat dumbfounded. This new type of mutant detection vehicle was precisely why so many military soldiers could swagger into Hell's Kitchen. Besides being informed that ordinary people here would not attack them, another important reason was that this general had confidently told his soldiers that there were no mutants south of West 42nd Street. It is still unclear. The attacks we are currently facing are from bullets and bombs, not yet any detected mutant abilities. General, our brothers have suffered heavy casualties. Ooh, what should we do? Seeing the general's face filled with hesitation, the anxious messenger spoke up again. No one can provoke the soldiers of our media nation. Send word to all the brothers to open fire. Eliminate everyone in Hell's Kitchen who dares to point a gun at us. With a forceful smash on the roof of the mutant detection vehicle, the general quickly made his decision. But our mission this time is to eliminate the mutants of the Hellfire Club. If we focus solely on battling the thugs and gangs here, we might let those mutants escape. Upon hearing the general's words, one of the figures standing behind him, seemingly an advisor, immediately rebutted. If I do not avenge the fallen soldiers, no one will continue to fight for us. Do you understand, soldier? Turning around, the general grabbed the collar of the doubter and spoke fiercely. He then looked at the messenger again. Moreover, I believe declaring war on these gangs and thugs aligns perfectly with our previous announcements in the news. This way the mutants will believe our objective truly lies with these gangs and thugs. Messenger, tell all pursuers to head straight for the St. Hart Church and St. George Church where the mutants are hiding. As for the gangs and thugs along the way, my soldiers will pave the path for them. This is the essence of the ancient strategy from Zhonghua. Today I will also put this into practice. To strike the mutants unexpectedly. Alright, judging by the general's words, the military and government of the media nation still possess a mysterious confidence that they can outsmart the Brotherhood and the Watchers. Everyone move forward with me, targeting St. Hart Church and St. George Church. Everyone stay alert. We are about to enter the area north of West 42nd Street. I won't elaborate on how powerful the mutants are. You just don't lose your life carelessly. If you do, I won't be giving you any compensation. Compared to the media nation's soldiers who innocently lost their lives believing in their superiors, the pursuers, composed of mercenaries and hidden in the shadows, appeared much more vigilant. The military is fighting with the gangs and thugs here. Why? Similarly, upon learning about the conflict between the media nation's military and the gangs in Hell's Kitchen, Tom and Longlegs were both dumbfounded. I don't know, but probably. The thugs here believe the military is targeting them this time. After all, that's what the previous news report suggested. A voice suddenly emerged from nowhere in front of Tom and Longlegs, belonging to a hidden figure with no strong combat capability who is currently responsible for reconnaissance and intelligence transmission. What should we do? Should we ask Magneto? Tom took out his phone as if to call the old man. It's best not to be careful of the military listening in on our calls. Stealth, you go to Magneto and ask how the Brotherhood plans to respond. Longlegs pressed down on Tom's hand, which was about to dial, and shook his head. In my opinion, we need not concern ourselves with whatever the military is up to. We are already fully prepared here. We just need to respond steadily to any changes. If the military wants to fight the gangs and thugs, let them. After all, Hell's Kitchen is filled with scum. Letting them expend some of the military's strength is also a rather good choice. That makes sense. Tom nodded in agreement, then looked at a mutant beside him. Radar, expand your mental sensing range to the maximum. No matter if the media nation's military is involved or not, it's always better to be cautious. Yes, leader. The mutant nicknamed Radar immediately found a chair and closed his eyes. Then Tom knew that waves of powerful mental energy spread around. As the saying goes, Zhuge Liang of Nanyang, firmly seated in the command tent, set up the 8 trigrams array, capturing the flying generals. This time Tom aimed to embody the spirit of caution that Zhuge Liang upheld throughout his life. In all matters, it is best to prioritize safety. Leader Magneto said we don't need to concern ourselves with the military's superficial matters. We just need to wait quietly for them to come to us for their own demise. Sure enough, shortly after, Stealth returned from Magneto with a view similar to Longlegs. Leader, many people are approaching. Judging by their movements, they should be the pursuers specifically sent by the military to deal with us mutants. After a little while, Radar, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and exclaimed loudly, "These cowardly executioners have finally shown themselves. Let's hope all this trash has come. If so, we can indeed break the military's backbone in one fell swoop," just as Magneto said. Just as Mystique had detected, although the media nation's military boasts 1,000,000 troops, those truly capable of fighting against mutants are merely the 3,000 soldiers who appeared in the news and are currently clashing with the thugs and gangs of Hell's Kitchen. In addition to these 3,000 soldiers, there are about 9,000 pursuers. As long as we eliminate these 12,000, even if the media nation brings in troops from elsewhere, the soldiers who lack equipment and are unfamiliar with the combat methods against mutants will not be able to stand against us. This is also why Magneto previously emphasized and why Tom and Longlegs are willing to believe that eliminating these 12,000 will break the military's backbone. Notify everyone to prepare for battle. Tell the brothers that these pursuers are executioners whose hands are stained with the blood of our mutants. Show no mercy, ensure they all perish here. In truth, Tom didn't harbor much hatred towards the pursuers. Moreover, had it not been for these pursuers, Tom would never have met Longlegs. However, who could blame him for being the leader of the mutants and the Watchers now? Thus, Tom resolutely issued the order for total extermination. Boom. Soon the advanced troops of the pursuers entered the Brotherhood's defense perimeter. What awaited them were dozens of long-range RPG shots. Mutants, do you see that 2-story building at 11 o'clock on the left? In a panic, they dropped several corpses before this wave of over 100 pursuers finally retreated from the RPG attack range of the Brotherhood members. It's too far away. We're afraid we won't be able to inflict effective damage on those mutants, sir. However, the pursuers soon faced another problem. Since this is within New York City, their most powerful weapon, without heavy artillery, is merely the same RPG as the Brotherhood members. The Brotherhood's mutants cannot attack them, and they likewise cannot strike the Brotherhood members. The leader of this pursuer squad hesitated for a few minutes, but ultimately gritted his teeth and said, "Then we'll charge to a place where we can inflict effective damage." "Are you crazy, sir? This will get us all killed." A pursuer peeked around a corner to glance at the street where the Brotherhood members were located, almost devoid of cover. "That street offers almost no concealment for us. Charging out into the open like this. Let alone the previous RPGs, even ordinary handguns could easily kill many of us. The place chosen by the Brotherhood as the battlefield is certainly not beneficial for the offense of us pursuers. I know that, but do you know our current predicament as pursuers?" The leader of this pursuer squad slammed the wall hard and then glared fiercely at his subordinates. "Do you know that the General Ross, who replaced Colonel Strick, does not give a damn about us pursuers and mutants? He is only interested in the media nation's captain and that damn super serum. If we cannot prove our value through this opportunity, which may be our last chance, we will be abandoned by that damn General Ross. Because in his eyes, without the support of Stark Industries and lacking equipment advantages, we are far inferior to a group of media nation captains who injected super serum. Do you understand? If we don't act now and accidentally let those mutants from the Hellfire Club escape, all this equipment worth $1 million and the salary multiplied several times compared to ordinary white-collar workers, do you not want it? Tom and Magneto likely never imagined that the 9,000 pursuers they desperately wanted to eliminate, capable of breaking the military's backbone, were already on the edge of being abandoned by the media nation's military. This is quite awkward, but we don't want to die like ordinary media nation soldiers only to receive compensation after death. We're just a bunch of mercenaries. To hell with compensation, we are mercenaries who live with our heads on the line every day. The leader of this squad glanced disdainfully at the pursuer who had just spoken. What good is compensation when you're dead? Leave it to those who don't even know how many men they've slept with. Stop joking. We are mercenaries focused solely on our own enjoyment. Even if we die, we have nothing to do with it. Compensation. Is that something we mercenaries should consider? After hearing the squad leader's speech, all the pursuers nodded in agreement. I'm going in for a chance to eat well, drink spicy, and sleep with Hollywood starlets. The squad leader stood up with his gun, surveying the pursuers gathered around him. As for you, whether you follow me or not is up to you. However, if you choose not to, please leave the ranks of the pursuers voluntarily. Because people like that are a disgrace to us mercenaries. I am a mercenary, and I will closely follow your steps. I am still quite good at persuading people. If I don't convince these individuals, how can I get promoted and earn more salary? With a gun in hand and taking a deep breath, the squad leader, along with more than 100 others behind him, steeled himself and charged into the almost unshielded street. All right, everyone, rush with me. Be careful, Grenade, get away. Still shaken and barely hiding behind an outsourced balcony, the squad leader took a breath. Just as he was about to call his teammates, he saw a pursuer pointing in terror at his feet. Watch your step, quickly get away. Before the squad leader could react, he felt the ground beneath him spring up like a trampoline, launching his body into the air. Accompanied by the crisp and continuous sound of gunfire, the squad leader felt as if his chest had been pierced by thousands of needles. As he began to fall, he saw a man on the second floor of a building raising his hands and looking at him. As the man's hands slowly lowered, the patch of ground that the squad leader had been standing on was also gradually sinking. It was him. This was the work of that mutant. With this intense realization, the squad leader crashed to the ground along with the patch of earth beneath him. Damn, I'm at a loss here. I am just a mercenary without even a compensation package. Looking at the nearby pursuers who appeared panicked and seemed to be shouting something at him, and another small group of pursuers who had just arrived after hearing the gunfire, the squad leader's consciousness quickly plunged into darkness. The enemy is coming, everyone attack. At the same time, a team of pursuers stepped into the area defended by the Watchers. Guarding this place was a Watcher squad from Polaris. Data. There's an ambush, In an instant, the sound of gunfire echoed throughout the once peaceful street. The Watchers' submachine guns and the flying knives controlled by Polaris obtained from Magneto. Within a moment, more than 20 lives were taken from the pursuers who had just stepped onto the street. Hi, damn it, everyone scatter. The leader of this squad hid behind a wall, loudly alerting those pursuers who were almost stunned by Polaris' team and were running around like headless flies. Over there, quickly hide over there. On my thigh was shot, pull me up. Help me, I don't want to die. After paying a heavy price of more than 10 lives and over 20 injuries, fewer than 70 pursuers finally found safe places to hide. Crack, boom. Listen to me. God, it's Magneto. Finally stabilizing their footing, the leader of the pursuers was about to arrange a counterattack when he saw a wall where several pursuers were hiding being forcefully dismantled, revealing steel rebar as thick as an arm. Run, quickly escape, it's Magneto. If the earlier flying knives were uncertain, now watching a wall being shattered in front of him, plus the rebar mixed with cement flying around killing people. The pursuers in this squad almost instantly realized they had encountered Magneto. Magneto, we have encountered Magneto. This is a trap. The mutants already knew our plan. As they turned to run, the pursuers quickly transmitted the news of encountering Magneto, actually Polaris, back to the military headquarters of the media nation. Uncle Tom said not a single one of these executioners should escape. Iceman, freeze the ground. However, the pursuers who mistakenly thought they encountered Magneto wanted to flee, but Polaris, who had already made up his mind to eradicate them, did not intend to let these pursuers go. Understood. Nodding, Iceman, who had been hiding at a street corner, heard Polaris' call and directly pressed his hands onto the waterlogged street. This had also been prepared in advance by the Watchers. Naturally, it was to cooperate with Iceman's ability. Given Iceman's current capability, it was still somewhat difficult to create ice out of thin air. But if he used the existing water, it would be very simple. Whoosh, crackle, crackle. Like a cold wave sweeping through, all the puddles on the street instantly turned into solid ice. Oh my God, the water beneath our feet is freezing. The fleeing pursuers never expected that the puddles on the street, which they had previously ignored, would turn into a perfect weapon that would claim their lives. Hold on to me, Dad-Ada. The sounds of gunfire once again erupted from the various buildings along the street. Those pursuers who couldn't stand on the icy streets instantly turned into slow-moving, stumbling penguins. One by one, they were named and killed by the watchers. In no time, the hundreds of pursuers that had invaded this street were all lying dead on the ground. Polaris was mistaken for Magneto, so what was the real Magneto doing? Executioners, pay the price for your past deeds. At this moment, Magneto was soaring gracefully with his hands raised, continuously flying around the Brotherhood's defensive area. Wherever he passed, the buildings the pursuers used for cover collapsed and shattered. The bullets fired from the pursuers' guns all turned and shot back at their former owners. It must be said that compared to Magneto, who caused the sky to fall and the ground to sink wherever he went, Polaris, who only tore down a wall, was indeed just a child. Headquarters, we encountered Magneto. He is slaughtering us, and we have no means to fight back. With the ability to control magnetic fields, Magneto was virtually invincible in the vast steel metropolis of New York, especially since the pursuers did not carry specialized weapons against Magneto. Retreat, everyone retreat. Hide. No matter where you hide, even in a 2- or 3-story villa, Magneto can instantly demolish it. If you want to hide, there is simply nowhere to hide. Run. Humans, no matter how fast they run, cannot outrun bullets or the steel controlled by Magneto. If you want to run, it is fundamentally impossible to escape. Fight. Without carrying specialized weapons to counter Magneto, even the ammunition in the pursuer's guns, who knows to whom it belongs when it hasn't been fired yet? Moreover, what could be more despairing than a bullet fired from your own gun turning back to shoot at you? Therefore, fighting is naturally impossible. Even one Magneto had rendered the pursuers helpless, let alone the over 300 powerful Brotherhood members nearby. Run. Get out of my way, you fool, you're blocking me. In desperation, there was nothing else but to run. Although they knew it was unlikely to escape, it was still better than staying put and waiting for death. Moreover, it was not only themselves racing against bullets and the steel controlled by Magneto, but all the nearby pursuer companions. As long as they could outrun their fellow pursuers, perhaps they could secure a chance at survival. Get away. Go to hell. Thus, the mercenaries' carefree and undisciplined nature was fully revealed at this moment. To escape faster and to have more people help draw fire, the pursuers were ruthless to their companions, shoving, tripping, and even shooting. The escape quickly turned into infighting. Humph, shameless mercenaries. Magneto, soaring in the sky, looked down at this scene with disdain. Then, with his hands waving continuously, all the metallic objects, cars, trash bins, power poles, and fences in the surrounding streets floated into the air and gathered together. Almost there, I'm about to escape this street. Boom. No. Then, in the desperate eyes of the pursuers who were about to escape, to the street corner, walls of steel hastily made by Magneto blocked all the exits of the nearby streets. This was equivalent to extinguishing all hope of escape for the pursuers who had breached the Brotherhood's defensive area. Kill them. The enemy had already dispersed, and the Brotherhood members in the nearby area would naturally no longer hide in the buildings they had previously concealed in. Bullets, flames, and lightning. The Brotherhood members who rushed out from their hiding places, aided by Magneto, slaughtered the despairing pursuers. Magneto. How could there be two Magnetos in one place? Were these mercenaries blind? Perhaps it was Polaris. The pursuers mistook her for Magneto. After all, their powers were indeed very similar. In a certain office in the Pentagon, the furious General Ross had just smashed his laptop. Inside, several officers with stars on their shoulders were also present. Additionally, there were beautiful soldiers constantly coming in and out bringing new intelligence. It was easy to guess that this was the rear command center for the Media Nation's military assault on Hell's Kitchen. Isn't it obvious? Our plans have been leaked, you fool. With a violent sweep, General Ross knocked all the documents on his desk to the ground, rising to glare at the others. Whether it's Magneto or Polaris, the moment one of them appears, it means that the mutants in Hell's Kitchen are definitely more numerous than we anticipated from the Hellfire Club. In fact, even the mutants who previously destroyed William Stryker's base and all the mutants in New York have gathered here. This is not at all what we had planned, a surprise annihilation attack on the Hellfire Club mutants. On the contrary, it's our enemies who have set up an ambush for us. The mutants who learned of our plans early have already laid in wait in that haunted place called Hell's Kitchen, ready for us to walk to our deaths. So what should we do? What should we do? Of course we retreat. Retreat. Do you know the terrible consequences of our military's first battle against mutants ending in defeat, General Ross? How could it be worse than the death of our 3,000 soldiers plus the 9,000 pursuers left by William Stryker, all crushed and annihilated by the mutants. Pushing his chair back, General Ross stormed toward the military leader who had questioned him, glaring fiercely, "Do you know how much energy and money we need to deal with the loss of 3,000 soldiers? As for the 9,000 mercenaries, although they do not require us to provide compensation and no one expects us to take responsibility for their deaths, do you know how much trouble their weapons and equipment left for the mutants will bring us in the future?" Under the fierce gaze of General Ross, the questioning military leader stammered, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Seeing that his questioner had chosen to yield, General Ross nodded in satisfaction, and then looked at everyone in the room. "Since I took over from William Stryker, I have said that I do not support his approach to soldiers and mercenaries. Why? Because William Stryker has already proven with his own death that this path is utterly unfeasible. So General Ross, how do you plan to deal with the mutants who are gradually recovering?" The speaker was an elite-looking man in a suit whose glasses clashed with the military presence in the room. He was a government representative sent by the media country to participate in or monitor this operation. "My super serum research is entering a critical phase. If this project succeeds, one can imagine the powerful army composed of thousands of captains from the media country. At that point, don't mention mere mutants, even legendary deities could be brought down to earth by me." General Ross clearly suppressed his hostility towards this government representative. Returning to his seat, he calmly explained his super soldier plan. "I see." The government representative took off his gold-rimmed glasses to wipe them, then nodded affirmatively, while putting them back on. "In that case, I agree to withdraw the soldiers and mercenaries who have entered Hell's Kitchen. After all, as General Ross said, if they are truly annihilated by the mutants, the consequences and impacts would be too severe. I'm afraid it may already be too late to withdraw." Just as everyone in the room thought the offensive against the mutants was coming to an end, a military leader suddenly spoke up. In his hand was the latest frontline battle report. "According to the latest information we've received, the original gangs and criminals in Hell's Kitchen have also fully engaged in battle with us. The current situation is that the 9,000 mercenaries have formed a coalition with the mutants around St. George Church and Sacred Heart Church. Meanwhile, our 3,000 soldiers are entangled with the gangs and criminals in Hell's Kitchen around West 34th Street and West 42 and D Street. In this situation, even if we want to withdraw, we must first break through the blockades of the gangs and criminals. And during that time, without the pursuers to intercept them, the mutants will surely rush in and devour all of our people." "How is that possible? Didn't you just say that our soldiers were only having friction with a portion of the gangs and criminals in Hell's Kitchen? How did it suddenly escalate to an all-out war?" General Ross' first reaction to the military leader's words was disbelief. The military leader, holding the latest intelligence, helplessly pressed his forehead. "At the beginning, it was indeed like that. Although not all gangs and criminals believed our propaganda, at least most of the larger gangs chose to remain still. However, due to our oversight, it quickly led to the disastrous defeat of the first group of soldiers who entered Hell's Kitchen. The gangs and criminals who seized the soldiers' weapons and equipment thought there was profit to be made and thus pursued them. Then they encountered our rapidly reinforcing second wave of soldiers. A group of disorganized gangs and criminals could naturally never stand against our fully armed and battle-hardened 3,000 soldiers. Thus we immediately retaliated. Not only did we kill those who actively attacked us, but we also charged into their homes. You should be well aware that those with some power in Hell's Kitchen are quite wealthy." As he said this, the military leader, holding the latest intelligence, fell silent helplessly. As for the other leaders in the room, including General Ross, they all displayed expressions of helplessness. The soldiers of the media country are known for their penchant for pillaging during battles. Especially these 3,000 soldiers trained by William Stryker specifically used to deal with mutants. They had previously taken advantage of the situation to reap benefits while capturing mutants. In fact, there were many instances where even the human relatives of the mutants were accidentally killed as well. Then openly they would take all the property of these mutants as spoils of war. And how wealthy are the gangsters in Hell's Kitchen? Just look at Kingpin, who is said to be the #1 crime lord in New York. Even while paying tribute to Hydra, his current wealth is enough to buy all of New York. So when these soldiers who are used to pillaging and plundering discovered how wealthy the gangsters' homes in Hell's Kitchen were, how could they possibly resist? So to seize more wealth, did your soldiers actively attack all the gangs in Hell's Kitchen?" The government representative took off his gold-rimmed glasses again, carefully wiping them as he looked at all the military leaders in the room with interest. "I've actually heard about the conduct of military soldiers before. Originally, I thought this was just the enemy's slander against us. But unexpectedly, right here in New York, in our own home, I have confirmed this rumor. I will report this unfortunate fact to my superiors word for word. I believe none of you will object to that, right? This is a last resort. If our soldiers are fighting for their lives against the enemy, their salaries and compensation are not enough to support their families after they die. Moreover, those who were robbed are all despicable gangs and criminals." General Ross said, darkly trying to explain. He could imagine the significant impact this incident would have on his future promotions, as well as next year's military budget applications for his department if reported to the media country's government. The government representative leisurely continued to wipe his glasses. So when I find that my meager salary is not enough to purchase my favorite Maserati, can I also take a gun and go rob in Hell's Kitchen? If you can do that, then go ahead. General Ross gritted his teeth, his fist cracking. Clearly his patience with this government representative had reached its limit. Now is not the time to quibble over these things. Since this has happened, we should first think about how to resolve it. Let's not forget every moment we have people dying in Hell's Kitchen. Seeing this, a military leader quickly advised General Ross. The general holding the latest intelligence also spoke. In this situation, our people will definitely not be able to withdraw unscathed. We only have two options: either our soldiers and mercenaries withdraw together under the pursuit of mutants, or we leave the mercenaries to hold off the mutants so our soldiers can retreat separately. We only have 3,000 soldiers. How could they possibly escape the mutants' pursuit? Notify General Horner on the front lines and order the mercenaries to hold off the mutants, buying enough time for our soldiers. Then tell those damn soldiers that if anyone doesn't back off, they might as well die in Hell's Kitchen. Without a moment's hesitation, General Ross immediately decided to abandon the 9,000 mercenaries to save his 3,000 soldiers. Yes, General. The others in the room, including the government representative, observed their calm expressions. It seemed that General Ross' decision did not surprise anyone. In fact, one could already guess his choice from how he referred to the two armies. General Ross referred to those 3,000 media country soldiers as our soldiers, and the 9,000 pursuers as mercenaries. Our soldiers are our own, mercenaries are outsiders. The outcome was already quite clear, wasn't it? So soon. According to our intelligence, there are over 6,000 pursuers surrounding the Holy Heart Cathedral. Most of them were merely routed, which is why Magneto is so eager to launch a full counterattack. Like us, Magneto does not want any pursuers stained with our kin's blood to escape. At the moment, the military of the media nation decided to abandon their vehicles to protect their leaders. The battle within Hell's Kitchen between the mutants and the pursuers, especially between the Brotherhood and the pursuers, had already shifted from defense to a counteroffensive phase. Is this a rout? This is too easy, isn't it? We haven't even made a move. Aren't these military pursuers supposed to be formidable? Otherwise, how could they have chased you to the point of no escape? Indeed, in this Steel City, Magneto is the most formidable force. It seems we cannot afford to be lazy either. Order all blue ring bearers to assemble. Sigh, I haven't even exerted myself, and the enemy has already fallen. This feeling is truly strange. Tom rode the sun gold while descending from a high window to the ground of the cathedral with long legs. The progress of the battle was surprisingly smooth. In fact, the Watchers did not need his and long legs' help as initially planned. In less than half an hour, the pursuers were defeated. Tom could not understand the rapid collapse of the enemy. After all, the descriptions he had seen in books and on television of entire armies being wiped out did not match the reality before him. 6,000 people, as Yun Fei would say, even if they were 6,000 hairless pigs, it would still take some time to kill them. Yet now, according to Longlegs, Magneto hasn't even killed that many, and these 6,000 have already scattered. I think you all already know that the pursuers around the Holy Heart Cathedral have been routed by Magneto and his Brotherhood. As Watchers, we cannot fall behind too much. Therefore, I called you back to cooperate with me and Ling Dai to defeat all our enemies. Soon the 7 blue ring bearers previously scattered around St. George Cathedral regrouped within the cathedral. This time Tom contacted them directly via phone. After all, the war had reached this stage and there was no need to be secretive. We will follow your lead, Chief. Good little rascal, and Stealth, stay here and observe the situation. If anything happens, notify me promptly. All blue ring bearers, let's move. Nodding, Tom and Longlegs led the dreamers out of St. George Cathedral. Although the pursuers could not successfully approach St. George Cathedral, it was not quiet here either. The sounds of gunfire and shouting from afar echoed over the empty streets of St. George Cathedral. The smell of gunpowder and blood also lingered thickly in the air. All personnel do not hold back, attack with full force. Tom and the others first arrived at the eastern side of St. George, an area defended by the brothers Lightning Bird and Journey near 8th Avenue. Although Lightning Bird and Journey were not weak, their shortcomings lay in large-scale lethality. So when Tom and the others arrived, they saw that the Watchers defending here had successfully suppressed the attacking pursuers. Countless bodies of pursuers lay on the street, yet the remaining pursuers continued to attack fiercely. We go. Seeing this, Tom immediately used the Sun Gold Wheel to carry him and Longlegs into the air. The Moon Gold Wheel shot out, targeting the pursuers hiding in the streets. At the same time, the blue ring on Tom's left hand unleashed its blue glow without reservation, forming a gigantic hammer at a distance of 5 or 6 meters from his body. Boom! The giant hammer formed from the blue light, crashed down, reducing a 3-story building hiding dozens of pursuers to ruins. Fortunately, most of the buildings around here are unowned, otherwise with your actions the compensation alone would be enough to keep you busy for a while. Longlegs on the side shook her head in disbelief. Compared to Tom's tendency to completely destroy buildings, her actions were much more gentle. Longlegs, who also possessed a blue ring, transformed into a massive long sword. While this sword would sometimes pierce through walls, it would also bring out the corpses of pursuers from behind those walls. However, at least it did not completely destroy those houses. As for why most of the nearby buildings were unowned, you might ask Longlegs. How strange. With Magneto and the Brotherhood's character, how could they possibly leave unstable elements like nearby gangs and criminals when going to war with the Media Nation's military? So well before the war with the military started, the entire area around the Holy Heart Cathedral and St. George Cathedral had been cleared out by the Brotherhood. The few good people willing to cooperate had been temporarily sent to Roosevelt Hospital further north. Those unwilling to cooperate, the gangsters and criminals, were all sent to hell to keep company with Satan. While Magneto and the others did not mention this, Tom Longlegs and the members of the Watchers all knew it well. After all, this is Hell's Kitchen, where lawlessness prevails and strength reigns supreme. If you have power and influence, you naturally deserve to possess everything. To the left, attack. To the right, at 3 o'clock, shield defense. Compared to Tom and Longlegs' overwhelming attacks, the other blue ring bearers seemed much weaker. The blue light released from their rings only manifested objects within a distance of 2 to 3 meters, at most peaking at 3 to 4 meters. The overly short attack range forced Dreamers and the other blue ring bearers to pair up, one attacking while the other defended, to effectively harm the nearby pursuers. Mutants' reinforcements from the west have arrived. Attack them. RPG, attack those damned mutants. They are slaughtering our brothers in a devilish manner. Boom! With the shouts of the pursuers, several RPG missiles struck the defensive barrier created by the Sun Gold while protecting Tom and Longlegs. Apart from some quickly dissipating flames and smoke, these attacks posed no harm to Tom and Longlegs. Don't. Rather, it was these RPG missile attacks that drew Tom's attention to the pursuers bearing rocket launchers, who posed a significant threat to the ordinary Watchers. With a swift swing of the giant hammer controlled by the blue light, Tom smashed those rocket-wielding pursuers along with their weapons into a mush. Attack those mutants releasing blue light. Tat tat tat. Our weapons cannot penetrate the blue light released by those mutants. At the same time, the 7 blue ring bearers, the Dreamers, were also targeted by the nearby pursuers. Countless bullets, grenades, and RPGs were fired at them, but these weapons were still insufficient to shake the defensive weapons manifested by the blue rings. Oh my god, are these mutants demons? Conversely, this gave the Dreamers a chance to eliminate those pursuers attempting to attack them. This is the blue lamp ring. Ew, I truly love this blue glow. I wonder when I will gain the recognition of the Phoenix of Light and obtain a ring like this. If you want to gain the recognition of the Phoenix of Light, you must work hard, my brother. Haven't you seen that since the first batch of blue ring bearers was born, no one has received the recognition of the Phoenix of Light? Compared to the pursuers, who were terrified and crying out, the Watchers hiding in the buildings were entranced by the uplifting blue glow released by the blue rings. Having a magical blue lamp ring had long been the dream of all mutants like Journey and Lightning Bird, who did not possess strong attack capabilities. Oh God, is this your punishment for us? We are just a group of ordinary humans and cannot possibly defeat such demons. Where are the reinforcements? Where are our reinforcements? There are no reinforcements. The 3,000 soldiers outside are entangled with the gangsters, criminals, and thugs within Hell's Kitchen. The brothers around the Holy Heart Cathedral have already been defeated by the mutants. All we can rely on is ourselves. Then let's retreat quickly. What are we waiting for? But the Pentagon has ordered us to hold off these mutants at all costs. Hold off? How can we hold off? With our lives. Sorry, I'm just a mercenary on weekly pay, and if I die, there's no compensation. It's not worth risking my life for a few bucks. Finally, under the unstoppable assault of Tom and Longlegs and their 9 invulnerable blue ring bearers, the pursuers, with no chance of victory, scattered. Even as the Media Nation's military repeatedly ordered the pursuers via satellite phone to hold their ground, even threatening to imprison anyone who fled. But before the threat of death, no one heeded these warnings. Are they really running away? Controlling the giant hammer and moon gold wheel, as Tom casually killed another 10 or so pursuers, he looked in disbelief at the pursuers who were fleeing from their previous hiding spots in all directions. So soon. According to our intelligence, there are over 6,000 pursuers surrounding the Holy Heart Cathedral. Most of them were merely routed, which is why Magneto is so eager to launch a full counterattack. Like us, Magneto does not want any pursuers stained with our kin's blood to escape. At the moment, the military of the Media Nation decided to abandon their vehicles to protect their leaders. The battle within Hell's Kitchen between the mutants and the pursuers, especially between the Brotherhood and the pursuers, had already shifted from defense to a counteroffensive phase. Is this a rout? This is too easy, isn't it? We haven't even made a move. Aren't these military pursuers supposed to be formidable? Otherwise, how could they have chased you to the point of no escape? Indeed, in this Steel City, Magneto is the most formidable force. It seems we cannot afford to be lazy either. Order all blue ring bearers to assemble. Sigh, I haven't even exerted myself, and the enemy has already fallen. This feeling is truly strange. Tom rode the sun gold while descending from a high window to the ground of the cathedral with long legs. The progress of the battle was surprisingly smooth. In fact, the Watchers did not need his and Longlegs' help as initially planned. In less than half an hour, the pursuers were defeated. Tom could not understand the rapid collapse of the enemy. After all the descriptions he had seen in books and on television of entire armies being wiped out did not match the reality before him. 6,000 people, as Yun Fei would say, even if they were 6,000 hairless pigs, it would still take some time to kill them. Yet now, according to Longlegs, Magneto hasn't even killed that many, and these 6,000 have already scattered. I think you all already know that the pursuers around the Holy Heart Cathedral have been routed by Magneto and his Brotherhood. As Watchers, we cannot fall behind too much. Therefore, I called you back to cooperate with me and Ling Dai to defeat all our enemies. Soon the 7 blue ring bearers previously scattered around St. George Cathedral regrouped within the cathedral. This time Tom contacted them directly via phone. After all, the war had reached this stage and there was no need to be secretive. We will follow your lead, Chief. Good little rascal, and Stealth, stay here and observe the situation. If anything happens, notify me promptly. All blue ring bearers, let's move. Nodding, Tom and Longlegs led the dreamers out of St. George Cathedral. Although the pursuers could not successfully approach St. George Cathedral, it was not quiet here either. The sounds of gunfire and shouting from afar echoed over the empty streets of St. George Cathedral. The smell of gunpowder and blood also lingered thickly in the air. All personnel, do not hold back, attack with full force. Tom and the others first arrived at the eastern side of St. George, an area defended by the brothers Lightning Bird and Journey near 8th Avenue. Although Lightning Bird and Journey were not weak, their shortcomings lay in large-scale lethality. So when Tom and the others arrived, they saw that the Watchers defending here had successfully suppressed the attacking pursuers. Countless bodies of pursuers lay on the street, yet the remaining pursuers continued to attack fiercely. We go. Seeing this, Tom immediately used the sun gold wheel to carry him and Longlegs into the air. The moon gold wheel shot out, targeting the pursuers hiding in the streets. At the same time, the blue ring on Tom's left hand unleashed its blue glow without reservation, forming a gigantic hammer at a distance of 5 or 6 meters from his body. Boom! The giant hammer formed from the blue light crashed down, reducing a 3-story building hiding dozens of pursuers to ruins. Fortunately, most of the buildings around here are unowned, or otherwise with your actions the compensation alone would be enough to keep you busy for a while. Longlegs on the side shook her head in disbelief. Compared to Tom's tendency to completely destroy buildings, her actions were much more gentle. Longlegs, who also possessed a blue ring, transformed into a massive long sword. While this sword would sometimes pierce through walls, it would also bring out the corpses of pursuers from behind those walls. However, at least it did not completely destroy those houses. As for why most of the nearby buildings were unowned, you might ask Longlegs. How strange. With Magneto and the Brotherhood's character, how could they possibly leave unstable elements like nearby gangs and criminals when going to war with the Media Nation's military? So well before the war with the military started, the entire area around the Holy Heart Cathedral and St. George Cathedral had been cleared out by the Brotherhood. The few good people willing to cooperate had been temporarily sent to Roosevelt Hospital further north. Those unwilling to cooperate, the gangsters and criminals, were all sent to hell to keep company with Satan. While Magneto and the others did not mention this, Tom, Longlegs, and the members of the Watchers all knew it well. After all, this is Hell's Kitchen, where lawlessness prevails and strength reigns supreme. If you have power and influence, you naturally deserve to possess everything. To the left, attack. To the right, at 3 o'clock, shield defense. Compared to Tom and Longlegs' overwhelming attacks, the other blue ring bearers seemed much weaker. The blue light released from their rings only manifested objects within a distance of 2 to 3 meters, at most peaking at 3 to 4 meters. The overly short attack range forced Dreamers and the other blue ring bearers to pair up, one attacking while the other defended, to effectively harm the nearby pursuers. Mutants reinforcements from the west have arrived. Attack them. RPG, attack those damned mutants. They are slaughtering our brothers in a devilish manner. Boom! With the shouts of the pursuers, several RPG missiles struck the defensive barrier created by the sun gold while protecting Tom and Longlegs. Apart from some quickly dissipating flames and smoke, these attacks posed no harm to Tom and Longlegs. Don't. Rather, it was these RPG missile attacks that drew Tom's attention to the pursuers bearing rocket launchers, who posed a significant threat to the ordinary watchers. With a swift swing of the giant hammer controlled by the blue light, Tom smashed those rocket-wielding pursuers along with their weapons into a mush. Attack those mutants releasing blue light. Tat tat tat. Our weapons cannot penetrate the blue light released by those mutants. At the same time, the 7 blue ring bearers, the Dreamers, were also targeted by the nearby pursuers. Countless bullets, grenades, and RPGs were fired at them, but these weapons were still insufficient to shake the defensive weapons manifested by the blue rings. Oh my god, are these mutants demons? Conversely, this gave the Dreamers a chance to eliminate those pursuers attempting to attack them. This is the blue lamp ring. Ew, I truly love this blue glow. I wonder when I will gain the recognition of the Phoenix of Light and obtain a ring like this. If you want to gain the recognition of the Phoenix of Light, you must work hard, my brother. Haven't you seen that since the first batch of blue ring bearers was born, no one has received the recognition of the Phoenix of Light? Compared to the pursuers who were terrified and crying out, the watchers hiding in the buildings were entranced by the uplifting blue glow released by the blue rings. Having a magical blue lamp ring had long been the dream of all mutants like Journey and Lightning Bird, who did not possess strong attack capabilities. Oh god, is this your punishment for us? We are just a group of ordinary humans and cannot possibly defeat such demons. Where are the reinforcements? Where are our reinforcements? There are no reinforcements. The 3,000 soldiers outside are entangled with the gangsters, criminals, and thugs within Hell's Kitchen. The brothers around the Holy Heart Cathedral have already been defeated by the mutants. All we can rely on is ourselves. Then let's retreat quickly. What are we waiting for? But the Pentagon has ordered us to hold off these mutants at all costs. Hold off? How can we hold off? With our lives. Sorry, I'm just a mercenary on weekly pay, and if I die, there's no compensation. It's not worth risking my life for a few bucks. Finally, under the unstoppable assault of Tom and Longlegs and their 9 invulnerable blue ring bearers, the pursuers, with no chance of victory, scattered. Even as the media nation's military repeatedly ordered the pursuers via satellite phone to hold their ground, even threatening to imprison anyone who fled. But before the threat of death, no one heeded these warnings. Are they really running away? Controlling the giant hammer and moon gold wheel, as Tom casually killed another 10 or so pursuers, he looked in disbelief at the pursuers who were fleeing from their previous hiding spots in all directions. In the next moment, the mutant's long hair, sharp as steel needles, pierced the chest of the kneeling pursuer in front of him. It wasn't that the mutant was cruel, rather the deep-seated hatred towards the pursuer could only be resolved through the blood of the enemy. The nearby pursuers have almost all been dealt with. What are you brothers planning to do next? Tom, who had just arrived, approached Magneto, who was eagerly watching the scene, and asked expressionlessly. Over the past few days, Tom had increasingly come to understand the mutants' hatred for those pursuers who acted as lackeys for some monetary gain. Moreover, along the way, Tom had witnessed too many such scenes. Therefore, he was no longer surprised by the mutants' ruthless slaughter of those pursuers. The military of the Med country has abandoned all the pursuers. They only wish to protect the 3,000 soldiers at the perimeter. When it comes to loyalty, they discard without a moment's hesitation. As he spoke, Magneto took out a communicator which Tom recognized as being specifically used by the pursuers. Then Magneto played a segment of a recording. I am General Horner. I order all pursuers to hold these mutants at all costs, even if it costs their lives. This was recorded by a pursuer, probably to persuade his companions to flee with him. After stopping the recording, Magneto smirked slightly, revealing an infinite chill. However, from what I know, the 3,000 military soldiers at the perimeter seem to be in a rather dire situation. Oh, how does Mr. Magneto know this? Tom curiously glanced at Magneto. Since the war began, the military had equipment capable of identifying mutant X genes. The Brotherhood and the Watchers had actually ceased their reconnaissance of the outside world. Under such circumstances, how did Magneto know the situation of those 3,000 military soldiers? It's simple, someone must have come to inform us of this news. As he spoke, Magneto addressed the White Queen beside him. Go invite our 2 superheroes over. Superheroes? What do you mean? Tom, confused about Magneto's intentions, felt even more bewildered. In this world, the title superhero was not well known before Iron Man Tony Stark's emergence. Previously, there were 2 humans, one called the Punisher and the other Daredevil, who were said to be superheroes specializing in combating supercriminals in Hell's Kitchen. The news about the military soldiers' dire situation was brought to us by them, the Punisher and Daredevil. Upon hearing Mystique's response, Tom vaguely recalled these 2 names. In his past life, it seemed movies had also been made featuring these 2 characters, but they had apparently flopped badly. 2 humans voluntarily disclosed military soldier information to us. Why? Do these so-called superheroes want something from us? With rich social experience, the tall figure seemed to have guessed the intentions of the Punisher and Daredevil in an instant. Of course they want something, otherwise they wouldn't have disclosed military intelligence to us for free. Since our Brotherhood is fighting this war alongside you Watchers, we naturally need to hear what these two superheroes want from us. That is also the reason why I called you here. I must say, aside from being reckless, dictatorial, brainless, and short-tempered, Magneto was quite righteous. In no time the members of the Brotherhood brought over 2 masked men. Tom, upon seeing them, initially thought to comment that these superheroes indeed could not escape their odd costumes and masks. But glancing down at his own cloud-patterned armor, he decisively refrained from speaking. These two are the Terminator and the Butterfly Spirit leaders of the Watchers. Magneto introduced Tom and the tall figure to them before saying, "All right, now you can tell us what you want from us mutants. I believe you can now elaborate on the situation of the military soldiers. The war between mutants and the Med country's military has nothing to do with us. However, not everyone in Hell's Kitchen is a bad person. As far as we know, there are quite a few good people living here for various reasons. Currently, many good people are being affected by the war between you mutants and the Med country's military. If you mutants agree not to harm these good people and promise to provide them a place to hide, then we are willing to tell you everything we know about the military soldiers' situation." Good people? Who decides that? Looking at the two, Magneto replied non-committally, "It shouldn't be up to you to decide, right?" The Punisher and Daredevil exchanged glances, and then Daredevil affirmed, "Indeed, it is up to us to judge. But please believe us, we have the ability to discern who is good and who is bad. Moreover, with your mutants' power, you wouldn't care about the good or bad of a few hundred ordinary people, right?" "All right," the tall figure glanced at Tom, and then at Magneto, nodding, "We will arrange for a safe place for you near Roosevelt Hospital. Later you can lead those you consider good people there. During this process, we will inform our subordinates not to attack you." "Thank you." Upon hearing the tall figure agree to their request, Daredevil immediately elaborated on the military soldier intelligence they knew. "As far as we know, the military soldiers are now entangled with the gangs and criminals in Hell's Kitchen. The battle between both sides has reached a stalemate, and from our perspective, the Med country's military seems to be at a disadvantage. As for the reasons, besides the gangs and criminals trying to protect themselves, the military soldiers have seized quite a bit of property. Moreover, in their greed for more property, the military soldiers have even attacked many who initially chose to endure. By the time we came to find you, we knew that the military soldiers had already lost at least 700 or 800 men. As for the gangs and criminals they were fighting against, the death toll was even higher." "Emma, is what these two humans said true?" As soon as Daredevil finished speaking, Magneto turned to the White Queen for confirmation. The purpose was, of course, to utilize the White Queen's telepathic abilities to verify whether Daredevil's words were true. "It's true." The White Queen first nodded at Magneto and Tom, then curiously looked at the Punisher and Daredevil. "I'm curious why you are revealing this information to us mutants. Don't tell me you don't know what this will mean." Faced with the White Queen's inquiry, Daredevil showed a pained expression while the Punisher remained cold. "Of course it means that those 2,000 military soldiers will die. However, I think they deserve it. These beasts have attacked and killed many innocent good people in their greed for more property. Otherwise, do you think we would seek refuge with you mutants?" Magneto smiled and nodded. "Very well, we keep our word. We will not attack these good people and will provide a safe zone near Roosevelt Hospital as per the Butterfly Spirit's words. Now you may return." "So what should we do now? Should we send some people to attack those military soldiers?" Having achieved their goal, Daredevil and the Punisher soon left. Feeling that everything had exceeded his control, Tom asked Magneto and the tall figure in confusion, "No, our primary task right now is still to hunt down those pursuers." Magneto shook his head firmly and then looked at Tom and the tall figure. "Do you remember the issue we mentioned to you regarding the Watchers? I think this might be a good opportunity, as long as we—" Leader, I have something to report." Before Magneto could finish his sentence, he was suddenly interrupted by a Brotherhood member rushing and shouting. "What is it?" Magneto shot a displeased glance at the Brotherhood member. It wasn't just that he interrupted him, but such a panicked demeanor was not what he expected from his Brotherhood members. "Well, a group of humans outside claims to be reporters from New York television and says they want to interview us." "New York television reporters? Interview us?" This time not only was Tom baffled, but even Magneto and the tall figure looked at each other with strange expressions. "Yes." The Brotherhood member who came to report nodded affirmatively. "The female reporter who wants to interview us claims she once did an exclusive interview with Tony Stark and even spent the night at his house. She claims to be a very famous reporter." "Sleeping with Tony Stark makes you a famous reporter? What the hell?" The members of the Brotherhood pondered and said, "She seems to have some questions about humans and us mutants. By the way, she also wants to inquire about our situation with the military in this war." Are you saying we should meet? Seeing that everyone appeared thoughtful, Tom quietly asked the long-legged man. Before the long-legged man could respond to Tom's question, he was interrupted by Magneto, who suddenly spoke loudly to everyone. Of course we should meet. After all, we cannot truly go to war with humans. After all, some people do not allow us to do so. Therefore, it is crucial to gain some goodwill from humans. That doesn't sound like you, Eric. After Magneto said something completely out of character, not only Tom and the others, but even Mystique, Magneto's old friend, looked surprised. It is known that Magneto's ruthlessness, iron-fisted nature, and toughness have left a profound impression on both humans and mutants. If that remark had come from Professor X, it would have been perfectly fine, but coming from Magneto, it raises significant concerns. Times have changed, and I am not the unchanging Raven, especially after realizing there are greater powers beyond this world. The corners of Magneto's mouth twitched, revealing a rather unpleasant smile. Moreover, Charles just called me and communicated his views. I agree with him that it is best to let this matter rest here. In this battle, we are about to annihilate the military's 9,000 pursuers, which is equivalent to eliminating the military's entire threat to us mutants. As for forcing the military to give up on targeting us mutants, that can wait for another opportunity. Upon hearing this, Mystique nodded in realization. Of course, after all, Charles is one of the few wise men among us mutants. Speaking of which, Magneto turned his gaze to Tom and the long-legged man, the two leaders of the Watchers. What do you think about this matter? If it can stop here, that would be great, but I fear the military won't just let it go. To date, we have already taken down at least 6,000 or 7,000 of their men, and we are bound to take down more. In such a situation, will the military agree to let it end here? Tom looked uncertainly at Magneto. After all, we are talking about tens of thousands of lives, and from what Magneto just said, it seems he has no intention of letting go of those soldiers at the outskirts of Hell's Kitchen. After so many deaths, can this be easily settled? Therefore, we need to win the goodwill of ordinary humans to pressure the military. It is known that the United States prides itself on freedom and democracy. Although it is indeed a nation dominated by tycoons and politicians, I believe these people would never dare to shatter the daydream of ordinary citizens. Furthermore, is over 10,000 deaths really that many? As far as I know, the military has suffered far greater casualties in recent years due to hunting us mutants, not to mention the many soldiers who have died in those dark missions. If we can truly stir the emotions of ordinary citizens, believe me, the military can suppress as many deaths as necessary. After all, doesn't the death of so many people highlight the incompetence of their military? At this point, the long-legged man suddenly turned to Tom. Tom, when we were at the Alkali Lake underground base, didn't we record quite a bit of footage of William Stryker using our mutant brethren for experiments? Do you have those videos with you? Tom took out a USB drive from his armor and nodded, of course. The videos the long-legged man mentioned were recorded at Tom's request by Thunderbird and his brother. However, the purpose was not to show to ordinary humans, but to present it to top-tier powers like Ancient One and Odin, who could instantly decide the fate of mutants. What Tom didn't expect was that due to his curiosity, he inadvertently summoned Ancient One, who turned out to be much more open-minded than Tom had anticipated. Therefore, those specially recorded videos ended up being and used at the time. The videos from William Stryker's underground base. That's excellent. If we can post those videos online, not only will we win the goodwill of many humans, but I believe it will also ignite the spirit of resistance among our mutant brethren. Looking at the USB drive in Tom's hand, Mystique and the White Queen both appeared taken aback. The long-legged man even directly patted the USB drive in Tom's hand. Moreover, I think we can take this opportunity to hand over the video to the journalist who is coming to interview us. Let the humans themselves release this material. The impact will surely be shocking. Magneto nodded. That's exactly what I mean, using this opportunity to spread our hope for this battle to end here. It would be good if the military accepts it, but if they do not, we are not afraid to continue fighting them. All right, I have no objections to accepting that female journalist's interview. After the discussion among Magneto and the long-legged man, Tom finally began to grasp the essence. The reason Magneto and the long-legged man wanted to accept the interview was that they wanted to see if they could win some goodwill from ordinary humans. After all, with the presence of Ancient One, for mutants to continue to survive on Earth and coexist peacefully with humans is essential. Secondly, they wanted to use this opportunity to test the military's attitude. The 9,000 pursuers are on the verge of annihilation, and it is likely that 3,000 soldiers from the military will also meet their end. This battle can be said to represent a victory for the Brotherhood of Mutants and the Watchers. How to conclude it is now a pressing matter to consider. Taking the chance to test the military's willingness to concede. If they are willing to admit defeat, that would be best. If the military still refuses to relent, then the mutants should prepare early. All right. With Tom's agreement as a leader of the Watchers, Magneto decisively stated, Raven, go and bring those reporters in. Remember to clean up the bodies of those pursuers along the way. Oh, we don't want those reporters to capture anything undesirable. I understand. Mystique nodded in comprehension. To win goodwill, they certainly could not let the reporters capture any unpleasant scenes, such as the bodies of the pursuers scattered across the ground or the aftermath of mutants taking revenge. Because if such images were released, how could they possibly win goodwill from ordinary humans? Hello, Mr. Magneto. Thank you very much for accepting my interview. I am Christine, a reporter from New York Television. In no time, Mystique returned with a tall blonde beauty in high heels. Accompanying them were 2 cameramen and 2 staff members carrying props. Hearing the words of the female reporter, Tom realized that she seemed unaware of the fact that Magneto had previously been imprisoned in a plastic prison beneath the Pentagon. Hello. Magneto, clearly not new to being on television, calmly nodded. Then he pointed to Tom and the long-legged man. These are the 2 leaders of the Watchers, the Terminator and the Blink. The Watchers? Is that a new mutant organization? The blonde reporter named Christine looked slightly surprised at Tom, whose face was covered by a Terminator mask, and at the long-legged man, who wore a faint smile. Then she turned to Magneto. I am curious, why is Professor X not here? I have heard that whether allies or adversaries, you usually appear together most of the time. It should have been the case. Magneto nodded nostalgically, then looked at the blonde reporter with a puzzled expression. But didn't your military inform you of what happened to Charles and his students? Military? What happened? The sharp-eyed reporter immediately sensed that there was significant news to uncover in Magneto's words. Are you suggesting that Professor X and his X-Men encountered some misfortune? So you really don't know? A forced smile appeared on Magneto's face, a smile that anyone could see was very fake. About a week ago, Charles and his X-Men, along with a group of underage children from his school, were suddenly attacked by the military. There were heavy casualties, and caught off guard, Charles and his students were taken to an underground research facility near Lake Alkali in Ghana. There they faced inhumane research and abuse. If it weren't for my intervention along with these 2 leaders of the Watchers, I fear Charles would have perished in the military's experiments. Now Charles has left the United States with his few surviving students. Lake Alkali. Are you referring to the incident that occurred when Lake Alkali collapsed? However, according to the information I received, it was due to neglect and disrepair that caused the dam to break. Right. As expected of a well-informed television reporter, the blonde reporter immediately connected Magneto's words to the incident. A charming colonel named William Stryker has cruelly killed 5,000 to 6,000 of my compatriots in this secret underground base over the past decade. Therefore, after rescuing Charles and his students, we blew up this evil place. 5,000 to 6,000 mutants, my God. The beautiful reporter covered her mouth in shock, and then with a puzzled expression said, But we have never heard of this. How can you make me believe your words, Mr. Magneto? Magneto glanced at Tom. Our leader of the Watchers predicted that some of you would not believe, so he had his subordinates record the military's crimes. Among them is a video of William Stryker researching and slaughtering mutants. I believe this is enough to prove Mr. Magneto's words. Tom nodded and stepped forward, handing the USB drive to the female reporter. Mr. Terminator, right. I wonder if I have the fortune to do an exclusive interview with you. As she took the USB drive, her fingers secretly scratched Tom's palm. At the same time, the female reporter spoke to Tom in a very charming manner. Previously, the female reporter had not paid much attention to Tom and the tall woman because she thought they were just minor characters. However, after their recent conversation, she realized that it seemed not to be the case. The way Magneto referred to the leader of the Watchers undoubtedly proved that he valued both Tom as the leader and the Watchers organization highly. What does this mean? It means that Tom is a significant figure among the mutant race. It means that there will be major news to uncover regarding Tom. This also means that as long as she can get close to Tom and keep him in her grasp, she may lack nothing. As for the fact that Tom is a mutant and she is human, please, the blonde beauty is a well-known reporter. Do you think she knows nothing about mutants like an ordinary human? If the female reporter were truly like an ordinary human, she wouldn't have risked coming to do this interview. And how could the female reporter believe she could subdue Tom? It's just a try. Even if she fails, what will she lose? It's just spending a few nights with Tom. Moreover, perhaps the title of having the mutant leader bowed down at her feet would be more useful than having Tony Stark smitten by her. Tom looked at the female reporter in confusion, filled with questions. Isn't an interview just an interview? Why are you scratching my palm? However, the tall woman noticed the female reporter's subtle movements and protectively pulled Tom close and said word by word to the female reporter, Of course, my husband and I are very willing to accept your interview together. So that's how it is. Seeing the tall woman's actions and the emphasis on the phrase together, how could the female reporter not guess the relationship between the tall woman and Tom? What a pity. However, I still sincerely thank you for accepting my invitation. There's nothing to be sorry about, Miss Reporter. My husband and I look forward to your interview. While pulling back Tom's hand, the tall woman smiled. Haven't we already agreed to her interview? Why does this female reporter still say it's a pity? Tom, being pulled back to his earlier position by the tall woman, still had a head full of questions. As for the previous silent confrontation between the tall woman and the female reporter, Tom was completely unaware. I said it's not a pity, and you are not allowed to have any more private contact with this female reporter. Why? With even more questions in his head, Tom wanted to whisper to the tall woman again. But seeing her slightly closed left eye, he wisely closed his mouth. Although he didn't know why, having spent so much time with the tall woman, Tom was clear about what this expression represented. Generally, as long as the tall woman showed this expression, it meant she was angry. I'm sorry, Mr. Magneto, I apologize for the laughter. Let's continue our previous topic. Just when Tom was filled with questions and a stomach full of frustration, the female reporter turned her attention back to Magneto. It's all right, I also had my youthful days. Jokingly, who is Magneto? He is a seasoned romantic who managed to take Mystique from Professor X and has several illegitimate children. Although the helmet Magneto is holding now is green, how could he not see the secret confrontation between the tall woman and the female reporter? So do you mutants want me to use my influence to release the videos inside? Yes, we want to let everyone know how much suffering we mutants have endured over the years. We are not, as some people claim, we simply seek to survive. Looking at the USB drive in the female reporter's hand, Magneto nodded affirmatively. So aren't you afraid that I will hide or destroy this evidence? The female reporter shook the USB drive in her hand, cautiously asking Magneto. Some people claim that we mutants are a group of ignorant, backward, and savage individuals who only know how to kill. You wouldn't really believe that, would you? We have already backed up the videos on the USB drive. If these videos are not known to everyone within an hour after you leave, we will release them online. Seizing the opportunity, the tall woman scornfully criticized the female reporter. How dare you try to steal my man? Are you out of your mind? The female reporter's tone faltered, then she nonchalantly continued to question Magneto. Now let's talk about the main purpose of my interview with you. It is well known that you have always been a hardliner fighting on the front lines for the mutant race. Back in the 70s and 80s, you pointed countless guns at the then president of the media country in front of the global media. A few years ago, you attempted to annihilate all of humanity at the Statue of Liberty. What caused you to take such drastic actions? I want to talk about the events from the 70s and 80s because they involved a huge secret. Magneto shook his head, disapproving. As for the Statue of Liberty incident a few years ago, it was definitely not about me wanting to face all of humanity. Rather, I found a way to transform all of humanity into mutants. Saying this, Magneto gave the White Queen a knowing glance. Then the White Queen, understanding the hint, transformed her body into Diamond. Next, the tall woman manifested her psychic whip, and Tom, seeing this, also took the initiative to manipulate the solar and lunar golden wheel to dance in front of the camera. But what does your threatening gaze mean? However, when Tom noticed the tall woman holding the psychic whip and looking threateningly at him, he was suddenly stunned. So the claims that I want to destroy all of humanity are purely to stoke the enmity of ordinary people towards us mutants for their ulterior motives. As for myself, I prefer to refer to my goal that time as an evolution. I believe you have seen that we mutants have always possessed a unique power. I consider this power a gift from God. If I had succeeded in that incident, then all of humanity would have possessed this energy. At that time, everyone would be mutants, and naturally, there would be no more wars between us. My God, that's simply too beautiful. Even the female reporter had to admit that the diamond-formed White Queen was truly stunning. After taking a lingering glance at the diamond-formed White Queen, the female reporter finally remembered her duty and continued to ask, "All right, I think I understand this question. Now the next question is, what caused such a significant rift between you and Professor X? Why did you even engage in physical confrontations several times? Of course, it still comes down to how to treat humanity and how to ensure the mutant race can reproduce peacefully." Magneto paused for a moment and then sighed. Professor X believes we should trust the wise individuals among humanity who he thinks will guide humanity and us mutants toward a path of peaceful coexistence. As for myself, although I also believe there are such enlightened individuals among humanity and am willing to coexist peacefully with them, compared to Professor X, I prefer to trust myself. After all, to place all hope on those who see you as an enemy seems quite foolish to me. And the result? After all these years, has your theory proved who is right and who is wrong? The female reporter curiously looked at Magneto. Of course I am standing here while Professor X has gone to another land. Isn't that already a clear answer? Magneto proudly pointed to the land beneath his feet. Magneto is willing to believe in humanity and trust those enlightened individuals among them. But the cruel reality has proven that the rulers of humanity are not always enlightened individuals. Didn't I say before? Not long ago, the military of the media country, led by William Stryker, raided and destroyed Professor X's school for mutants. In that incident, not only was he captured, but the students in his school also suffered heavy casualties. This undoubtedly proves that his theory simply does not work. Moreover, prior to that, the military had already begun to capture mutants throughout the media country. This has been common knowledge for quite some time, right? Isn't there a rumor among humanity that mutants captured by the military are sent for dissection? I believe that the video on the USB drive just given to you by the Terminator is the best proof of this. Thus, it is clear why Professor X, who previously insisted on a theory that doesn't work, would lead his students away from the media country and stop caring about the mutant race. How is that possible? I'm not a dictator. However, due to the military slaughter in the media nation over the past few years, many of the previous organizations among us mutants have indeed perished. He said, looking at Tom. For example, these recent events have all been discussed between me and the leader of the Terminator, the Watcher. Oh, it seems I need to conduct an unknown interview with you, Mr. Terminator. You see, I really like Schwarzenegger. In an instant, the female reporter's attention shifted to Tom. She had not anticipated that Tom would have such a significant revelation. Discussing major matters of the mutant race with Magneto means that Tom has already taken over Professor X's position, doesn't it? Arg. Before Tom could respond, he felt a sharp pain at the junction of his armor and shoulder armor. Looking back, he saw the tall woman pulling his arm and giving him a warning look. What's wrong with me? Fortunately, the female reporter quickly shifted her focus back to Magneto, not noticing the little interaction between Tom and the tall woman. So was this ambush against the military something you all planned ahead of time? On the way here, aside from some peripheral wars, I found that you mutants seem to have won this battle. Magneto shook his head. This is not an ambush, but a counterattack. Because the military of the media nation had already known that we mutants live here. The Hellfire Club has been established in this place for over a century, and we mutants have resided here for nearly 100 years. The military's intention from the beginning was to exterminate us mutants rather than the excuse they previously announced about searching for drugs. It's just that we detected their intentions in advance, and we prepared accordingly. Otherwise, the one accepting your interview here wouldn't be me, but some pompous military general speaking about the mutant threat. So how will you handle the soldiers of the media nation that you have captured? Will you kill them all as the military once treated you? Nodding slightly, the female reporter quickly asked an even sharper question. The ones fighting against us mutants are not the soldiers of the media nation, Miss Reporter. The soldiers you mentioned are still entangled with those gangs and criminals on the outskirts of Hell's Kitchen. The ones fighting us mutants are merely a group of mercenaries who will do anything for money. Saying this, Magneto nodded in acknowledgement to Mystique. In no time, several members of the Brotherhood carried over a mercenary who was already unconscious but not badly injured. Take a look at their weapons and equipment. You'll find they are completely different from ordinary soldiers of the media nation. However, everyone should not be unfamiliar with these people. Perhaps not long ago, these individuals had previously abducted one of your notorious mutant neighbors right under your watch. As I said, these mercenaries are a group of butchers who will do anything for money. Each of their hands is stained with the blood of our mutants. Magneto then walked up to the unconscious mercenary and flipped him over so that the photographer accompanying the female reporter could capture the mercenary's face. Then Magneto took an IPAD from Emma Frost and looked at the information on it. For example, this individual, besides killing countless mutants, has also committed multiple crimes, including robbery, rape, and murder. This is a criminal record obtained from your government, and the targets are all ordinary humans. I said before, how could a group of people willing to kill for money be good people? As he spoke, Magneto controlled the IPAD to fly in front of two cameras, one of which zoomed in on the information on the IPAD and the face of the mercenary on the ground. The photographer of this camera also cleverly captured a close-up of the information on the IPAD and the mercenary's face. Indeed, Magneto lives up to his name. After this, the female reporter and those who will watch this interview will have nothing to say. Observing this scene, the tall woman exclaimed to Tom, "All right, the last question. With Professor X leaving the media nation and no longer leading the mutants, as one of the two former leaders of the mutants, Mr. Magneto, how do you view the relationship between humans and mutants?" Indeed, the female reporter no longer pressed on how mutants handle captives. Although the mercenary on the ground cannot represent everyone, he definitely represents the vast majority of those fighting against mutants this time. After all, as Magneto said, how could a group of people willing to kill for money be good people? Of course, we still prioritize peace. We mutants have never sought to destroy all humanity, as some claim. Magneto glanced at Tom, and with Tom's silent consent, he decisively gave his answer. This doesn't sound like your speaking style, Mr. Magneto. If I didn't know you, I would have thought that was Professor X speaking just now. So how do you think I should speak? Magneto asked the female reporter with great interest. Of course it should be like this. The female reporter stood by a flower bed, raising her hands high 1 foot on the flower bed, acting like a mad person. No more hiding, no more enduring. Step forward, our mutant brothers, and eliminate all humanity. We are the masters of the earth. Huh. Magneto laughed. This was part of my speech to the world once, of course, just the first half. As for the second half, it was probably something you imagined based on certain people's propaganda. Indeed, the second half was my own improvisation. What do you think my performance resembled yours, Mr. Magneto? To Tom's surprise, the female reporter candidly admitted it. Unlike the media Tom knew from his past life, which would indiscriminately label people based on a few vague words. Perhaps I thought that way when I was younger, but after so many years of storms, if I still think that way, I would only consider myself foolish. Magneto shook his head, seemingly reminiscing. Why? The female reporter looked at Magneto curiously. Magneto shook his head again. I think before you made that impromptu performance, you didn't consider the situation of our mutant race, Miss Reporter. How many mutants are there in total? Combined globally, there are less than 10 million. And how many people are there on Earth? Over 8 billion. What makes you think that mutants who are scattered across the world and total less than 10 million can eliminate 80 billion humans? Some military propaganda. If that's the case, then I can only say that brains are a good thing. Too bad you don't have one. Brains are a good thing. It's a shame you don't have one. The female reporter burst into laughter at Magneto's words, nearly falling over with amusement. I never thought you would be so witty. The you I saw in videos always had a serious face, waving your hand to kill countless people. A smile is a good thing. Why would I not want to have it? Magneto shook his head, his expression calming down. The reason I usually don't smile is that I feel I carry the safety of countless mutant compatriots. Their predicament is simply not enough to make me smile. Perhaps realizing that Magneto's topic was a bit heavy, the female reporter also restrained her smile. So you and the mutant race are willing to maintain peace with us humans, right? I admit I have killed quite a few people, but I have never thought of staining my hands with the blood of innocents like these mercenaries. I'm not a murderer. Saying this, Magneto kicked the mercenary on the ground again. I have already said that mutants have never intended to destroy humanity and become the new masters of this earth. Our strength does not allow it, and certain individuals will not permit us to do so. Certain individuals? Who do you refer to, Mr. Magneto? Who makes you so wary? As expected of a renowned reporter, the female reporter immediately grasped the key point from Magneto's words. Some very powerful characters. I can't tell you who they are. I can only say that some legends are not just legends. Sometimes everyone's imagination is not just imagination. Mr. Magneto, are you implying that certain myths and legends? Cough. I think we should stop this topic here. Seeing that Magneto and the female reporter were digging deeper into a strange subject, Tom quickly interjected. If this continues, Tom feared that Ancient One might jump out from some strange place. It seems, Mr. Terminator, you are also quite wary of those powerful characters Magneto mentioned. I can only say that the world is far more profound than we understand. Some individuals who think they are invincible are merely a group of ignorant clowns in our eyes. As for the rest, I can't say much more. Tom shot a glare at the female reporter, who had blurted out the truth, and decisively ended the topic. The female reporter nodded thoughtfully. I understand, Mr. Terminator. The self-righteous individuals you refer to are the media nation's government and military, right? The female journalist, seeing that she could not extract much from Tom, turned towards Magneto. So, Mr. Magneto, do you have anything to say to all of humanity? Magneto shook his head. In fact, our acceptance of your interview already speaks volumes. We mutants have never desired to instigate a war with humans. We are merely forced to defend ourselves. People should ponder how many times we mutants have launched large-scale proactive attacks against humans. Therefore, I urge everyone to approach the propaganda from certain individuals with a rational mindset. It is not impossible for mutants and humans to coexist peacefully. Many countries in Asia have successfully accomplished this. Thus, I hope that some individuals do not coerce all of humanity for their own selfish desires. We mutants have made our choice, and now we hope that you can also make a wise choice. I believe the mutant stance is quite clear, isn't it? Now it all depends on our own choices, especially how certain individuals will choose. After giving a closing statement to the photography community, the female journalist looked back at Tom and Magneto. I am glad you accepted my interview. It is an honor to discuss the issue of peaceful coexistence between humans and mutants with you all. I hope to have the opportunity to converse with several mutant leaders again in the future. With a signal from the two assistants nearby, both photographers simultaneously turned off their cameras. I wonder when we will see this interview on television. As soon as the camera was turned off, Magneto stood up with a smile and asked, In 10 minutes, at most half an hour, we will certainly broadcast the latest news first. The female journalist waved the USB drive in her hand. In fact, our previous footage has already been sent back to headquarters. As long as we do a bit of editing and combine it with the information on this USB drive we are about to transmit back, we can air it. Don't worry, this is one of the rare interviews humans have conducted with mutants. I was actually risking my life to come here. So please rest assured the interview we just had will definitely be aired in very soon. That's good because we also hope to see the media and military stance soon. We have nearly dealt with those fleeing pursuers. As for the soldiers on the edge of Hell's Kitchen, we actually do not wish to fight them. As I mentioned earlier, we mutants do not seek to instigate a war with humans. Then why don't you save those soldiers? When I passed by them earlier, their condition seemed quite dire. If you could rescue these soldiers from the gangs and criminals, I believe the citizens of New York would be very grateful to you. We will consider it. Magneto hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Is there anything else? Seeing the female journalist look towards herself, and Tom the tall figure immediately stood up to block her view. Don't be nervous, Miss Ling Dai. I just wanted to ask, is the armor that you and Mr. Terminator are wearing also a result of your mutant abilities? I really like your outfit, especially the armor that you, Miss Ling Dai, are wearing. It is simply amazing. However, to the tall figure's surprise, the female journalist's focus was not on Tom or her, but on the armor they both wore. This armor, both mine and my husband's, is made using our mutant abilities. If you want the same, I'm afraid it's impossible. However, if you want to have someone replicate it, I think we won't sue you for infringement. As long as it isn't about targeting Tom, the tall figure didn't mind about the armor. After all, even if the journalist found the best materials to replicate it, it wouldn't have the same effects and functions as the tall figure's armor. That's wonderful. If I wear this armor to a costume party, I'm sure countless men would be captivated by me. Oh my god, I can hardly wait. Bitch. Seeing the tall figure look at the cheerful female journalist with gritted teeth, Tom seemed to feel that the tall figure wasn't as indifferent to others infringing as she previously claimed. Eric, why did you agree to that female journalist and say we would consider rescuing those military soldiers? You know no one in our brotherhood is willing to save them. After the female journalist and her group left, Mystique immediately posed her question to Magneto with a puzzled expression. You must understand that sometimes we have to make certain sacrifices, Raven. Charles. You are Charles. When did you occupy Eric's body? The familiar tone combined with the familiar voice plus the helmet that Magneto held. Mystique immediately concluded that the body of Magneto before her was actually under the control of Professor X's soul. Professor X, why did you occupy the leader's body? Did you not promise us that you would not interfere in mutant affairs anymore? Hearing Mystique's exclamation, the White Queen instantly completed her diamond transformation, and Tom pulled the still bewildered tall figure into the defensive barrier formed by his golden wheel. Don't be nervous. This time I occupy Eric's body by his consent. After all, you all know that with his temperament, he would not be able to handle the situation just now. I will leave now and let him speak to you himself. Magneto smiled slightly and then put the helmet he had been holding on his head. The previous events were indeed my invitation for Charles to control my body. What Charles just said was a consensus we reached together. With the green helmet secured, Magneto returned to his cold and stoic expression. Huff. With confirmation from Magneto, Mystique couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. I thought something was off earlier. Throughout the interview, Eric, you smiled more times than I have seen in all these years combined. It turns out it wasn't you before, but Charles. But why did you and Charles agree to rescue those military soldiers? Although they are not like the pursuers with blood on their hands, these individuals are specifically trained to deal with us soldiers and have harmed our mutant brethren as well. Saving these bastards would only mean handing a weapon back to the military to continue targeting us, right? I truly cannot understand why you and Charles would make such a decision. That is because we believe there are valid reasons for doing so. Wow. As soon as Mystique's words fell, everyone's attention focused on Magneto, who was suddenly startled by a voice coming from behind. Turning around, they found that it was the previously unconscious pursuer. He was struggling to get up from the ground. Don't be nervous, I am Charles Xavier. I haven't stood on my own legs for so many years, so this feels a bit unfamiliar. Charles, do you know that your unexpected sudden speech can easily frighten people? The White Queen, who had just returned to her normal state, spoke somewhat angrily to Professor X. Professor X raised his hands. My fault, my fault. Tom, still within the defensive barrier, looked at Professor X with caution. Did you do this through that brainwave amplifier? Aren't you afraid that the Sorcerer Supreme is silently standing next to you? Reflecting on Magneto's previous denial of Professor X during the interview, one must admit that Professor X had played this card remarkably well. Previously, because of this, even though everyone noticed that something was off with Magneto, no one had expected that the speaker was actually Professor X. Professor X was momentarily taken aback, not knowing whether he was genuinely stunned or if his consciousness had temporarily left the pursuer's body to check if Ancient One was nearby. After a few breaths, he finally spoke again. Eric actively called me to request this. Moreover, I think him just an ordinary consciousness descending, not intending to destroy all of humanity or the world. I don't know if the Sorcerer Supreme will trouble you, but I have noticed that, Charles, you really look much younger now, do you know? With that tone, I even have to suspect that it's you from decades ago. Mystique surveyed the now relaxed and somewhat playful Professor X, shaking her head in disbelief. Perhaps it's because I have let go of the burdens on my shoulders. Professor X paused for a moment, then smiled again. Winchester is not only rainy, but also has very good air and environment. My students and I have settled down here. You are welcome to visit any time. Good. I don't think this is the time to discuss that, Charles. You should clarify for everyone why we decided to rescue those military soldiers. Before Mystique could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the conversation Terminator Magneto. Eric, you are indeed still so boring. Although Professor X complained verbally, he still explained the reasons why he and Magneto wanted to rescue those military soldiers. The reason Eric and I hesitated about whether to rescue those military soldiers is that we want to take this opportunity to occupy the entire Hell's Kitchen and make it our mutants' Hell's Kitchen. If I guess correctly, shortly after the interview airs, the media and military of the country will definitely come to negotiate with us. At that time, we could use the rescue of those military soldiers as leverage to demand that Hell's Kitchen be handed over to us mutants. Then we will take the opportunity to clear out the gangs and criminals within Hell's Kitchen. Thus, this former Hell's Kitchen could truly become our mutants' paradise. As Professor X finished speaking, the White Queen shook her head affirmatively. It's not an independent kingdom, but merely a certain degree of occupation. We only require that the government and military of the media country do not enter Hell's Kitchen, and other humans are not prohibited from entering. Furthermore, aside from not being able to send troops and police into Hell's Kitchen, the houses and land within Hell's Kitchen still nominally belong to the media country's government. In general terms, aside from the owners of Hell's Kitchen being transformed from gangsters and criminals into us mutants, the entire Hell's Kitchen hasn't changed much. But is it really okay to so blatantly gather our mutant compatriots together? I'm afraid that the military of the media country will recklessly drop nuclear bombs on us. Regarding Professor X's proposal, Longlegs expressed some concern. Moreover, by gathering together like this, isn't it advantageous for the military and government of the media country to monitor us? I don't quite understand what benefits this brings us. Don't worry, my child, Professor X shook his head at Longlegs. No matter what the media country's military does, they would not dare to use heavy weapons in New York City, let alone nuclear bombs. Haven't you seen that in this war the media country's military has only used rocket launchers at most? As for surveillance, as long as our mutant strength is strong enough to deter the media country's government and military from taking action against us, then who cares about mere surveillance? Right? Magneto, who had been silent, nodded in agreement. This is the reasoning, as long as we can gather all the mutants in New York and not just the entire media country. I believe the media country's government and military will certainly not have the courage to go to war with us again. As for missiles or nuclear bombs, if we gather so many mutants together and still allow those superficial things to explode over our heads, then I think we truly deserve to die. However, relying solely on the strength of our brotherhood, I fear we cannot control the entirety of Hell's Kitchen. Gathering all the mutants in New York should also be quite difficult in a short time, right? The shapeshifter, who had been silent, also expressed her views. Upon hearing this, Professor X looked directly at Tom. Do you remember what Magneto told you? Mr. White, if you and your watchers truly want to do something for our mutant race, then you cannot remain detached while staying out at sea. Only by truly returning to the land and providing shelter for our kin can you gain the recognition of our mutant compatriots. Yes, relying solely on our brotherhood cannot possibly control all of Hell's Kitchen. However, with you watchers joining us, it should not be a problem, right? Magneto also quickly added, let me think about it some more. Tom looked at Longlegs, seeing she wore a conflicted expression. He then chose to take a moment to discuss it with Longlegs before responding to Professor X and Magneto. Of course, I'm just giving you advice, my child. You are the leader of the Watchers. How to proceed is ultimately up to you to decide. Professor X nodded and said no more. However, Magneto was a bit anxious. You need to think quickly, it's already been over 10 minutes. I estimate our interview will be airing soon. At that time, the media country's government and military will certainly come to negotiate with us. Your Watcher's decision will indirectly determine how we respond to this negotiation. After expressing that he would carefully consider, Tom directly pulled Longlegs to a corner of the street. What are your thoughts? Do you think we should agree to Professor X and Magneto? I don't know, I've never thought about the idea of mutants occupying a piece of land in New York City. Moreover, major decisions for us Watchers have always been made by you, right? Just do what you think is best. Rest assured, I and the members of our Watchers will continue to support you, my dear. Longlegs also wore a face of hesitation and ultimately did not provide any suggestions, indicating that everything should be decided by Tom himself. All right, let me think this through. Tom nodded, realizing he had perhaps placed too high expectations on Longlegs. Mainly during this recent period, most decisions were made by Longlegs, which made Tom feel a bit dependent on her. Only now did Tom realize that facing the temptation of occupying Hell's Kitchen with the Brotherhood, even as an omniscient and omnipotent traveler, he found it difficult to make a choice. Moreover, she is just a moderately capable mutant Longlegs. So should I agree or not? Under Longlegs' intense gaze, Tom began to ponder the pros and cons of this matter. As a traveler with limited social experience, Tom could only consider this matter from the perspective of future world development. First, the disadvantages. First, occupying Hell's Kitchen with the Brotherhood will undoubtedly draw more attention to the Watchers. Naturally, this could attract a series of troubles from the media country's military government H-I-E-L-D, Hydra, and even Ancient One. Second, a mutant race with powerful strength occupying Hell's Kitchen will certainly bring about significant changes to future world development. Not to mention the upcoming New York battle in a few years. Hell's Kitchen is generally a rectangular area bordered by 59th and 34th streets east of 8th Avenue and west to the Hudson River. And Tony Stark's Stark Tower is right next to West 34th Street, so close that when the time comes, whether for self-preservation or other reasons, the mutants cannot possibly stand by idly. Then the advantages. First, occupying Hell's Kitchen with the Brotherhood presupposes that the media country's government gives tacit approval. Then Tom's Watchers will surely experience another leap in strength. After all, with the protection of the Brotherhood and the Watchers, as well as the tacit approval of the media country's government. At that time, Hell's Kitchen will definitely become a paradise for mutants. No need to think if Professor X and Magneto's plan succeeds, the number of mutants seeking refuge will be countless. Second, being close to Tony Stark equates to being close to the Avengers. In that case, Tom should be able to more easily guide the future development direction of this world. Two advantages and two disadvantages. It's truly difficult to decide. These are all the things Tom could think of at the moment. With both pros and cons, Tom found it hard to make a choice. So is it still difficult to decide? Seeing Tom silent for quite a while, Longlegs couldn't help but ask. Yes, if we accept Magneto and Professor X's suggestion, the strength of our Watchers will certainly increase significantly in the short term. But in the future, I'm afraid it might lead to some negative consequences. Moreover, as our strength increases, I fear we will inevitably attract some new enemies. For Longlegs, Tom obviously couldn't express all his concerns. However, it was fine to omit some things and give her a general idea to help him weigh the decision. I see. So those enemies you mentioned could potentially pose a fatal threat to us. Longlegs nodded and then began to ponder. After a while, she finally raised a question. Tom hesitated for a moment. Probably they want Hydra. Up to now, Tom had never encountered these guys, which shows how deep their infiltration is. These guys who have been hiding in the dark, even if they accidentally provoke them, they probably wouldn't dare to come looking for trouble openly, right? As for S-H-I-E-L-D, if the media country's government and military choose to tolerate for the time being, then with S-H-I-E-L-D's nature, they would probably just send someone to warn us a few times. After all, S-H-I-E-L-D is an international organization and cannot overly interfere in America's internal affairs. Moreover, the current decision-makers in S-H-I-E-L-D should be Hydra. Given the style of these guys to keep a low profile and develop steadily, they probably wouldn't take the initiative to find trouble, would they? As for the media country's government and military, even if Tom and his Watchers do not agree to Magneto and Professor X's invitation, will they let Tom and his Watchers off? Impossible. To ensure that the media country's government and military do not dare to make a move against him, Tom can only elevate his own strength and that of the Watchers to a level that the media country's government and the U.S. military do not dare to provoke. Therefore, the media country's government and military can actually be disregarded. Then isn't that enough? Since you say those forces cannot pose a fatal threat to us, why should we fear them? When have we mutants not faced opposition from the world? As for causing some negative effects on the future, although I don't know exactly what you mean. But after all, that's a future matter, isn't it? Since you are certain that this choice will lead to negative effects, then once our strength is sufficient, can't we find a way to amend it in advance? Be confident, my Tom, you are the man of Elizabeth Braddock. You are the leader of the Watchers and the creator of the Blue Lantern Corps. All the Watchers are willing to support you unconditionally. Do not hesitate and do not doubt yourself. It may not be that easy. Although Tom himself understood that if things were as easy as Longlegs said, it would be great. Cause and effect have never been simple matters. However, it must be said that Longlegs' words were indeed uplifting. Have I been too timid lately? After all, I am going to be Tom the Puppet Master White's man. However, it must be said that the Longlegs truly struck a chord with Tom. Have I been a bit too hesitant lately? After all, I am supposed to be the man behind the scenes, Tom the Puppet Master White. As an omniscient and omnipotent transmigrator, shouldn't I be able to make decisions with ease? The words of Longlegs didn't exactly make the perpetually indecisive Tom come to a resolution, but they did clear his mind, allowing him to notice some of his recent odd behavior. Why did Tom feel something was off? Because he unexpectedly encountered Ancient One at Alkali Lake, whose presence stripped him of that overpowering sense of strength. Furthermore, Tom's worldview has been consistently overturned lately, leading him to doubt himself. Most importantly, having suddenly taken on the lives of over 100 Watchers made Tom feel a sense of responsibility in this world. He lost the previously serene feeling of being detached from worldly affairs, observing the world coldly. After all, the observer sees clearly. As a result, Tom's recent manner of speaking and acting has inevitably exhibited caution and hesitation, a stark contrast to the previously confident Tom. For instance, when he went to Alkali Lake to rescue Professor X and the others, didn't Tom also see both pros and cons in that situation? Yet at that time, Tom didn't hesitate for a moment and readily accepted Mystique's invitation. Could it be because was this situation not depicted in the movie plot of my past life? But that is not a valid reason for hesitation. With a slight pause, Tom firmly rejected the excuses in his heart. Who am I? I am the omniscient and noble transmigrator. What is the duty of a puppet master? It is to restore order. Without the confidence and dominance to control everything, I might as well just go home and hide instead of playing the puppet master. Since I have already determined this matter is beneficial to me and likely much more advantageous than disadvantageous, I should proceed without hesitation and give it my all. What is there to hesitate about? Can hesitation lead to success? As for those drawbacks, now that I have recognized them, I should wholeheartedly wield my hidden power behind the scenes and find a way to eliminate them all. Why should I be so hesitant about it? As the Longlegs said, I am the leader of the Watchers. My hesitation and uncertainty could end up harming more people. Moreover, although this matter has not been referenced in the movie plot from my past life, I have at least completed one journey through the Marvel world. I can't let an unfamiliar game level make me overly cautious. If I do, I will likely find it increasingly difficult to navigate this world. After all, I am currently in an incredibly real world. The movie plots from my past life cannot possibly encompass all the issues I will encounter. Furthermore, I cannot place all my hopes on the Longlegs. Although in terms of societal experience, they do have a significant edge over me. When it comes to major decisions that could influence the future, I must have faith in my choices and make my own decisions. Situations like this, where I need to make decisions on my own, are likely to arise more frequently in the future. Although it's difficult to choose, I should face the challenge head-on and firmly uphold my decisions. Even if this decision may be wrong, it is important to know that even a mistaken decision is far better than hesitating and failing to decide. Moreover, I am after all a transmigrator with substantial knowledge of this world. Even a wrong decision, if well thought out, should not be too outrageous. After a series of intense mental storms, Tom finally set aside his hesitation, and once again confidence radiated from his eyes. All right, I have decided to accept Professor X and Magneto's suggestion to relocate our Watchers' headquarters from the Dawn to Hell's Kitchen. Although unsure of whether it is the right choice, Tom firmly made his decision, accepting Magneto and Professor X's advice. He chose to ally with the Brotherhood and take control of Hell's Kitchen. As for the Watchers, as the Longlegs said, each of them would unwaveringly support Tom, especially after he avenged their parents by defeating the military forces of the media country. Now within the entire Watchers, there is a pervasive sense of gratitude and admiration for Tom. Even Tom could clearly feel that his prestige among the Watchers had reached an indescribable height. Because of this, he should not hesitate or feel lost, because doing so would only disappoint those who believe in him. That's right, this is the man destined for my soul, Butterfly. Seeing Tom regain that self-assured demeanor as when he first met him, the Longlegs happily took hold of Tom's arm. Rest assured, I and all the Watchers will unhesitatingly support and execute your decisions, even if your decision is wrong. So have you made a decision? Yes, I have made a decision. Watching Tom return alongside the Longlegs, Professor X smiled and asked. Instantly, Magneto and the others who had been searching for news on their laptops shifted their gazes towards Tom. So what is your decision? We Watchers accept the suggestions of Professor X and Mr. Magneto, agreeing to move to Hell's Kitchen and work together with the Brotherhood of Mutants to take control here. Of course, this is contingent upon the media country's military and government permitting us to take control of this area. I knew you would make the right choice, kid. Upon hearing this, not only did Professor X nod in appreciation, but even the usually stoic Magneto revealed a rare hint of a smile. Regarding negotiations with the media country's government and military, I feel we are quite confident. Mystique and White Queen directly reassured Tom. The two approached Tom with the laptops they had used earlier. Hell's Kitchen. I think this godforsaken place should have been cleaned up by the government and military long ago. Support or not? Of course we support it. After all, better security in New York means a safer life for us. As for mutants, capture them all if encountered. If it weren't for the media country's military, I wouldn't have known that there were mutants hiding in Hell's Kitchen. I support the search of Hell's Kitchen as it would significantly enhance our safety in New York. However, I do not support waging war against mutants, especially within New York City. I've heard that the military has been slaughtering mutants for experiments. That is cruel and extremely inhumane. Searching Hell's Kitchen is fine, but why provoke the mutants? They are just minding their own business there and causing no trouble. Now look, the gunfire has lasted for over an hour, and we have no idea what the outcome is. In my view, the media country's military has always been a group of incompetent fools who achieve nothing but create disaster. Have those idiots never considered the safety of our citizens while waging war against mutants in New York City? I hope this incident does not lead to a full-scale war between us and the mutants. Otherwise, the hard-won peace could easily be destroyed by these military fools. Did you see something? The attitude of New York citizens towards the war between the media country's military and our mutants seems to be changing. Mystique and White Queen showed Tom videos of their battle with the pursuers, specifically random interviews with reporters on the outskirts of Hell's Kitchen. From the various videos and interviews with passers-by over different periods, it is evident that as time passes, the New York citizens' attitude towards the war between the media country's military and mutants has noticeably changed. From initial support to midway hesitation and finally to opposition and unease when they discovered the fighting was prolonged. It is obvious that at least currently New York citizens do not support the media government's war against mutants. Mystique nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is clear from these videos. Out of concern for their own safety, these passers-by do not support the attacks initiated by the media country's military against us mutants. These individuals represent not just themselves, but also the changing attitude of the entire human population in New York. If all the humans in New York oppose the military's war against us, then the media country's military will certainly not be able to launch large-scale attacks against us. Moreover, given the media government's typical style, they will surely falsify their losses in this war to minimize the impact as much as possible. This gives us ample leverage in negotiations. Then we watchers. Everyone come over and see that female reporter's interview with us is aired. Just as Tom, who wholeheartedly agreed, was about to ask Mystique and White Queen how he should cooperate, Professor's voice interrupted. The videos above were provided by a mutant leader who calls himself the Terminator. According to him, these recordings come from a mutant research base located underground at Alkali Lake in Ghana, which has been established for over a decade. Here, the media country's military has cruelly killed thousands of mutants for research purposes. Such actions can be considered inhumane, even towards mutants. We can see that aside from many mutants who were vivisected, there are also several underage victims among them. Though covered in mosaic, the skeletal remains were nearly devoid of flesh, accompanied by the twisted, despairing faces of victims who were not yet 18 years old. The advanced instruments and diverse slaughter tools nearby created a jarring spectacle. Coupled with the narrator's fluctuating tones of anger and anguish, it was enough to leave even those who witnessed it for the first time in shock. Even Tom, who had seen it once before, felt a profound impact deep within his soul. One must admit the New York news team had a knack for voiceovers and editing, skillfully manipulating emotions and visuals. I am Christina, reporter from New York Television. Next, I will conduct a face-to-face interview with the prominent leaders of the mutants. Afterwards, it was the interview process with Magneto, Professor X, and Tom. Through this interview, we can see that mutants do not seem to be as evil as some have portrayed, constantly seeking to destroy humanity and dominate the world. Even Magneto, depicted by the media and military as cold-blooded and murderous, appears to be just a venerable elder valiantly trying to protect his kin. So who is responsible for portraying these mutants who pose no threat to us and do not wish to harm us as our mortal enemies? Is the truth really as those mutant leaders have said? The answer, I fear, requires each of you viewers to ponder deeply. In the end, it was accompanied by the reporter's personal opinions and statements after the interview. It seems our interview was quite effective. Magneto circled the barrage of comments below the news segment that was on a continuous loop. It feels like we have been deceived by the government and military of the media country. As Magneto said, the government and military of the media country are using mutants as an excuse to devise ways to extract more taxes from us. Have you noticed? The underground mutant research facility has been established for over a decade. A decade ago, we were living peacefully with mutants around the world. Could it be that, as those mutants said, they are merely forced to retaliate? And what about those children who were murdered and dissected? They are still minors. How can the military and government of the media country do such things? They are utterly inhumane. Mutants are also human. Of course, there are dissenting voices. Magneto also highlighted a plethora of comments that condemned the news segment. The media today will go to any lengths for attention. They actually speak on behalf of mutants. Idiots, traitors, no redemption. Mutants have such powerful abilities, why would they not harbor malice towards us? Why wouldn't they seek to replace humanity as the dominant force? Everyone should consider that if mutants become the masters of this world, we humans will be their slaves. With just a wave of their hand, countless riches and beauties would be offered to them. Only fools would think they could coexist peacefully with us. However, the vast majority of humanity stands with us. The White Queen pointed to a poll on her computer screen, which had garnered millions of participants in just a few minutes. 81% believed the news segment was correct, while less than 11% thought it was utter nonsense. Raven nodded firmly. Indeed, public opinion is extremely favorable for us. Now we just need to see if amidst this overwhelming opposition, the government and military of the media country will choose as we hope. You military personnel truly are a bunch of useless fools. What did you say back then? That a single raid could easily take down the mutants in Hell's Kitchen. And now, 9,000 mercenaries have been annihilated by mutants. Our 3,000 soldiers are also in grave danger. My God, how are we supposed to explain this to the citizens of the media country? Isn't it all your government's fault? If you hadn't allowed Magneto to escape from that underground plastic prison, would we be facing these troubles now? The enemies we initially planned to confront were merely the mutants of the Hellfire Club. Now, because of Magneto's emergence, the number of enemies has more than tripled. Given this situation, how could we possibly avoid defeat? Then you shouldn't have let those reporters from the New York news team into Hell's Kitchen. Nearly 10 million people watched this news segment, and over 1 million expressed dissatisfaction with our actions. How can we wrap this up? Who let the reporters in? Our mercenaries and soldiers are too busy fighting the enemy to have time or inclination to deal with a few reporters who would risk their lives for fame. But what about your government? Before the war, you promised to help us secure the streets around Hell's Kitchen. And now, a squad of reporters just swaggered into Hell's Kitchen. Your blockade, was it merely for show? How will the military and government of the media country choose? They have no time to choose, as they are currently busy blaming each other in a chaotic dispute. The core figures of the dispute are the government representatives who initially directed the combat operations, while the military is naturally represented by General Ross. The 9,000 mercenaries of the military have been nearly wiped out by the mutants, and the 3,000 soldiers battling the gangs and criminals are also suffering severe losses and are on the brink. Now the government and military of the media country have fallen into endless arguments, shifting blame back and forth. What should we Hydra do in this situation? As the government and military of the media country bickered and blamed each other in meetings, a group of people secretly met once more. In the familiar conference room, the familiar Seven Shadows and the familiar high-ranking members of Hydra. In my opinion, we should never have agreed to the military's combat plan against the mutants. That was 12,000 people. Even if caught off guard, they shouldn't have been annihilated by just over 400 mutants, right? I also didn't expect the military to be so incompetent. This 12,000-strong army, when commanded by us, the now-deceased William Stryker, had the mutants of the media country cowering in fear. Furthermore, using mutants to divert humanity and the media country's government's attention has always been our Hydra strategy, but I never anticipated it would lead to this. Regardless of agreement or disagreement, the situation has escalated to this point. Does discussing it now hold any significance? Rather than squabbling here, it would be better to consider how to resolve this matter. After all, while using mutants to attract human attention has always been our Hydra's choice, maintaining a relatively peaceful world is a necessary condition for Hydra to quickly achieve its goals. If this matter is not handled well or is delayed, it could easily escalate into a full-scale war between humans and mutants. You too wouldn't want to be like the government and military of the media country, shirking responsibility and disregarding the issue, would you? Of course not. How could that be? The third speaker, likely holding a significant position within Hydra, immediately halted the argument between the other two high-ranking members. He probably also voted in favor at the time. I have seen that interview as well. In my view, the mutants likely do not wish for an all-out war with humanity. After all, Magneto is one of the two supreme leaders of the mutants. Although he was once volatile and dictatorial, at this critical moment his mind is remarkably clear. Thus, it is imperative that we focus on finding a way to rescue the media country's soldiers surrounding Hell's Kitchen. The military government's defeat is already glaringly obvious. What we can do now is to minimize the impact of this incident. Then we must control both the media country's government and the mutants, ensuring that neither side escalates the scale of the war. Otherwise, the Insight program that Hydra has just begun to implement will likely be affected. Another high-ranking Hydra member spoke, garnering nods of agreement from others. In order to rescue those media soldiers, can we not reach out to Wilson Fisk? After all, he is the largest gang leader in all of New York. Whatever the conditions, we can negotiate. But previously, when he helped the media military pacify those gangs and criminals, Fisk already suffered significant losses. Will he choose to help us again? He should, right? Although it's just a partnership, Wilson Fisk is someone we at Hydra have supported. He shouldn't dare defy our orders. All right, I will contact Wilson Fisk immediately and have him online. What do you want from me, leaders? Before long, a robust figure resembling a barrel appeared in the conference room of the Hydra. He should be Jean Bing. You know very well what has happened in Hell's Kitchen. We want to ask if you can talk to those gangs and criminals fighting the media army. To tell them not to harass those media soldiers in Hell's Kitchen. To let those soldiers go. I'm sorry, but I fear I cannot meet your requests, leaders. Why? Aren't you the biggest gang leader in all of New York? Why wouldn't those gangsters listen to you? Can't you fulfill our request, or do you simply not want to? Upon hearing Jean Bing's words, one of the Hydra's higher-ups spoke up, half in confusion and half in doubt. How could that be? I, Jean Bing, am no fool. I know what has brought me to this position today. How could I refuse the requests of you, the leaders? Jean Bing immediately began shaking his head in denial. As for the gangs in New York, you may not be very familiar with them. Although I am the largest gang leader in New York, I do not have the ability to command other gangs. On the contrary, many gangs with comparable strength are secretly plotting to replace me. Moreover, when the soldiers of the media country entered Hell's Kitchen, I followed your instructions and told the gangs there that as long as they did not attack the soldiers, those soldiers would not attack them either. As a result, things have developed to this point. Just now, many people asked me for an explanation. Tell me, how can the gangs and criminals fighting the media soldiers still listen to me? I see now, it seems we have wronged you. The higher-ups of Hydra nodded in realization and then spoke again. Then what if we only ask you to help us contact those gang leaders entangled with the media soldiers? That shouldn't be a problem, right? We want to talk to those gang leaders, and as long as they are willing to release the media soldiers, the media government and military will surely agree, as long as it's not an excessive demand. Jean Bing fell silent for a moment before shaking his head again. I'm afraid that still won't work. Why not? We just want you to relay a message, not for you to negotiate with those gang leaders. You only need to help us contact them, and we will handle the negotiations ourselves. The higher-ups of Hydra found Jean Bing's repeated refusals perplexing. I can help you contact them. Jean Bing shook his head for the third time. However, I'm afraid your idea of negotiating with the gang leaders to rescue those media soldiers cannot be realized at all. Why? The higher-ups of Hydra once again asked the same question. Why do you think our idea is fundamentally unworkable? The reason is simple. Even the gang leaders cannot control their subordinates in Hell's Kitchen now. Jean Bing's mouth twitched. Then he explained in the puzzled gaze of the Hydra higher-ups, the structure of a gang consists of younger brothers and older brothers, the small leaders, where younger brothers, the previous small leaders, are under the big leader, and this hierarchy continues. Take myself as an example. The most I know in my gang are the younger brothers of my younger brothers. Beyond that, without those younger brothers, my orders cannot reach them. Although people in my gang know me, my subordinates do not know that apart from our own younger brothers, those others are still members of our gang. And the current situation in Hell's Kitchen is just as I described. Those 3,000 soldiers are indeed particularly skilled at assassination. To quickly plunder wealth, they captured many lower-tier gang members and extracted information about their big leaders, small leaders, through torture and interrogation, then swiftly attacked and looted the properties of these big leaders, small leaders. In fact, the gang leaders must go through these big leaders, small leaders who have already been killed by the media soldiers to control their lower-tier gang members in Hell's Kitchen. Just like the influence of my gang in Hell's Kitchen, countless such big leaders, small leaders have also been killed by the military soldiers. Now I have completely lost control over these lower-tier gang members. Are you not curious why the military soldiers are still unable to extricate themselves now? After all, a group of disorganized gangsters and criminals should not logically stand a chance against a well-trained and disciplined regular army. In fact, this is also the result of the military soldiers specifically targeting those big leaders, small leaders. In the gang world, aside from wealth and lust, the concept of loyalty is paramount. Greed for wealth and lust, along with a penchant for violence, describes those lower-tier gang members. Lacking power and talent, they rely on loyalty as their most valued trait to rise up. Each of the big leaders, small leaders' lackeys are often fiercely loyal to their big leaders, even to the point of sacrificing themselves. Only in this way can they have the opportunity to make a name for themselves and continue to climb higher. Otherwise, if their reputation is ruined, they will be doomed to remain a small thug for life. This incident illustrates that military soldiers have killed countless lackeys and big leaders. Out of fear of death and the ingrained belief in loyalty as a gang member, these lower-tier gang members who have lost their big leaders' control are fighting fiercely against the military soldiers. I never expected that a small gang could contain so much knowledge. Upon hearing Jean Bing's explanation, the higher-ups of Hydra expressed that they had truly gained insight. Thus I am truly powerless against the requests of you the leaders, Jean Bing said with a bitter smile. Moreover, even if this matter ends, I estimate that all the gangs in New York will suffer severely just like me due to this incident. At the very least, the gang members from various gangs in Hell's Kitchen will likely face heavy casualties in this battle against the military soldiers. Let's talk about future matters later. Our immediate priority is to rescue the media soldiers from Hell's Kitchen. Otherwise, if the mutants finish off the mercenaries and then eliminate these military soldiers, then humans and mutants will truly be on the brink of all-out war. The higher-ups of Hydra waved their hands in frustration, signaling Jean Bing that he could leave. Jean Bing, who initially intended to end the communication, saw his holographic projection starting to vanish. However, upon hearing the Hydra higher-ups' words, he unexpectedly solidified again. But as far as I know, the mutants in Hell's Kitchen do not seem to intend to kill these military soldiers. On the contrary, I think the leaders might be able to use the mutants' help to rescue those military soldiers. How can that be? Why would mutants be willing to save their enemies? Shaking their heads, the higher-ups of Hydra immediately dismissed Jean Bing's words. I say, Jean Bing, where did you hear such absurd news? It was from that female reporter who interviewed the mutants. She mentioned it after returning. Magneto once expressed to her that in order to demonstrate their sincerity for peaceful coexistence with humans, the mutants might consider whether to rescue those military soldiers. Peaceful coexistence. Of course, humans and mutants can coexist peacefully, but that's not what we need. But where did you get this information? We have never heard of it. Jean Bing's mouth revealed a hint of pride. In terms of national affairs and the human world, I certainly cannot compare with you the leaders of Hydra. But regarding the trivial matters happening daily across New York, you leaders probably don't understand them as well as I do. For instance, the words of that female reporter were learned by a member of our gang placed within New York's news network. I believe that is precisely the reason you supported me back then, right? Indeed, very impressive. I must say you have given us a tremendous surprise, Mr. Jean Bing. Your information is very timely, and as a reward we will fund you with a substantial amount of money and weapons later. Now you may leave. As he spoke, Jean Bing's black figure in the conference room disappeared. Clearly his communication had been cut off by one of the Hydra higher-ups. In a certain building at the intersection of West 27th Street and 10th Avenue in Manhattan, a terrifying muscular man with a sinister smile stood before a tall floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the smoke-filled Hell's Kitchen where gunfire had gradually subsided. You really think I, Jean Bing, am your subordinate? One day I will take everything from you, Hydra. Greed for wealth and lust along with a penchant for violence are the common traits of all lower-tier gang members, as Jean Bing pointed out. And as the largest gang leader in all of New York, Jean Bing himself undoubtedly rose through the ranks from the lower levels. Clearly he fits this characteristic. We must certainly seek them out, for given the developments up to this point, the war between the media nation's military and the mutants must temporarily cease. Otherwise it could threaten the smooth execution of our insight plan. However, Magneto and the mutants are not fools. They are well aware of what rescuing those military soldiers represents. The reason they chose to act this way indicates that the mutants must have significant intentions. What Jean and the others privately think will obviously not be noticed by the higher-ups of Hydra, as they are currently debating whether to ask the mutants to rescue those military soldiers. So what if they have significant intentions? The loss is to the media nation's government and military, not to us, Hydra. As long as it does not affect our plans, how does it concern us? Moreover, even if the mutants' demands are unacceptable to us, we must wait until discussions take place to find out. If the current situation drags on, I'm afraid the mutants may lose their patience and escalate to a full-scale war between humans and mutants. At that time, it will be too late for us to regret. After all, in order to quickly complete our plans, a largely peaceful world is essential. All right, let our people push a bit and have the media nation's government and military talk to the mutants. After some discussions, the higher-ups of Hydra ultimately decided to have the media nation's military and government people try to negotiate with the mutants. Everyone quiet down, all of you quiet down. In the conference room of the media nation's government and military, Senator Stern stood up again after receiving notification. Can you all argue back and forth like this and come up with a solution? Thanks to the efforts of several Hydra undercover agents, the entire conference room quickly fell silent. General Ross also stopped his argument with a government official and turned to Senator Stern. So, Senator Stern, what solution do you propose? In response to General Ross' question, Senator Stern disdainfully sneered and then addressed everyone in the room. I have received confirmed information that Magneto once stated that the mutants might be willing to rescue our soldiers trapped in Hell's Kitchen. Impossible. Magneto and the mutants are our enemies. How could they agree to rescue their enemies? As soon as Senator Stern finished speaking, not only General Ross, but also many others in the room began to refute, even if it were possible, our military absolutely does not allow you to do this. Being rescued by our enemies is a blatant humiliation to all of us, especially to the entire high command of the military. We absolutely cannot allow our soldiers to accept aid from the mutants. So do you think your pride is more important than the lives of 3,000 soldiers, General Ross? In an instant, Senator Stern's gaze, sharp as a blade, fell upon General Ross. Although he wanted to say yes, reason led General Ross to choose silence. Humph. Senator Stern disdainfully shifted his scornful gaze away from General Ross, and once again looked at everyone in the room. I don't think anyone dares to say that their pride is more important than the lives of 3,000 soldiers, right? For the sake of these 3,000 lives, what harm is there in trying? Isn't it worth it? Moreover, now that the war has reached this point, our defeat is irreversible. Have you all not considered how to end this? The mutants have already eliminated our 9,000 mercenaries, and now the 3,000 soldiers on the outskirts of Hell's Kitchen are also in grave danger. Have you not considered the possibility that the mutants might break out of Hell's Kitchen and engage us in full-scale war? Have you not thought about how to end this war with dignity? The entire conference room fell into a deathly silence in response to Senator Stern's questions. In Roosevelt Island, in the office of Director Nick Fury at the Triskelion. Director, what do you need me for? A man with a stiff smile and a receding hairline almost reaching his scalp walked into the office. This man is Phil Coulson, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you also believe what Natasha said? Behind the desk sat a one-eyed black man whose hair had completely disappeared on top. This person is Nick Fury, the public director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson seemed a bit regretful as he sighed. Is that so? I thought I would have a chance for a vacation. Nick Fury placed the document he had been holding on the table, handing it back to Coulson as he spoke. Now is a tumultuous time. I fear no one can afford to be lazy. Look, someone has come to us for help. The media nation's government and military want us to negotiate with the mutants. The battle in Hell's Kitchen is over, and asking the mutants to help rescue 3,000 military soldiers is a bit far-fetched, isn't it? Coulson picked up the document that Nick Fury had pushed over and discovered that it was a request from the media nation's government and military for S.H.I.E.L.D. to act as an intermediary to negotiate with the mutants. The media nation's government and military stated that they were willing to pause the war with the mutants, provided that the mutants must rescue the 3,000 military soldiers trapped in Hell's Kitchen. Nick Fury nodded. Of course, you must have seen that exclusive interview from the New York News, right? The mutant strength is indeed formidable. Just over 400 of them annihilated over 9,000 pursuing mercenaries. As for asking the mutants to rescue media military soldiers, it is not out of the question. Magneto once told the female reporter who interviewed them that the mutants might consider rescuing those military soldiers to demonstrate their willingness to coexist peacefully with humans. Really, this doesn't sound like Magneto. Coulson was taken aback, looking surprised. Moreover, after losing over 10,000 in the battle with the mutants, the media nation's government and military are seeking peace already. Have they figured out how to explain this to the citizens of the media nation? What else can they do besides surrender? Mobilize the troops around New York City into the city. Those ordinary media soldiers, without heavy artillery for cover, cannot fight. If a real battle breaks out, can New York still escape unscathed? Nick Fury smirked, speaking in a slightly disdainful tone, and who knows how many pursuing mercenaries the media nation's military lost. You and I know, but the average American citizen does not. After all, these 9,000 pursuing mercenaries are merely a group of hired guns. The media nation's government and military have enough ways to erase any traces of their existence. Without the loss of these over 9,000 pursuing mercenaries, what other losses does the media nation's military have? Over 1,000 military soldiers. Please, these people died fighting against the gangs and criminals in Hell's Kitchen, and what does that have to do with the mutants? On what basis can the media nation's government and military not negotiate with the mutants? Is that even possible? The shamelessness of the media nation's government and military truly opens my eyes. Coulson was astonished, his mouth twitching continuously. After a moment, he finally managed to say, "So, Director, what do you need me for?" Nick Fury pointed to the document in Coulson's hand. "I brought you here because I want you to represent S.H.I.E.L.D. and negotiate with the mutants on behalf of the media nation's government and military." What? You want me to negotiate with the mutants? But I have never had contact with the mutants before. Coulson's mouth dropped open in surprise, obviously not expecting that Nick Fury would actually send him to negotiate with the mutants. "Well, after this matter you will have had contact, won't you?" Nick Fury shrugged, and then took out a particularly thick laptop from his desk. "And it's just to have you take this communication device with you. Naturally, the media nation's government and military will have people come to negotiate in person. Then why do you still want me to go? As a result, Coulson, holding the laptop, was filled with questions. It's simple. I want you to take the opportunity to observe those mutants closely. Nick Fury sat up straight in his wide office chair, his expression serious, as he said to Coulson, this war has vividly showcased the formidable combat power of the mutants. Over 400 mutants completely annihilated over 9,000 pursuers. Such a record, even the media nation's captains of the same number would find it difficult to achieve. As an organization that deals with superpower incidents worldwide, I believe we should gain a deeper understanding of the mutants. Who is their leader? How powerful are they? And are they truly willing to coexist peacefully with us humans? These are the reasons I am sending you personally to take this trip. Realizing the significance of this mission, Coulson nodded without further ado. All right, I will try my best to gather as much information as possible. Director, the helicopter from the Department of Strategic Homeland Defense Logistics Support has arrived. 15 minutes later, a helicopter landed within the Hell's Kitchen area controlled by the Brotherhood. Tom and Magneto had been waiting there for some time. They were waiting here because S.H.I.E.L.D. had directly contacted the White Queen and explained their intentions. Mr. Magneto, how much do you know about the Department of Strategic Homeland Defense Logistics Support? Looking at the slowly descending helicopter, the tall woman looked curiously at Magneto. Magneto shook his head. I don't know much. I only heard that they seem to be a global organization formed by various governments to respond to superpower incidents. To meet with the representative of S.H.I.E.L.D. Professor X naturally couldn't appear as a pursuer. Thus, he transformed his vehicle from a pursuer into Mystique. Professor X nodded slightly, stating, I rarely intrude into the thoughts of ordinary people, so my understanding of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics is limited. I only know that they have always been dedicated to world peace. It seems they harbor no malice towards us mutants. What does S.H.I.E.L.D. want? Could it be that the war between mutants and the military of the United States, as well as Hydra, is about to intervene? Magneto and Professor X were not well informed about the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. As an omniscient time traveler, Tom had a profound understanding of this agency, which was essentially a nest of snakes. The appearance of S.H.I.E.L.D. inevitably made Tom think of Hydra, which had not shown its face since he crossed over. Greetings, leaders of the mutants. I am Phil Coulson, a Level 8 agent of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. I come this time as a mediator to assist you mutants in reaching peace with the U.S. government. In a short while, several members of the Brotherhood led a suit-clad man with a receding hairline, holding a large case and wearing a forced smile towards them. Coulson, a mediator for the U.S. government and military. Could it be that Hydra has not intervened in this matter? Tom was quite familiar with this well-meaning character who had met his end in the Avengers. As Nick Fury's trusted subordinate, he represented S.H.I.E.L.D. as a mediator. Hence S.H.I.E.L.D.'s involvement should mean Hydra is not behind it, right? Hello, Agent Coulson. I am Magneto, the leader of the Brotherhood. Hello, I am Mystique Magneto. Hello, I am the White Queen of the Brotherhood. Hello, I am the leader of the Watchers, the Ender. Following the long legs, Tom also shook hands with Coulson, saying, hello, I am the leader of the Watchers, the Ender. After shaking hands with everyone, Coulson directly stated his purpose. I believe you leaders already know my intention. I come as a mediator to help mutants and the U.S. government reach a reconciliation and end this war. We mutants very much hope to end this war. Thank you for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assistance. Magneto said coldly, and although it was a thank you, his face showed no signs of gratitude. This is what we at S.H.I.E.L.D. ought to do. Coulson forced a smile, then added, however, before the negotiations begin, I have a small question that needs clarification from you leaders. What question? According to our information at S.H.I.E.L.D., the two major organizations of mutants and their two leaders should be the Brotherhood and Magneto and the X-Men and Professor X, right? Moreover, why are there no members of the Hellfire Club here? Saying this, Coulson apologetically smiled at Tom and the long-legged woman. I mean no offense, but I need to confirm that you can indeed represent the mutants in negotiations. Professor X and his X-Men are no longer suitable to lead the mutants. Professor X has led his X-Men away from the U.S. and has given up his identity as the leader of the mutants. As for the former Hellfire Club organization, due to the circumstances, it has now merged into the Brotherhood. Currently, the two leaders of the mutants are Magneto and the Ender. The two major organizations of mutants are the Brotherhood and the Watchers. At least that is what we believe. The one answering was Mystique Professor X, and it must be said she played her role flawlessly. Self-denial is truly unparalleled. However, looking at Mystique, who appeared to be Mystique, but was actually Professor X, Tom felt a bit awkward. Although Mystique and Professor X have a particularly close relationship, and she doesn't mind him taking on her form, but what does Magneto think about this? After all, in the plot of the previous movie, Magneto and Mystique were supposed to have had a relationship too, right? Thinking of this, Tom's gaze involuntarily drifted between Mystique and Magneto. As he looked at the green helmet on Magneto's head, he couldn't help but exclaim again, what a great choice of color. Oh, now I understand. Coulson's gaze wandered back and forth between Tom and Magneto, then he feigned a look of realization and nodded. Coulson then opened the large case in his hands, revealing a laptop that he set down on the nearby flower bed. In the next moment, the open laptop projected 3 holographic figures. Hello, leaders of the mutants. I am Nick Fury, Director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. This time, I will witness your negotiations with the U.S. government as a mediator. Tom didn't need an introduction to guess who he was. The bald head, the eye patch, and the black leather trench coat made it too obvious. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who everyone recognized from the Marvel movies, appeared next, an amiable old man with white hair. Hello, I am the Secretary of State for the U.S. government, the representative for this meeting. Finally, there was a stern-looking military elder. However, this one did not have a friendly expression and looked perpetually tense. I am General Ross, the military representative currently responsible for handling all matters related to you mutants within the U.S. Huh, General Ross. Isn't he the father-in-law of the Hulk? Why is he getting involved with mutants again? Tom couldn't help but think of many things regarding General Ross. Moreover, since General Ross has appeared, why hasn't the Hulk of this world shown up yet? I need to send someone to investigate this as soon as this matter concludes. So are you two representing the U.S. government and military here to seek peace? Magneto, being straightforward, replied, candidly, it's not seeking, but agreeing, and the condition is that you mutants must help us rescue the military soldiers still trapped in Hell's Kitchen. General Ross, not one to be trifled with, responded equally assertively, it's a request, not a must. Seeing Magneto and General Ross ready to come to blows, the Secretary of State hurriedly intervened. Our government certainly wishes to end this war with the mutants, but we hope the mutants can help us rescue the soldiers trapped here. After all, leaving these soldiers here could likely lead to new conflicts, right? As a representative of the mutants, Mystique, who is actually Professor X, also stepped forward to speak. We mutants certainly wish to reach peace with the U.S. government. However, for the rescue of military soldiers, we demand that the U.S. government cede control of Hell's Kitchen entirely to us mutants in return. After all, those soldiers share a deep-seated grudge with our mutant brothers. We cannot rescue them for no reason. What? You despicable mutants actually intend to sever the territory of our great United States. If that's the case, then we can only continue the war. As soon as Professor X's words fell, General Ross immediately erupted in anger. The Secretary of State representing the government remained silent, clearly unable to accept Professor X's conditions. Leaders of the mutants, I feel your conditions are indeed a bit excessive. Such demands are unlikely to be accepted by any government. Even the S.H.I.E.L.D. director as a witness chimed in, stating that the mutants' demands were excessive. Professor X calmly shook his head and said, I have no intention of severing U.S. territory. What I mean by ceding Hell's Kitchen to us mutants is merely to ask the U.S. government to recognize our ownership of Hell's Kitchen and not to send troops or police here for any reason. Furthermore, the U.S. military must also refrain from attacking any mutants within Hell's Kitchen. As for the properties here, they still nominally belong to the U.S. government. Moreover, apart from government and military personnel, we do not exclude ordinary humans from living in Hell's Kitchen. Such demands aren't too much, right? Is that not excessive? Not sending police or soldiers here would be equivalent to establishing a nation within a nation for you mutants, wouldn't it? General Ross firmly opposed this. Hell's Kitchen has always been a part of the nation. Previously, did you dare to send soldiers or police here? We mutants merely took ownership of Hell's Kitchen from the gangsters and criminals. Is our demand really excessive? We mutants only ask that you recognize our ownership of Hell's Kitchen, just as you previously tolerated the gangs and criminals' control over it. Moreover, even without your U.S. government's acknowledgement, can you change the fact that we mutants have already occupied this place, continuing to fight us mutants? Can you withstand the pressure of public opinion and another failure? As soon as General Ross finished speaking, Tom spoke up. He felt it was time to show on no to flaunt a bit of his presence. General Ross fell silent. The Secretary of State fell silent. Director Nick Fury also fell silent. It must be said Tom's words struck a nerve with the U.S. government and military. His remarks practically laid bare the failures and incompetence of the U.S. government, and military. Thus, the significant territory of Hell's Kitchen in the United States had never been under the control of the U.S. government and military. The masters had changed from the previous gangsters and criminals to the current mutants. But aren't we mutants, not gangsters or criminals? However, we hold the lives of 3,000 military personnel in our hands. No, it's hard to say if there are even 2,000 left now. If you hesitate any longer, it might be hard to say if there's even 1,000 left. Tom ruthlessly exposed the hesitations of the state secretary. General Ross looked coldly at Tom. Do you mutants truly wish to coexist peacefully with us humans? Of course, otherwise we wouldn't have agreed to the interview or expressed our sincerity in discussions. However, the bloody lessons have taught us mutants that blind compromise does not yield the peace you speak of with humanity. This is also why Professor X and his X-Men are not here today. Before Tom could speak, the skillful Professor X once again dragged his name into the discussion. We need to consult Congress about your conditions. With a resigned nod, the projections of the state secretary and General Ross vanished before everyone. In my view, your hardline attitude will soon provoke another war with the military of the media country. Director Egg's projection did not disappear, but spoke up suddenly. This concerns the survival of us mutants. Taking a step back could lead us to the abyss. Compared to the tragic experiences of our mutants over the years, I would rather see our mutant brethren die in battle against the military of the media country, rather than in their dissection experiments. Magneto spoke once again, answering Nick Fury's question firmly. Just like General Ross, I am quite curious, do you mutants truly want to coexist peacefully with us humans? As far as I know, Mr. Magneto, you have always claimed to want to use force to let mutants replace us humans and become the masters of the Earth. However, Nick Fury was not swayed by Magneto's hardline stance. Instead, he continued to ask with a smile, slogans are just slogans while reality is reality. Magneto shook his head dismissively, seemingly with some sentiment, saying, although I have indeed made the kind of statements you mentioned countless times, I actually understand now. Regardless of the internal or external factors, my previous assertions cannot be realized. In terms of numbers, there are hardly 1 million of us mutants. How many humans are there? Over 8 billion, if not more. Tell me, do you think that fewer than 1 million mutants can replace more than 8 billion humans to become the masters of this world? Moreover, in terms of power, there are many beings on Earth that can crush us mutants. Under their constraints, how could we mutants possibly replace humanity? It's just like, Mr. Magneto, perhaps it's best to avoid unnecessary comments. Seeing that Magneto was about to drag up ancient history, Tom hurriedly interrupted him. It was evident that Magneto harbored considerable resentment towards Ancient One. Tom thought it necessary to have a chat with Magneto about it sometime. Who can crush you mutants? Mr. Magneto, are you joking with us? However, Nick Fury quickly discerned Magneto's intent from the interrupted statement. What kind of person do you think I am to need to lie to a stranger I meet for the first time? Having been interrupted multiple times while mentioning the Supreme Sorcerer, even Magneto, no matter how reckless his personality, realized what Tom was concerned about. Therefore, aside from a contemptuous snort, he said nothing more. It seems that this unwillingness to reveal himself leader of the Terminators does not want Mr. Magneto to disclose this information. Do you know what I'm thinking? I believe you are just being deliberately vague. Seeing that Magneto was unwilling to say more, Nick Fury turned to Tom, who had just intentionally interrupted Magneto. In Nick Fury's view, the young Tom surely knew more than Magneto and was more easily breached. To his surprise, Tom just smiled mysteriously at Nick Fury. I don't want the Magneto leader to disclose more information. I just don't want certain people to be disturbed by annoying ants. As for your belief that we are being deliberately vague, you may think so. To be honest, Director Fury's opinions are not particularly important to us mutants or to certain individuals. At least they are far less important than you imagine. Tom didn't really care about Nick Fury's thoughts. Looking at the entire Marvel storyline, the nominal director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury has never truly held actual power. Tom's concern for S.H.I.E.L.D. is more about the Hydra hidden within it. And until Hydra was exposed by Steve, Nick Fury and his group had been in a completely sidelined state. And what happened after Hydra was exposed? S.H.I.E.L.D. was subsequently disbanded. Overall, Nick Fury and his group were merely plot devices that helped bring about the Avengers. In terms of influence on Tom, it is far less than that of Alexander Pierce, who truly controlled S.H.I.E.L.D., and William Strucker, whom Tom had only met once and who recently met his end. Moreover, time will prove everything. When Thor falls from Asgard and the Chitauri descend upon New York, it will become clear whether Tom is being deliberately vague. You say our S.H.I.E.L.D. is like ants. Tom didn't care much about Nick Fury's view, but Nick Fury could hardly tolerate Tom's disdain for him, especially for S.H.I.E.L.D. H-I-E-L-D. In the eyes of certain individuals, even we mutants are nothing. Compared to us powerful mutants, what does Director Fury think he is in the eyes of certain individuals? I advise you, Director Fury, to put away your little schemes to control everything. The waters of this world run deep. It is not something you, a landlubber who has never been in the water, can stir at will. Of course, Tom's indifference to Nick Fury's attitude doesn't mean he completely disregards it. After all, this guy is the nominal director of S-H-I-E-L-D. Thus, to prevent Director Egg from becoming angry, Tom still explained mutants are nothing. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury and Coulson exchanged glances. The strength of mutants needs no further elaboration. If mutants were not strong, there would be no need for Nick Fury, the director of S-H-I-E-L-D, to bear witness personally. It would also be impossible to force the media government's surrender to discuss whether to officially recognize mutants' control over Hell's Kitchen. Thus, Nick Fury's only possible action is to regard certain people mentioned by Tom as mutants deliberately fabricated to deceive S-H-I-E-L-D and the media government. But looking at Tom's indifferent attitude, he didn't seem to be so, did he? How should we respond to the mutants wanting the media government and military to allow their occupation of Hell's Kitchen? While Nick Fury and Coulson were filled with worries, the upper echelons of Hydra were once again in a meeting. Same room, same method, same 7 people. Agreeing may affect Kingpin's influence. Other than that, I can't think of any impact this matter would have on us, Hydra. Then let's agree. If Hell's Kitchen is gone, we can have Hell's toilet or Hell's bedroom. The loss to Kingpin can be compensated with more weapons and money. After all, New York is so big, can't we develop there? The priority now is to restore peace in New York as quickly as possible. The war between the media country's military and mutants has sealed off many streets in New York. Our materials for the Insight program have been obstructed for almost a day. Exactly, even if we let the mutants take it, so what? We only agreed to a ceasefire with the mutants this time, but we didn't agree to an eternal ceasefire. Let the mutants occupy Hell's Kitchen for now. Once Ross' super serum is successful, he can take people back. Speaking of the super serum, I think we should pay more attention to General Ross. After all, it was the serum that defeated our leader Schmidt back in the day. Speaking of leader John Schmidt, if he knew that we Hydra are so painstakingly striving to maintain world peace, I wonder what he would think. What would he think? A dead man can't think. Enough useless talk. Quickly send a message to Stern urging him to push the media government and military to agree to the mutants' conditions. Our Insight program has finally entered a rapid advancement stage. We cannot let these trivial matters delay it. Thus, a decision regarding the media country's territory was made in this dim room by several Hydra executives. Now the voting results are out. 81% agree to accept the mutants' conditions. 18% disagree. 1% abstained. Therefore, I announce that after voting by all members, the media government and military have decided to accept the mutants' conditions. State Secretary and General Ross, you two can go notify those mutants to rescue the children trapped in Hell's Kitchen as soon as possible. However, it was proven that Hydra's upper echelons are not arrogant. They indeed have the power to manipulate the entire media government. Under the loud announcement of Congressman Stern, all Congress members passed the resolution to accept the mutants' conditions with an overwhelming 81%. A few minutes later, the holographic projections of State Minister Chang and General Ross appeared once again before Tom and the others. The news they brought was undoubtedly what Tom and his group had hoped for. White Queen Yu and Ling Dai go arranged the rescue of those soldiers from the military. Wait, regarding our agreement, I need written documentation from your government and military. Otherwise, we will not intervene to rescue those military soldiers. Magneto nodded, planning to have the White Queen and Ling Dai arrange for members of the Brotherhood and the Watchers to rescue the military soldiers trapped by gangs and criminals. Unexpectedly, Tom interrupted him once again. What? You mutants shouldn't push us too far. God knows whether you'll brag about these things to the world. Hearing Tom's words, General Ross immediately became furious. Even Professor X spoke up to advise, I think this kind of paper agreement probably has no meaning. If the government and military wanted to go back on their word, even if we presented these documents, ordinary humans would hardly believe us. However, Tom looked mysteriously at Nick Fury. Do you think him asking for these documents for ordinary humans? Director Fury sighed, and then nodded at State Minister Chang and General Ross. If you trust me, just do as the leader of the Terminators asks. All right, the written documents you requested will be delivered in 15 minutes. Now can we go rescue my soldiers trapped in Hell's Kitchen? Would State Minister Chang and General Ross trust Nick Fury? Of course they did. Otherwise, they wouldn't have asked S-H-I-E-L-D to act as intermediaries for the negotiations. Moreover, could the government and military really not tolerate Tom's demands? Enough already. Hell's Kitchen has been severed. Oh, what else is there to tolerate? They just needed a ladder to step down. I assume you intend for certain people to see this, right? After the holographic projections of State Minister Chang and General Ross vanished, Nick Fury asked Tom, "Is that so? Who do you think I'm showing these things to?" However, the response to Nick Fury was still a mysterious answer from Tom. Certain people? What would Ancient One care about? Professor X thought Tom wanted these paper agreements for ordinary humans, while Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. assumed they were for the powerful beings capable of crushing mutants that Tom mentioned. As for Tom himself, he was actually showing them to Nick Fury, because Tom knew very well that S.H.I.E.L.D. as a snake pit had no secrets. Given Nick Fury's suspicious nature and his need to control everything after this matter concluded, he would surely search the world for the certain people Tom mentioned. Naturally, this also meant that Hydra would learn of the existence of certain individuals. At the same time, the government and military would also become aware of their existence. Tom intended to use the name of these certain individuals to make both Hydra and the government wary. The existence of the Supreme Sorcerer would likely not be hard to uncover. After all, Ancient One had taken in many ordinary disciples. Afterward, they would let them go. Information about Asgard could also be uncovered if someone was determined enough. After all, the existence of the Cosmic Cube was known to all major powers. Tom wanted these large organizations to understand that there are greater powers beyond their imagination, thus diverting their attention from mutants. Stop eating, sleeping, and hunting mutants all day long. Did mutants eat your rice? Moreover, Dr. Banner could turn green at any moment. If Tom remembered correctly, in the plot of the previous Life's movie, Dr. Banner destroyed half of Brooklyn when he first transformed into the Hulk. With such a huge incident, General Ross would definitely be forced to resign. Thus, the government wouldn't bother cleaning up after the previous administration and wouldn't easily touch the previous projects. In Hell's Kitchen, mutants were likely to have truly established a foothold. Haha, I indeed have the qualities of a behind-the-scenes manipulator. Seeing Nick Fury's increasingly dark expression, Tom couldn't help but smile with pride. After clamoring for so long to be a behind-the-scenes manipulator, Tom finally felt like a true mastermind for the first time. This feeling is absolutely delightful. We mutants finally have a place of our own. Half an hour later, at the intersection of West 42nd Street and 10th Avenue. On one side of the wide street were dozens, if not hundreds, of mutants. On the other side were the military soldiers who had been rescued by the mutants, now staggering away. Leaders, I am Carlisle from Quick News. Can I interview? I am. Of course, there were also other New York media outlets that were jealous and furious after the previous news. They were waiting here to conduct exclusive interviews with the mutants. I think we should first clean up the bodies and debris here. Moreover, managing this Hell's Kitchen seems troublesome. With owners and without owners, gangs, criminals, and ordinary people, what if the rightful owners of the houses come back? Furthermore, with just over 400 mutants, we wouldn't be able to occupy this area. I think we should spread the word quickly and summon mutants from all over New York and even the entire country. Since we cannot allow the military and government to enter Hell's Kitchen again, naturally, there is no option to let the police come in to clean up. The chaotic corpses of pursuers killed by mutants, military soldiers who killed gangsters and criminals who killed military soldiers, and the gangs and criminals that were wiped out during the rescue of military soldiers. The ground was indeed littered with a mess of bodies. That's simple. To the left of Hell's Kitchen is the Hudson River. No matter how many corpses are here, the fish in the Hudson River will still feast on them. Sinking river, or rather, is it the sunken river? In an instant, Tom, who seemed to have heard a saying from his previous life, understood Magneto's meaning. Magneto nodded. As for the previous owners of the houses here, as long as they are good people, let them come back and live here. We cannot just talk about peaceful coexistence with humans. Moreover, how many good people are there in Hell's Kitchen? Rest assured, I will have Emma handle this matter to ensure there are no mishaps. As for the gangsters and criminals in Hell's Kitchen, they had already been wiped out by members of the Brotherhood during the rescue of those military soldiers. After all, Magneto wanted a piece of land belonging to mutants, not the former Hell's Kitchen filled with killings and evils. White Queen. All right. Upon hearing this, Tom knew that Magneto planned to use his mind-reading abilities to discern the good from the bad. Tom had no objections to this. It would be foolish not to use his abilities. Unfortunately, Professor X had already returned to England. Otherwise it would have been much simpler. Magneto took out a map of Hell's Kitchen. Let's discuss the jurisdictions of our two organizations in the future. The joint sweep of Hell's Kitchen by the military in New York, although it faced many setbacks, was overall quite successful. In this sweep, we destroyed a total of 17 gangs, dismantled 103 drug manufacturing and selling dens. Our soldiers suffered a total of 147 casualties in battles against gangs and criminals. One day later, in an area divided by West 47th Street and 10th Avenue and 9th Avenue, In a 27-story building, Tom was in a huge room on the 23rd floor watching the live broadcast of the military's press conference along with Longlegs, Dreamer, and Thunderbird. After discussing with Magneto, the two had decided to designate the area from 34th Street to 42nd Street as the main region for ordinary people. This area would be jointly managed by the Brotherhood and the Watchers. The area from 42nd to 49th Street would be for the residents and management of the Watchers. The area from 49th to 59th Street would naturally be for the residents and management of the Brotherhood. The building where Tom was located would be the place where he and Longlegs would live and work in the future. According to the White Queen, this place used to belong to a now extinct gang. God knows where the White Queen got this information from the unfortunate soul's mind. TCH, these military people are really shameless. They have killed 9,000 pursuers. Even here, the gangsters and criminals have nearly killed 1,000 of their soldiers. One side of Polaris, who had been lounging on the sofa with her gradually maturing body, played with the flying knife in her hand while disdainfully saying. Longlegs affectionately ruffled Polaris' hair. Fortunately, the government and military are good at deceiving and lying. Otherwise, if ordinary humans found out that we mutants have actually occupied Hell's Kitchen, wouldn't they be in an uproar? Indeed, that makes sense. Upon hearing this, Thunderbird and Journey nodded in agreement, amused. Not only had they wiped out the pursuers who held an intense hatred towards mutants, but they had also carved out a piece of land in New York, the center of the government's rule. In the eyes of Thunderbird and Journey, nothing could be more surreal than their experiences over the past few days. Have the affairs of our fallen brothers been arranged? With the military almost completely wiped out, mutants certainly could not remain unscathed. In previous battles, 11 members of Tom's Watchers had fallen, with nearly 50 more injured. I heard the Brotherhood suffered even greater losses. For those without families, let the Iceman freeze their bodies first. Sooner or later, I will find a good place to bury them. Yes, Chief. It seems unlikely that the deceased Guardians could be buried properly. After all, in this world, the principle is to be buried peacefully rather than cremated. Of course, there is no place to bury these fallen Guardians in Hell's Kitchen. If buried elsewhere, Tom fears their bodies might be stolen. After all, the corpses of mutants have always been highly valuable. Therefore, Tom could only have the Iceman encase these fallen Guardians in his nearly indestructible ice. Later, they could look for a suitable location to bury them. What about the administrative management? Have our people been arranged? After dealing with the aftermath of the battle, Tom began to inquire about their daily arrangements with Longlegs. After all, from now on, the Guardians must manage and protect their own piece of land. Longlegs nodded. Everything has been arranged. I will personally handle the daily affairs of our area. Thunderbird is responsible for maintaining public order, and the Painter is in charge of resolving disputes. As for the area we share with the Brotherhood, we will send Dreamwalker along with 3 blue ring bearers. She gets along well with the person in charge on the Brotherhood's side, the White Queen. Remember, do not treat those ordinary humans differently. Every action we take may become an important factor influencing the relationship between humans and mutants. Don't worry, Chief, I understand the importance of this job. Moreover, most of those who will live in this area in the future are likely to be relatives of our mutant brothers. How could we treat these people differently? All right, as long as you know in your heart. Tom only reminded Dreamwalker a couple of times. After all, she used to be a lawyer. When it comes to dealing with people, she is much better than Tom. Besides, although it's a shared management, it's likely that Dreamwalker would still follow the White Queen's orders. What about our personnel replenishment? In these past few days, how many have entered Hell's Kitchen and how many are willing to join us? Not many, only about 200 to 300 in total. As for those willing to join the Guardians, there are only about 10. Most people have joined the Brotherhood. I can understand why there are so few joining us Guardians, but why are there so few mutants coming to us? Tom could understand that most people had joined the Brotherhood. After all, the reputation of the Guardians among mutants is simply not comparable to that of the Brotherhood. But what does it mean that only 200 to 300 people have entered Hell's Kitchen in less than 2 days? Didn't they say that mutants from all over New York, even the entire media country, would gather here? Isn't it due to the influence of those bastards? Thunderbird pointed to General Ross, who was speaking confidently on the television. According to our investigation, most of our mutant compatriots have been deceived by the lies of the media country's government and military. They only learned about the Brotherhood and the Guardians in Hell's Kitchen through our interviews. However, they have no idea about the outcome of the battles afterward. The propaganda from the media country government and military in these past days has kept them unaware that we have actually annihilated all pursuers and claimed Hell's Kitchen as our own. They still believe that the media country's government and military are the victors. Even most of the mutants who have arrived in Hell's Kitchen in the past few days recognize the people here and only dared to come after receiving accurate news. Impressive, worthy of the great media country of America. They can turn the dead into the living in their propaganda, and the good can be twisted into the bad. After hearing Thunderbird's words and looking at General Ross' righteous expression on the television, Tom couldn't help but silently praise the media country's government and military for their brilliance. However, Tom wasn't too worried about it. After all, good things will always remain good and bad things will not turn into good ones in the end. In that case, there's no need to rush. The news that we mutants have secretly taken control of Hell's Kitchen will eventually spread throughout the entire mutant family. There's no hurry in such matters. Starting today, I will indulge in drugs and cultivation, becoming a puppet master that changes the whole world. After everything was arranged, Tom relaxed and took on the role of a hands-off manager. With long legs around, Tom wasn't afraid of any trouble. However, Tom himself had been quite neglectful of his cultivation and manifestation lately. Not only had he not manifested even half of the calming sea pearl until now, but he also had no clue about the relic Buddha on his mind. Even the relics, Tom now felt somewhat out of taste eating them. Could it be that after eating this flavor for too long, he needs a change of taste? Chief, I have found the DR. Banner you mentioned. Time passed quickly, and it had been more than 10 days. One afternoon, after finishing his manifestation, Tom was lying in his room. Suddenly, a voice reached his ears from the air. Tell me, what is the current situation? Although with the naked eye apart from Tom, there was no one else in the room. But Tom, whose head was throbbing with severe pain, could still clearly sense the presence of someone through the slightly restored mental power. This person was, of course, the hidden mutant. Robert Bruce Banner, a renowned physicist, currently working in a military research lab in Brooklyn. His project involves researching and restoring the formula for the super soldier serum. However, recently his superior, our old acquaintance General Ross, seems to have quite a demand for Dr. Banner's research. He has urged the progress of the research more than once, either by phone or face-to-face. I can tell that Dr. Banner has been under a lot of pressure lately. Do you think there could be any accidents or incidents in Dr. Banner's research? Chief, do you want me to do something to him while he is conducting his research? No, I'm just asking if there's a possibility of any accidents in his experiments. Tom hurriedly stopped the hidden mutant's thoughts about interfering with Dr. Banner's research. In fact, Tom had also had this idea multiple times, but ultimately dismissed it. The birth of the Hulk was an extremely special and accidental result. What if Tom accidentally caused Dr. Banner's death by meddling? In that case, Tom would have regretted it too late. Well, I barely finished middle school, Chief, so I really don't know how to answer your question. That's also true. You go continue to monitor Dr. Banner. Just don't do anything, just bring the camera along and record any situation in a timely manner. After hearing that the hidden mutant hadn't even finished middle school, Tom realized that his question was a bit beyond their capabilities. Asking a dropout about whether a physicist's experiment might have an accident is unfair. Dr. Banner's situation cannot be rushed, so what remains is only Tony Stark. Since he couldn't exert influence on the Hulk, Tom's attention naturally turned to Tony Stark. However, after thinking carefully, Tom realized, I can't seem to push this guy either. Of course, Tom could manifest Tony's Mark series, but Tom couldn't guarantee the quality once manifested. After all, from watching movies in his past life, Tom didn't actually know much about Iron Man's armor. You must know that a genius high-tech toys. As a dropout, how could Tom possibly know them well? In contrast, Tom understood the fairy tools and treasures better, and what he manifested were all pirated versions after heavy modifications. Tony's Mark series, once manifested, probably wouldn't turn out well. Moreover, even if Tom could produce it, he couldn't give it to Tony Stark. Whether or not he wanted it aside, even if he did want it might not necessarily be a good thing. Everyone knows that Tony is a research genius, and directly sending him a finished product might very well stifle his research talent. In that case, the impact on the future would be too great. Ugh, headache. 2 characters I know from the plot, and I can't even get involved with one. As a puppet master who cannot wave his hand, Tom felt somewhat frustrated and continued to lie down. He even began to doubt whether Tony Stark was truly a genius. How long has it been since he returned from Afghanistan? How could the iron armor still not be ready? You must know that when Tony Stark was in the hands of terrorists, he built a miniature arc reactor and the Mark I armor in less than 7 days. Could it be that Tony is also one of those lazy types? Pulling but not pushing. Instantly, Tom's mind flashed with the thought of whether he should also kidnap Tony Stark once. Mr. Tony Stark, our military hopes you can help us delete all online videos regarding the mutant interview. I'm afraid I can't do that. At this point, while Tom was busy brainstorming whether he should exert influence over Tony Stark, what was Tony Stark doing? He was on a video call with someone. Don't joke around, Mr. Stark. Your butler J.R.V.I.S. is currently the most intelligent AI program in the world. Deleting a small interview from the internet is not a piece of cake for you. How you are inciting me to commit a crime, General Ross. I am a good citizen who has won a peace prize. How could I possibly engage in criminal activities? At this moment, Tony was wearing a set of silver iron gloves with tremendous energy gathering in his palm. While distractedly responding to General Ross, he showcased various poses and made actions as if to fire at the target on the wall. Don't play coy with me, Mr. Tony Stark. I command you to delete those damn videos. How you command me? With just you a mere general? Let me tell you, I've met more generals than the women you've slept with. When you become a state official, then you can command me. Tony scoffed disdainfully, ignoring General Ross' furious roar. He simply waved his hand, cutting off the video call with General Ross. With a click, the door to the room swung open, and a person entered carrying a tray. It was Pepper Potts. Who were you just on the phone with, Tony? As she walked towards the table inside the room holding the tray, Pepper curiously asked Tony. It was that General Ross who's been making headlines in the media lately. I don't know if he's feverish or what, but he actually came to command me. Truly absurd. In my opinion, Mr. Ross should try his hand at acting in Hollywood instead of being a general. While pointing his armored hand at the target on the wall, Tony mocked Pepper, saying, but why doesn't the military and the government just prohibit that interviews broadcast? Suddenly, a loud explosion and the sound of collapsing bricks interrupted Pepper just as she was about to speak. Startled, she turned around to see Tony Stark, mouth agape, holding up an armored arm. The direction Tony was aiming at was the wall, which had been blasted open by something unknown. With a thud, Pepper set the tray she had been carrying filled with fruit and coffee heavily on the table. Then she turned to Tony and unleashed her lion's roar. I've had enough. This is the 7th wall you've broken in just a few days. Tony, do you know that I've had to hire people to fix these walls? If Jarvis tells me you've broken another wall, don't blame me for throwing all your junk out. As she spoke, Pepper's gaze shifted to a certain direction in the room. There, a massive mechanical arm was holding a magnificent silver-white suit of armor. Faced with the furious Pepper, Tony decisively chose to back down. He sheepishly lowered the armored arm and said, well, I accidentally set the energy too high. How about I be more careful next time? I promise it won't happen again. Pepper. Coulson, how's the investigation going? As the interview video from New York continued to spark heated discussions, and the media, government, and military scrambled for solutions, HIELD was conducting a global search for traces of certain individuals mentioned by Tom. Coulson handed a document to Nick Fury. Although time is limited, there have been significant findings. There are indeed not a few individuals such as sorcerers, druids, prophets, supreme beings, and even saints and deities. These guys, we've already brought back a whole bunch of them. How if they were really prophets or saints, could they have been brought back by you? Probably just a bunch of frauds. Hearing Coulson's words, Black Widow, dressed in leather next to Hawkeye, scoffed. Coulson nodded, pointing to the document Nick Fury was reading. Those who weren't brought back, I believe, are all listed in that document. Supreme Sorcerer, Aquaman, 12-Winged Seraph, and the God of Trickery. Why do I feel like the people on this document are even less reliable than what you just mentioned? Coulson shook his head in affirmation, indicating Nick Fury to continue reading. Most of the people I mentioned earlier were likely self-proclaimed. But these few are different. They have concrete traces to follow. Take the first Supreme Sorcerer, for example. Legends about him date back 100 or 200 years. Moreover, according to our investigations, he indeed received assistance from this legendary saint. And there are quite a few of these people. Similarly, the second Aquaman is said to be the ruler of Atlantis, the king of the seas. So far, we have investigated multiple incidents where fishermen have been saved by him or have witnessed him. As for the 12-Winged Seraph and the God of Trickery, they too have been seen by many and have concrete traces to follow. My document contains detailed accounts of these deeds and traces. While browsing through the document that Coulson submitted, Nick Fury curiously asked Black Widow and Hawkeye, you two, when you went around the world on missions years ago, did you ever hear these names? I have heard of the title Supreme Sorcerer. Black Widow hesitated for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. Legend has it that the Supreme Sorcerer is a title, not a specific individual. Every Supreme Sorcerer resides at the pinnacle of the earth, truly deserving of the title of saint. Regardless of whether you are poor or rich, handsome or ugly, anyone fortunate enough to meet the Supreme Sorcerer, this saint will provide you with selfless help. Really? Nick Fury looked at Black Widow skeptically. It sounds to me like this Supreme Sorcerer is akin to a cult leader. Black Widow shook her head. The legends I've heard are like that. As for whether this Supreme Sorcerer really exists, if he does exist, whether he is a saint or a cult leader, I don't know. Coulson sent someone to investigate this Supreme Sorcerer closely. Clearly, even though Natasha didn't know much about this Supreme Sorcerer, Nick Fury still expressed great interest. Coulson nodded in understanding while Hawkeye, sitting next to Black Widow, spoke up. I don't know about the Supreme Sorcerer. However, I have heard some things about this God of Trickery. The second son of Odin, the God King of Asgard, the brother of Thor. He enjoys playing pranks, deceiving, and toying with the foolish and ignorant. These are all well documented in Norse mythology. In addition to Norse mythology, I wonder if the director remembers that during World War II, our Strategic Defense Initiative's predecessor once helped the American captain compete with Hydra for a treasure called the Tesseract. This treasure is said to belong to Asgard. And since there is a physical existence, the existence of this god of trickery might, I think, be even more plausible than that of the supreme sorcerer. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury couldn't help but nod again. Coulson lists this god of trickery as a priority for investigation. You personally check into this god of trickery and let Agent Simon lead a team to investigate the supreme sorcerer. If we really find these individuals, do not be rude and do not neglect them. They are all legendary figures and may have contributed significantly to our Earth. Yes. A few days later, in a familiar room amidst familiar 7 black projections, Hydra's high-ranking officials were once again in a meeting. I have a piece of news sent over by Agent Simon, who infiltrated SHIELD, and I think it is necessary to inform everyone. Earlier, when Nick Fury sought a reconciliation between the government and the military regarding mutants, a mutant leader named the Terminator inadvertently mentioned there are some humans who can crush their mutants with sheer strength. Recently, Nick Fury and SHIELD have been investigating whether this situation is true. That's complete nonsense. I see it as a deliberate scare tactic from the mutants. As soon as the words were spoken, a high-ranking Hydra official immediately rebutted. By now, our Hydra's influence has permeated across the globe except for parts of Asia. If there really are such people, how could we possibly not notice? But according to SHIELD's investigations, it has already been proven that there may indeed be such individuals existing. The previously speaking Hydra official tilted his head, speaking in a tone bordering on disdain. Moreover, SHIELD has also confirmed that a treasure we Hydra controlled during World War II, called the Tesseract, belongs to the god King Odin in Norse mythology. Upon hearing this, another high-ranking Hydra official nodded in agreement. I can testify to this based on what I heard from some predecessors in various organizations. The leader Schmidtbach then found the Tesseract from the World Tree depicted on a mural in a Nordic church. Seeing his words validated, the high-ranking Hydra official who called the meeting immediately mocked the one who rebutted him. According to the information collected by SHIELD, the god of trickery in Norse mythology has appeared on Earth more than once and left plenty of traceable evidence. It's absolutely impossible. The dissenting high-ranking Hydra official shook his head firmly. If such people really exist, why would they hide and not reveal themselves? With the strength to crush the mutant race. If such individuals existed, Earth's rulers would have long ceased to be the current governments. And that does make some sense. The dissenting high-ranking official's words garnered quite a bit of support. Since there are those who believe and those who do not, let's vote to decide. Seeing the mixed reactions, a high-ranking Hydra official suggested to make a decision through voting. I believe that the existence of the cosmic cube proves that certain myths are not merely myths. For votes in favor of belief, 3 votes against. According to the traditions of our Hydra, the matter will be handled based on belief. Soon the voting results from the 7 members of Hydra were revealed. With 4 votes to 3, those in favor of belief triumphed by a narrow margin. I say, Alexander, haven't you always been skeptical of such mystical matters? Why choose to believe this time? After the vote concluded, the Hydra executive who had previously been skeptical looked confused at the Hydra executive he referred to as Alexander. I do not believe. However, I think we Hydra should take a believing stance in handling this matter. The Hydra executive known as Alexander shook his head and began to explain, as our Insight Plan officially enters a phase of rapid implementation, I believe that it won't be long before the aerospace battleships we are using for the Insight Plan will be completed. At that time, if there truly are some terrifying beings on Earth that we have not noticed, what will we do? I think the advantages of the Insight Plan, which I need not repeat, are well-known: stealth and the ability to strike decisively. If we cannot eliminate all existing threats in the first wave of attack, even Magneto may prove difficult to harm in our second wave, right? In contrast, how can we ignore a group of potentially powerful beings capable of overpowering the mutant race? How could we dare to overlook them? Even if these individuals do not exist and are merely a fabrication by mutants to deceive us, we must do our utmost to investigate the truth of this matter to ensure the success of our Insight Plan. I think Alexander's point is valid. Just as Alexander finished speaking, another Hydra executive agreed. I have seen Dr. Zola's Zola algorithm. His risk assessment is based on the identity information and daily behaviors of all individuals on Earth that we can gather. If these beings that can overpower mutants truly exist, and even SHIELD cannot find their exact information, the Zola algorithm may not be able to calculate their threat. In that case, our Insight Plan's first wave of attack will inevitably miss these individuals. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, we must indeed investigate thoroughly, as Alexander suggested, whether these beings truly exist. If these beings do exist, we must ascertain their identities and addresses to ensure that we do not overlook them in our future first wave of attacks. While this reasoning is sound, I still find it hard to comprehend. The Hydra executive, who had consistently chosen disbelief, pondered, even though he did find Alexander's words reasonable. But he still could not understand, if a person possesses the power to overpower mutants, could that person really resist the urge to rise and dominate the world? This power grants the ability to control the world and possess anything one desires. Is it possible for anyone to withstand such temptation? Many Hydra executives nodded in agreement once more. Regardless of whether this reasoning holds, our recent vote has already made a decision. The Hydra executive, known as Alexander, glanced at the others and spoke. We must treat this matter as the highest level of threat. Mobilize our personnel worldwide to investigate any potentially relevant information. What about the mutants? Are we not going to retaliate or continue to push them out as targets? Hearing this, a Hydra executive could not help but ask hesitantly. The Hydra executive, known as Alexander, shook his head. Let's not worry about them for now, as long as our insight plan is successfully implemented. In the first wave of surprise attack, I believe we can eliminate all mutants. After all, this gene of mutants is much easier to identify than the faces of ordinary people. What about the government and military of the media country? Should we still agree to their next attack on mutants? Attack? With what to attack? The Battle of Hell's Kitchen not only wiped out the 9,000 mercenaries that William Stryker had painstakingly gathered. Even the 2,000 soldiers rescued at great cost are said to be disbanded by the media country's government and military. How can we fight mutants? Are we relying on those soldiers who cannot fight without heavy weapons? Come on, Hell's Kitchen is still part of New York. No one is attacking mutants there with heavy weapons. I don't know, but I think General Ross' super soldier serum plan is quite good. We haven't researched anything in so many years. Perhaps the military can succeed. Are you kidding? How many years have we in S.H.I.E.L.D. researched? The military of the media country has only researched for a few years. Moreover, all the good researchers have been transferred to us. What talents does the military have? I visited General Ross' laboratory, and the head there is a physicist in his 20s. Can you believe that? I think General Ross is a complete fool. Since he took over from William Stryker, he has been advocating the reduction of those 9,000 mercenaries. That alone is quite telling. All right, since that's the case, let's begin a thorough investigation worldwide. Let's see if there really is such a powerful group capable of overpowering mutants. As for the mutants, let's put that aside for now. Once the insight plan is completed, we can deal with those pieces of trash. I think we should also inform the media country's government about this matter. With their capabilities, although they may not be able to help much, they should at least be able to mobilize several foreign governments. After all, some overt matters are difficult for us to handle directly from the shadows. With the assistance of the media country's government and other countries worldwide, I believe this investigation will be much simpler. Agreed. Since the media country's government and military are not attacking mutants anymore, we cannot let them sit idle. To prevent these fools from causing us trouble. Thus, through a simple discussion and vote, the 7 Hydra executives once again determined the main tasks for humanity in the near future. Time flew by, and several days had passed. In a small conference room at the Pentagon, General Ross from the military sat alongside the government's Secretary of State, Congressman Stern, and an older man who had never appeared before. So it seems the major powers have decided for you to be the next president of the media country. Congratulations, Mr. Choi. If nothing unexpected happens, I will indeed be the next occupant of the White House. It's just a formality of voting. At that time, I will still need Congressman Stern's full support. Certainly, certainly. Congressman Stern and the older man, Mr. Choi, sat together, both smiling and engaged in cheerful conversation. From their words, it seemed that Mr. Choi had already been predetermined to be the next president of the media country before the election even took place. In contrast to the cheerful Congressman Stern and the future President Choi, General Ross and Secretary of State wore worried expressions. There was nothing to be done, and one of them was about to face the aftermath of leaving office, while the other was burdened with the military's difficult aftermath of the Battle of Hell's Kitchen. At this moment, it was indeed a tall order to expect General Ross and Secretary of State to smile. In this room, which was experiencing both sunny and gloomy weather as well as day and night, a well-dressed government official walked in. After whispering in Congressman Stern's ear and handing him a pile of documents, the person turned and left the room. All right, gentlemen and generals, we should discuss serious matters now. Congressman Stern approached the round conference table at the center of the room, indicating that everyone could take a seat. We should have started discussing the main issues with the time we just had. I might have already arranged the retirement affairs for those 2,000 soldiers. With a worried expression, General Ross, who had long been impatient, was the first to sit at the round table. Congressman Stern ignored General Ross' dissatisfaction. After all, a person defined as an idiot by his superior is hardly worth appeasing. Before we discuss serious matters, I would like everyone to take a look at this document. Saying this, Congressman Stern placed the documents given to him by the government official one by one in front of Mr. Choi, Secretary of State, and General Ross. What does this mean? I don't have time to listen to someone tell mythological stories here. After quickly flipping through it, an impatient General Ross slammed the document onto the table. I must remind everyone that what is recorded in this document is not some mythological story. Every word on this page has been thoroughly verified by S.H.I.E.L.D. Casting a disdainful glance at General Ross on his left, Congressman Stern's gaze fell directly on Secretary of State across from him and Mr. Choi on his right. Of course, his focus was primarily on Mr. Choi, the next president of the media country. Are you saying, Senator Stern, that on Earth there might be enemies more threatening than mutants? The future president, Mr. Choi, looked up from the documents with a surprised expression. Whether they are enemies is still uncertain, Mr. Choi. After all, the files from S.H.I.E.L.D. also mentioned that even if these people truly exist, they have coexisted peacefully with us for many years. The Secretary of State, with a sycophantic demeanor, spoke to Mr. Choi, fully aware of his own precarious position in the future. Thus, he was currently in the phase of flattering the future President Choi. It's just like this meeting. Senator Stern only summoned the Secretary of State as the government representative and General Ross as the military representative. As for the future President Choi, he was specifically invited to attend by the Secretary of State to curry favor. What do you mean by not enemies? However, the future President Choi seemed to reject the flattery from the Secretary of State, those with immense power who do not register with the government or serve the nation. They are hiding away, allowing us to discover their existence only now. If such people exist, and they do not harbor malice or intend to challenge our hegemony, then what are they? Yes, I overlooked that. As a sycophant, even when publicly humiliated, the Secretary of State could only choose to accept it with a smile. Interesting, it seems the future President Choi has grand ambitions. Senator Stern looked at this public humiliation with a mysterious expression. In the eyes of a self-deprecating person, everyone in the world looks down on him. In the eyes of a loser, any beautiful woman is a goddess. Senator Stern did not doubt this. However, this does not mean that Senator Stern would think that the future President Choi would hastily find another enemy for the government based solely on his preferences and an inconclusive document from S.H.I.E.L.D. If that were the case, then this President Choi would be too foolish. Such a foolish person could never gain the recognition of the major powers in the country and be elevated to the presidency as their representative. So why is Mr. Choi doing this now? The only reason Senator Stern could think of is that the future President Choi wants to take this opportunity to find a powerful enemy to replace the mutants. After all, just a few days ago at the National Assembly, the Hydra faction led by Senator Stern had just denied the military's proposal to take action against mutants. In this situation, the only way is to identify a powerful enemy for the government to ensure that weapons and military supplies can be sold and to divert the public's attention and conflicts. Interesting, truly interesting. It seems I need to report to my superiors to pay more attention to this Mr. Choi. Watching the future President Choi continue to reprimand the Secretary of State, Senator Stern's gaze grew increasingly profound. 10 days passed in a flash. What exactly is this Sarira Buddha? Tom had no idea that his initial plan had largely succeeded. Tom, with his eyes tightly shut, cautiously examined the Sarira Buddha at his heart, using his spiritual power. Not only has a general facial appearance emerged, but even the fingers and toes show signs of differentiation. Could this be due to me consuming the Sarira? If it develops to the end, will someone really emerge from my heart after being dissected? After not paying much attention for a while, Tom discovered for the first time that the Sarira Buddha at his heart had undergone such significant changes. Previously, the Sarira Buddha only had a human shape, but the details like the nose, ears, and eyes were all unclear. Now this Sarira Buddha not only has a semblance of facial features, but also shows signs of differentiation in the 10 fingers of its limbs. This is truly troubling. I guess I should just take one step at a time. Even if Tom's worries were legitimate, what difference would it make? Currently, his magical power was entirely reliant on consuming Sarira. Without the magical power obtained from Sarira, it would mean he could not operate his magical artifacts. If he couldn't operate his magical artifacts, it would mean Tom had lost his current strength. Without strength, how could Tom play in this power-centric world? He had no choice. Therefore, even if the Sarira was a slow-acting poison, Tom had no choice but to steal his heart and consume it. Moreover, Tom himself was unsure of the current situation. My spiritual power and magical power have increased significantly, but why has my manifestation been stagnant? With a tilt of his head, Tom swallowed the Saraira he had just manifested. Compared to the Saraira that Tom initially manifested, which resembled a fingernail, the Saraira he manifested now was truly the size of a stone. Why can I still not manifest the sea-calming pearl? Is it because my spiritual power is insufficient? However, enhancing spiritual power is not an easy task. While absorbing the immense magical power released from the Saraira, Tom pondered silently. Since manifesting the somewhat lackluster golden Linglong Tower, Tom's efforts in manifesting magical artifacts have completely stalled. Although there has been slight progress in manifesting the sea-calming pearl, Tom knew that it would still be a long way to truly manifest it. Aside from the sea-calming pearl, Tom had considered manifesting other magical artifacts. However, most of the magical artifacts that Tom could currently manifest were of little use to him. As for those that were not useless, like the Golden Dragon Claw, Enyang Mirror, Fantion Seal, and 9 Fire Divine Dragon Shield, which Tom truly desired, he similarly could not manifest any of them, just like the sea-calming pearl. The artifacts Tom could manifest were not only unnecessary, but also occupied a portion of his spiritual power. What he wanted he could not manifest. This is the very awkward phase that Tom is currently in. If strength is insufficient, then perhaps I should consider the Infinity Stones. Lacking sufficient personal strength, Tom naturally thought of seeking external help to achieve his goals. And in this Marvel world, what could exert a greater external force than the Infinity Stones? The Space Stone should be the easiest to obtain since it is right here on Earth. Moreover, even if it is not currently in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra, it is likely to be recovered soon. However, the Space Stone does not seem to have much effect on me. What would be most useful to me are the Reality Stone and the Mind Stone. These two Infinity Stones, the Mind Stone, could enhance my spiritual power. The Infinity Stones, particularly aligned with my abilities, should assist me when I try to manifest magical artifacts. But these two stones, one requires waiting for the plot of Avengers 1 and the other for the plot of Thor 2, which seems far off. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Tom silently planned in his heart, realizing that external power could be borrowed. But it seems I will have to wait a long time. So what other methods do I have to quickly enhance my spiritual power? A very nice training room. Just as Tom was fully engaged in brainstorming how to give himself an edge, a soft voice suddenly appeared in the room. Who? Tom instantly jumped up from the cushion and activated the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. The artifacts are quite nice, but their owner's defensive awareness is really lacking. Looking at Tom and the Sun Golden Wheel enveloped in the defensive barrier, and then at the Moon Golden Wheel flying around, Tom the visitor said in a teasing tone. Bald, no eyebrows, wearing a yellow robe, who else could it be but the Ancient One? No matter how high your defensive awareness, you can't withstand someone who can open doors everywhere like you, master. Though Tom's heart was filled with complaints, he still respectfully said, So it is the Supreme Sorcerer. I wonder why you came to find me. The Ancient One looked at Tom curiously. Are you afraid of me? The sight of Tom in full defensive mode, as if facing a great enemy, piqued the Ancient One's curiosity. It's just a reflex, a reflex. With a sheepish smile, Tom reluctantly retracted the defensive barrier of the Sun Golden Wheel. Is Tom afraid of the Ancient One? Of course he is. After all, he might be the person who knows the Ancient One's strength the best on this earth. A father-level powerhouse, the nemesis of the Dark Lord Dormammu, a universe-renowned guardian of Earth. Such a person who could easily squash Tom, how could he not be afraid? Is that so? Glancing at Tom, the Ancient One seemed to have no intention of dwelling on it, directly stating, Many people have been seeking and investigating me lately, and I came to ask you. You guided these mortals in seeking me. What is your intention? Is the plan successful? The speed of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra is quite impressive. Tom secretly cheered in his heart, but maintained a calm exterior, shifting the blame to Magneto. How could that be? Am I not aware that you prefer peace and quiet? It's all Magneto's fault. He repeatedly revealed your existence to humanity, and I was merely forced into it. The Ancient One looked at Tom with an enigmatic expression. Is that so? But whether it was what I saw when I returned to the past, or what my disciple investigated, the reason was that you mentioned me to the director of the Department of Strategic Homeland Security and Tactical Defense and Logistics. There's no denying it, I absolutely detest cheaters. Gu-E, who constantly seems to cheat, must have used the Time Stone to go back in time again. Gu-E fixed a stern gaze on Tom. You better tell me honestly what trick you are up to. Otherwise I may have to ask you to stay with me for a few days. Tom hesitated for a moment and decided to come clean. Although honesty can lead to leniency, resisting can lead to stricter consequences. But he's facing the all-powerful Gu-E. Well, I just wanted to borrow your name to divert humanity's attention, that's all. After all, even the Supreme Mage wouldn't want to see mutants and humans continue to battle, right? Moreover, you reside in Kamartaj, which is essentially a small world. At this point, Tom suddenly realized he might have revealed too much. Camartage and the small world. Aren't these secrets for an outsider like him? Sure enough, upon hearing this, he looked at Tom with an enigmatic expression. I knew you were not simple after all. The fact that Camartage is a small world is something even many of my disciples are unaware of. How do you, an outsider, know this? Tom fell silent. How could he explain that he was actually a time traveler? That he learned all of this from movie plots in his own world? If that were the case, Tom would likely be in deep trouble. Mr. Zhou Sun once said silence is the best answer when faced with a question one does not know how to answer. Besides, Gu Yi is a very magnanimous and benevolent elder. She probably wouldn't kill Tom just for not answering her question right. If you don't want to say, then forget it. Who doesn't have a secret? However, I must warn you, Mr. White, this is a one-time deal. If you dare to disclose my existence to ordinary people again, I will truly have to ask you to stay in Camartage for a longer period. Indeed, Gu Yi did not hold it against Tom Jr. She barely knew. With a flick of her fingers, a golden portal opened, and after leaving a warning, she clearly intended to leave. Safe travels, Supreme Mage. At that moment, Tom, struck by a sudden inspiration, called out to Gu Yi. Excuse me, Supreme Mage, do you happen to know of any methods to rapidly enhance a person's spiritual power? What does a mage rely on for casting spells? Of course, it's energy and spiritual power. Since that is the case, Gu Yi, as the Supreme Mage, must have methods for cultivating spiritual power, right? This was something Tom thought of when he saw Gu Yi opening the portal. Initially, Gu Yi frowned when Tom called out to her, but upon hearing his question, her expression relaxed. So in the times we've met, you've been in a state of spiritual exhaustion on purpose. Tom, with dark circles under his eyes, slowly nodded. Yes, the only method I know to enhance my spiritual power is through spiritual exhaustion. Gu Yi shook her head, speaking with a tone of pity. Cultivating spiritual power through exhaustion is not only a painful method, but also an extremely inefficient one. Upon hearing this, Tom, realizing something, said excitedly, so does that mean the Supreme Mage has a quicker way to enhance spiritual power? Gu Yi tilted her head, looking at Tom with a peculiar expression. I know many methods, and one of them is particularly suited for you. But why would I teach it to you? Why teach me? Supreme Mage, you have taught those. Tom hesitated and was about to cite examples of those who sought Gu Yi's guidance in Camartage. In Tom's view, since Gu Yi was willing to teach those unrelated individuals, why would she not teach him? I am willing to teach those individuals because they are all in profound pain in their lives. Moreover, my disciples sincerely seek my guidance. However, you, Mr. White, do not seem to possess either of these characteristics. However, Gu Yi interrupted Tom's words. Does the Supreme Mage really have methods particularly suitable for me to cultivate spiritual power? Tom fell silent for a moment, and then, obviously filled with great hesitation, asked, as the Supreme Mage, do you think I'm worthy of your lies, Mr. White? Gu Yi raised an eyebrow which didn't really exist, and seemed to be waiting for something as she looked at Tom. After several hesitations, Tom finally gritted his teeth and said, if you are willing to teach me, I am willing to do my utmost to help the Supreme Mage. Do you think I need your help? In an instant, Gu Yi's expression shifted from anticipation to calm. It seemed that Tom's answer had disappointed her. Tom shook his head. Of course I can't be of help to you. But the next Supreme Mage will be entirely different. In the blink of an eye, Gu Yi's calm face was suddenly adorned with a smile. So have you foreseen my death in a parallel world? It seems just as I suspected, you truly possess some talent for foreseeing other parallel worlds, Mr. White. Even though he's already at a loss, Tom wisely chose to remain silent. After all, Mr. Lu Shuren once said silence is humanity's greatest virtue. Sigh, Supreme Mage. However, to Tom's surprise, just as he decided to heed Zhou Sun's advice and be a silent person, Gu Yi unexpectedly turned around and walked into the portal she had just opened. No way, Supreme Mage. I just revealed such a big secret to you, you owe me at least $100. Looking at the empty white stone courtyard beyond the portal, Tom felt almost despairing. This time he had invested heavily to obtain methods for cultivating spiritual power from Gu Yi. Now it seemed the outcome was a total loss. This is what you wanted, Mr. White. Remember your promise from just now. Otherwise, don't think that just because I'm dead you'll be free from me. Just as Tom was almost certain that this time he had lost everything, 3 thick leather-bound books suddenly flew out from the still open portal. Then Tom heard the familiar voice of Gu Yi, which was almost like an ethereal sound to him. Understood, I would never dare to forget every word I just said. Tom naturally did not dare to ignore Gu Yi's warning. After all, this is a real world unlike his past life, where plot armor could be a result of special effects. If this world's Gu Yi were to die as depicted in the previous life storyline, Tom would be insane to believe that she was truly killed by Caecilius. How could a mere lackey of Dormammu, who Tom himself might not even be able to defeat, kill Gu Yi, who had always been a challenge for Dormammu? Thus to Tom, if this world's Gu Yi ends up dead, it must be because she was cheating again. The 3 books I found for you contain a method of cultivation called the spiritual power rejuvenation method in Sanskrit. However, I believe you can understand it. Standing at the portal, Gu-yi looked at Tom with a strange expression. Holding the 3 books, Tom felt a bit awkward under Gu-yi's gaze, but still nodded confidently. Understood, I can definitely comprehend it. In this day and age, in this global village, what written language is there that one cannot understand? As long as one has a smartphone connected to the internet, Google can solve all problems. Just as Gu-yi said, the method she gave Tom for cultivating spiritual power is called the spiritual power rejuvenation method. Tom spent a full 4 days to roughly finish reading through these 3 thick leather-bound books. These 3 leather-bound books not only detailed the cultivation methods of the spiritual power rejuvenation method, but also unexpectedly informed Tom about the relationship between the spiritual power of all intelligent beings and their souls. According to the discussion in these 3 books, spiritual power is essentially the manifestation of a soul for an intelligent being. And as long as one possesses wisdom, they inherently have spiritual power. It's just that there are varying degrees of strength. To prove this fact, the book even provided an example of an ordinary human being who, if they were to stare unblinkingly at a sleeping cat or dog, could wake them from their slumber. The reason for this is that an ordinary person who has never specifically condensed their soul has their soul dispersed throughout every part of their body. This is what we refer to as the 5 senses. The soul scattered throughout the body can only gather together after a person's death or when drawn by certain special methods. Oh really? Even Tom, who had died and crossed over once, had no real concept of what a soul was. However, when Tom distributed his mental power throughout his body according to the cultivation method in the book, he discovered that this mental power was indeed being consumed by some unknown force. It did not return like the usual water waves bouncing back off a wall. This feeling is like leaning next to a campfire, making one drowsy. As his mental power was consumed, Tom felt as if he were sinking into a wonderfully comfortable state, half asleep and half awake. But what on earth is this relic Buddha? Damn it, this thing has consumed so much of my mental power. Yet shortly after, Tom keenly sensed that about 30 to 40% of his distributed mental power was being consumed by the relic in his heart. What does this mean? Is there a soul within the relic Buddha? Whose soul is it? Mine or someone else's? Struggling against the drowsiness and warm sensation, Tom cautiously sensed the relic Buddha, which was continuously consuming his mental power like a whale opening its mouth wide. Fortunately, there was no unusual movement or feeling. Otherwise, even if it meant risking it all, I would have to seek out Ancient One to clarify the situation. After observing carefully for a while, Tom found that the relic Buddha in the wave of mental power showed no signs of revival and posed no threat to him. Only then did Tom let out a slight sigh of relief. The soul is a person's greatest secret, and unless absolutely necessary, he did not want to seek Ancient One's help. Time flew by, and it was now Christmas of that year. This was Tom's first holiday in this world, celebrated according to Western customs. The mutants in Hell's Kitchen celebrated wildly, relieved from the fear of being hunted by the military and no longer needing to hide or feel despair about this world. Tom, however, did not participate much. First, it was because he had just recently acquired the method of mental power feedback and was intensely enthusiastic about cultivation. Second, Tom was still accustomed to the New Year celebrations of his past life. Celebrating Christmas with a group of foreigners felt quite strange to him. With the arrival of Christmas, the military and government of the media country ceased their operations, joining forces with S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra to search for legendary figures like Ancient One throughout the world. New York seemed to fall silent in an instant. There were no pursuers hunting mutants, nor were there media reports condemning or criticizing mutants. Only the people of New York cheered and looked forward to the new year. Of course, there were still supervillains causing trouble every few days. However, for a true New Yorker, this was something they had long grown accustomed to. After all, supervillains typically did not target ordinary citizens like them. As long as they did not run into a stroke of bad luck, the presence of supervillains did not significantly affect the citizens of New York. After Christmas, Hell's Kitchen experienced a surge in population. Whether ordinary humans or mutants, Hell's Kitchen was a prime location in the media empire's political center. Those who had crossed over to seek media wealth and New Yorkers who had gone bankrupt for various reasons could hardly afford the high cost of living elsewhere in New York. For these individuals, Hell's Kitchen was their only option for survival, despite the presence of gangs, criminals, and the legendary mutants. This is also why during the previous conflict between mutants and the military, the Punisher and Daredevil brought a group of good people to seek refuge with the mutants. Hell's Kitchen was not just home to gangs and criminals. The increasing number of mutants entering Hell's Kitchen was only natural. As time passed, it became widely known among the mutant community that Hell's Kitchen had been secretly occupied by the Brotherhood and the Watchers, transforming from a filthy place into a paradise for mutants. In this context, the influx of mutants into Hell's Kitchen both from New York and the media country was something Tom and Magneto had anticipated. So far, there are over 1,300 humans and more than 2,000 mutants in Hell's Kitchen. Our Watchers have increased to 337 members with a total population of over 400 within our jurisdiction. On a day in January of the new year, the leaders of the Watchers gathered once again in the tall building that Tom had named the Vanguard Tower. They held a meeting to discuss the recent achievements of the Watchers and to formulate a development plan for the near future. What's wrong, dear? You seem a bit dazed lately. Moreover, I noticed that the dark circles under your eyes seem to have disappeared. What happened? Just as Dreamer was giving her report, Longlegs suddenly nudged the dazed Tom and whispered, "Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with my body. They'll explain the specifics after the meeting." After whispering to Longlegs, Tom forced himself to pay attention and listen carefully to Dreamer's report. As expected, the number of humans and mutants in our jurisdiction is still severely lacking. The meeting quickly came to an end. After all, such meetings are held weekly by the high-ranking members of the Watchers. As he swayed back, Tom spoke to Longlegs. With 1,300 humans and over 2,000 mutants, it may seem like a lot. However, when divided among the entire Hell's Kitchen, it is pitifully small. Keep in mind that the entire Manhattan area has a population of over 2 million. Hell's Kitchen occupies about 1/5 of Manhattan's area. Before the great battle between mutants and the military, Hell's Kitchen had a population of nearly 500. Comparing this to the current population of Hell's Kitchen makes it seem quite sparse. The reason for the current sparsity in Hell's Kitchen can be attributed to its notorious history as the lowest and filthiest place in all of New York. Looking at the population before and after the Great Battle in Hell's Kitchen, it is not hard to guess how many gangs and criminals were slaughtered by military soldiers and mutants during that conflict. As for why there are over 2,000 mutants in Hell's Kitchen, but the Watchers have less than 340 members, Tom thought this was completely normal. This is not due to a difference in reputation between the Watchers and the Brotherhood. There are over 900 mutants willing to live in the Watchers' jurisdiction, which is nearly on par with the Brotherhood. The current situation primarily arises from the significant disparity in combat power among individual mutants. Mutants are divided into 6 levels, with alpha-level and beta-level mutants possessing formidable combat power. However, these 2 levels account for only about 20% of the total mutant population. The remaining levels, 3 delta, 4 epsilon, and 5 gamma, though they comprise 70 to 80% of the mutant community. But these individuals, let alone possessing strong combat power, some can't even live independently. As for the legendary Omega level, they are truly rare. To Tom's knowledge, there seems to be only Jean Grey. Moreover, she was a major plot point in the previous movie storyline. Therefore, sifting through over 2,000 mutants to find more than 500 Brotherhood members and over 300 Watchers is already a very high ratio. Moreover, this is all due to the previous rampant capture and slaughter of mutants by the military. Those mutants without the ability to protect themselves never lived to see this day. It's already quite good. As time goes on, I believe the number of humans and mutants under our management will continue to grow. Oh, by the way, so far 16 people have passed the test of the Radiant Phoenix. Should we distribute the Blue Lantern rings to them? Of course, the blue ring holders are considered the backbone of our Watchers' current fighting force. It's certainly a joyful thing for their numbers to increase. Later, you can distribute the blue rings to those Watchers who pass the test. They'll find time to create another batch of lantern rings. By the way, among the newly passed blue ring holders, is there a Polaris? Since someone had passed the test of the Radiant Phoenix, Tom was naturally pleased. In a situation where mutant abilities vary greatly, mutants holding blue lantern rings are undoubtedly the most stable fighting force among the Watchers. The increase in the number of blue ring holders undoubtedly means an enhancement in the overall strength of the Watchers. Hearing Tom mention Polaris, Longlegs couldn't help but curl her lip. No, that girl has been feeling down about this lately. Dear, did you know? Among the brothers who passed the test this time, there is the little troublemaker who previously transferred from the X-Men, the one who can absorb others' powers. It is reasonable that neither the North Star nor the Little Mischief can pass. After all, having been overshadowed by the Longlegs, and recently with the addition of the North Star, who is like Magneto, the hope of the word must have already faded. In contrast to the North Star, Little Mischief can be considered its complete opposite. Her ability prevents her from having direct physical contact with anyone. Even if that person is her boyfriend, the Iceman, it is still not possible. Later, it seems she lost her boyfriend to the Phantom Cat for this very reason. What can such a miserable person hold onto besides hope? It seems there is a saying that Tom just must say, Iceman, what a scumbag. So can you tell me why you've been so dazed lately? And have the dark circles under your eyes disappeared? While walking and talking, Tom and the Longlegs returned to their room. Do you remember the Supreme Sorceress? We encountered that incredibly powerful female sorceress in William Stryker's underground base. She had come to find me before. Remember, our mutants have been significantly changed thanks to this supreme sorceress. What? Did she approach you because you revealed her existence to humanity alongside Magneto? Tom had previously discussed with Longlegs the plan to divert humanity's attention using Ancient One. Thus, upon hearing that Ancient One came to see Tom, Longlegs became so nervous. Tom patted Longlegs' forehead, or was it her thigh? This earned him a roll of the eyes from her. Relax, I already secured the Supreme Sorceress, understanding she won't pursue this matter with us. However, we cannot actively reveal her existence to humanity anymore. As for why I've been feeling drowsy lately, it's because I asked the Supreme Sorceress for a method to cultivate my mental strength. You know, sorcerers are all people who depend on mental strength for their livelihood. I am constantly cultivating my mental strength. The side effect is that I've been feeling sleepy lately. Just as Tom mentioned, he has been cultivating his mental power continuously. Any small recovery of mental power within him would immediately be consumed by his body. After all, Ancient One's book didn't specify that having all mental power restored would yield better results. Moreover, Tom, not being in a state of depletion, can still recover his mental strength quite rapidly. Really? Does it work? Can I cultivate it too? Upon hearing this, Longlegs excited fired off 3 questions in a row. You see, as a psychic mutant, Longlegs has been struggling with how to quickly enhance her abilities. Among all mutants apart from Tom, who previously cultivated his mental power through depletion, the rest have always been in a free-range phase, allowing their abilities to grow on their own. Moreover, Longlegs had tried Tom's mental depletion method before, but firstly, she had to handle a lot of internal affairs within the Watchers every day. Secondly, the dark circles under her eyes every day are certainly unacceptable for a beautiful woman like Longlegs. Thus, upon hearing that Tom had sought a method to cultivate mental strength from Ancient One, Longlegs became so excited. Unfortunately, not yet. The Supreme Sorceress has required me not to disclose this method to anyone besides myself. But you don't need to worry, once the Supreme Sorceress is gone, I will pass this cultivation method on to you. At the time, Ancient One's exact words were, this mental strength cultivation method can only be practiced by you alone, at least while I am alive. Tom was puzzled by Ancient One's words back then. What did she mean? Does she not care about what happens after her death? However, after thinking carefully, he felt that Ancient One was not that kind of person. Perhaps Ancient One realized that there were no powerful beings left on Earth after her death. Therefore, she agreed to let Tom spread the method of cultivating mental strength. But if that is the reason, wouldn't it be better to let more people cultivate this technique sooner? After thinking it over, Tom couldn't figure out Ancient One's intentions. In the end, Tom decided not to think about it anymore. After all, the thoughts of someone who is not equipped with extraordinary powers are beyond his comprehension. Oh, fine. Although somewhat disappointed, Longlegs nodded obediently. Firstly, she feared that Ancient One would come to trouble Tom again. Secondly, Longlegs believed that Tom had his reasons for saying so. After explaining to Longlegs why he seemed drowsy, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and the time came to March 2006. Boss, I feel that the Dr. Banner you asked me to monitor might be in trouble soon. One day, Tom was lying in his living room drowsy while practicing the mental strength cultivation method. Suddenly, he felt someone enter the room. Then Tom heard a concealed voice. What are the specific circumstances? Tell me in detail. Tom, who had sat up swiftly from the sofa, immediately stopped his mental power cultivation. If Hulk was about to emerge, he certainly had to be in the best state to face any possible threats. Yesterday, General Ross specially treated Dr. Banner to dinner. During the meal, General Ross told Banner that if Dr. Banner could recreate the super soldier serum formula, then he would immediately agree to the marriage between his daughter and Dr. Banner. Early this morning, Dr. Banner began to gather the staff in the lab to prepare for the final experiment. I believe that in order to marry General Ross' daughter, Dr. Banner will likely take risks. Subsequently, the concealed one shared all the information he had gathered with Tom. This General Ross really has no shame. For his own career, he would even use his daughter's marriage as a bargaining chip. Very much the style of an American politician, and no wonder he later became Secretary of State. While feeling contempt, Tom instructed the concealed one, very well, continue to monitor. Bring recording equipment and be cautious about your safety. Tom didn't know whether Hulk would encounter problems this time. However, he felt that this matter must be taken seriously. Why? Because according to Tom's memory, Tony Stark should have obtained the Iron Man title in 2008. And before obtaining this title, Tony Stark had actually been flying around in the iron armor for quite some time. Currently, it has been a year since Tony Stark returned from Afghanistan. Tom felt that even if it was slow, Tony should have made the iron armor by now. And the Hulk, according to the previous Marvel timeline, should indeed appear around the same time as the iron armor. This also means that even if it is not this time, the emergence of Hulk should not be far off. Boss, Dr. Banner's experiment failed, but nothing unexpected happened. However, I heard Banner talking to himself, saying he has found the key gamma ray to recreate the super soldier serum. Very good, continue to monitor. Bring recording equipment and be cautious about your safety. Unfortunately, it turned out that Tom was overly anxious. Aside from the news that Banner had discovered the gamma ray was key to recreating the super soldier serum, everything else left Tom greatly disappointed. Boss Dr. Banner failed again. He believes that his failure was due to insufficient gamma ray intensity. He is about to conduct the next experiment. Continue to monitor, be cautious. Boss Dr. Banner failed twice. He still thinks the reason for his failure is insufficient gamma ray intensity. Understood. Such conversations unfolded countless times, shifting from initial excitement and tension to casualness and dazedness. Tom began to practice the mental power cultivation method again. After all, he couldn't let the unknown timing of Dr. Banner's potential accidents delay his own cultivation. One day, boss, the incident you asked me to pay attention to regarding the F-22 fighter jet has indeed occurred. Also, I found a video online about a Tin Man appearing in Afghanistan. What? A Tin Man? Show me. More than half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Tom did not expect that the Hulk he had been eagerly awaiting did not appear. Instead, Iron Man unexpectedly made an earlier appearance. Chang Chuang handed his laptop to Tom. This is a video recorded by a phone. Although the picture is not very clear, you can still see a gold and red Tin Man using his palm cannon to bombard a nearby tank belonging to terrorists. Shortly after the time shown in this video, Colonel Rhodes, the spokesperson for the media country's military, announced a crash of an F-22 fighter jet that happened not long ago. The reason Chang Chuang reported this to Tom was that Tom had specifically instructed him to pay attention to news about the media country's F-22 fighter jet crash and the terrorists in Afghanistan. Indeed, it is the Mark III model. Should we find an opportunity to visit the future Iron Man? Taking the laptop and opening the video on the page, Tom discovered that the one wreaking havoc in the blurry footage was indeed the Mark III model of Tony Stark from the movie in his previous life. Is this what they mean by trying hard to plant flowers, but they don't bloom, and planting willows unintentionally leads to shade? As for the character setup, the protagonist is someone with little social experience and not very good at interacting with people, only knowing some possible future events through the plot of past movies and possessing powerful abilities through manifestation. The female lead, on the other hand, is someone with extensive social experience specifically designed to complement the protagonist's character. And regarding the protagonist's manifestation ability, some have asked why it is not limited to pills and fairy herbs. The author can only say that this is a script setting. The protagonist's manifestation ability is restricted from manifesting edible or life-bearing items. For instance, food or pills are made from life-bearing materials. Otherwise, if he could directly manifest the peaches of immortality or ginseng fruit, he would be invincible. The sacred relics he absorbs from these stones of Buddhist law would add another cultivation step. Additionally, there are questions about why he does not limit himself to Armored Warrior's armor, the Soul Reaper's Zanpakuto, or various artifacts from World of Warcraft. Moreover, some even requested the manifestation of Transformers, which truly baffled the author. The author understands the reader's desire to see their favorite elements in my work, as it also serves as an affirmation of my work. However, he really cannot. After all, the initial writing concept of the author was to incorporate elements of immortal artifacts into the vast Marvel universe, attempting to create another world. If the elements desired by the readers are included, it is hard to say what this book will become. The author probably would collapse under the imbalance of too many elements. After all, if everything can be manifested, it would be easier to manifest the 7 Dragon Balls from Dragon Ball. Everyone could just make a wish to the dragon and directly ask for Thanos to be taken out. Thus, the current range of manifestations is limited to immortal artifacts. At most, it might include some elements from the neighboring DC universe. Any more than that would truly lead to a collapse. I am just a rookie who has signed a contract and gone online for the first time, not a web novel master who has written great works like The Heaven's Official Blessing or Juicien. As for the demands of the readers, borrowing a phrase from Empress Isho, I really can't do it. So if there are any displeasures, please bear with me. Tom had been closely monitoring and fully utilizing his role as the unseen puppet master, yet Dr. Banner still had not transformed into the Hulk. Instead, it was Tony Stark who, due to this gene identifier presumably installed at his home, made Tom abandon his plan to push him into becoming Iron Man and instead stepped onto his heroic path first. In the evening, as Tom lay on the thighs of Longlegs, eyes closed in contemplation of whether he should seize the opportunity to visit Tony Stark and inquire about his story's progress, he pondered if there was a chance to subtly wield his role as the puppet master to steer the errors that might have already occurred back on track. Ding ding ding. Hello, may I come in and have a seat? A figure clad in gold and crimson armor with powerful gusts of air blasting from his palms and soles knocked on the glass window of Tom's home on the 23rd floor. It seems I underestimated Tony Stark's penchant for showing off. It appears I need to find an excuse to visit as he has already come to my doorstep. The identity of the person outside the window was of course unnecessary to elaborate on. Tom gave Longlegs a glance, signaling her not to panic. Go ahead, open the window. Thank you, beautiful. As the window opened, Tony Stark adorned in the Mark III suit flew in without any reservation. The powerful gusts of wind sent papers flying throughout the room. All right, come down here. I know you're Tony Stark. No need to play mysterious. Grabbing a piece of paper swirling in the air, Tom said irritably to the floating Tony Stark, oh, you're not peeking into my memories, are you? Like your ex-professor, they say he has such abilities. While grumbling to himself, Tony Stark floated down to the floor. Lifting the helmet's faceplate, revealing Tony Stark's slightly disheartened face, due to his failed plans, I was planning to surprise you. I must say you mutants are quite dull. I don't possess the abilities of your ex-professor, mainly who among normal people would wear such armor. Moreover, you've worn this suit to Afghanistan. Tom casually responded while his mind was busy contemplating how to discreetly inquire about Tony Stark's current story progress. Is that so? Quite cool, right? Tony, oblivious to Tom's distraction, raised his arms and strutted around the room. But you guys have been quite the sensation lately. First you embarrassed the military here, then you appeared on television. Now you're claiming autonomy here. How does it feel to be kings and conquerors? We have no intention of seizing Hell's Kitchen. We merely seek permission from the media, government, and military to reside here without fear of attack. Longlegs, unsure of Tony Stark's true intentions, couldn't help but interject, don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble, nor am I from the media, government, or military. I'm merely here to let you former saviors have a look at my Mark armor. Tony waved his hand, indicating he meant no harm, as Longlegs feared. So you're indeed here to show off. I must say this manner of conduct truly aligns with Tony Stark's usual style. Is that so? Should I find someone to verify that? Longlegs noticed Tom nodding wickedly at her, prompting her to pick up her phone and dial a number. Tom recognized the number, which was the extension for the Polaris bedroom. A trivial matter, your golden will probably won't be able to cut through my armor this time. Tony Stark extended his pinky and self-proclaimed almost like a deity, I feel like I am now the most powerful person in the world. Regarding this matter, I really don't know how to respond. If you say, so then it is. In contrast to Tony Stark's grandiose claims, Tom was more concerned about the ongoing plot of Iron Man 1. I heard your recent situation hasn't been great. Stark Industries' stock has been plummeting ever since you announced the closure of its weapons division. Moreover, it seems some shareholders in your group have recently taken a disliking to you. Haven't I told you? As long as I'm back in action, nothing is a problem. Tony Stark waved his hand dismissively, then said with disdain, indeed, there are people in our group trying to push me out. However, this was arranged by the person who initially wanted to harm me. I have already figured out who that person is. Has Tony Stark discovered that Obadiah Stane was the one responsible for his kidnapping by terrorists? This plot doesn't seem right. Furthermore, that idiot Obadiah couldn't possibly be unaware that Tony had discovered him already, could he? No, it seems I must find an opportunity to make arrangements. Watching the confident Tony, Tom's mind was racing. He felt it was time for him to wield his righteous puppet master role to prevent the plot from heading in the wrong direction. Sister Linda, you called for me. Who is this uncle in the armor? Just as Tom was contemplating how to notify Obadiah Stane, a clear voice suddenly appeared in the room. I'm not some uncle or little sister. I am Tony Stark of Stark Industries. Haven't you seen me in magazines and news? Moreover, have you ever seen such sophisticated armor? What I'm wearing now is to date the most outstanding weapon of this century, the Mark III suit. The one who provoked Tony was, needless to say, Polaris, who had been personally summoned by Longlegs under Tom's instructions. Oh, I know you. You're the one who sold a lot of arms to the media military, which led to the deaths of many of our mutant brethren. And haven't you looked at your current appearance? With that look, how can you say you're not an uncle? As for that suit of yours, to me, Polaris, it's just a pile of scrap metal. Polaris was indeed not targeting Tony on purpose. After all, in the eyes of Polaris, who could control the magnetic field, even the most advanced armored suit was merely a heap of junk. Moreover, Tony currently looked no different from an uncle. To visualize it, just think of those programmer friends you know, and you can pretty much imagine what Tony looks like now. After all, before the successful debut of the Mark III, Tony had been working hard at home for an entire year. After a year, it would be surprising if his appearance had improved. Selling arms to the military was a decision made by all the shareholders in our group, not mine. Furthermore, it wasn't me who caused the deaths of your brethren, but never mind. Originally intent on explaining, after stumbling through a few sentences, Tony ultimately despaired and gave up on further explanation. It seemed that the title of mutant slaughterer would likely cling to him for a lifetime. Setting down the coffee that Longlegs had just brewed for him, Tony, somewhat disinterested, pointed at Polaris and asked, Tom, you aren't seriously bringing this kid to test my combat capabilities, are you? Polaris is still just a child. You needn't take her words to heart. Tom first comforted Tony, then nodded affirmatively. However, don't underestimate Polaris. Her ability may actually counter you. It's precisely because she's a child that I find it concerning. Tony muttered under his breath, then resumed his usual cheeky grin. Besides, how could a little girl possibly counter me? Maybe if she were 5 or 6 years older it might be possible. I refuse to bully a child, that kind of fight him out. As he spoke, he stood up and walked toward the open window, seemingly intending to leave directly. That won't be up to you, Mr. Stark. Tom signaled Polaris, be careful not to damage his armor. We can't afford to pay for it. So you plan to play the big shot, and then run. Such a good deal is hardly available. Got it. Nodding, Polaris' palm glowed with green, magnetic energy. In the next moment, Tony Stark, along with his armor, was sent flying back through the air. Wow, my goodness, can you control steel? Powerful gusts erupted from Tony Stark's hands and boots in an attempt to counter Polaris' control over him. Polaris, don't mess up Tom's room again. Longlegs shot Polaris a reproachful glare, seeing the chaos caused by the gust from Tony. Both Tom and Longlegs were well aware that regardless of how powerful Tony's armor was, with Polaris' abilities, subduing Tony Stark should be a relatively easy task. Alright, I got it. Polaris shyly stuck out her tongue, her palm's green glow brightening and flickering even more. Then Tony's Mark III suit sputtered and turned off like an old car. Hearing Tony's pleas for mercy, Polaris turned to glance at Tom. Upon seeing Tom nod at her, she finally halted Tony Stark, who was spinning rapidly in a 360-degree rotation. Oh God, this is a hellish experience. May I ask how you managed to cut off the power supply and control of my armor? Stumbling a few steps and collapsing onto the floor, Tony Stark leaned against the sofa and lifted his helmet, revealing his pale face. With a look of confusion, he asked Polaris, "Humph." Polaris arrogantly raised her head, clearly uninterested in answering the questions of a defeated foe. Well, little sister, you can go out and tell people that you once defeated the great Tony Stark. Seeing this, Tony let out a bitter smile. Then with a flattering expression, he said to Tom, "Buddy, could you ask your daughter to fix my armor for me? At this rate, I can't even walk, let alone go home." "Stop talking nonsense. Polaris is not my daughter." Tom's eyelid twitched and he nervously looked around. He genuinely felt that Magneto might jump out from that corner and drop an entire Golden Arches bridge on his head. Yet Tony continued to dig his own grave, saying, how could she not be? Just look at Miss Spirit Butterfly with her yellow skin, black hair, and black eyes. And you with your blonde hair, blue eyes, and white skin have a Western appearance. This little sister Polaris with her black hair and black eyes bears the typical features of a Westerner. Isn't this a perfect inheritance of both your traits? Uncle Tom is not my father, I have my own father. At this moment Polaris suddenly spoke up. Moreover, Uncle Tom has never claimed to be my father. In fact, Mr. Magneto has always claimed to be my father. And judging by everyone's reactions, it seems they all agree with him for some reason. Ha ha ha, so you are also called uncle by others. Hearing this, Tony pointed at Tom and burst into laughter. Tom, however, looked at Tony with pity. If I were you, I wouldn't be thinking about mocking others right now, but rather rushing home to eat some good meals. Then he advised Tony to find Miss Potts and say everything that needed to be said. The leader Magneto places great importance on his daughter Polaris. If he finds out that you forcibly claimed Polaris to be the child of me and Spirit Butterfly, then if he sees you, he will tear you apart. I will inform Mr. Magneto about this. After all, aside from him, who claims to be my father, Mr. Stark also believes that Uncle Tom is my father, which truly confuses me. At this point, Polaris also timely jabbed at Tony. Such a clever little girl, no wonder she could earn the affection of the tall one. Are you talking about that Magneto leader, the one who can control magnetic fields from the news? Swallowing hard, Tony realized he seemed to have gotten himself into big trouble. Absolutely. Tom smiled and shrugged. Otherwise, why do you think Magneto is convinced that Polaris is his daughter? Mr. Stark, don't you think their abilities are remarkably similar? Tony nodded in silence, and then scrambled up from the floor, deeply bowing to Polaris. I'm sorry, little sister. Could you please fix my armor? I have porridge cooking at home, and if I'm late it might burn. Polaris tilted her head and glanced at Tom, who smiled and nodded at her. Then the green magnetic energy in her palm lit up once again. Thud, thud, thud. In the next moment, Tony's armor, which had just been unresponsive, began to emit streams of air from its palms and feet, as if it were a tractor starting up. It lifted Tony into the air. I don't think I'll be coming back again. If you get the chance, come visit me. Then, realizing that the virtual operating system had also restored and that communication with Jarvis was back, Tony bolted out of the open window of the Avenger Tower. Polaris, what did you do to Mr. Stark's armor? One moment it's broken, and the next it's fixed. Curious, the tall one who walked over to close the window asked Polaris. Polaris smiled shyly. The armor on Tony Stark is very complex. Oh, I really don't understand what's going on. And Uncle Tom wouldn't let me break it, so I had to unplug all the active plugs from his armor. Since I pulled them out, I can also plug them back in at an instant. Damn. Hearing this, Tom could think of nothing else to describe the relationship between Tony and Polaris other than those two words. Jarvis, what exactly allowed that little girl Polaris to paralyze my armor in an instant and then fix it just as quickly? In the night sky, Tony Stark, who was flying back to Stark Tower, was also asking Jarvis the same question. It should be the active plugs inside the armor, sir. The mutant girl named Polaris used her abilities to unplug all the active plugs in an instant. Thus, she was able to cut off the power supply to the armor and sever the connection between you and me in an instant and then restore everything just as quickly. Jarvis, do you think Tom White's recent threat against me could become a reality? After a moment of silence, Tony seriously asked Jarvis a question. Based on the information we have, I believe it's not just an empty threat, sir. Jarvis paused for a moment before responding to Tony's question with utmost honesty. It seems I need to develop an anti-magneto armor. Seemingly recalling some potential unfortunate encounters in the future, Tony instantly made a decision. Why not an anti-Polaris armor? Do you think I would be afraid of a little girl, Jarvis? I'm targeting Magneto, the leader of the Brotherhood. However, I think with our current scientific technology, it's impossible to develop an armor that meets your requirements without using metal. Shut up, Jarvis, I'm talking about a plan, do you understand? Sir, as your butler, I feel I must not let you act recklessly in matters that concern your life and death. Oh dear God, why can't you be a little smarter, Jarvis? I must remind you, sir, that I am already the most intelligent personal butler in the world. Moreover, I believe that my lack of intelligence is not my problem, but rather yours. Oh God. Then Tony continued to argue with Jarvis as he returned to his Stark Tower. After Tony returned home, how he develops the anti-magneto armor is another matter, and Tom, who had already anticipated this, was not worried. Whether it would succeed is another story, but even if it did, Tom believed Polaris could still easily overpower Tony Stark. Whoever counters will get countered. The notorious Tony Stark isn't to be trifled with. This should be enough, right? When Tom emailed Obadiah Stane about Tony's assassination attempt, it was already June 2006. Phantom, you go monitor Obadiah Stane for now. No need to get too close, just make sure to watch out for any signs of 10 million Afghans. Phantom is a speed-type mutant who recently joined the Watchers. His ability is rapid movement, somewhat similar to Quicksilver's powers. However, when he moves quickly, he leaves a series of blurred shadows behind, earning him the nickname Phantom. As a competent puppet master, Tom only wanted to guide the plot in the right direction. Besides that, Tom did not want Tony Stark and his associates to encounter any accidents due to his interference. Thus, necessary surveillance of Obadiah Stane was still essential to prevent the situation from getting more chaotic. Yes, boss. Originally, monitoring someone is best done discreetly. However, with Dr. Banner's Hulk about to be born, Tom had to send Phantom over to keep an eye on things. Fortunately, according to the plot of the previous Life's movie, even with Tom's warnings, Obadiah Stane wanting to turn against Tony should begin with obtaining the remains of Mark I from the terrorists in Afghanistan. He wouldn't be able to take action against Tony until at least the Ironmonger's armor was ready. This gap of time gave Tom a significant opportunity to maneuver. Boss Obadiah Stane just returned from Afghanistan. As soon as he got back, he entered the weapons department of Stark Industries, which has already been shut down. Good job, continue the long-distance monitoring. A call is coming in. We'll talk later. Time passed once again, a span of over 10 days. One evening while Tom was on a call with Phantom, suddenly another call came in. Upon seeing the caller's name, Tom realized it was the hidden operative who had been monitoring Banner. Boss. Roar. Did something go wrong with Banner's experiment? Upon answering the call, the operative on the other end did not even have time to speak. Tom heard a deafening roar from the phone. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately guessed the reason why the operative called him. Yes, Chief. The experiment this evening hasn't concluded yet. Suddenly, a large green figure burst out of Dr. Banner's laboratory. Standing 3 to 4 meters tall, wearing nothing but a pair of shorts, it had already destroyed an entire research facility of the military. Now it was engaged in battle with the soldiers summoned by General Ross. Roar. The hidden conversation was punctuated by the sounds of gunfire, screams, and roars. Clearly the battle there was intense. Did you bring the camera? Was the entire process recorded? The large green figure standing 3 to 4 meters tall and wearing only shorts could undoubtedly be identified as Hulk. Hulk had finally emerged, and while Tom felt a sigh of relief, he still worried whether the hidden individual had recorded everything that had happened before. Don't worry, Chief. I haven't forgotten your instructions. Right now, one hand is holding the phone to talk to you, and the other is holding a high-resolution camera. I started recording from the moment that large green figure appeared. I finally found a relatively safe spot to call and inform you. Hearing that everything was recorded, Tom's earlier anxiety instantly dissipated. Well done, keep yourself safe. Once this matter is resolved, I will have Yao Huang conduct an assessment for you. As long as you meet my minimum requirements, I will award you with a blue ring as a reward. Tom, knowing that the matter was settled, generously promised a reward to the hidden individual. Some might wonder, wasn't it said that only those who passed the assessment by Yao Shihuang could use the blue ring? Of course, the Blue Lantern and Yao Shihuang are both manifestations of Tom. In other words, Yao Shihuang is actually Tom's pet. Would Yao Shihuang not listen to Tom? However, the assessment was still necessary because the blue ring's power was ultimately derived from the emotion of hope. If there is no hope in one's heart, then even if Tom gives the hidden individual the ring, they would not be able to use it. Tom's earlier promise meant that the hidden individual must reach the minimum threshold to use the blue ring. One must understand that without Tom's behind-the-scenes maneuvering, gaining Yao Shihuang's recognition solely based on one's abilities would be a far greater requirement than simply using the blue ring. Thank you, Chief. I will definitely strive to earn your recognition. Upon hearing this, the hidden individual on the other end of the phone became instantly excited. What could be more suitable as a reward than the blue ring, which could instantly grant immense power to a powerless mutant like the hidden individual? I believe in you. Stay safe. I await your return with a blue ring. If you can control Yao Shihuang, why not give one to Polaris? She has been feeling down for quite some time. Just as Tom hung up the phone, a fragrant breeze and voice came from beside him. Damn, I've really lost focus in training and forgot that the long-legged lady was also here. Tom, previously dazed, suddenly realized that he had let slip something he shouldn't have said. I can only let Yao Shihuang lower the requirements slightly to unleash the power of the blue ring. It ultimately depends on the strength of the user's hope and emotions. You should understand this. Tom gestured with his fingers, indicating that the distance between his thumb and index finger would not exceed 5 centimeters. If Ling Dai cannot freely unleash the power of the blue ring, then giving it to her would only hinder her own mutant powers enhancement. This is precisely why I didn't give Polaris the blue ring. Otherwise, if I distributed a blue ring to all the watchers, wouldn't that be even better? With me watching, Polaris definitely won't run into any issues. The long-legged lady shot Tom a glance. Are you going to arrange a test for the hidden individual? He'll call Polaris to join us. I can't help but wonder if Polaris is really your daughter. Although Tom understood that the feelings between the long-legged lady and Polaris were different from those he shared with the long-legged lady, he still felt a twinge of jealousy. You treat her better than you do me. Of course, Polaris is my daughter and you are my husband. We are all family, aren't we? The long-legged lady playfully climbed onto Tom's back, whispering in his ear, as for treating Polaris better than you. How is that possible? Sometimes we are essentially one person. Now I understand why Magneto always looks at me with disdain. Following the fragrant scent of the long-legged lady, Tom turned around to chase after her, laughing as he looked into her eyes. Emotionally, I seem to have taken the blame for you. Tom was very aware of the relationship between Polaris and the long-legged lady. They had met when Polaris was not yet 10 years old. After that, unless absolutely necessary, such as to fend off pursuers, they had never been apart. Their bond could be seen from the moment the long-legged lady first left Tom's yacht, with Polaris rushing to reunite with her immediately. After all, Polaris and the long-legged lady had been through gunfire and taken lives together, sharing countless moments of despair as true sisters. Their relationship was undoubtedly as strong as the current bond between Tom and the long-legged lady. So would you be willing to take the blame for me? Whispering, the long-legged lady, like a seductive serpent, slid her two delicate arms into Tom's clothing, resting on his increasingly robust chest due to consuming the relics. Well, do I even need to say it? Tom's hands were all focused on calming the turbulent waves. Running into a troublesome girl, Tom felt quite desperate too. But what could Tom do? Of course, he chose to take the blame for her. After all, Polaris couldn't possibly take the long-legged lady away from him, right? Ding dong ding ling long. Just as the atmosphere heated up and it seemed like a battle was about to break out, Tom's phone rang unexpectedly at the most inopportune time. It's Nick Fury from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics. Tom withdrew one of his hands that had been busy calming the storm and took out his phone to check. Seeing the caller ID displaying the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Tom's face turned crimson as the long-legged lady pulled her arm out of Tom's clothing, curiously asking, "What does he want with you?" Previously, during negotiations with the Media Nation's government and military, Tom had exchanged phone numbers with Nick Fury, and the long-legged lady was aware of this. Therefore, the long-legged lady wasn't surprised that Tom recognized Nick Fury's call. What she was curious about was why Nick Fury was calling Tom. "I think I might have guessed the reason why this director is calling me." Shaking his head, intending to say he didn't know, Tom suddenly remembered the call from the hidden individual earlier. "Hello? Is there something urgent that Director Fury needs at this late hour?" The Media Nation government and military have discovered a green mutant in Brooklyn, attacking everyone around indiscriminately. To express their sincerity in coexisting peacefully with your mutants, the Media Nation government and military hope that you mutants can handle this rampaging mutant yourselves. "What? Is that what the media nation government and military said? Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, Tom could only think of two words: shameless. The media nation government and military were truly losing face to deal with Hulk. Yes, this is the best opportunity for reconciliation between both sides. I hope your mutants can agree to the government and military's request. It was clear that Nick Fury was unaware of Dr. Banner's true situation. What did Magneto say? Have you asked him? I asked him. Magneto has agreed to the government and military's request. His condition is that the media nation government and military must not harm that green mutant before you arrive. Harm Hulk. That would probably require the media nation's military to use a nuclear bomb, right? After all, Hulk had emerged unscathed during the Battle of New York when targeted by the Chitauri. Filled with disdain, Tom hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to agree to Nick Fury's plea for help. All right, we Watchers will take action together with the Brotherhood. In my view, your decision is absolutely correct, Terminator leader. Start assembling your team now. According to the media nation government and military, that rampaging mutant is not easy to deal with. I am currently on a plane heading to Hell's Kitchen, and I expect to arrive at the rooftop of your Vanguard building shortly. Then Nick Fury hung up the phone. How can they be so shameless? Tom, why did you agree to Nick Fury? Why didn't you tell Nick Fury and Magneto the truth of the situation? 3 consecutive questions made it clear that the long-legged lady was shocked and puzzled about this matter. After all, she had just heard the hidden individual report to Tom. So what exactly happened? What made the media nation government and military so shameless to seek help from mutants through SHIELD? To unravel all of this, we must turn the clock back to an hour ago. An hour ago in the ruins of the Military Research Institute in Brooklyn. General, we can't stop this green monster at all. I think we must seek help from the military and government. Otherwise, once this monster breaks through our defenses, it will likely cause even greater damage and losses. General Ross was sitting in a helicopter hovering not far from the ground. In front of him stood a media nation soldier shorter than him by half a head, covered in blood. In the distance, there was a green monster standing 3 to 4 meters tall, wearing only a large pair of shorts. Every swing of its fists and stomp of its feet could destroy a military vehicle or even a building. Further away, a group of media nation soldiers were fighting desperately against the green monster. General Ross nodded, painfully fully aware that reporting this incident would signal the end of his political career. This was also why he had been dragging on even after suffering heavy losses among his soldiers. General Ross had always fantasized that the soldiers he brought could deal with the green monster transformed from Banner. But now it seemed that his fantasy could only remain a fantasy. Beep beep. Minutes later, dozens of armored personnel carriers and hundreds of armed soldiers from the media country arrived at the scene. Woo woo. At the same time, police cars with sirens approached from all directions. Countless police officers got out to start evacuating the terrified residents nearby. They also sealed off the nearby streets. Then, with a loud explosion, an armored personnel carrier was crushed into pieces by the giant foot of the green monster. Several screams echoed as multiple soldiers from the media country were sent flying by the giant hand of the green monster. Clang, clang, clang. Boom. Our weapons are completely useless against this monster. However, neither the guns in the hands of the media soldiers nor the heavy machine guns on the armored personnel carriers had any effect. Even the RPGs that struck the green monster had no effect. That green monster broke through our encirclement. It ran towards the west. This time I'm completely finished. Watching the green figure gradually disappear from his sight and hearing the distant sounds of collapsing buildings and screams. Sitting in the helicopter, General Ross was utterly despaired. Requesting assistance, seek help from the military, from the government, from SHIELD. Tell them we have a rampaging green mutant here, and he is destroying Brooklyn. Suddenly, General Ross raised his head again. A flame reignited in his eyes, a flame of hope. But the media soldier sitting next to General Ross, operating a special laptop, was taken aback by Ross' sudden actions. With a loud bang, General Ross pressed his handgun against the soldier's head, staring crazily at him and saying, "You will report exactly what I say." "Understood, soldier." "Yes, sir." The soldier responsible for communication nearly wet himself looking at Ross' twisted expression and the gun pressed against his head. "Mutant Brooklyn, what do you all think?" Not long after, at the Pentagon, the one speaking was Mr. Hammer, who would become president in the future. Beside him were the obsequious Secretary of State and Senator Stern from Hydra. "Nonsense, does General Ross think we are fools? That place used to be a military research facility, and Ross people had been studying how to restore super serum there long ago. When something goes wrong, they push the blame onto mutants, which has been the military style. In my opinion, that green monster is definitely not a mutant, but something created by the military itself. The reason they reported it as a mutant is simply Ross trying to shirk responsibility." Senator Stern, with a look of disdain, succinctly analyzed the truth of the situation and General Ross' intentions. Now is not the time to pursue who is responsible. We just received news that the reinforcements sent by the military have once again been defeated by that monster. Moreover, that monster has escaped the military's encirclement and is rampaging around. At this point, rather than pursuing who is responsible, I think we should focus on how to eliminate that green monster. And to help that fool Ross save face. Future President Hammer tapped the table, speaking dismissively to Senator Stern. I think we might as well accept General Ross' claims. Using this excuse, we can call in mutants to deal with that green fatso. After all, with the strength of mutants, eliminating that green monster shouldn't be difficult. Once it's done, we can use the excuse of judging this green mutant to bring that green fatso back dead or alive. In this way, how would the mutants know the true identity of that green monster? The obsequious Secretary of State glanced at the silent Senator Stern and then at Mr. Hammer, who frowned before cautiously suggesting, "Good strategy, let those damned mutants deal with this green monster and afterward bring the monster back. This way, not only can we push the Brooklyn incident onto the mutants, but we can also take the opportunity to weaken the mutant strength, killing two birds with one stone." Mr. Secretary of State, you truly came up with a good plan. Upon hearing this, Mr. Hammer couldn't help but bang the table again. Full of appreciation, he said to the obsequious Secretary of State, "To receive your recognition is my honor." Seeing his suggestion accepted by the future president, the Secretary of State's face lit up with a smile. "Senator Stern, what do you think of Secretary of State's proposal?" Ignoring the beaming Secretary of State, Hammer turned to Senator Stern. Senator Stern hesitated for a moment before suggesting, "I think it would be best for us to hold a meeting to discuss this. After all, this is not a small matter." "What do you think about the Brooklyn incident?" "I think the media country's government proposal is viable. Let's find Nick Fury to be the intermediary. Given Magneto's character, he would definitely be willing to intervene." Of course, a meeting was necessary, but the meeting that Senator Stern referred to, which could decide this matter, was not the one being held in the Pentagon. Instead, it referred to a meeting taking place in this small dark room attended by 7 high-ranking members of Hydra. That could work, but I'm afraid this matter might reignite the war between the military and the mutants. If that happens, wouldn't it contradict our original intentions? How could that be? Without our Hydra's consent, how could the media country's military obtain congressional approval to go to war with the mutants? As for the mutants, they would merely be thrown a couple of bones. After all, those bones aren't taken from our own bodies. Indeed, that's the case. After the battle in Hell's Kitchen, the mutants' reputation has greatly improved among ordinary humans. I believe this is not a good thing. We should take this opportunity to let humanity see the true face of mutants. Good idea. This matter is settled pleasantly. Thus, another major issue concerning the entire media country was decided in this dark little room by 7 high-ranking members of Hydra. This is the media country's government and military. Tom sneered as he looked out at the brightly lit New York, then grabbed the shoulders of the anxious woman beside him to calm her down. Since the media country's government and military claim that the green guy is our mutant, they are clearly trying to shift the blame onto us. If we don't take action, it would be even harder to clear our names, even if we jumped into the Hudson River. After all, they were the media empire holding core technology. Oh, everything is possible. Turning black into white, turning the dead into the living, this is what they excel at. But they are clearly trying to use us, using our mutant powers to deal with the troubles they have caused themselves. Upon hearing this, the anxious woman calmed down slightly, but she still couldn't fully understand Tom's choice. Tom's lips curled slightly. "Did you forget that we have the footage from the scene recorded the whole time? The media country's government and military like to manipulate the media, constantly slandering us mutants. This time I want to take this opportunity to let them experience the feeling of drowning in water." Originally, Tom's plan was just to use the Hulk incident to get General Ross out of the picture. But now, since the media country's government and military are digging their own graves, Tom is even less inclined to miss the chance to play the role of the experienced driver, giving the U.S. government and military a ride. "All right, since you already have a plan, I won't say much more. For this operation, who do we need to mobilize?" "Just you, me, Polaris, plus the original 7 bearers of the blue rings. We shouldn't need to mobilize too many people from the Brotherhood. According to the character setting of the Hulk, we cannot engage him directly. After all, Hulk gets stronger the angrier he becomes. Although according to the plot of the movies, in my past life, this green giant also had moments of being subdued by Thanos. However, Tom does not believe he possesses the strength to subdue Hulk like Thanos. Therefore, for this operation, Tom's plan was to control the Hulk instead. Either that or learn from the plot of the previous Avengers movies to throw Hulk up high and then knock him out through free fall. Or simply sink him into the sea. After all, the Hudson River and the Atlantic Ocean are right at hand, aren't they? To ensure stability, Tom decided that this time's assault would include the Golden Bell Tower, which had never been used in previous battles. If Tom gets angry, he can just lock Hulk inside the tower and toss him into the Atlantic Ocean. Tom, the king of Tot White, is ready to show his prowess to the world. Alright, I'll go notify Dreamer Polaris and blink now. The anxious woman, who was not very familiar with Hulk's combat power, had no objections to Tom's arrangements. Nodding, she prepared to leave the room to notify the others Tom intended to bring. By the way, don't forget to put on a few pairs of glasses that can identify the gene which we confiscated from the pursuers. The hatch opened, revealing Nick Fury's bald head. Your team seems a bit short, Terminator leader. Tom smiled slightly. You are overreacting, Director Fury. I believe a mutant madman who has smashed several blocks is hardly an overreaction. Although he said this, Nick Fury still cleared the path, allowing Tom and the others to board the plane. After all, it was already a blessing that Tom agreed to help. Bringing a few people was beyond Nick Fury's control. Indeed, you still look best in military attire, Mr. Terminator. Given your previous performance, what do you look like? Sitting down, Magneto even threw a jab at Tom. It seemed that Magneto had indeed taken Nick Fury's advice. In addition to the White Queen, that Tom knew the Torch, who needed a lighter to ignite, and the legendary Professor X's brother, the Red Tank, whom Tom was seeing for the first time. Magneto surprisingly brought along over 20 others that Tom did not recognize. If it weren't for the fact that Tom's group only had about 10 people, someone on this plane might have had to buy a standing ticket. As for why Magneto was throwing shade at him, Tom actually understood very well. Wasn't it because of the mental training and the recent drowsiness he had been experiencing? During the previous meetings with the Brotherhood, Tom had looked almost ready to fall asleep due to his training. Therefore, Magneto felt that Tom had fallen from grace, lacking ambition. He was the short-sighted type who, after gaining temporary stability, lost his drive. Northstar, during the battle, try to stay behind me, okay? Seeing that Tom was ignoring him, Magneto turned his attention to Northstar, who was sitting behind Tom. However, his tone was 1,000 times gentler than when he was jabbing at Tom. Northstar also did not respond, as she always found it strange that Magneto insisted on claiming to be her father. Don't worry, Mr. Magneto, the Watchers are capable of protecting Northstar. Besides, you underestimate Northstar's own abilities, don't you? At this, the towering Miss America couldn't help but speak up. Magneto, seeing the lightning in Magneto's eyes, Tom, who originally did not want to respond, had no choice but to say, don't worry, Mr. Magneto, we will protect Northstar. Why did you bring the golden Linglong Tower this time, Uncle Tom? I have never seen you use it in battle before. This situation is quite special, and I believe the Linglong Tower might come in handy. The golden Linglong Tower had previously been stored on the Dawn, but after the Watchers all disembarked, it was taken to the Vanguard building. After all, the Dawn had been docked for quite some time. Although Magneto did not show any clear reaction upon seeing Northstar and Tom talking, Tom still sensed a powerful energy enveloping the Linglong Tower in his left hand. Needless to say, it was Magneto trying to control the Linglong Tower again. Thus, for the next 10 minutes, Tom spent the entire journey under Magneto's sharp gaze. Boom. Roar. Rat-a-tat-tat. All right, gentlemen, it's time for you to stretch your legs. As the plane entered Brooklyn, increasingly loud sounds of gunfire and roars could be heard. Look at the good things you mutants have done. Aside from the destruction of several blocks, at least 200 civilians had already been killed or injured. The plane landed in a street full of ruins, and as soon as they disembarked, Tom came face to face with General Ross, who was clearly already waiting here. Tisk, that acting that face impressive. Tom disdainfully curled his lip and led the Watchers past the furious and righteous General Ross. He walked towards the direction of the gunfire and roars. Where is our mutant brother? How is he doing now? Magneto, who was completely unaware, was perfectly deceived by General Ross' acting. If it weren't to show our sincerity in wanting to coexist peacefully with mutants, do you think that green fat guy could still be alive? General Ross' performance was still flawless. It was as if what he said was the absolute truth. However, Tom, who had not walked far, couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Kill Hulk. Do your military forces even have the capability? Even a nuclear bomb might not be able to take down Hulk. Magneto seemed a bit anxious, as if he was very interested in Hulk. Then let's hurry over to him. Very interested in that green-skinned mutant you spoke of. Roar. Clang, clang, clang. When Tom and the others saw Hulk, they discovered that Tony Stark, wearing the Mark III armor, was also present. He was flying in the sky, continuously attacking Hulk with energy blasts and weapons carried by his armor. Tony Stark. How did he get here? Tom looked at Nick Fury and General Ross, but Nick Fury shook his head at Tom, indicating that it had nothing to do with him. As for General Ross, he had the same puzzled expression. Who is this scrap metal? Is he one of yours? Controlling a piece of steel, Magneto, who had originally planned to intervene, also inquired of Nick Fury and Ross. No, I don't know who this person is either. Besides, I didn't summon him. Nick Fury shook his head again. Since he isn't one of us, he could be an enemy. If he gets in the way when we engage, just take him out too. General Ross straightforwardly wanted to eliminate Tony Stark as well. If I can get that suit of armor, I should be able to keep my position right. His gaze greedily fixed on the Mark armor on Tony. Although only a few minutes had passed, General Ross already felt that the Mark III on Tony was somehow fated to him. Tom shook his head. Why the rush? If someone helps us deal with this greenskin monster, it might save us the trouble of acting ourselves. Tony wants to show off his Mark III, and Tom certainly